Hello, everyone, and welcome this Easter Sunday to episode 13 of Bad Apologetics, where we're going to be reviewing the Investigating the Resurrection of Jesus Christ book by Professor Dr. Andrew Loke, PhD.
No, you didn't say it right, Nathan. It's PhD!
And many of you might be aware of kind of Andrew Loke's footprint in the kind of apologetics universe, but for those who aren't, he recently debated Graham Oppy on the Capturing Christianity channel. He also came on and made some sort of accusations about, Paulogia, who is a YouTube atheist, so he knows nothing, doesn't have a PhD. And he's got some theories about the resurrection, some videos about it. So Andrew Loke came on and said about how dishonest he's being, unintentionally misleading or deceptive, how he's leading everyone astray with his lies. And there was a bit of drama around that. So we kind of thought that we would cash in on the opportunity to talk about our own. What we are going to be doing, though, is we're going to be reviewing, because Andrew Loke's trying to kind of, well, I guess with the Kalam and stuff, he's kind of riffing on Craig's work, but he's trying to, add in, patch any holes and things. And so he's trying to do the same with some of the resurrection work in this book. And so the book's called like a transdisciplinary approach, because he's trying to be thorough, draw in everything from every source he can to thoroughly put forward the case for why Jesus resurrected. And so we're going to just be going through the book, basically, page by page, giving our thoughts, because we have some alternative thoughts, particularly James has put forward in his book Unreasonable Faith, the RHBS model, and Kamil is studying classics at the moment, so he has some competing ideas which you might have seen him debate about. So do you guys want to give your introductory thoughts? I don't know if you want to go first, James or Kamil.
I'll go first. So one of the reasons that we're looking at this is because in Loke's discussion with Paulogia, Loke kept complaining that Paulogia clearly hadn't read his book, and he's complained about that in the past from other people. So we decided to read his book. So did you say the full name of the book? I think you did, right?
Yeah, Investigating the Resurrection. Yeah.
So that's the one. It's only published a few years ago. So we've read through that, and yeah, we're going to be doing a review. So maybe I'll just start by sharing a few initial thoughts before we get through the details. Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. The idea of a transdisciplinary approach and the idea that he was going to sort of thoroughly look at the naturalistic alternative hypotheses more than other scholars have. Even he admits that other scholars haven't done that very well. It was sort of, I was getting excited. I'm like, yes, finally they're going to actually address these substantively. But the promise is just not paid off. So, I mean, we'll see later. There are some remarks on things, but the amount of times, so Loke's favorite rebuttals to something is just to say, well, yes, but that can't happen because, and then just to make an unsubstantiated assertion about, well, because this would have happened. The number of times, maybe I'll try to do a counter of the number of times he just makes an unsubstantiated assertion about what would have happened, or what the disciples would have thought or would have believed or would have done. That's basically his go-to defense for anything. As well as the usual shifting the burden of proof, and moving the goalposts and selective citation and things like that. Of course, my ego is unsatisfied because, unfortunately, my book is not cited, although I'm pretty sure Loke wrote this book before mine was published, although this book was published in 2020. One writes it several years beforehand. In fact, I saw a little citation in there which said Loke 2017 forthcoming. I think that may have been something that wasn't corrected. So I'm guessing this was probably written before my book was published. So I'm looking forward to a second edition where Loke can really get into the RHBS model, or at least a YouTube response would be good. But yeah, I think that's all I have to say for the moment. I mean, one other thing is, as Nathan just mentioned, the book's actually dedicated to William Lane Craig, which is a little bit in my opinion. But so there's a lot of overlap with what Craig argues and others like Lacona as well, with some little additions here and there. One thing I guess I should be fair and say a few positive things about the book before we get all negative. So the book is short. I like short books. It's only about 200 pages. To be fair, my section on the resurrection is only about 100. So, check that out. It's even shorter. But that's one good thing. Another thing I found is that it was reasonably well organized, certainly compared to some books that I've read. I didn't find it too hard to understand the structure of what he was saying. I think it was reasonably well written in the sense, purely the sense of I could understand what he was saying in sentences. I mean, I'm not saying it's a linguistic masterpiece, but then I don't claim that of my own book, so you know, can't say too much there. It's mostly just the content that's not good. The arguments are not persuasive, and his overconfidence. One thing he almost never does is like qualify himself or say like, you know, in my opinion, this is the best explanation, or, you know, weighing up the facts, I think overall this is the best belief. He just says this is the case, this is the case, this is true, this is what we should believe, this is wrong because, and that I find extremely off-putting, because I think humility is an important intellectual virtue. So I would rate this book a 3 out of 10, and the reason it's not lower is just because it's short and reasonably well structured. The content gets a 1 out of 10. Over to you, Kamil.
Yeah, so my enjoyment of the book over time was like, and then, because like initially I was really excited because yeah, he says that he's going to use a multidisciplinary approach. He says that he's going to try to work out a framework for evaluating all possible competing hypotheses, which is super like useful. And then he says that he's not going to only look at individual hypotheses, but also at their combinations. Which, yeah, that's a no-brainer, right? Because what's sometimes the case in apologetics is that an apologist is going to reject some hypothesis because it only accounts for some of the data, but not all of it. But that's not like a fair criticism because the hypothesis is designed to only account for some of the data. So in order to explain all of it, you need to conjoin it with other hypotheses, right? So that's all very exciting. But then as you read through the book, it becomes obvious that he fails to deliver. There is really nothing that new, both in terms of methodology and content, and it has a lot of the same flaws as the same apologetic books, but it specifically doesn't consider all competing hypotheses, although it claims it does. It only looks at some selected few. For example, the only hypothesis of extramental phenomena behind the accounts of resurrection appearances that he evaluates at any length is Jesus's disciples mistaking Jesus for a different person, which like that's pretty ridiculous, right? Then the only hypothesis of Jesus remaining buried that he evaluates is Jesus being buried by Joseph of Arimathea in his family tomb, and then Jesus remaining buried there. The only competing hypothesis of the Gospels containing information basically that didn't actually happen in history is the hypothesis that, and I quote, a group of Christians conspired to tell the story of Jesus's resurrection, which is also like pretty silly, right? And also, so that's him failing to consider some competing explanations for some of the data sets, but also he fails to consider combinations of hypotheses as well. And in some cases, he treats different hypotheses as if they were mutually exclusive, which they might not necessarily be. So, for example, he seems to be working with the assumption that either the belief in the resurrection originates from the Old Testament, and there were no resurrection appearances, or there were actual resurrection appearances, and that's what produced the belief. So the belief didn't originate from the Old Testament exegesis, right? But that obviously doesn't have to necessarily be the case, right? It could be the case that the belief originates from exegesis of some Old Testament passages, and then the disciples had some experiences which they interpreted as seeing resurrected Jesus, which happens to be a part of my explanation, right? And also it's lacking in methodology. For example, it fails to estimate what the intrinsic or the prior probability of various hypotheses is, including the resurrection hypothesis. And at the very end of the book, Loke actually says that he presents this as an advantage. He says that his approach allows him to avoid estimating the prior probability of the resurrection hypothesis, but that's just admitting like failure and failing to recognize that it's a failure, right? It fails to evaluate the expectedness of the evidence on each hypothesis, and then it fails to show how the expectedness of the evidence points towards the resurrection hypothesis in a sufficient degree to overcome the prior probability, right? And of course, as always, the book is full of yellow brick road apologetics, which is just the idea that, if the Emerald City doesn't exist, where does the yellow brick road lead? So he appeals to, for example, various details in the Gospels constantly, like Jesus eating a piece of fish. But obviously, like if I took like that account to be strictly reliable, then I could just flip to the next page where it says that Jesus was raised, and there you go. So really, engaging with competing naturalistic explanations for the resurrection needs to be a little bit more sophisticated than just saying Jesus ate a piece of fish, so there you go. The disciples had to experience audio, visual, and tactile hallucinations, and that just doesn't happen. So I was thinking at the start of the stream we could maybe go through our competing explanation, just to make sure that the audience and Dr. Loke, who I'm sure is watching right now, knows that what we are proposing.
Sure. So from my point of view, I think it's probably best for both of you to talk, because I think that my idea of what's going on here is basically an amalgamation of James's RHBS stuff, of your Pareidolia stuff, Kamil, and also like David Friedrich Strauss and Albert Schweitzer's kind of ideas of what's gone on as well. So I think you two are in a far better position than me. Like, there's no point me kind of badly articulating your positions and then you doing it better. So do you want to go, James, with your RHBS, and then you go from there?
All right, I'll start off with the RHBS. So people who've listened to some of my
and we've
got a
Paulogia.
It's awesome. Welcome. Well, Paulogia can actually, it's time to articulate his theory. So yeah, my RHBS hypothesis may be familiar to some who've watched some of my videos before. So the hypothesis is named after the key elements: reburial, hallucinations, biases, and socialization. So the basic idea is that it's designed to explain all of the standard minimal facts, which includes an empty tomb. Whether or not you think there was one, I think that at least we can try to explain if there was. So my hypothesis is that the tomb was empty because Jesus' body was removed by Joseph of Arimathea, because it was a temporary burial to ensure that the body was taken down over the Sabbath, and to remove it from the excitement and the uproar of that occurred when Jesus was tried. And then on Sunday, after the Sunday and on Sabbath, the body was removed, and the women followers came on Sunday morning and found the tomb empty. Upon that happening, one or more of them experienced some sort of bereavement-based derived hallucination of Jesus, which they then told to Peter and all the other disciples. That triggered a series of appearances as a result of a combination of bereavement, the fact that the tomb had been reported empty, and the initial reports, plus general sort of excitement and trying to make sense of what happened. So that's the hallucinations part. But those experiences were not necessarily what's reported in the Gospels. In fact, I think that they probably weren't like those. They were experiences of an unknown sort. Then over the succeeding days and weeks, as the apostles sort of spoke together and read through the scriptures and prayed and fasted and whatever else they did, they had further experiences in groups of the risen Jesus appearing to them and interacting with them in some ways. And as they discussed this, and the experiences got sort of refined in terms of what they believed happened, and there was memory contamination, memory biases. That's the biases part of the model. And then finally, as time went on, and people began to tell these stories, there was a process of socialization where if anyone sort of was dubious of something or wasn't quite sure, they were reinforced by the community they were in, or shunned outside of it if, because they would have been lacking in faith, or they would have been illustrated to have a sort of spiritual deficit if they didn't believe or didn't remember correctly. And so as a result of that, you can get within a few months, I think, sort of a creedal-like story emerging of a series of, and at least possibly that's what was passed on, and Paul eventually heard, and we see the product of that in 1 Corinthians. And then later, that is the basis of the stories, along with then further legendary developments and extrapolations and later traditions that were incorporated into the Gospels. So that's the basis of my explanation. Obviously, we can get into more details when we go through and look at what Loke has to say. So who's going next?
Yeah, either do you want to talk briefly, Paul, and just introduce your kind of engagement on this and your theory of what's going on with the resurrection accounts and the data we see in brief?
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me to be a fly on the wall here. Dr. Loke has
No
made it
problem.
clear that he's kind of tired of talking to me. He doesn't. We've gone back and forth on video so much that he would prefer that all of our stuff be written. So I'm here tonight, as to get good ideas and to drink some beverages and have fun talking about this kind of stuff. But
well, you just need to stop misrepresenting scholars.
That's right. Well, yeah. So here's 3 new ones that I can now, I can take your work and misrepresent your work in my work. That's, the ultimate goal here. Yeah, I think I heard a little bit of the opening. You described a little bit that Dr. Loke and I have had interactions via YouTube response videos, several of them now at this point. And we're now entering a phase where he and I are going into a written debate on whether or not there's good evidence for group hallucination. Sorry, not group hallucinations, group appearances of the risen Jesus. That very narrow, specific topic is what we're discussing now. In general, I do have a personal hypothesis. I was kind of tired in dealing with these resurrection discussions of Christians pushing back at me and saying, hey, no one's putting forth a single unified theory. You just keep putting forth 8 or 9 theories. Why is that? You must have a weak position if you have so many things. So I decided to put forth one that I felt was closest to what I believe probably happened. The one that James put forth is equally plausible in my mind. But I don't think that I don't think there's sufficient evidence or good evidence for a empty tomb. So in my study of history, it seems at very least that quite often Roman crucifixion victims were either left hanging on the cross, tossed in a ditch, or put in a mass grave. Those seem to be things that happened most of the time. I have Mike Lacona and Gary Habermas both agreeing with me on camera that is the thing that most likely happened. So as soon as you have something that is the most likely thing to happen, I don't see a reason to prefer this kind of odd exception. That I don't disagree that exception could happen, that someone in the Sanhedrin could take the body and put it in a personal tomb. Sure, because it seems like there might even be precedent for that in history in other cases. But why go to something that isn't the most likely thing? And if we don't have an empty tomb, there's a whole cascade of things that I no longer have to explain. And obviously the explanation with the fewest multipliers of assumptions is best. So given that, I also feel like the only person who we have really sufficient evidence that they had an appearance of Jesus prior to Paul having one is Peter. And I actually pick Peter somewhat arbitrarily because it seems that someone had to have started this idea that Jesus rose from the dead. It can't have been Paul because his conversion was after this story was circulating. And it seems like Peter and Paul met each other. If you look at Galatians chapter 2 and chapter 4, they seem to have met each other. So it seems to make sense to me that Peter might have been the one to start this. You may have seen a video on my channel this week regarding post-bereavement hallucinations. I brought on Shannon Q, who is studied in psychology, and she looked at some of the typical objections to post-bereavement hallucinations, usually surrounding how old someone has to be, when really the data doesn't present that. When the data is adjusted for the number of deaths that occur in that certain period of time, it seems like you can have a post-bereavement hallucination at any given time. And actually the age period of 30 to 39 is particularly susceptible. Pardon me, it's late. Anyway, so if Peter had a post-bereavement hallucination and started spreading the word, if some people started to buy into this, we know that memories can be implanted based on repetition, based on wishes. There's a lot of reasons why memories can solidify in a community and even seem very genuine and real. That story just starts to spread from one individual. I also agree that I agree that Paul wrote 7 of the letters that are attributed to him. And so in Corinthians, he says himself that he had a vision. I'm sure we'll get to it. I think that I take vision just to mean a non-physical body appearance, and if it is a physical body, there's a lot of weird things, and I'm sure we'll get to that when it gets to those chapters of his book. Anyway, so if you get down to Peter and Paul, each having some sort of hallucination, that we can really explain all of the data as to why the church exists, and that's all one needs. Dr. Loke really hates that theory. He calls me fringe. He thinks that because no one else adheres to that no scholar that he can point to, that therefore it's not worth discussing, and yet we're having this weird written debate. So I don't know where to stand on that. But that's where I am. That's my interest in this topic, and I'm excited to hear what you three have to say, and to say as little as possible.
Awesome.
Well, thanks for that.
Yeah. So now if we go on to Kamil and his theory, and it's worth mentioning as well that Kamil and Dr. Loke are on equal footing here, because they both have PhDs that aren't to do with history. So they're both non-specialists in the area, even though Kamil is doing an undergraduate in classics at the moment in his free time. So that would, maybe put him a little bit ahead of Loke actually in terms of expertise here. But do you want to provide your?
I don't know. Being ahead of Loke I don't know if that can happen.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, also it's maybe important to emphasize that we are putting forward a competing hypotheses, but we are not necessarily saying that we think this is what happened. That's not the point, right? So imagine that there's a box, and you don't know what's in it. And I come to you and say, the box weighs 10 pounds, so there's a duck in it. And you tell me, well, how do you know there's a duck in it? There could be other things that weigh 10 pounds, like lizards. So,
or timeless, spaceless, immaterial 10-pound weight.
Well, the point is, I'm not like making a positive declaration that there's a lizard in it. I'm just pointing out that the 10 pounds isn't like decisive evidence one way or the other, right? Because it can be accounted for by both hypotheses. So yeah, we're just putting forward alternative explanations. And the point is not to defend them as the thing that actually happened in history, because we don't know what happened in history. In this specific case, we just don't have the evidence to do it. But there's a claim that the resurrection hypothesis is either the only explanation or the most probable explanation. And so the whole point of this exercise is to show that it's not the case, that we can actually provide explanations which are, at worst, as probable as the resurrection hypothesis. But like, I think they are probably much, much more probable, right? Even though we don't know whether they actually happened or not. So I can even bite the bullet and say that, like, all of our hypotheses combined, the probability that we would have the evidence that we have if those hypotheses were true is very, very low, right? So kind of the explanatory power of those hypotheses is low. The expectedness of the evidence that we have on the hypotheses is very low. But I'm going to claim that what makes more than enough up to it is the difference in the prior probability. And we can go a little bit more into it, right? So I can just bite the bullet and say, if my explanation was the case, the probability that this piece of evidence related to the resurrection would exist is not very high. I'm fine like granting that, right? But then the question is it high enough to overcome or is it low enough so that the resurrection hypothesis can still overcome the differential in the priors? And I think no, and there are good reasons for it. But what is my explanation? What's very important to realize is that in my explanation, I'm actually granting that Yahweh exists. So not just any God, but specifically the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I'm also granting that miracles do actually happen, including bodily resurrections. So we can just take the whole discussion about whether God exists or whether miracles are even possible and put it aside, because that's not relevant. So what happened, right? I think that Jesus claimed to be a Messiah, and as such, he was arrested, tried, and executed by crucifixion as a royal pretender. That obviously devastated some of his followers who had probably different messianic expectations in mind. They turned to the Old Testament and, out of exegesis of specific passages, put together like a core of New Testament theology. Specifically, they linked the person of the Son of Man from Daniel the Messiah and the suffering servant from Isaiah. And all of those links were already made in pre-Christian Jews. So there were already Jews who were reading the suffering servant to be messianic. And there were already Jews who thought that the Messiah is the apocalyptic Son of Man, sort of a divine figure. And from that, they were able to come up with an explanation of why is it the case that the Messiah had to die. So that's the thing, right? And then after a while, again, we don't know how long because we don't engage in a yellow brick road apologetics. So I wouldn't, for example, take the content of Acts to be a depiction of what actually happened in the past. So at some point in the like after that, days, weeks, years, individual disciples as well as groups of disciples experience an extramental entity which they interpreted to be Jesus, and this wasn't the cause of their belief in Jesus's resurrection. They already held that belief based on their exegesis of the Old Testament, because the Old Testament obviously says that the suffering servant in Isaiah is going to be raised, lifted up, and highly exalted in heaven. And they believed that Jesus was at the time highly exalted in heaven, standing or sitting on the right-hand side of God's celestial throne. And obviously, being Second Temple Jews, they believed that in order for a dead corpse to be raised, lifted up, and exalted in heaven, it has to be physically raised first, because resurrections were physical in Second Temple Judaism. And when people in the minds of Second Temple Jews were lifted up to heaven and exalted in the presence of God, they were taken in their body. So it's not the case that their bodies dropped dead and only their souls went to be exalted with God, right? So the obvious examples are Enoch in, for example, First Enoch, where he is bodily taken from earth, which is a reference to Genesis, and then he's transfigured into an angelic being. It's obviously Elijah, who is again taken in the body. These people don't die, so they are not raised first. But the point is that the whole process is bodily. So the disciples would imagine that Jesus, in order to get to that highly exalted position, would be raised and his body would be taken. So it wouldn't be where he was originally buried, right? So what was this extramental entity? Well, out of many possible explanations, I just pick one, and I propose X hypothesis that it was Pareidolia. Pareidolia is just a human tendency to perceive a meaningful pattern, to perceive a stimulus as a meaningful pattern. Pareidolia has a wide range of religious applications in all kinds of religions. Instances of Pareidolia became places of worship, very highly religious symbols and stuff like that. So doesn't seem to be very implausible. So just to give you an example of what it could be, a large group of Jesus's followers was walking outside one day, let's say 2 years after the resurrection, right? And they suddenly saw an image of Jesus in the clouds. Cephas saw it first, then the 12, then more than 500 brethren saw it at the same time. Then James saw it, and then all of the disciples, all of the apostles saw it. Now, obviously, do I think that this is what caused the belief in the resurrection? No. They were already convinced that Jesus was raised from the dead and highly exalted and is in heaven in the clouds with God because of their exegesis of the Old Testament. This maybe just sealed the deal. That was like a final confirmation that this is what's actually going on. But this just explains why there are accounts of groups of people seeing Jesus. It doesn't explain where the resurrection belief comes from. The exegesis of the Old Testament explains that, right? So these are like two interlocking components of the explanation. I can just grant that just the exegesis itself wouldn't convince the disciples, and just the Pareidolia wouldn't convince them. But given that ancients very often turned to the clouds and interpreted celestial phenomena as signs of divine presence, those two components jointly convinced them that their explanation is true, so that they were so much so that they were willing to be persecuted, suffer, and die for their beliefs. Right? What happened to Jesus's body? I think what happened to him is probably what happened to any ordinary criminal who didn't have family around to bury him. He was just placed in a common grave according to regulations that were in place in first century Jerusalem, in which there were 2 plots of lands for as a communal graveyard for criminals. So he would be put into the one for crucifixion victims. So I don't think he was actually buried in a tomb in by Joseph of Arimathea. I think that story is relatively implausible. We can go into it. Was it the case that his body was exhumed? We don't know. I think even if it was, Jesus' disciples had a religious milieu that would allow them to explain away that piece of evidence, as we see believers of all kinds of religions being able to explain away contrary evidence to their religion all the time. For example, they would very obviously say that it's a satanic deception, right? Again, and is it possible that some Jesus followers deconverted when they were presented with this kinds of evidence? Sure. But the fact that we don't have it in the historical record, I don't think the fact that we don't have information about that in the historical record positively rules that out. I think that's a very weak argument from silence. And then decades later, like let's say in the second half of the 1st century, the Gospels were written. I think the Gospel authors were Greco-Roman authors of Greco-Roman literature, and it was perfectly acceptable. It was a standard literary practice for authors like that to create what they perceive to be plausible narratives about what happened in the past, which includes invention of details. So they created a scene of how they imagined Jesus would be buried. They created a scene of what they believed happened with his body, because they sincerely believed that Jesus was raised. They sincerely believed that Jesus was raised bodily. So if you could go back in time and ask them, do you think Jesus's body is located where he was buried? They would say no. But it's not because they had any reliable information about his body being discovered empty. It's just a product of their existing beliefs. So they created these narratives based on a combination of their existing beliefs and their sources. And their sources, for example, told them that, yeah, there were groups of people who experienced seeing Jesus after he was dead. So they combined it with their existing belief in the bodily resurrection, and of course with the literary themes and theological messages that they wanted to communicate. For example, one of the theological goals for at least some of the Gospels is to combat docetism, which is the idea that Jesus didn't have a physical body when he was on earth. So they would create scenes where Jesus appears in groups of people. He has a physical body, he interacts with them, he eats, and stuff like that before finally ascending to heaven. I don't think that there being still disciples of Jesus alive at the time, or disciples of disciples, would necessarily prevent those stories from being developed, and they wouldn't prevent them from being circulated. And again, I'm going to show some reasons why I think that's the case later. And from that, I think the rest is history. You don't need the resurrection to explain, for example, why the early church became popular. Scholars write very thick books about why Christianity succeeded as opposed to other ancient religions. And if you open it, it doesn't just say Jesus was raised from the dead. It goes into very complicated political, social, and economic reasons. What you just need to explain is the origin of the resurrection belief, which I think I can do much better than the resurrection hypothesis. So that's about it.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Kamil. So if we start getting into the book now, and there might be some bits that we skip through because we can't like read every single page or whatever, but I guess where all of us have got highlights and thoughts and things, we'll comment on that. So it's maybe worth mentioning the kind of structure of the book a little bit at the start. So one thing that Loke does, and I'm not sure if this is what he means by transdisciplinary approach, but he kind of like creates big old syllogisms, and I don't read too much history, so I don't know how common this is in history to do this, but and then he'll basically, you know, like rule out certain parts of the syllogism that he disagrees with to show why his kind of theory is the successful one. So he does this by kind of like creating a disjunction, for example, of what he sees as like plausible natural explanations, and kind of rules them out one by one. Or he does this as well with the chapter on, is it okay for can we rule out a priori that historians can make a resurrection claim, for example, and rather than just saying Jesus resurrected, he combines like a bunch of premises together, which obviously we're probably gonna reject, and makes it kind of sound like you're just accepting one of these at a time, rather than considering, given the fact that we might be committed to Jesus dying, how do we then interpret the evidence about his sightings? He's like, well, no, it's caused by an extramental reality. But we'll get into all that stuff as we go through. But that's just the general structure of the book, is that he kind of puts together this syllogism, and then the chapter sections are kind of based around, either ruling out one of the premises or arguing in favor of one of the premises that he's put together. Anything you guys want to say on that before I just screen share?
I think it's helpful for organization of thought, but it's a horrible methodology, because he basically goes by the process of elimination, right? He wants to show that various alternative options for each of the components of the evidence for the resurrection is improbable. And he actually later says that he thinks the probability is like negligible. So it's like in, I guess, 1 in thousands, maybe he would say, maybe even lower.
Oh, he used cryptography or something, didn't he? He said
cryptography. We are going to get into it in like 8 hours, because it's literally like on the very last pages of the book, which I think is the most interesting and one of the few things that are actually relevant about the book, right? So he goes by the process of elimination, and he wants to show that the alternative explanations are very, very improbable, for reasons which I think like insufficiently show that. And then he treats the last remaining option, which points to the resurrection of Jesus, as essentially winning by default, right? And he later says, like, given all of the alternative explanations are negligibly probable, well, that must mean that the rest of the probability space is occupied by the resurrection hypothesis. But no, that's not how it works, right? Like, you need to actually estimate what's the expectedness of the evidence on various alternative hypotheses, and then you have to address the question of whether the expectedness is sufficient to overcome the difference in the prior probability. Because it could be the case, again, I would be the first person to grant that, it could be the case that some competing explanations actually explain the evidence relatively poorly, so the evidence existing on them is relatively improbable. But they are so much more intrinsically probable in the resurrection that they still are, like, the posterior is still higher, right? And that happens all the time in like every field where this kind of reasoning is being used. So it's not a very good way how to approach.
Yeah, his fundamental argument is to argue by exclusion. So he sets up what is intended to be a logically exhaustive list of all of the possibilities for explaining, the burial and whether there were hallucinations and so forth, and then says, well, he rules out, and he actually says that all of the naturalistic options, and then basically just says, well, what we've got left is that Jesus resurrected. What he never attempts to do is establish whether that is actually likely or not. He does sort of defend that it's basically he responds to some criticisms that it's unlikely, but it doesn't actually argue that it's likely. Most of the book is actually just responding to critics and saying, well, this is wrong because, without actually explaining why we should think what he says is true. That there's a difference between responding to an objection and actually offering a positive case. And I think actually we'll see this, but a lot of what Loke does is actually just saying, well, this doesn't work, so therefore, he often even doesn't say the therefore, it's just sort of like left as an implication that we should believe what he says. And as Kamil was saying, there's also, Loke approaches this with the way he constructs a syllogism sort of implies that the naturalistic options are mutually exclusive, whereas they're not. And it's kind of interesting because he does have a chapter on like combination theories, but that actually doesn't really fit into his syllogism well, because it's sort of unclear. They're sort of denying multiple premises essentially, or I guess accepting multiple different premises, and so he doesn't really have an ability to assess the overall plausibility of that compared to the resurrection in the framework that he uses. So I think that basically the big long syllogisms he constructs, I don't actually think are useful for his case. They don't seem to do very much by the end of the book. What I think you really need to do is put forward what facts you're trying to explain, and then assess the different explanations that account for those facts on the basis of their explanatory virtues. This is what I do, by the way, although I only look at Craig's claim and then assess it comparing to mine, because obviously that's the context of my book. But that's sort of what I was hoping Loke would do, because he sort of says that that's what he's going to do, but unfortunately we don't get that.
Yeah, I would call this essentially Doyle's fallacy, the book. So Sherlock Holmes famously says something along the lines of, when you rule out everything that's impossible, whatever is left, however implausible, must be true. And of course, that's an accurate statement only to the extent where you can catalog literally every single possible thing. I would say there are elements of all of the hypotheses put forward so far that he doesn't address, or at least adequately address. I made the mistake of saying at one point that he disregarded something when really, truthfully, he gave it one sentence and said that he didn't think it was plausible. So I took that as disregarding it, but he didn't. Essentially, yeah, what everyone else has said. This is a fallacy of a book. You cannot just say that some of these things didn't exist, therefore my idea is true. That's not the way this works.
Cool. So if we get into it, and then we can point out some of these specific cases. Yeah, and I think I did do like a Control F through it for like it is the phrase "it is unlikely that," and often as well he'll just say it's unlikely that, and it's like, well, yeah, but how does that likelihood compare to the likelihood of someone rising from the dead? And he'll often say, well, things like subheading, why is there such little extra biblical data on this question, for example? And I'll say, well, that doesn't matter because the data we do have is really good, and like just kind of like push aside like those objections. So if we go through some of those things to point it out, is the text big enough for you guys to see, or do you think it could be one bigger there? I can.
Yeah, I think a little bit bigger would be good.
Like that?
Yeah, there we go.
Cool. Yeah, so just point out any highlights that you guys have got, any comments that you want to make. This was, of course, your first one, Kamil. So do you want to?
Yeah, well, yeah, we can. I'll let you know when to pause,
Okay.
because some of the highlights were just for me, for my own.
Cool. Yeah. So we're going to get to the dedication to Dr. William Lane Craig for answering so many of my questions. And it's worth saying as well that Loke did a master's in philosophy or Christian philosophy at Talbot School of Theology, which is where William Lane Craig teaches, and then did his PhD in theology at King's College London. So probably familiar with, Craig and his thoughts and ideas from his time at Talbot, spending however £34,000 on a degree in Christian apologetics or whatever.
In a recent Reasonable Faith podcast, Dr. Craig called Dr. Loke the William Lane Craig of Asia, which I just thought was awkward all around.
Oh man!
For William Lane Craig to himself dub someone else as the him something.
It's like
that's how that went.
Oh man, yeah, he cites Craig a lot. Not as much as I do in my book, but to be fair, my book's all about Craig. So
well, he cites Loke more than Craig, doesn't he? Loke 2017.
I just want to say I'm the James Fodor of Eastern Europe.
So you can see some of the chapter titles here. So just introduction. And like the premises that he's kind of arguing for, as we've kind of talked about. So this book's taken 14 years to write. I'm not sure if that's just the general time that he has been in like Christian apologetics and he's counting all that, or if he's actually been working on it that long.
I think he was just literally typing for 14 years. That's like the that's
like,
the net time, not the gross time,
Yeah.
There are a lot of citations of different authors, so I can see that it would have taken time to compile those. I don't know about 14 years though. I mean, I guess he wasn't working on it full time the whole time, but it does seem excessive.
So yeah, significance of the question. So he's looking to answer whether it's in principle possible to reason from empirical evidence to Jesus' resurrection, given its supposed miraculous nature, and whether all the naturalistic alternatives can be eliminated.
So the page numbers won't line up, will they?
At the bottom, I don't know if I can even. Where can I see the page numbers?
Yeah, my thought was that we can just run through like each section, and then if there's anything either of us wants to get back to, we can.
Yeah, because I've got highlights, and I'm not.
Can you
sure.
see at the bottom there, James? See where it says page 1? Those should line up with yours.
It does not.
Yeah, it
Hang
doesn't
on.
for me either.
I would have thought I would have
Oh, hang
thought
on.
they did.
Is that page 2?
Yeah, if I go to page 2 there.
Yeah, but that's not my page 2.
Okay, right. Is it better if I use Kamil's? Is this going to line up with yours?
I think it's going to line up better because I'm assuming both me and
Oh, I'm
James
using
are
a
working
PDF.
with a PDF. Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
yeah,
pull
I'll
up
switch.
the-
I'll switch to your PDF then.
I mean, fortunately, there's a lot of subsections, so we can identify subsections.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just it's just when I want to say like this sentence in this paragraph. It's
So is
easier.
this better for you?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I wanted to highlight. Oh, now I forgot what it was. Now, yeah, page 2, first paragraph. So what he says, this would be the first monograph on Jesus' resurrection to demonstrate a comprehensive coverage of all categories of hypotheses. So I was really looking forward to seeing delivery on that, and I think we should hold him to whether we think that he has delivered. And obviously, I don't think that he has. Kamil's also said that, but that's what he's aiming to do here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to me like he did consider a few natural kind of hypotheses, but it also seems to be the ones that he considered. I mean, like none of you guys have mentioned like the swoon hypothesis, for example, and there's like an extensive treatment of like that sort of thing.
Oh, they love the swoon hypothesis.
Yeah,
It's the easiest to
seems to
debunk.
only, yeah, that's what I mean. They seem to only be giving a treatment of the ones that like I've heard a million times before apologists kind of debunk, but not the ones that like any of you guys are actually talking about.
Though, to be fair, I mean, he recently on Capturing Christianity debated a Muslim apologist.
Oh yeah,
The swoon theory is their go-to.
Oh right, okay.
So he did have to defend against the swoon theory quite a bit in his recent debate. So while it doesn't, none of us are convinced by it. There is that section that's convinced by it, which is why I've stopped laughing out loud when it's said.
That's true, but Muslims generally don't believe in a naturalistic swoon. It's like a miracle as well. God made it appear that, Jesus died when in fact he didn't, or someone died in his place, but God was involved as well.
Yeah, and his refutation of it in the book is to say that a loving God wouldn't deceive people like that, and that's it. So like Islam debunked with one sentence. Now I just wanted to point out, he says that there the resurrection of Jesus has been a focus of at least 3,400 academic books. And he has that from Habermas, I think. No, from Lacona.
Yeah. Lacona.
Yeah.
Lacona's master's student, is that the one you couldn't get hold of? Or
no,
that
that's
actual?
from Lacona. But I wouldn't be surprised if Lacona I wouldn't be surprised if Lacona cited Habermas, because it says since 1975, which is also a cutoff point which Habermas uses for some of his numbers. Does it include Jehovah's Witnesses pamphlets? Because that's a massive amount. I don't think there has been 3,400 books specifically on
books and articles.
Books and articles, yeah. So I don't think there has been that many on the question of like what happened with Jesus and what explains the resurrection evidence. And this is something that you, James, also pointed out in the past. Historians don't actually spend a lot of time investigating it. Like if I put forward a grant proposal on my university to come up with an alternative explanation for the resurrection evidence, they would just laugh at me, including people in the grant committee who are Christians and non-Christians, right? Because historians just have better things to do. And there isn't really anyone who would be like specifically qualified to answer this question. And in general, historians, when they encounter these kinds of claims, they don't try to reconstruct some kind of plausible course of events that led to those accounts existing, right? That's just not what historians do.
My challenge is to cite a different example of another claimed supernatural or paranormal type event historically that has attracted any significant number of historians to try to provide an explanation of it. Anything more than
I have some examples where historians actually comment on what could have been the case that led to this supernatural claim being made in literature. That happens, but it's not like they spend, they write thousands and thousands of articles about these questions, right? But to be fair, like I think if we compare Jesus to other figures, yeah, the number of publications would be disproportionately high, but that's just because Christianity became popular. So
okay, so I think in this point, is this where he's saying, you know, no one has really written against it except we have Celsus, who offered, who we only have through Origen's writings.
This is just a minor point, because I noticed how ancient works are cited, and just based on the formatting, it looks like as if he was thinking that there was a guy named Quran who wrote a book named Surah. But I think this is just a mistake in editing, right? He probably doesn't think that.
Yeah, the first draft of my book from the editor had my name misspelled on every page of the book. So
shouldn't it? Yeah, it should be Allah in whatever year. Bad joke. Let that hang, like the bad fart that it is.
Well, was Allah the author? I thought it like coexisted eternally with. Anyway, that's another question.
So let me know if you want to.
There's something on page 5 I wanted to point out, which kind of actually matters, because this it is the indented quote near the bottom. God
This
maintains that one. I see. I see. You're also a man of culture. So God maintains a delicate balance between keeping his existence sufficiently evident so people will know he's there, and yet hiding his presence enough so that people who want to choose to ignore him can do it. This way their choice of destiny is really free. So this is in response to the idea that, well, why isn't the evidence stronger than it is? Which I actually think is quite a strong argument against the set of Christian claims about not necessarily that Jesus was resurrected, but that you can demonstrate it through historical evidence. Like God wanted there to be enough evidence that we could know. Because the evidence could be so much stronger. I mean, I already saw someone in the chat mention, why didn't Jesus appear, to Pilate, or I say to Caesar and to the Chinese emperors and, people all over the place. Then the evidence would be way better. And all of our naturalistic hypotheses would be shot through if we had evidence from these different places at the same time. But we don't have that evidence. And so the claim here is that, well, the reason is because God needs to protect our free will, because if the evidence was too good, well, then everyone would just have to follow God, right? Because we all know that if you believe something, it means you have to follow it. The example I wrote is that if everyone knew that smoking causes lung cancer, then no one would be able to choose to smoke. That would remove their free will, because that's how free will works. Wait, actually, it's not. And interestingly, even in the Bible, it has examples of people who see the miracles that God's prophets produce, and then they don't believe. What about when the Israelites have all those miracles that they've experienced, and then Moses goes up on Mount Sinai and comes back and they're worshiping the golden calf? Like, was that because, like, did they not have the free will to do that because they'd seen all these miracles? No, they still did. So I don't understand how this argument makes the slightest bit of sense. Knowing that God exists and knowing that Jesus was, raised from the dead and so forth is a necessary precondition to worshiping him. And if that's what God wants to bring about, then you'd think that he would make that as clear as possible on the hypothesis that that's what he wants to do. But yet he's chosen apparently to provide a very, really pathetic quantity of evidence relative to what he could do. And this is the best they can do with coming up with an explanation for that. It's like, well, he's trying to protect people's free will. I just think it's really sad as a rebuttal.
Can you, Nathan, can you hover over my highlight? Yeah. So basically this line of reasoning presupposes doxastic voluntarism, which is the idea that we have like volitional control over whether we will be convinced to believe something or not, right? Which I think is false. I can't choose to believe that my head is on fire right now, and it doesn't matter if I have a free will or not, and it doesn't matter how hard I try, right? So like, whether people accept the evidence for the resurrection or not isn't a question of their free will choice, and it doesn't matter how much evidence there is for it or isn't, right? I think it's mostly just based on randomness. Like, so people have different background knowledge, they have different background experiences, which, that's the prism through which they evaluate arguments and evidence. And it's just a matter of coincidence that like some people spend more time looking into it than others. So this is like a really problematic line of reasoning, even on like an epistemic level.
Before we get too deep, did anyone have any comments about the price tag of the book?
Oh, well, I think we got it for free. I don't know if he did that as a result of being on Capturing Christianity, but otherwise it was about $124 or something.
Yeah, he's been giving the book away for free up apparently based on some kind of deal with his publisher because he wanted the most people to read it. But it's come up quite a bit in our discussions that despite it being free, he's a little bit off-put about how many people are reading it, and so he's now put forth that perhaps he should make cartoons instead with his efforts to do that. So it's just
yeah. Well, there is something. I mean, I it's free now, so that's good. But there's a point that we have raised over time in doing these like bad apologetics episodes, and that we want to do an episode in future on the apologetics industrial complex, where I think what we'll do is weigh up, like how there's a book for everything that everyone recommends, like, oh, you've got to read Craig Keener's book on miracles. Oh, it's got a moral monster, and like just sum up the price tag of like all of these books and see how much money you actually need to be saved.
Actually, you don't need any money to be saved. It's how much money you need to leave the faith.
Yeah,
you can't leave unless you've read this list of books. So, yeah.
Well, actually, I think I've argued before that the purpose of this apologetics is actually. Well, let me be super cynical here and see what. So the purpose of these books is for them to not be read. And here's what I mean by that. The purpose of these books is so that when you have doubts and you talk to your pastor or you watch a video or whatever, they say, don't worry, in this book, we deal with this. And it's an expensive book. It's probably boring and it's probably hard to read. I mean, not all of them are, right? But I'm talking about a lot of them, especially the big ones that like, oh, this is the definitive book on this. And so, of course, no one's going to read that. And when I say no one, there's like crazy people like us will read it. But a tiny proportion of people will ever read it. But they take comfort in knowing that smart people like Lacona and Craig and Loke and others have dealt with these issues. And they've look at all these pages and it's like, a university press, it must be pretty solid, right? They've dealt with it. I don't need to worry about it. And so in a sense, I think that these books, many of them at least, serve as just as a support so that they can feel comforted in not having to worry about these things.
Anecdotally, that is entirely my story. I had concerns about all kinds of things. And I kept just, oh, well, someone else has dealt with it. And unfortunately, I was in young earth creationism on top of it.
Right.
But it was literally like, oh, well, someone who's got a lot of time has looked at this. I'm too busy worship leading and being a youth pastor, so I won't even bother because look at this, someone else's shelf. That's your hypothesis is exactly fits me. Anecdotally, spot on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, like, I would think that James Fodor is being like super cynical, and that's because he's spiritually dead. But we have literally Frank Turek saying on camera that the reason why you wrote a book is to get clout, so that you are invited to talk at churches, right? Like he said, the book can be complete garbage and you can be an idiot, but if you have a book, then people listen to.
Freudian slip there, Frank. Oh,
yeah.
No, it wasn't a Freudian slip. Like he intentionally said that in an interview. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was the Countering Christianity one in the church.
I heard that one too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it wasn't the Freudian slip. He's just like completely like self-awareness. and then, like 5 minutes later, Cameron was like, "Okay, let's talk about your new book."
yeah. I think.
Nathan, we're coming up to an ad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. So I've succeeded in my mission here of derailing the conversation. That's all I'm here for.
No, that's part of what we do. We talk about the social side of apologetics as well.
Well, I think actually there's a video that me and Kamil did about a year ago called Frank Turek's Apologetics Reviewed, and that is that video where he does that on my channel. So there we go. There's something Craig says here that's pretty weird about like necessary and contingent truths.
Loke?
I can't remember what it was. Loke quoting Craig.
Yeah, okay,
yeah. I can't remember why I highlighted it in my copy.
I think we can just use Craig and Loke interchangeably, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
like where
Craig himself actually says that's okay, right? So
yeah.
I have a bad tendency of doing that, of just saying Craig. First of all, in conversation, people have no idea who I'm talking about. And second of all, sometimes when it's not the right name. What?
Did you say Craig during sex?
What? Why did you immediately go to that? No, just because, I don't know. When you read too much Craig, this is what happens to your brain. Anyway, so what page are we on?
We're on page 7 now, 6 to 7, and this is where he says, you know, something like Goldbach's conjecture would be necessarily true, but blah blah blah, contingent truths.
So I wanted to make a point about that manuscript support thing on page 7. Thankfully, Loke doesn't bang on about this too much, but he does mention it here. The number of manuscripts we have is just irrelevant. I know, Kamil, you've said this before. I mean, I think what's his name? Bart Ehrman said this as well. Mostly these are just late copies, and it's really just the earliest manuscripts that count. And also the fact that we have, of course, the manuscript evidence is superior for New Testament documents compared to pretty much any other ancient literature. Because guess who copied these manuscripts? Does anyone know? Raise of hands. Does anyone know who copied these manuscripts? They're monks mostly. They're religious scholars. That's what they did. And in fact, that's why we lost so much of classical literatures, because they're like, oh, this Aristotle crap, this isn't necessary. We'll just, or was it Plato that they?
Well, the Library of Alexandria as well.
Well, yeah, the whole, but so much of that is lost because they didn't see it worth preserving. A lot of what we have was preserved through the.
There are literally palimpsests where we can determine that it originally had the text of Archimedes, and then someone scraped it in the Byzantine Middle Ages to write down Christian hymns instead. No, I mean, technically the argument from textual criticism could be made against someone who would put forward the idea that, like, the early Christians didn't believe in the resurrection, for example, and that was introduced in literature later. Like, I think that's, that became a part of the text in later centuries. That would debunk it. But again, nobody's proposing that, so why even bring it up,
But this is a big part of like I remember when I did what's called another sort of capturing Christianity course. I can't even remember the name of it actually. The Alpha course. I don't know if you have that in America. It's kind of like that. One of those things in the UK, and during it you get given this little booklet about who was Jesus or whatever, and you're gonna go through the Gospels, and they play a few videos that tell you about how sinful you are, and God's gonna see all the dirty things you've done and stuff like that. And in it, there's well, what about the evidence? And there's a little table, and it says, well, Gospel of Mark fragments, however many thousand, and then compare it to, various other historical events that you might be committed to. Well, we've only got 4 for this thing that you believe, so this is that much better because more means better. But there's no there is no nuance in that discussion. How many of these are actually connected to the original authors or the early church in that kind of way? How many of these are from 100, 200 years later? I mean, it's not exactly like with Mormonism, where we've got actual newspaper columns that we can date and say it's literally fragments that are roughly in the same kind of period.
Yeah, I mean, actually, manuscripts within 100 years they're still, I don't know how many there are exactly. Kamil probably know, but there aren't many of those. Most of them are from many centuries later, which is why I'm saying that it's not. Yeah, it's interesting in terms of understanding the process of the preservation of the text, but in terms of just establishing what the disciples originally, or what the gospel writers originally wrote, it doesn't really help. And just having more copies of the same thing also doesn't make it more reliable.
To be clear, I don't think anyone on this panel thinks that variations are a big problem. That it's more a matter of
textual variations. You mean
textual variations like spelling, and then those minor things that I think our general concern, if I understand everyone here correctly, is in things that, because we know things were inserted, like the woman caught in adultery,
stone woman,
because we know things can be inserted, in 480. We just don't know what things could have been inserted in the 300 years before that.
Right. Well, to respond to that, at no point in me arguing about the resurrection, I would resort to saying, well, for all we know, that was as inserted later, right? It's of course true that you should lower your epistemic credence about all of it, given that those kinds of concerns are the case, and it's true about everything in ancient history, right? But it's not you have to assert, well, this was interpolated later in order to explain away the evidence, right?
But is it fair for someone like me to say Mark doesn't have resurrection appearances? Is that fair?
Yeah, you can go into a debate about whether the original, whether the ending that we have today is original or not, and there is a discussion about it, So, but
the oldest extant manuscripts of Mark do not have a resurrection.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So in that case, I feel like it's resurrection related in some ways.
Yeah. If someone says. Yeah, if someone says Mark has resurrection appearances, then I think it's fair to point out that they were probably not there initially. And then the question is, was a different ending lost? Is this the intended ending? If it's the intended ending, why does it end that way, and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think there's all these points that sort of, like Kamil said, would lower your credence. But I think if I'm right, what Kamil wants to do is grant like every spurious jump that the Christian wants to make. Say, this is all exactly what we had originally. Actually, Yahweh exists. Yahweh does, like every little hurdle they've got to get over, and still say that that's the least likely explanation of the evidence that we've got.
Not least likely. That's another thing that another thing that I have to point out. I don't think that a resurrection is the least likely event. I think there are events that are even less likely than a resurrection. For example, 2 resurrections.
yeah, but you know what I'm saying. That there are more plausible candidate explanations. Sorry, I should have.
Yeah, and that's why in my approach, because a lot of atheists won't agree with me that the tomb was empty. But for my purpose, I deliberately wanted to accept all of Craig's minimal facts, because I think it's a mistake, and I've argued this before. I think it's a mistake for atheists to always try to refute the empty tomb. And the reason I think that's a mistake is that it gives the impression, if that's what we always defend, that if it could be shown that the tomb was empty, then that we would have nothing to say. And I think that that's just false. So it's not, I think that one can argue that it wasn't empty. That's plausible as well. I just think that it's important to have a diversity of responses so that it doesn't give the false impression that that it's contingent on them being able to show, because the Christians think that the tomb was empty, right? So from them, we're just denying things that are obvious. At least that's my strategy.
That makes total sense to me. I'm fighting with. I get a lot of comments on every single video that, why are you granting that Jesus existed?
Yeah, so exactly.
We're at a whole different level.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's,
I appreciate that.
I think that's one way to look at it. I don't personally argue. I don't grant that there was an empty tomb for the sake of argument. And
but you grant Yahweh for the sake of argument. Surely an empty tomb is more plausible than Yahweh.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the reason why I don't grant the empty tomb for the sake of argument is because rhetorically, I think that if you grant it, it makes it look like the impression is that it's a very historically certain that there was an empty tomb. So this we have to somehow come up with a story how a tomb became empty, right? And I do genuinely think, as far as I can tell, that the account of the empty tomb as we have it in the Gospels is relatively implausible historically. It's not massively implausible. I don't think something like that could have never happened. I just think that if you take all of the considerations into account and all of the background knowledge and stuff like that, that's probably not how that happened. And also, if you bring in all of the literary considerations about how an account of that would be produced if it didn't happen, then I think there's a good case against the historicity of the empty tomb.
Yeah. I'm not disputing that. Maybe I just find the literary stuff boring, so I just wanted to move away from that.
Maybe let's speed this up because we are on page 8.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you want to comment on this here? So
yeah, I have a lot of notes, but I don't have to go through all of that because I was just writing a lot of stuff down initially before I found out that the book is very repetitive. But yeah, he just makes a point about the sources, relevant sources, and he says that there are, of course, non-biblical, extra-biblical sources, which he says that the authors made use of earlier traditions, which can be found in the 4 Gospels, and modified them in accordance with their religious philosophy. That's exactly what I would say about the canonical Gospels as well, right? And I have some examples like this. And this doesn't need to rely exclusively on skeptical scholars. Even a lot of conservative Christian scholars do say that, the Gospel authors were free to alter the events, alter the accounts, invent things that didn't happen in history, because this was just an accepted literary practice. And if there were members in the audience who were either still eyewitnesses to the events or had access to eyewitnesses, they wouldn't object. They wouldn't perceive it as deceptive, because they would understand this is a common literary practice. And we have examples where things like that happen both in Christian literature and in non-Christian literature of the time. But
we have examples in Loke's book. He writes his own gospel. We'll get to it later. He provides his own, what do they call it? Harmonization, which is not in any of the gospels. Right? So I find this very amusing.
I think it's Now, what I'm proposing is actually more serious than that, right? So one thing is harmonizing it. What I'm saying, what like Loke doesn't do, he doesn't assert as factual things about like specific events, characters, and like circumstances in history that are not found in the text. But I'm actually saying that this is what gospel authors probably did. That was completely normal. It was standard, and it wasn't considered problematic. And it's just much more probable that this is what accounts for the like some of the details in the Gospels, like Jesus eating a piece of fish, than him actually doing that. You know.
Well, do you want? Is it right to say, Kamil, that the authors would perhaps have seen it as like a legitimate way of kind of doing history, if that's the right way of phrasing it, to basically like read the Old Testament and put that and kind of like, you know, whenever there's a detail, when they're not quite clear on what's going on in the story, it's like, oh, well, we'll just like see what's in the Old Testament and piece together the narrative here, put a bit of theology in there. Is that kind of?
Yeah, I think there are several things that are going on at the same time. So I think definitely, like early Christians were convinced that there were some things that were true about Jesus, which in fact were not, because they thought that this is what the Old Testament says about the Messiah. I think, you know, Jesus probably wasn't born in Bethlehem. And there are even examples of like heretics essentially doing that, right? Like, so for example, there was a heresy, which I think it was a Gnostic heresy. And a part of the belief was that Jesus is crucified exactly 1 year later than he was baptized. So his ministry lasted for exactly 1 year. And the reason why they believed that, and the reason why which they gave for believing it, is I think Isaiah 61, where it talks about a year in connection to the suffering servant, right? So I think that's an example of someone doing this kind of exegesis of the Old Testament in a way in which Second Temple Jews were doing it, and becoming convinced that something was true about historical Jesus, even though it's actually not. And then what I'm also proposing is just the authors essentially inventing scenes, settings, and characters so to create like a plausible story of what could have happened, which is consistent with what their sources told them, and what also communicates some theological message, right? Just to give you an example, there are two accounts of, there were actually multiple, it was a whole genre, right? So people in the ancient world, philosophers in the ancient world, wrote apologies of Plato, apologies of Socrates, sorry. So they wrote a speech which Socrates supposedly gave when he was tried in Athens. And it was like a literary genre. We have two which are extant, but we also have information about other which existed and we don't have them. One is from Plato, who was an eyewitness, so he was actually there. And the other one was by Xenophon, who wasn't an eyewitness, but he says that he based his apology on someone else who was an eyewitness, and he names the person. And actually, if you compare the two, they are different. The Socrates says different things. He argues differently. I guess you could harmonize it if you want, but that's not the point, right? Like the whole strategy of his defense is different, and of course, various historical facts which are depicted in the apology are different. For example, what kind of alternative punishment Socrates proposed for himself?
Right.
That's different, right? And so, but like these works were actually written by people who were there for people who were still eyewitnesses, right? Like they were written shortly after Socrates' trial and execution. It's not like they were written centuries later. People were reading them. They could go talk to people who knew Socrates and who could have been present at his trial. And this just, the difference is just were not considered to be anything deceptive or lying or anything like that. It was just understood that this is a normal literary practice. But if you are an author and you want to put forward certain views, like philosophical views, theological views, and stuff like that, this is something that you can do. And it's certainly much more probable that this is what accounts for some of the details in the Gospels than that they actually happened in history, you know?
So I think I want to push on a little bit through the pages in the book, but you guys do call out, because I don't know which of your highlights are going to be important ones, Kamil. I'll try and remember where I had thoughts on things, and as well, James, if you make sure to call out where you've got things that you want to say about this. I don't know. Have you read the book yet, Paul, by the way?
Yeah, despite what you may have heard reported on YouTube, I read the book before I did my very first response video.
No way.
I thought you didn't read books. It was just YouTube apologetics, where you just kind of like.
No, I did read the book. Probably not as carefully as you two did, because it was a little frustrating by the end.
Yeah, I found it not difficult in the sense of like I couldn't understand what was going on, but just like so much bloviation around, like it felt like he'd want to like mention all these kind of irrelevant points and just to say something like that could have been said in one sentence, really. And I'm saying this without any real warrant whatsoever, but I'm thinking, is this like how he's easing the kind of cognitive tension that he's got here by, like, if I go off and talk about all of this like irrelevant history and then it makes it seem like, I'm really in academia, I'm really doing something that's credible here and so forth. Whereas really, like, all he's saying is, I think Jesus resurrected after about like 3 pages.
Well, you guys correct me if you disagree, but I think we touched on it already. I think what he thought he was bringing to the table was a systematic refusal of any alternative, as opposed to putting forth anything for his own case. The thing that he was putting forth in the first book was, this is the first book that is going to eliminate every possible idea everyone else could have.
I think he takes it for granted that the resurrection accounts for the pieces of evidence, which is actually not trivially true, and there is a substantive amount of literature which specifically argues that the resurrection hypothesis is actually a bad explanation. It doesn't have explanatory power for reasons that we could go into, but we probably won't. And he takes it for granted that if God exists, then the resurrection, like the prior probability of the resurrection, is essentially 1. I'm not sure exactly, but I think he says that later in the text.
Well, yeah, this is discussed later.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up a couple of points on page 9. One thing that's relevant to what we're just discussing is he mentions that we have... Well, sorry, he's quoting... Who's he quoting? Well, he's quoting Ibid. I don't know who that is. But he's... Oh, Lacona, I think. He says, we have reports that Jesus had been raised from the dead from at least one eyewitness, Paul. Now, I take real umbrage against that because... And this is important because he mentions this later on, talking about Paul. Despite Christian apologists' repeated attempts to put Paul in the same category as the other disciples, I do not acknowledge Paul as an eyewitness to the resurrection. Paul didn't know Jesus. His experience happened much later. It's not even clear what sort of experience it was, or that it counts as the same sort of thing as a resurrection experience. And furthermore, the idea that God raised Jesus from the dead, okay, maybe you could then say he wanted to appear to the people he knew as a vindication, but then why Paul? It's totally ad hoc. So the resurrection hypothesis has no explanatory power with respect to the Pauline appearance. So that's a point that I just wanted to mention here because it's brought up later as well, because that Loke and others want Paul to be, because Paul's the only one we have a known established like first-person description of an appearance from, and they want to say that's a resurrection appearance. But I don't grant that it's a resurrection appearance in the relevant sense, and especially when they go on to talk about, they had to distinguish categories between like visions and resurrection, and there was different things. And Paul's seems to be in a different category, and of course there's interpretive work they do to put it in the same category. But I think that that's a real sleight of hand there.
Well, I think something. Oh, sorry, Kamil.
But by that standard, another eyewitness to the resurrection would be John of Patmos, because he describes an appearance of Jesus to him in the Revelation, right? And like technically that.
Well, he was the beloved disciple, right? So that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. Like technically, the book of Revelation is even better than the Pauline epistles, because in the Pauline epistles, Paul doesn't actually say what the nature of his appearance was, like what the nature of Jesus appearing to him was. He never says, Jesus appeared to me as a person wearing white robes. He never says, Jesus appeared to me and spoke to me like so that I could hear his voice. He never says, oh, I could touch Jesus, or Jesus ate a piece of fish, right? Of course, there is the Damascus Road experience, but that's not by Paul. That's by the author of Acts. But if you actually read the opening to the book of Revelation, the author says who he is. He's speaking in first person, and he describes how Jesus looked like when he appeared to him. So I don't know why this isn't brought up as amazing evidence for the resurrection, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Why are
Sorry,
Christian
go ahead.
apologists completely ignoring the book of Revelation?
So, in fairness, James, if I want to steelman Dr. Loke, which I try to do when I can, he considers that I believe it's verse 8 of 1 Corinthians 15, where Paul says, and last of all to me, that Paul himself, according to Dr. Loke, is putting himself in that same category. So you want to ascribe it as a category error of a type.
Yeah.
But Dr. Loke puts forth that Paul himself puts himself in the same category, so therefore Dr. Loke is justified in putting him in the same category. Just to be...
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Argument, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say about that is that is, I take that as Paul attempting to establish his credentials, which I think is sort of clear that that's what he's doing. But, and I don't doubt that sort of Paul thought to himself that, his appearance sort of counted. The point I'm making, though, is more of a logical point about the role of the explanatory scope of the resurrection hypothesis, right? This is why I think they can get away with this, because this is almost never discussed. Loke doesn't really discuss it, for example. Craig doesn't really discuss it. In that, if you're going to say, okay, God rose Jesus from the dead, what follows from that? Well, actually, as I argue, nothing follows from that about any appearances. You have to then say, invoke an additional hypothesis that, well, there's some reason for appearances, because God could appear to anyone at any time, whether or not he was resurrected. So it's not clear what the explanatory scope is. So you've got to introduce additional hypotheses there. And the usual hypothesis is, well, Jesus appeared to those people he knew during life as a vindication of, his ministry and his triumph over death. Okay, let's suppose we grant that. That doesn't seem to account for Paul, because he didn't know Paul and it happened later. So of course, if you buy into all of the Christian theology, then you're going to say, well, that was just part of it and God used Paul for his mission. But my point is that it starts to look more and more ad hoc if you're wanting to try to shoehorn Paul into this, because he doesn't seem to fall under the same, he doesn't seem to fit in the same category with respect to the relationship he had with Jesus.
To be clear, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's a fair response, because that's probably what he would say. But I think,
I think we all agree that it was like post-ascension. At very least, that's weird. Like, so would have had to have returned again. And no one talks about the transfiguration, with Moses and the others, as them being resurrected. So there's lots of ways to be problematic. So
so just really quickly on page 9, there are 2 points where it just shows how Dr. Loke doesn't have the qualification to examine what happened 2,000 years ago. He puts forward a quotation of a historian, Phlegon of Thales, which is found in Origin, but it's not actually Origin quoting Phlegon, it's Origin quoting Celsus. So he read that either he got it from some other apologist, or that he wrote that passage and actually misunderstood who is it that Origin is quoting. Like, I checked the editions, critical editions of the fragments of Phlegon, and that specific passage doesn't appear there, because Origin isn't actually quoting Phlegon, he's quoting Celsus. And also, later on, immediately, Loke says, it is unlikely that Origin fabricated what Phlegon wrote, given that it would have been easy for his readers to find out. And this is going to be a recurring motif in the book. He is very often going to dismiss various claims, various proposed explanations, by saying, if that was the case, it would be easy for some group of people to find out and debunk it. But ironically enough, in ancient history, we actually have an example of Origin specifically, but also other people, misquoting another well-known ancient figure. What I'm specifically talking about is that both Origin, Eusebius, and Jerome explicitly say that in the Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus specifically says that the reason why the Jews were defeated in Jerusalem and the temple were destroyed is because God avenged Jews killing James, Jesus' brother. Like, this is what they say. And they even quote the exact book in the Antiquities of the Jews where this claim is supposedly found. But the thing is that we actually do have Antiquities of the Jews. We have like those manuscripts. The work was preserved, so we can actually check it. And obviously, it's not found there. So either Origen, Eusebius, and Jerome were working with a copy of Jesus's Antiquities, where
Josephus, not Jesus.
Josephus's Antiquities, where someone just inserted that and it wasn't found in the original text, or someone is lying about what Josephus said. And the point is that even though the work of Josephus was available, because those people were quoting from it, and even though it's not found in the text, there wasn't anyone who debunked it, right? Like, that claim was circulated so that we find it in 3 different authors. And if it happened to be the case that Antiquities of the Jews were not preserved, we would have no idea that these people are essentially misquoting Josephus, right? So this is just one example of how his line of reasoning, if X was the case, then there surely would have been people who would be able to debunk it, just completely fails, because that's not how people work, you know?
Lots of counterexamples to that when we get to it, but that's an interesting
exactly.
one.
So, Kamil, what you're saying is I can leave this call and start working on my Dr. Loke misrepresents church fathers video.
I can. Yeah, well, I've already.
That's really bad. That's really bad.
It's really, really bad.
I've already done a video about how these church fathers misrepresent Josephus. So there you go.
Dr. Loke only cares about how many people see a video, so we'll have to.
Oh, okay.
You might make him explode if you did that.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's another thing on page 9 that I wanted to call attention to. This indented quote there. So he's quoting Paulogia, I don't know him, but we know from subsequent history that Jewish writers were in the main unwilling to engage polemically with Christianity in their extant writings. And then I'll read the end of it. Their silence could have been illustrative of their contempt for or embarrassment about Christianity rather than their ignorance. Now, this is a point that I make in my book, and other respondents have made before, that we don't have, and Loke discusses this, we don't have any like polemical engagement with Christian writings from the 1st century, either from Jews or from Gentiles. We have some mentions, but no like polemical engagement or refutations. The earliest are from the 2nd century, and even then we don't have that much. So this is important because Loke will later make lots of arguments based on basically the idea of, well, if this evidence had been available, or if this certain thing had happened, then the critics of Christianity would have brought it forward, or would have argued about it, or something like that. We'll see that a lot later. But he himself quotes this here, and I think he quotes things later as well, saying that, making this point that no one cared. I mean, and it's hardly anyone, at least. And the point is, it's very easy to see this. How many people here, that's a broad statement there, spend time debunking the Moonies, or even Mormonism, which isn't even that fringe, or Scientology, or any of these novel movements, right? Most of us have no knowledge really of what they believe or ability to explain precisely why they're wrong. We just don't give them the time of day. And I think that was almost certainly the case for certainly 1st century Christianity, which was very small. And I think that is, I brought it up here because I think it's super important, because it is highly relevant to a lot of the claims that Loke's going to make later.
Yeah, I think there are he basically says that the silence indicates that people were not able to debunk Christianity, essentially, so they rather said nothing. But in the next paragraph, he says, while many at the time would have mocked and dismissed the claim that Jesus resurrected as a superstition without further consideration of the evidence, what's remarkable is that there were others who believed that Jesus was resurrected and wrote about it. Well, the first part of that sentence is a really good explanation why people didn't write about it, right? So he makes this argument, and then immediately in the next paragraph, he makes a comment that's like a really good counter argument against what he just said. Yeah.
Oh, there's another point that and Kamil, you know more about this than I do, but many of the very earliest critical responses to Christianity, we only have preserved through Christian responses to them. And so there's another selection effect going on here that probably we've lost some of the best responses that did exist, because I would say that they weren't thought worthy of preservation in the same way that Christian writings were thought worthy of preservation later on.
Do we want to say anything about our ancient mystery religions, the source?
I don't have anything to say about that.
Kamil?
Yeah, I have just one note. By ignoring important differences, is it possible to draw literary parallels with a large number of unrelated literature using speculative and imaginative interpretation? Yeah, so he's just dismissing the idea that like New Testament theology was influenced by ancient mystery religions. And if you are a Christian apologist, the way how you go about it is to create parallelomania and essentially point out all of the differences between Jesus and other deities in ancient mystery religions, right? So unless there actually was a different deity in ancient mystery religion literally named Jesus, you can always point out these differences, right? But what's super spicy about it is that Christians actually use a double standard when they talk about this, and then when they talk about how Jesus is being prefigured in the Old Testament. Because more often than not, if you just read the Old Testament and take it at face value, there is absolutely no indication that this is supposed to be talking about Jesus or even about the Messiah, right? And of course, what might seem like parallelism to us today would be just completely acceptable for people 2,000 years ago. Like, for example, the way how Second Temple Jews read the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, was not like a historical grammatical hermeneutic that we use today. No, they just took various concepts in isolation from their original context, and they gave it a new meaning. For example, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Essenes read the prophecy of Nahum, and they interpret it as talking about the Seleucid king Demetrius. Now, if you read Nahum, there is absolutely no reason for you to think that this is talking about some king in the Seleucid Empire in the 2nd century BCE, right? Like, there's just is no inference there. But this is what Second Temple Jews did. So I don't think that like dismissing these parallels as cases of parallelomania is like a valid response how to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything you want to say on this quote? Given their ancient Jewish monotheistic context, the earliest Christian leaders who insisted on worshipping only God, the Creator, would have resisted the influence of these polytheistic legends.
Which page is it?
This is page 14.
Are we on page 14 already?
Well, I'm just trying to get through a bit quicker than we have been so far.
Okay.
Maybe you need to start doing some push-ups, Nathan, to break it up a bit and keep people interested.
If you're getting bored in the audience, I'm sorry about that. We've almost broken Cameron's the time that he was on now already. Where are we?
Yeah, I just want to say on page 11. Yeah, so there is this. Sorry, there is this story that apologists often use when they talk about parallelomania, right? So apparently there was a novel called The Wreck of the Titan, which essentially exactly matches the sinking of Titanic, but it was actually written like 20 years before Titanic sank. And of course, the point is that, yeah, it could be the case that there are fictional stories that matched what later happens in history, and it doesn't mean that there isn't actually any connection between them, because right. Titanic actually sinking is not like causally connected to the book existing, the book being written in any way, right? So that's given by apologists as an argument against parallelomania, against finding similarities between Jesus and these other deities from ancient mystery religions. But you can actually use the exact same rhetoric and you can flip it on its head and use it as an argument against finding Jesus in the Old Testament, right? So that's just cute. Yeah. Then he says, establishing the genre of historiography by itself does not imply that a limited number of non-historical details cannot be included, or that claims of eyewitnesses cannot be made up. Just going to put a pin on that for later, because I think that's exactly what happened with the canonical Gospels, and that's like a much better explanation for the evidence than an actual resurrection.
Well, I mean, later on, he just uses general reliability of the Gospels as a way to argue for particular details. It's not the only thing he says, but he appeals to that as well, which I think is dodgy. I think your point, Kamil, about the anti-parallelism and then comparing that to looking at OT prophecies is very interesting. I hadn't thought of that before. I'm thinking of that meme where it's like, what is it, like the sweating Superman or whatever over the two buttons?
Yeah, which one?
And it's like,
parallelism in this case.
With respect to the OT, it's you got to pick one.
I mean, this is like a more general problem where it seems to me that, and I already mentioned that it seems to me that the only consideration that he gives to the idea that the canonical gospel specifically enacts might contain some details that didn't actually happen in history is him essentially trying to debunk the hypothesis that the gospel authors invented the resurrection, right? So when it comes to that question, are the gospels historically reliable? The only hypothesis that he is refuting, essentially, is the idea that there wasn't any resurrection and nobody thought that there was resurrection. It's just later the gospel authors invented it when they were writing the Gospels, right? But this is not what anyone is proposing. He's, for example, being polemical against David Litva. And, for example, he says Litva's claim does not answer how the earliest Christians could have come to perceive Jesus' resurrection as true and view it as a foundation for the hope of eternal life in the first place. So this is a misunderstanding of Litva's point. Litva is not arguing that early Christians intentionally made up the resurrection. They really believed it. Instead, what he's proposing is that there are details in the Gospels and Acts which didn't actually occur in history. They were just products of the Gospel writers being Greco-Roman authors in the first century, who used what was perceived as an acceptable standard of narrative flexibility to construct narratives which include a lot of details that Loke is then going to point to as evidence for the resurrection hypothesis, right?
Yes, an important point about that. On the bottom of page 17, Loke says, with respect to the term earliest Christians, because he uses that term quite a bit, and he used it, I know, in that passage you were just talking about, Kamil. Loke says that by the term earliest Christians, he means those who follow Jesus, or claim to follow Jesus, between when he was crucified and AD 62-ish, when Philippians was written. So interesting to note that would probably exclude the gospel authors, or certainly the later ones, because the gospels were all written after that time. And I mean, in general, I think that's the standard view, that the gospel authors are basically second-generation Christians. So the idea here is not that the gospel authors like invented Christianity. I don't know really anyone who says that. Rather, as Kamil was saying, that the gospel authors embellished stories that they had received from early generation of Christians and in writing it and compiling it into written form.
Yeah, and that they thought this was a perfectly legitimate thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But not only that, we don't know to what extent these legends developed in the oral tradition before it even arrived to them. So, yeah,
and I think later on there's a point where we'll hopefully get to talk about some of those cognitive biases, heuristics, and socialization effects and things as well.
Yeah, that comes later.
Talks about. I don't know if any of this is useful stuff.
Yeah, there is one note that I have, which I want to
give me a page. Page number
14. Sorry,
oh,
but there is
dragging his heels. Typical East European, always in the past.
James pushed us to 17, Kamil.
Shots fired.
Yeah, so Loke is often talking about how early Christians place Jesus on the creator side of the creator-creation distinction, which I'm not sure how whether this is anachronistic to the first century or not. It's like, to me, it seems to be like some kind of mental gymnastics to try to reverse engineer the Trinity out of the New Testament, right? But here he says, given the ancient Jewish monotheistic context, the earliest Christian leaders would insisted on worshipping only God the Creator, who insisted on worshipping only God the Creator, would have resisted the influence of these polytheistic legends where deification of human figures is concerned. So this is something that like apologists do very often when they want to artificially draw like a very strict distinction between ancient Greco-Roman pagan beliefs and Jewish beliefs on one hand, and say that like Jews were strict monotheists and they would never do this and that, right?
Yeah.
Which like, it's important to realize that Judaism in the Second Temple period was already thoroughly Hellenized. So when New Testament authors say, when New Testament scholars say this comes from an ancient Jewish context and not from an ancient, let's say, Greek context, what they are also implicitly acknowledging is that by the 1st century, ancient Judaism was already under a lot of Hellenistic influences, right? It's just there could have been other possible Greek influences, even independent from that, right? And of course, there are many examples that we can give. Second Temple Jews worshipped angels, for example. That was a very apparently very widespread practice. We have a lot of prohibitions against the worshipping angels, which shows that this is something that people did, because you don't prohibit something that nobody does, right? Of course, we have the idea that there is the Logos, the firstborn son of Yahweh, through whom Yahweh created the universe, which is found in the philosophy of Philo of Alexandria. That's like thoroughly Hellenistic. That comes from Plato, from the idea of the demiurge. Plato specifically believed that Logos is the second God. Second Temple Jews believe that Enoch was turned into a divine being. So deification of human figures was already a thing in Second Temple Judaism. Moses was believed to be an incarnation of a pre-existing divine being. This is, for example, divine being. This is, for example, found in Philo. And also, I think that first Christians didn't identify Jesus with Yahweh. They thought that Jesus is a divine figure. He is very highly exalted. I could make an argument could be made that early Christians believe that after Jesus' ascension to heaven, he is on equal power with Yahweh. But I think that the Trinity is just a theory, and it took a relatively long time to develop.
Would in the time period that the Gospels are being written as well, how would the influence of the kind of Hellenistic conception of the gods be affecting Jews in any way? Would that have any influence on their thoughts about gods, and also the kind of ancient Near Eastern Mesopotamian myths, which are present in the Old Testament, of gods doing battle to create creation and extra, like the kind of things that Michael Heiser talks about with various, it's like henotheism with various gods and things like that. Was that still a thing in the time that the Gospels are being written, or would that have been an influence in that same way?
Yeah, well, I think the early Christians imagined that there are essentially people, and then there are divine beings. So they would be theos in Greek as an adjective. So they would be divine or gods. And that would include, for example, angels who are called theos. That would be including Satan, who was, of course, called theos. And then there is ho theos, the god, which is just one.
Right.
And he's kind of on the top of the pecking order. And I think if we could go back in time and ask the first Christians, Jesus' disciples, after they developed the core of the New Testament theology, like about Jesus, they would believe that Jesus was a pre-existing divine being. So he was theos, but he wasn't ho theos. He was born or he appeared in the world as a human being in a human form. He was killed and he was raised, lifted up and highly exalted in heaven. And he was given the title ho Kyrios, which was a title which was previously only applied to Yahweh. Which could imply that he was perceived to be on the same level, so you would basically have a dual monarchy, right? You would have two rulers essentially ruling over creation. One is Yahweh and one is Jesus. They are both called hoc Kyrios. Or you could argue that Jesus was highly exalted. He was given this name which was above any name, but he was still like one step below Yahweh in the celestial hierarchy.
Where does Parakletos fit in then? Is that deification you're saying like this later ad hoc Trinity thingy in terms of deification then? Like it's very difficult to get that from the text.
Yeah, then there were like theological and philosophical issues about the metaphysics of those kinds of relations, and yeah, a lot of it is probably from Platonism, where the relationship between the Trinity, between the different members of the Trinity, is like really similar to how, for example, Socrates supposedly, but probably really Plato, thought about like how connections between different ideas work, specifically between different ideas between each other and individual ideas and the idea of the good, which is like
by ideas here you mean like Platonic forms, right? You mean like the timeless
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna push on a bit, Kamil. So
absolutely.
We're going past page 17.
I thought that James is going to be the one who will be stalling us.
Well,
I thought
later.
his pages look like it's the night before the finals.
Yeah, my highlights are better. I don't have much to say.
On page 20, actually, on page 25, there is the first sort of. Yeah,
this is like him putting together his. This is him starting to put together his kind of syllogism thing, where he's saying, "Well,
so I think we should all pick our
avenue through." Yeah. So there were no people in mid-1st century AD 30 to 70 Palestine who claimed to have witnessed the resurrected Jesus. Legend hypothesis. So I think we all deny that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that people, what does it say exactly? Claim to have witnessed the resurrected Jesus. Yeah, I think that there were.
Yeah, there were some people who claimed to have witnessed the resurrected Jesus. There were people in mid-1st century Palestine who claimed to have witnessed the resurrected Jesus, in which case either 2.1 or 2.2 is true. So all of them did not experience anything which they thought was the resurrected Jesus, or at least some, if not all of them, did experience something which they thought was the resurrected Jesus.
So 2.1 would be essentially lying, right?
Yeah, or hallucinations, I suppose.
Hallucination would still be
consistent with 2.2. Yeah.
Anything which they thought. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, correct. At least some.
2.1, I think, could also be consistent with reading it out of the Old Testament with no experiences. So that would be like Kamil, but without the Pareidolia, I think.
Okay.
No, but then you would have to imagine that they read out of the Old Testament that Jesus appeared to them, even though they didn't actually have any appearances like that, which would be weird, right?
I guess.
What I'm saying is that they got the
exhaustive. So hypothetically, that's
okay.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's that these don't seem to cover the entire panoply of like available options that there are. This kind of disjunct.
Yeah. Anyway, but I'm happy to say that at least some of these people experienced something.
Yeah.
That they thought was the resurrected Jesus.
Yeah. So then 3.1. That's what. So when we accept this, we get either 3.1 or 3.2 is true, and that is either all of these experiences are intramentally, so hallucinations, intoxication, enthusiasm, whatever, or at least some, if not all, of these experiences were caused by an extramental reality. And this is the one where I think, why not a bit of both?
I mean, so you don't have to choose between those two. And indeed, it doesn't seem to me very important. Well, maybe it's somewhat important, but I lean more on 3.1. But and I guess maybe Kamil's leaning a bit more on 3.2 with the Cloud hypothesis. But I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter that much whether it was an intra or an extramental entity.
Yeah, I guess it's important though to the syllogism that he wants to make, because once he can say, well, it has to be an extramental reality, an extramental real entity, then he cannot go on to identify that with Jesus. It has to be the same object as the Jesus was that they were familiar with in their lifetimes. And I guess this is what I was thinking. I was thinking when you draw it out in a syllogism like that, it makes it I don't know, it's like the being pedantic on, well, it has to be the same object that Jesus was, and then when I combine these premises together, it follows logically and inescapably, and it somehow like avoids in the discourse like the nuance surrounding like how these like interconnected things could all have sort of played together, I think. But then anyway, yeah, we don't have to accept either one or the other of these, but either way, we proceed on. So for all these experiences, the extramental entity was not Jesus, which I think we'd all probably be committed to, right?
Yeah. What's interesting about 4.1 and 4.2 is that the dichotomy he's have is that, okay, so they saw something extramental, so there was something that they actually did see outside of just their minds. Either it was Jesus or everything else in the universe. Those are the two classes he's put things in, right? So what I think is misleading here is because he's put at the end of that mistaken identity hypothesis. And I think that's mostly what he discusses, where it's like the twin brother hypothesis or something like that. Whereas in fact, it could be literally anything else, which would include like a demon appearing or aliens, or Pareidolia would fit into that as well.
The
like
pixies, the Kalam really pixies and their tricks.
The Kalam pixies, yes. I'm bringing it back, boys. The pixies.
So yeah, and then he's saying the other option is for at least some, if not all of these experiences, the extramental entity was in fact Jesus. So then he's saying we have Jesus did not die on the cross through an escape hypothesis, which I don't think we're committed to, but again, he's putting that in to cover the Muslims, I guess, as Paul mentioned. And Jesus died on the cross, i.e. the extra. So if they've seen Jesus, it's caused by the extramental reality of Jesus. Then we've either got to say, well, because Jesus is still alive, or Jesus died, but he must have resurrected for us to be able to see him again. So
yeah, even that doesn't follow because he could have just appeared to them in a bit. Like, just think about this: could God have appeared to his disciples if he wasn't resurrected? Well, of course he could. He could have just appeared
like
to
Moses.
them, right? He's God.
Christophanies. It's a Christophany.
So even that doesn't follow. But yeah, anyway.
What do Christians who talk about Christophanies in the Old Testament? They don't say that those are incarnations of the Logos, right? Because they want to say that that Jesus being born is the incarnation of the Logos. So like when there's Christophanies in the Old Testament, they want to say that that's like spiritual body, or is that right?
So some Christians would say that the angel of the Lord, like doing things in history, would be Jesus taking a human form. He just wouldn't have to go through a female vagina in order to do that, right?
Yeah.
In that case.
I'm also reminded Gary Habermas a couple of weeks ago was responding to one of my appearances in the Atheist Experience, and he chided me for assuming that all post-bereavement hallucinations were hallucinations, and bugging me saying, well, how come you're assuming that some of those weren't ghosts?
Like was this Habermas, you said?
Gary Habermas was addressing.
Of course he would be saying the 12-digit number.
How did you rule out that some of those weren't actually ghosts? And I was like, I guess you got me, Gary.
Yeah, well, Gary Habermas
is owned by facts and logic.
This is something that Loke quotes very often. There is apparently a study by Habermas where a claim is made that group hallucinations are not found anywhere in peer-reviewed literature. So then the question is, are like actual appearances of ghosts found in peer-reviewed literature? How many studies on like bereavement hallucinations conclude that 12% of them are actual ghosts?
Your exclusion criteria for ghosts. I'm like, I guess I don't have some.
Well, so Nathan and I ventured a little ways into that land. Not so much ghosts, but we looked at near-death experiences. Parapsychology broadly, yeah. And I don't know if you want to go there. It's a dangerous place. Those people are very upset when you criticize their dearly held beliefs.
I guess all that to say, like this whole false dichotomy that Loke gives between, whether it's in your mind or might it be in a response to external stimuli of some sort, is ridiculous. It's not a dichotomy. You can have hallucinations that are triggered by external stimuli.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think it's an important, because like often when I talk to apologists about, plausible candidate explanations, it'll be like, well, what if there was some pareidolia like a cloud, and that's, I mean, the very round number of the 500. Maybe these 500 are, at some kind of Jesus event, like a Pentecostal gathering of some sort, and that they're all shaking, and then they see a cloud or whatever. Who knows? Like, the point is that they'll say, yeah, but what about, how could this guy have touched the holes in his side? How could this guy have eaten fish with him? And it's like, yeah, but the point is that we're talking about different events. There's different explanations for each of these, how each of these might have made it into the text. It's not just that there's this one thing. And just because you can say the word resurrection, and that's one word, right? And that accounts for the whole thing. That doesn't make it a more simple explanation just because it's like this one word, because then we've got to be like, okay, well, what does this mean for our theory of our background beliefs about physics and how that works and theology? And the point is that we're postulating an explanation for what we see in the data based on this kind of raft of all the other beliefs that we have as part of our worldview. And that's something to take into account as we kind of go through. Is there anything else you guys want to say on this syllogism, or shall we?
I sort of said this before. I don't actually think he does much with it, to be honest. He uses it a little bit to structure his comments, but he doesn't really come back to it at the end or kind of show. I mean, 6 is kind of doing a lot of work here, and he doesn't really link that too. I mean, the other thing is what he does is he proceeds by exclusion. So he says, well, I've proved that, all of these other options aren't possible. And so he just sort of leaves you with 6 at the end there. That's the way it's constructed, as Paul was saying before. But the problem is that he can't actually exclude any of these options. All he can say is that they're unlikely.
Yeah.
But then you have to assess, well, how likely is 6? And then weigh them up on their plausibilities. And he doesn't make an effort to do that, which I think is a structural problem with his account.
That's the problem. I think if we talk about, for example, here, the extramental entity of Jesus, the extramental entity was identical to Jesus, but we've got to assess that claim given that we think Jesus has already died on the cross as well, which is going to change the way that we come to assess that claim. I think, at least. I think when I'm not a historian, but when I think about things that happened in history, I'm going to take into account my background beliefs about like resurrections and physics and biology and stuff. So if something has happened and then something else happens and it seems like this really unlikely combination of events, I'm going to take that into account and maybe go, well, maybe there's something else to this kind of report that I'm reading, rather than just kind of combining them in like because I think if you do what Loke wants you to do here, then you're going to end up believing all kinds of like wacky things. Like you could pass out like a syllogism for like Bigfoot or UFOs or aliens and go, well, either there must be an extramental reality that was a UFO, and when we combine that with this other premise, then it follows logically and inescapably that they did see a UFO. So
so you can easily make an argument for other religious groups, and we'll come to this later, and I'll give some examples from my book. But one very clear one is Joseph Smith, right? And to my chagrin, Joseph Smith isn't mentioned anywhere in this book. I was hoping he would treat that analogy because I think it's a very good one. You could make an argument like this as well. Either Joseph Smith had plates or he didn't have plates. Either he made them or he found them or someone gave them to him. You go through them and then you say, well, this is implausible. This is implausible. And the evidence we have is way better than anything else. You could say, well, people wouldn't have been willing to suffer persecution. All of the same arguments you could make. And I think at the end of the day, then you're going to be committed to Mormonism if you adopt the same level of skepticism and attitude to sources and so on that Loke does. And I think you can make this for other religions and other beliefs as well. And so, Nathan, we've discussed this with near-death experiences and other things. If you have this standard, then I think it commits you to way too many things. And I think the only way around this is to actually have a more skeptical standard, or just to sort of have double standards, which I guess is one way around it.
Okay, so then
on the next page, he's got the empty tomb version.
Another one. Yeah, so Jesus was not crucified, which again I don't think that any of us are going with. Jesus was crucified and he was not buried. Unburied hypothesis. Jesus was crucified and he was buried, in which case either the body of Jesus remained buried or the body of Jesus did not remain buried. The body was removed by non-agents, so an earthquake or something, or animals eating him or something like that. The body was removed by agents, so maybe Joseph Arimathea, or friends of Jesus or enemies of Jesus, or neither friends nor enemies. I don't really think that is I mean, maybe that's a relevant distinction to make to talk about hypotheses. And then, or Jesus himself removed the body, in which case Jesus did not die on the cross, so swoon hypothesis, which he's going to exclude, or Jesus did die on the cross, and so he is resurrected by God and not by demons or mischievous calam pixies.
Yeah, I was going to say no pixies or Beelzebub hypotheses for removals, but sorry, Kamil.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so he only talks about burial, so like Jesus remained buried, Jesus was not buried, but he doesn't specifically say burial by Joseph of Arimathea and Nicodemus in a rock-cut tomb, right? But later in the chapter on the empty tomb, like most of the analysis seems to be working with the assumption that the account of Jesus's burial in the Gospels is like the only option, right? So when he goes through various alternatives, he's doing a lot of the Yellow Brick Road Apologetics, where he just invokes various aspects of the narrative.
Thank you, raw nakedness, by the way.
Against that.
You are mum.
That's what I noticed.
Is that something profound?
I'm just late. All I get is apostrophes. But that's
Yeah, that's a really good point, Kamil. And I thought you were going to actually, well, I'll be harder than Kamil. So it's not just that, but crucial to a lot of his arguments that come later regarding the empty tomb is invoking the guards at the tomb, which I think is an embarrassment that there are apologists still saying that we can establish historically that there were guards. Even Craig doesn't do this. He did it in some of his earlier works, but he's sort of abandoned that now. So, the idea that we could be that confident that there were guards at the tomb, despite lots of reasons to, I guess we'll get to that. But the point is that, yeah, as you say, that's not mentioned here. So it's sort of like a bait and switch where you say, well, yeah, I believe, I'm happy to say maybe that he was buried somewhere. But then that turns into, oh, he's buried in a rock-hewn tomb by Joseph Arimathea with guards. Well, hang on, I didn't assent to that. Well, where did all that come from?
And also these guards are completely unbribable, loyal to the emperor. That.
Well, they were actually bribed.
They have no.
They were bribed after the fact. Yeah.
They have no religious commitments or ideas or involvement in politics or anything.
But he addresses those points, and well, we'll see what he says about that.
But yeah, to say what Loke is saying here as well, the syllogism exhaustively covers all possibilities. The significance of such a logically exhaustive list of such, from PhD Dr. Professor Andrew Loke. Well, we've pointed out that it doesn't seem that it is exhaustive in that way, because we're all sort of thinking that what we think isn't actually exhaustively covered by these syllogisms in either this
logically and inescapably, Nathan. Inescapably,
we can't Romans 1. We can't escape it. So yeah, concerning whether it's imprinted. So this is the other syllogism that he uses when he says he wants to basically put it in a syllogism. So it's like, like if you were to just say, can a historian conclude that someone resurrected? You're going to think, no, that sounds silly, because we're committed to like methodological naturalism when we do history. But he thinks, if he puts it in this syllogism, then he's like, well, a historian can commit themselves to all these points, and then again, it follows logically and inescapably that Jesus resurrected. So we have one, there were people who claimed to have seen the resurrected Jesus shortly after his crucifixion. 2, they had some kind of experiences. 3, what they experienced was not caused intramentally, but extramentally. And then 4, the one that we're all going to agree with, given that Jesus has just died on a cross, the extramental entity was not another person, but the same Jesus who died on the cross, which follows logically and inescapably that Jesus resurrected.
What does it mean that follows logically? Can you show?
It doesn't.
Can you put this in
follows from there.
Propositional logic? What's the inference rule?
So let's say,
Like at best,
Thank
he
you.
has an abductive argument, right? Like he can say the best explanation or the most probable explanation for this is the resurrection.
Yeah, he'd need some extra like hidden premises as well. Like either an experience is caused intramentally or extramentally. You need to commit yourself to some of these hidden premises to actually make the propositions fit in.
Well, maybe those hidden premises would be in those previous disjunctions,
Yeah.
right?
But number
yeah.
three,
Possibly, but
he's so
he's
angry I
saying-
could barely get past it. Like number 3 is just a non-starter.
Well, he's saying this follows logically. He says it follows from 1, 2, 3, and 4. He's not saying that given what I've said previously, he's saying that this is his argument here. Yeah. And he's saying that this is an argument that a historian might make. Well, it'd be a very bad historian for a number of reasons. First of all, I'm not aware of historians, well, not serious historians, ever making an argument about being able to establish a miracle. I mean, I guess there are probably Islamic historians who do this, but like mainstream historians don't invoke miracles to explain things. And he does discuss that, but I just think they'll be laughed out of the
yeah, but that being said, like you don't have to be a methodological naturalist, right? Like again, I'm granting for the sake of argument that Yahweh exists and that resurrections sometimes happen. But the point is that even if you are that generals, it's still possible to come up with alternative explanations that are more probable.
Yeah, but what I'm saying here is that he's saying historians can make inferences to miracles, and I'm saying that they don't. And that should tell us something about the methodology of history. Now, I mean, he's just going to deny that and say that, well, why can't you if it's the best explanation? But I just think that it's special pleading because it never happens anywhere else. But yeah, I mean, that's fine. Because this is how Craig gets around this. He just says, well, maybe strictly speaking, we can't make a historical argument, but we could just make a theological or a philosophical or whatever. I mean, so fine, we can still address that, but the other point is that just this argument isn't valid. I mean, for a start, how do we rule out the fact that Jesus just appeared to them without being resurrected, like, or that it was what's another thing, that there was some sort of illusion orchestrated by, that it was somehow Jesus who appeared to them, but it was orchestrated by the devil to confuse them, or aliens brought Jesus back from the dead.
Well, those mischievous pixies who aren't
the pixies, yeah,
they aren't all good. They're a first cause of the universe.
Yeah, that's right.
But because they're not all good and they want confusion, that's why we see more evil in the world than we'd expect if it was created by an all good God, and why we see Jesus being resurrected, which is a joke.
It's part of the cumulative case for the pixie creator as well, that they can explain these sort of phenomena. Because granted, it might be implausible to have a resurrection under naturalism, but with the pixie creators, then of course the pixies being mischievous, would be likely to. Yeah. Do that. If people have no idea what I'm talking about, see my most recent video
on Brexton. Yeah.
Well, there's also a misinterpretation. There's a misidentification motif in the stories. I mean, so misidentification is on the table.
Yeah.
And maybe there were Jesus impersonators at the time. Just like there are. That's how Elvis. That's how he explains away Elvis.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Dale Martin argues that this made me sad because everything I know about the New Testament comes from Dale Martin's New Testament course on YouTube, and Kamil. Historians need to adopt a definition of history based on at least the common denominator of beliefs among historians. Methodological naturalism may handicap historians, preventing them in some cases from what do you mean in some cases? You mean specifically in the resurrection, which you believe is true?
In exactly one case.
Yeah.
That was sort of my point from before, right?
Yeah.
Also, he cites Lacona citing Michael Behe here to argue against naturalism, which I think does wonders for his credibility.
It's irreducible complexity of the flagellum of bacteria that proves miracles. Yeah, probably. So I'm guessing the bits I'm scrolling through we're okay with because no one's saying anything.
Yeah, that here is something interesting.
Oh, page 32. I have something. Sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, because this is I didn't actually know Lacona had said this. So we're looking at the second paragraph here. Insofar as the discipline of history models itself closely to science, it would face the same methodological problems relating to confirmation of God. So blah, blah, blah. Distinguishing between God and other courses belongs to the realm of philosophy and theology rather than history and science. So he seems to be backing away from the idea that you can do this strictly in history. But what Lycona says is that, in fact, I cannot think of any strong historical reason for preferring God to an alien as the cause of Jesus' resurrection. And this is a point that I've made before, and one struggles to get this taken seriously by Christians, that at least unless you are going to grant a bunch of theological beliefs that Christians or Jews hold, it's not clear to me why God resurrecting Jesus is a better explanation for the facts than aliens or indeed the pixie creators. Because it would seem that anything that one is capable of doing, you can just hypothesize that the other had a reason to and was able to do it as well. And that's one of the points I make in my book here, is that the Christian explanation is going to be a better explanation if you already accept a lot of Christian theology, because then you've got a structure to fit it in. And well, God, of course, wants to do that. You know, it's OT prophecies and all this stuff. But for people who don't believe that, then why not just say an alien did it?
Well, I mean, to that, they would probably say, and this is something that Locke also says in the work later, that when it comes to Jesus, like the claims about his resurrection and his divinity and stuff like that, were made in the kind of religious context, the religious milieu in which they made sense, right? So that supposedly somehow increases at least the prior probability of the resurrection. But of course, it doesn't really, because those claims are not disconnected from the religious milieu, right? Like it's more likely the religious milieu already being in place make it more likely that Jesus' disciples would conclude that Jesus was raised from the dead, even though he wasn't. And that later influenced the kind of claims that they made about Jesus' divinity, how they perceived him, for example, him being the sacrificial lamb, therefore he had to be spotless, blameless, right? Therefore, he had to lead a sinless life and stuff like that. So these things are actually interrelated, right? Just imagine how much more intrinsically probable the resurrection would be if the claim was found in a culture where no belief in God was present, no belief in miracles was present, no belief in resurrections was present, right? Like if suddenly a group of people became convinced that someone was raised from the dead, let's say today in Denmark, then that would be much more intrinsically probable.
Especially if they were millionaires.
Matt Dillahunty, if Jesus appears to Matt Dillahunty, right, and he converts, that's the kind of thing. Like I'd be like, this is
so like it's not that interesting and surprising that these kinds of claims are found in their appropriate religious milieu. It would be much more interesting if they were found outside that milieu.
I've never understood that argument. It's like saying because they believed it was religious, that makes it more likely that it was a religious cause. Like that just doesn't make sense to me.
I learned and also specifically called priming. In fact, like the hallucinations there's a lot of them can be traced to priming, and I don't believe that Jesus said almost anything that was recorded in the Gospels. But if indeed he was dropping hints that maybe I would resurrect, they would be completely primed to take any shred of evidence and accept it as true. So
that's actually a problem for Loke, because I think he does think that, he mentions this a few times, he does think that Jesus did predict that he would be resurrected, which raises the question, well then, they could have believed that he would be resurrected without even any appearances, because they just believe what he said.
Right.
See, that introduces a self-fulfilling prophecy problem, if he actually did say that. So I don't think he did either, but I think it's an interesting angle. Suppose that he actually did say that. Well, then that seems to make a belief in a resurrection very likely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can object to that by saying that if Jesus made those predictions and it was a common belief that resurrections are physical, then the disciples would be more motivated to keep a track on the body, right? To make sure that his body really disappears.
If they were present.
Yeah, if they were present, right? Like there are obviously all kinds of other possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, you can just conjoin that if you wanted to with another hypothesis for what happened to the body, for example. But yeah, I mean, I take your point. You're going to have to address other aspects of it. But all I'm saying is that for Loki's account, because he does seem to affirm that Jesus predicted his resurrection, that presents a problem, because then he argues that it would have taken really strong evidence to convince the disciples that Jesus was resurrected. But it seems to me that if he actually predicted his resurrection, it wouldn't take that much else. In fact, it might not take anything else to convince them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a more general problem that we are also going to get to. That, like, apologists very often claim that on one hand, Jesus' resurrection took place in the religious milieu in which it was plausible, so that somehow like raises raises the prior probability that this is something that God would be interested in doing. But at the same time, it was like super implausible to Second Temple Jews that this is something that it would happen, right? So if Second Temple Jews thought it's super implausible that this is something that Yahweh would do, so it's really surprising that people became convinced of it. Why should we think that this is something that God would want to do if we have competing explanations which can account for all of the same evidence, right? So
yeah, this is a major structural problem with all of these sorts of arguments, is that basically the more difficult, the more they want to say that disciples would have required more evidence to believe, the lower the prior probability is that God would have actually wanted to raise Jesus from the dead. Whereas the higher that is, then it seems the less likely it is, the less evidence or the less difficulty there is for the initial disciples to believe. And so they just kind of want to have their cake and eat it too with that.
I'm just going to say thank you, Raw Neckiness, for your super chat. The flagellum exists with only its basal body in many bacteria. Michael B. He destroyed. So if we keep going through some of this, something McGrath says all 5 explanations part of the...
I don't think you have to stop with in the non-highlighted sections.
Yeah, okay. I'm just wondering, if you have any
hang on, you don't know where my highlights
are.
Well, feel free to drop in then.
I've got something on page 35 I wanted to mention quickly.
Okay, let me scroll back.
Sorry, this is so dumb. On the top of page 35.
Hour 4, there's no backward scrolling.
Yeah, I started looking at this number up here for some reason, and then I was like, oh, they don't.
Oh, yeah. That's a classic issue. So here, concerning the issue of bias, which obviously is an important issue. So, yeah, I mean, obviously everyone is biased. But it says here, like the third line here, the authors of the New Testament documents could have been biased in favor of affirming Jesus' resurrection. They could have been biased, just maybe a little bit. But what he says about that, the question is to be asked, what could have been the cause of the bias? As will be argued for the rest of this book, the most reasonable explanation for such bias is that Jesus truly was resurrected. So here's circular reasoning at its finest. If they're biased in favor of arguing that he was resurrected, it's probably because he really was resurrected. Okay, then.
But I think when he says these sorts of things, it shows that, like having a PhD in theology, having all these credentials and stuff isn't like a guard against like bad thinking about some of these ideas. Like it's so, like it's so clear that he just isn't aware of what like naturalists actually think when it comes to like thinking about these sorts of issues.
There's a guy with a PhD who told me that no one with PhDs make mistakes. Told me that. So
yeah, I mean, the way how I understand bias is just the predisposition of someone to derive at a conclusion, even though the conclusion is actually not true, right? Yeah. So if we are talking about whether the disciples were biased,
help them form more true beliefs.
The question of whether the disciples would be biased towards concluding that Jesus was raised, that's precisely the question of whether, like, how probable it is that they believe even though he didn't, right? So you can't just hand away with the way by saying that he really was raised.
Well, because remember that one of the concerns here is, well, can we trust everything it says in the Gospels? Because we know that the authors, well, he says that they might have been, but I think that the authors, at least some of them, state that they have a particular evangelical purpose or evangelistic purpose in writing the Gospels. So can we trust everything that they say? Maybe they're sort of massaging it or improving the quality and so perfect. Well, piled higher and deeper is the classic one, but anyway, so that's the concern, right? And Loke's response to that is just to say, well, yeah, then maybe they were biased in writing the Gospels, but they were biased because he was really raised from the dead, which then raises the whole question about, like, well, how can we trust the gospel superfluous? Because, well, then we've already established what we want to conclude. I mean, no one would accept this. No one would accept this argument in any other context. Like, well, maybe this witness is biased. Well, I mean, if they are biased in favor of the defendant or the prosecutor, the reason is probably because what they say is true. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Well, Habermas, that was one of his criticisms of me last week, or a couple weeks ago, keeps back, was I was noticing that there were no non-Christian sources, and that was his hypothesis, was that and it goes back to that free will thing we were talking about a few hours ago, was that anyone who saw Jesus would have to be a Christian. Like that there is no opportunity for someone to witness Jesus and not be a Christian. So my ask was ridiculous.
Oh, I'm being sort of treated like a stripper or something in the super chats by this person. Very.
Do you know who that is? I've not seen.
I'm not sure if it's Stupid Whore Energy who's changed her name or if it's another admirer. I don't.
I thought it might be V's sock puppet or something.
Yeah. Well, V's in on it apparently. Anyway, let's carry on.
Top of page 39. There's something I want to complain about. Or near the top.
Do you want to mention this, Kamil?
Yeah, this is like a really quick point, right? So he discusses biases, and he mentions that there have been scholars who became convinced of Christianity because of the resurrection.
Yeah.
So the bias, the bias against the resurrection, can't be that high that nobody is able to overcome it. But this is actually a really interesting piece in the cumulative case against the evidence actually being that good, because I have tried really hard, but I'm yet to find a professional historian who converted to Christianity specifically because of the historical evidence for the resurrection, right? Which, of course, is the way how to convert. It's the reason why to rationally assent to that position, because, if Jesus was not raised, then the Christian faith is in vain. And everyone that I've been able to find either are people who converted before becoming historians, like people who converted when they were teenagers and stuff like that, people who converted for reasons other than the historical evidence for the resurrection, like general arguments for theism, or because they were depressed, or people who are not professional historians. Like, for example, Loke cites two people. Morrison was an English advertising agent and freelance writer, and Williams was a professor of Tibetan philosophy. So neither of them, I think, doesn't have the necessary education to evaluate what probably happened 2,000 years ago. And if you really think about it, there are like hundreds and hundreds of people who get professional education and training in precisely how to evaluate historical events, right? Specifically to in antiquity every year. So, on the hypothesis that the resurrection evidence is really powerful, so much so that it's like reasonable to conclude that Jesus was probably raised, I think we would really expect to see professional historians converting. And the fact that we can't find any examples.
No, Romans 1, that solves that issue.
Yeah, and God, God made it so the evidence.
Investigative reporter, I've heard of one of those.
But if you appeal to Romans 1, then the question is the evidence sufficiently good to overcome that bias? Because if not, if it's the case that no historian is ever going to be convinced specifically because of the evidence for the resurrection, well, then the evidence for the resurrection is pretty useless, isn't it? Like, why study and put forward arguments and write books about something if you think that it's literally not going to convince anyone ever, at least not anyone who has an actual training?
I don't know what Loke is going to say about that, but Craig has some things to say about that, but maybe that's a topic for another time.
Well, you mentioned earlier God's left it either way, so people can make up their minds with their own heart, but also the evidence is good enough that you're without excuse.
But are there professional historians who are making the free will decision to be convinced by the evidence, right? Apparently there aren't. And like, what explains that? I think it's very easily explicable on the hypothesis that the evidence isn't actually good, because like even on the hypothesis of sin, you wouldn't really expect to see like a differential, like a difference in susceptibility to be convinced by the arguments when you compare professional historians and lay people. Like, lay people are convinced by this, right? If someone is convinced by
Well,
it,
hardly
it's
anyone
lay
is
people.
convinced by this.
Cold case detective. We got
Yeah,
one.
but not professional historians, right?
Oh, I
like,
see.
why is it the case that the people who are best trained in evaluating these kinds of arguments are not the people who are falling over themselves to convert to Christianity? Why is
Because
it only the white
if that
people?
was the case, it would be too obvious that the evidence was good, and God needs to keep it on that balance, right? So He has arranged the world such that the people who go into history are more closed-minded, so that they don't see the evidence and they don't convert. It all
if
fits.
it were the
It all
case,
fits.
if it were the case that they would convert,
So you're saying that getting a professional education in history actually makes you less good in evaluating historical evidence when it comes to the resurrection?
it
just-
depends on the middle knowledge. The middle knowledge
it's
of God.
exactly. That's what I was going to say. God relies on His middle knowledge and orders the world such that the people who end up going into history are those who, in any kind of factual world, would not have made the free choice to follow Him anyway.
Or He just decreed that the set of professional historians and reprobates is going to be like one is going to be included in the other, right?
Yeah, all historians are excluded from being in the elect. That's
Okay, fair enough.
So
What about Mike Lacona? Oh, they've kicked him out though, haven't they? Because he disagreed with something.
liberal.
Yeah.
Well, he's like against Lycona in this book, like everywhere. He's like Lycona says, but he's a flag waving phony Christian.
No, actually, Loke quotes both Lacona and Lydia Megru approvingly in many places, which is like the ultimate enlightened centrism of like contemporary apologetics.
my bit of advice is you do not quote Dale Allison to him. That would be a problem.
It'd be dishonest, if anything. Really. James, did you say 39 that you wanted to go to?
Yeah, actually, I found something on 38 just before we go to that. Just before the little the middle paragraph there, just be above 1.5. So he mentions bias, and he says, although it would be helpful to be aware of bias in one's reading, including the reading of my argument, which is fair enough, because we all should be aware of our biases. Obviously, we have our own biases here. I just think there's a bit of lack of self-awareness there that he doesn't mention. It's like, well, you need to be aware of your biases in reading my argument. Okay, yeah, sure. Anyway, that was just a little bit of poisoning the well. So on 39, he says that Loke says that there are 6 and only 6 possible categories of naturalistic hypotheses. It's like middle of the paragraph. I've demonstrated that other than Jesus' resurrection, there are 6 and only 6 possible categories of naturalistic hypotheses. So this is false, right? His reduction, there's a series of options there. Although, the way he framed them was mostly logically exhaustive. That was largely, usually that's the way it's done. To make something exhaustive, you just have other categories. It's like it was Jesus or it's literally anything else, for example, for the extramental part. And he didn't actually give any catalog of different naturalistic hypotheses. So, for example, saying it's an extramental event or a thing that's not Jesus is not really a category of a hypothesis. It's just a grab bag. So he combines them there to say it's legends, no experience, instrumental, mistaken identity, and escape. So you notice how that anything else that's extramental, that's not Jesus, has changed into mistaken identity and swoon, which are not the only possibilities. Exactly. And my hypothesis, for example, there's aspects of instrumental there, but there's other aspects of my hypothesis that don't fit there. I'm not sure if Kamil or Paul, you'd feel that your hypotheses are represented by any of these options here. And that's important because Loke is saying that there are only these 6, and he's going to refute them all.
Yeah, it could be the case that there are only this many categories of explanations, but when he goes into the analysis of every category, he doesn't treat every possible explanation in that category exhaustively, right? Like, yeah, as I already mentioned, pretty much the only possible explanation that falls into the extramental experience category is the disciples saw someone and they thought, oh, that must be Jesus, like a different person, which again is nobody's seriously proposing that.
And I completely am unsatisfied with his discarding instrumental. Like, I do not think he did an adequate job of saying instrumental isn't adequate. So
we'll get to that one.
Yeah. Okay, so the earliest Christians,
Chapter 1.
and the thing is, I think on a lot of these, like a few of the chapters are going to be a little bit controversial because we just agree. Like,
yes, although he manages to upset me in even the ones where I thought I would mostly agree.
Okay, so
Like we all agree Jesus died. I think, right? Everyone on the panel.
I think he's still alive. I don't know what you're talking about.
He lives within all of us, right?
I believe in the Father. I believe in the Son. Anyway,
Yeah, actually, I don't know. What about people who don't even think he existed? I don't even know if that fits into his categorization at all.
Well, that would be to deny.
I guess that's
Paranity
legend.
one, so I guess, yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, personally, I mean, I think it is a bit of like a cheap shot. It's kind of like the same thing a lot of apologists do with Hume, where they just go, well, Hume's just an idiot, worst philosopher ever. Like, mythicists, bro, like no one takes mythicists seriously. They're all idiots, bro. Like, I don't think that that's the case. I think that there are there's a lot of mythicists who have thought about things and have some decent points. But my personal opinion is that there's a historical figure, some apocalyptic prophet who is at the center of these narratives and things, and died, was probably crucified. Yeah.
But Loke's entire enterprise is to exhaustively list every possible scenario that isn't resurrection, and he ignores the mythicist one. And no matter how fringe he may thinks it is, it's a possible explanation. So
I wouldn't be surprised if, like, when people were, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that if you surveyed like a sample of the population, actually Jesus mythicism would be the most popular alternative explanation.
Right. You sample people who comment on my videos. It's
yeah.
So do you want to comment on these highlights?
So he wants to establish that. Yeah, he wants to establish that the appearances were shortly after Jesus' crucifixion. And he says the appearances began a very short period of time after Jesus' crucifixion, as implied by the third day motif, which is multiply attested, which like doesn't make any sense, right? It doesn't follow just because Christians believe that Jesus was raised on the third day. That has like nothing to do with when the experiences which led them to believe that Jesus was raised occurred, right? That's just like it's completely unconnected. Yeah,
that's a good point.
I also disagreed with the multiply attested on the end of this sentence, but we can leave that.
Yeah, the statement that it was on the third day that Jesus rose is based not on any Old Testament scriptures. Well, actually, many Christians would disagree, because if you go through a list of the 300 or 400 prophecies that Jesus supposedly fulfilled, they are going to list, for example, Jonah being in the belly of the fish for 3 days as a prefigurement of Jesus. And I think like these passages are probably where the Christians got that from. But even more generally, like the idea of the third day was very culturally significant. It was significant in not only in the Jewish culture, but also in the Greco-Roman culture. Heracles, for example, was in the belly of a sea monster for 3 days, and he came out bald-headed.
Parallelism, you can't say that.
Well, I mean, what's actually really interesting about it is that a lot of, or at least some classical scholars actually consider stories about Greek heroes defeating monsters, and in some cases being literally swallowed by them, as essentially variations on the theme of them defeating death. And there are like reasons for it. For example, a lot of these figure monsters that they defeat very often have names that are like derived from titles for the god of death and stuff like that, right? And of course, there are even examples of people being raised on the third day in Greco-Roman literature, for example, in Pliny the Elder. And there is like a really interesting motif that at some point I want to investigate more. And that's the idea that the third day after a person dies is significant when it comes to their ontology, because for reasons, right? And then the
well, here's the reason, Kamil. Well, Rob Koons gives a metaphysical argument, which we can bring in as another line of evidence, that 3 is the only immeasurable number, which is also how we know the Trinity. So we have multiple lines of evidence. You know, if we were like in a court case or something, like we can bring in metaphysics, we can bring in history, we can bring in
154 different arguments.
Well,
I don't understand what a cumulative case is. Apparently, if anyone
one of the explanations is that a human body is like especially facial features become unrecognizable after 3 days. So
do you mean that's 3 days of death?
Yeah, after death. Yeah. So like in the mentality of people, that would have metaphysical significance, right? Like being connected to the idea of maybe your soul being attached to your body, as long as the body could be identified specifically as you and stuff like that. That could be why this repeating motif of 3 days is found in various in this specific Mediterranean cultural context, right? So yeah, like I find this idea that the statement it was on the third day, it's not based on any Old Testament scripture, to be really silly. Again, there is no Old Testament scripture which would make you think that, like, there is no reason which would make you think that Nahum is talking about the Seleucid king Demetrius, but yet in the Dead Sea Scrolls we find the Essenes making exactly the same connection. So
I couldn't find anything like an image of 3 days to both shock people and give them an idea, but it's going to be, you know, something in between this kind of bruising and bloating and this horrible pale thing.
I actually found one reference in Ammianus Marcellinus, who was a soldier who actually was like in battles and stuff like that, who explicitly says after one battle that the faces of Roman soldiers were not recognizable after 3 days. But that goes.
It depends a lot on the temperature and things. I cite this a bit in my book, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's not going to be exactly 3 days every time, but it's around that sort of time, and it seems reasonable to me that would be kind of a cultural precept. There's something I also wanted to say just before that little quote there, which is the idea of that they're multiply attested. And I mean, again, I believe that there were appearances in the sense of, you know, people believe that something appeared to them, but the whole multiply attested thing I think is really overblown, and Craig uses this all the time as well. The problem with this is that there's an equivocation here about what we mean by like multiple attestation. It's certainly true that we have multiple textual attestation in the sense that, yeah, there's 4 gospels. Acts is basically part of Luke, is it? Yeah, Luke Acts. So that's not exactly
chiasm.
Separate.
It's all a chiasm.
But so, you know, there's a few different texts that you can point to, but textual independence or having multiple textual sources is not really that important when it comes to something like this, because what you really want is independence of like eyewitnesses or independently written accounts. Now, the thing is that what most of these conservative evangelicals, and I assume Loke believes, or it doesn't talk about this too much, is that a lot of these, at least the core of these early accounts, was formulated into a creed very early on. And that, you know, Habermas likes to say, you know, this goes down to months of the resurrection. He wants to say how early that was. Now, the problem is, if you think that at least the core of all of this was formulated into a very early creed, then none of these textual accounts are independent of each other, at least not in the core, because they're all deriving from that early creed. And so it doesn't matter how many people wrote down gospels later on. It's all coming from that same source. So that if you want to say that it all derives from a very early creed, then they're not independent. If you want to invoke independence, then I think you have to deny that they're all deriving from the same creedal tradition.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, this is what, for example, J. Warner Wallace says, that like the most important thing in criminal investigation is to get hold of the witnesses as soon as possible and separate them. But Dale Allison says that this is exactly like especially on the traditional view of the gospel authorship. This is exactly not what was going on, because you know, Peter knew Matthew, Luke knew Mark. Paul knew Peter, so like all of those people knew each other, and they were like interacting and sharing their experiences and views and stuff like that. Yeah,
but it's even worse when you say that the 3 days was multiply attested, because of course the synoptics, they're all grouped together and John is separate. They don't quite agree on the math of when he died and when he came to life, so you don't actually have multiple attestation of the 3 days, which was the thing that he was saying here was multiply attested. I agree with you on all that stuff, by the way, about the oral tradition. I think it makes it impossible to multiply attest, and I also think that John had a copy of John had a copy of Mark sitting around, so they're all
Yeah, that's actually an interesting question, and the question is like who was written first, Luke or John, and which way the intertextual dependence goes. Because now there are actually people who suggest that Luke and Acts was actually written in the beginning of the 2nd century, which means that the textual dependence could be reversed, right? Like John wrote first and then Luke.
Interesting.
And Rod Nakedness, I'm on record as saying yes to that.
Yeah, I have no idea about this, but I'm guessing James and Kamil, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, there is apparently a growing number of scholars. I don't know about that, but there is a number of scholars who think that Luke Acts was written in early 2nd century, and because like there are some details which are anachronistic, especially about early church organization, which look like more like a person writing in early 2nd century tried to manufacture origins for some of the institutions that already existed in his own time, and have apostolic origin, but we don't actually have any evidence for them in the sources closer to when Acts takes place, right? And it also argues from Loke using Josephus. I think the Jewish War, if I'm not mistaken, or the Antiquities. I think it would be the Antiquities.
Kamil, I have a related question to that. It's not well, actually, Loke did mention this briefly in a footnote earlier, but it's something I've been wondering about, and Kamil, you might know the answer. So there's a passage in Josephus where Josephus talks about Jesus. Well, I mean, there's a few, I think, but there's one main one. It's called the Testimonium Flavianum, they call it. And apologists like to point to this as one of maybe the earliest extra biblical reference to Jesus, because it's late 1st century, I believe. But it's pretty much universally agreed that there are additions to what Josephus originally wrote, because he says things like, Jesus was the Christ and he was raised from the dead and so forth. And Josephus wouldn't have said that. So the mainstream view is that Josephus, there was original passage written by Josephus where he mentioned Jesus and that, people followed him. And then there were later insertions by scribes who sort of wanted to improve the account. Now, so my question is sort of two-part. First of all, my understanding is we don't have any manuscripts that show that passage without the insertions. That's something that we've inferred. And so then the related question there is, if that happened in Josephus, and we're pretty confident that it did, how do we know that similar improvements might not have been made to early textual variants of the Gospels that we don't have any direct textual evidence for?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the second question, we don't know that, right? And as it has been pointed out, for example, that the rate of variation is bigger the earlier you go. So like when you move forward in time, the literature becomes more and more similar, even though there are some pretty big variations even later on in the textual tradition. So yeah, we don't know that, obviously. And yeah, when it comes to so Josephus is the first extra biblical author who mentions Jesus. I think his Antiquities were published in 93, if I'm not mistaken, in Rome. He mentions Jesus in 2 places. One is in connection to the death of James, Jesus's brother, and the second is Testimonium Flavianum. Both of those passages were disputed. The one about James was disputed because it looks like later copies just added a marginal note saying this is James, Jesus's brother, and it got reincorporated into the text. I don't personally buy it. It could be true, but I don't know how probable that is. But the Testimonium Flavianum, I think most scholars would think that either it's not original to the text at all, or that it was actually tampered with by later Christians. And then there are attempts to reconstruct what it originally said. But the different I think it's basically irrecoverable. We don't know what it originally said, right? And the attempts to reconstruct it are speculations.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, it doesn't so much matter exactly what it originally said, just that we don't have textual evidence that it was tampered with, in the sense that there are earlier copies that didn't have it. It's just that we're pretty sure, based on the content of what it said, and I know people have made some grammatical arguments as well, that it was tampered with. And so I guess the issue is, well, there's precedence for this. Scholars evidently did that. So how do we know it didn't happen in other documents as well?
Well, and of course, we do know that it did happen in the Bible, like the 1 John 5 Trinity verses weren't there. The We've already talked about the woman caught in adultery.
Yeah.
The end of Mark. Like there are sections of the New Testament where we have evidence that tampering did happen.
Yeah, that's what we have evidence for. And I guess the issue is, I mean, some people would want to say, well, you know, that's it. Okay, yeah, sure, there were later variants, but when we get the early ones, we can. And my concern is,
I was trying to make like 3 hours ago was that
yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely true that for every corruption of the text that we are aware of, there are corruptions of the text that we are not aware of, and we will never be, because the manuscripts that would show that are just lost.
The best example of the cognitive dissonance caused by that, though, as well, is do you remember that James White debate where the guy brought out like engine fluid or something for him to drink, and he was like, well, it says, you know, drink poison and you'll survive, and he's like, no, that bit of the text is just a later addition.
Convenient.
Yeah, no, what's also interesting is that, yeah, Jesus has independent extra-biblical attestation, but his resurrection doesn't really have extra-biblical attestation early on, right? The claim that Jesus was raised is found in Testimonium Flavianum, but that's exactly one of the things that Josephus almost certainly didn't originally write. And later on, you know, his resurrection, the claim of his resurrection, which is supposedly the most important thing about Jesus, is not mentioned by Suetonius, it's not mentioned by Tacitus, it's not mentioned by Pliny. It's first mentioned, as far as we know, as in the literature that we have extant, by Celsus or Celsus, who wrote in the 70s of the 2nd century. And we know he specifically got his knowledge from Christian scriptures because, you know, he's quoting the Gospels, he's talking about them and stuff like that. So yeah, Jesus' existence is attested, I would say, exceptionally well, given like how obscure of a figure he was, but not so much his resurrection, which is really interesting.
So to keep pushing us on, then we're going to come to the 1 Corinthians 15, the early creed, which is the best kind of reason that one can have for believing an improbable claim is an early creed. Is there anything?
So there was something I wanted to say about this, because I'm aware of the fact, and this is what Luke talks about here, that Robert Price is like pretty much alone in saying that he thinks that this passage here, you know, the famous creed about the appearances that Paul gives, it was a later interpolation. And I'm generally of the opinion that one should believe whatever the majority of scholars thinks, you know, with caveats. But so in general, I'm not going to go along with things like, you know, mythicism or, you know, the interpolation thing. However, I still don't. I still wouldn't say that. But there was something that interested me here. So here he's responding to the claim that, so he's bringing up the idea that Robert Price thinks that 1 Corinthians 15, 3 to 11 contains later interpolations about some of these appearances. And, you know, Loke's giving a bunch of reasons why that's not plausible. But later on in this chapter, now I don't know exactly where it is. Maybe I'll find the page. But later on, Loke gives a series of reasons that quotes from Craig as to why we should think that that passage contains early creedal elements. So specifically, what he's trying to say is that this section here of 1 Corinthians 15 invoked an earlier creed that predated Paul. And some of the reasons he gives, in fact, many of them actually, are basically saying it doesn't look like Paul wrote this. It looks like it contains different stylistic elements or something. Maybe, Kamil, you might be able to help me find where he says that, so that I'm not making things up. But I thought it was interesting that, like that would actually seem to be potential argument in favor of the fact that it's an interpolation. Again, not that I think it necessarily was, but I just thought it was interesting that those seem to conflict with each other. I'll see if I can find what page that's on.
Well, I mean, those kinds of textual arguments would be, those kinds of textual data points would be evidence for either the author using an earlier source or of an interpolation, you know. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it's interpolated.
Sorry?
Yeah, I don't think there is sufficient reason to think it's interpolated.
Yeah, I wasn't saying either. I'm just it seemed to be an inconsistent argument. I mean, I think those sort of textual arguments about style and things are just not that reliable. And so I don't, at least a lot of the applications I see them. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's strong reason one way or the other. But I'm annoyed I can't find the page now. I'll see if I spot it.
Yeah, it's okay. Have I skipped through anything, by the way, that Kamil or Paul, you want to say as I'm moving through these highlights and things?
I've talked about 1 Corinthians 15 enough for my whole life, so.
from both sides of the.
Yeah.
I found it's on page 47.
Okay, let me.
I don't have anything until 57, and I need to use the bathroom. So go ahead without me.
Oh,
Sitting down or standing up? Oh, well, I guess we won't know. Yeah,
Press
so
one.
so in 2:2 he's saying no, it's not. Corinthians is not a later interpolation, that passage. And then in 2.3 at the top of page 47, top of page 47, right there. Moreover, so that he's referring to Craig here. He's saying that the non-Pauline characteristics in this passage also indicate that Paul is, or at least part of that passage he's talking about there, indicate that Paul is passing on prior tradition. And then Craig gives a whole bunch of examples where he's talking about this phrase in the genitive case and the plural and perfect past, passive verb and all of this stuff. And I'm like, well, if these are non-Pauline characteristics, and how do you know this wasn't a later interpretation? I mean, it's like Kamil has said, I don't think it's really that persuasive either way. I just thought it was interesting that it's kind of a direct argument against what Loke just argued that it's not an interpolation.
Yeah. So if we move.
There's another important thing that on 47 just below that, which I want to mention because it comes back later.
Studies.
Yes, that part. So this here, psychological studies have indicated that people are careful to form conclusions based on valid evidence when the topic is important, when the costs of false information are greater, and when people are held personally responsible for what they say and care about their reputation among sustained relationships with known audiences. So this citation here, Defonso and Bordia, I tried to look this up. It's from a book about rumors. So just to finish that thought there. So this book there, I don't have access to, but first of all, it's not clear that psychology of rumors is really that relevant because it's a bit of a different thing that we're talking about here. I mean, to make this claim about psychological studies have indicated, and then to give one source of a tangentially related book, and then, as Nathan was pointing out, to ignore mountains of evidence to the contrary. And I mean, I cite a lot in here as well. We'll maybe talk about that when we get to the
When Prophecy Fails, the famous book.
Yeah. There's lots of that we'll get into, which he deals with poorly. But I mean, I mentioned this here because he appeals to this quite a bit. It's not just a throwaway thing. He brings this up again and again. And the best I can say about this is that it may be the case. I think it plausibly is the case in a bunch of contexts that, when something's important to people and when the costs of false information are greater and so forth, that other things being equal, they will pay more attention to evidence that's available. But that's only a sort of other things being equal statement. It doesn't mean that there aren't important contexts where people aren't sensitive to the evidence and where they aren't careful and so forth. And I think that there's mountains of evidence in favor of that that's particularly irrelevant, which I think we'll get to a bit later. And Nathan is sort of gesturing at some of those as well. So I thought that this was just really like Loke's claiming to do a transdisciplinary analysis, right? And he talks about that he's going to appeal to psychological literature, but he barely does it at all. And this is one of the few things that he cites. And he doesn't explain what they did here or what evidence that supports this. He just sort of asserts it from one study, doesn't give any context, and then he's going to use this to support the fact that, well, actually, all of these factors were true for the disciples, so therefore, we should think that they were, probably careful about the evidence.
Yeah, so pretty much you should be a Christian as long as you are committed to the results of this one study, basically. Because this is as you mentioned, this is something that he brings up all the time. And he has basically two silver bullets against everything. One is the martyrdom argument, and the second one is this study. And what I find super ironic is that later on, towards the end of the book, he feels the need to debunk results of memory distortion psychological research because, there have been numerous studies showing how human memory is flexible and malleable. And one of the talking points of him refuting it is citing a paragraph from a study criticizing psychological studies in memory distortions. But it feels to me that every single point of criticism made against those studies could be made against this study that he's relying so much on as well, right? The criticism is, for example, that those memory distortion studies are done in laboratory setting. They feature a random group of people that's sampled from the population that don't have any social connections. It involves the scientists running the experiments, essentially manipulating the situation to facilitate like certain outcome and stuff like that. Like, I don't know details of this specific psychological study, but it seems to me the case that this is just double standard, that he likes psychological studies if they allow him to advance his case, but he dislikes them when they actually work against him, right?
Yeah, it's also false to say that these psychological studies all rely on laboratory and experiments with artificial parameters and so forth. It's true that some of them do, but many of them don't. There are many real-world studies as well, which I think are actually more interesting, and parallel cases in other religious traditions. I document a lot of that in my book, and we'll talk about some more of this when we get to the relevant part. Where he goes into this a bit more. But I mean, this is a common criticism. Oh, well, these are just artificial scenarios, and you know, it's not a real world setting, and it's not important, and so forth. The thing is, though, that it's unclear. It's just sort of an assumption that, well, that means that it's going to be more memories like more reliable in real world settings. But I think it's probably, I mean, it's context specific. But in a lot of the relevant cases, I think it's going to be less reliable. As we'll talk about later.
Criticism of this, I cited my personal Mennonite heritage and my own grandparents, who their villages were burned specifically because they were Christians in Russia and they had to leave, and yet they came over along with a lot of other people who were in my congregation, who their life were specifically threatened because of this. They cared not about evidence at all. I can attest that growing up. Like, never in any sermon was anyone citing apologetics. When you ask them, you ask me how I know I live, it's because he's in my heart. Like, that's the answer, right? And I cite these things, and then Loke came back with me with that. Well, yeah, sure, but that was a believing community, and they believed because they were in community, and that was his way to hand wave that away. And of course, his argument in a lot of this book is, we know that they could go find these 500 witnesses because they were in tight community.
Yeah, so the early Christians weren't in a community.
I know, right? So if community is one reason why modern Christians are willing to be killed, I don't quite get how you can't apply that equally. But anyway,
yeah. And one last thing that I want to say about it, and I think it's worth emphasizing this, given how often this is going to come up. He says, okay, there is a study which shows that people are, or let's say multiple psychological studies apparently, even though he only cites this one, but that could be like a synthesis, right? That people are more careful to form conclusions based on valid evidence when the topic is important, so on and so forth. But the key question is, how much more careful, right? Like, what's the probability that someone is going to fail to form conclusion based on valid evidence if this topic is important? That's not discussed, because that would actually allow you to evaluate the differences in the relevant probabilities, right? Because I can grant that the probability of someone following a false belief on valid evidence is lower if the topic is important. But the question is it going to make enough difference to overcome the prior probability of something like a resurrection, right? So yeah, that's
another thing to mention on that as well is that in Kahneman's book, a lot of the studies that he did on cognitive biases and heuristics, were basically centered around either him working with the Israeli military, so who's going to be like a fighter pilot, who's going to be an officer, things like that, and also a bunch of financial stuff where people basically being duped by their human reasoning systems into making bad decisions involving global on a global economic scale with millions of dollars involved. It's are we going to say that those aren't situations where it's important to reach correct conclusions based on valid evidence? So that are those just not important, national security and national economy?
Essentially what he's saying is, just because there are studies which show that under circumstances people are somewhat in some unspecified amount or quantity more careful about forming conclusion based on valid evidence, that translates into all of the possible naturalistic explanations for the resurrections having negligible probability, very importantly because of this one consideration, right? But obviously that doesn't follow from results of these studies.
Yeah, we'll see throughout the book that a lot of the responses that Loke gives basically depend upon the supposition that all of the early apostles were basically like James Randys of first century Palestine. They were super skeptical debunkers who would never...
Or Lee Strobel.
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. And I think that that's extremely implausible, and pretty much all the evidence we has runs contrary to that. But we will come to this.
Well, I can say that I could even say that it's plausible, but I'm just going to say that failing to be the case in history, even though it's relatively plausible, is still more probable than an actual resurrection. And that's true even if Yahweh exists and resurrections sometimes really happen.
Do you want to quickly answer this one, Paul?
Yeah, you couldn't see my face shaking vigorously. No, I am unaware of any Christian who could have potentially been a witness who was given a chance to recant. I think that was the question.
Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going. There were skeptics among Paul's audience at the church.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Although that's not really relevant.
But you mentioned this in your book as well, though, James, that this is like again a common motif amongst.
Yes, I was about to mention that on 49.
Yeah.
So why don't we just go to that, because he specifically talks about this here. So let's see. Even the apostles, so halfway down, even the apostles themselves were portrayed as rejecting this claim about the resurrection initially. But these words seem to them an idle tale, and they do not believe them. And I think he mentions this elsewhere as well. So this is a well-known, and in fact, apologists like to bring this up because, they were skeptical, and this is really the only evidence they
apologists for all religions and NDEs, and
that's true. Yes. So this is a known phenomenon. It's called the avowal of prior skepticism. I'm going to quote from my book here, which in turn is quoting from psychologist Anna Stone. She's talking about miraculous and paranormal context, and not specific about the resurrection. So, quote: "The avowal of prior skepticism is a narrative device designed to enhance the credibility of the narrator and the likelihood of attribution of the event to a paranormal cause. The technique works like this: a typical narrative account starts with the avowal of prior skepticism. At first, I was skeptical, followed by a description of an anomalous occurrence, but a psychic told me things she could not have known, which in turn is followed by a conversion. I realized that something out of the ordinary was occurring. This technique highlights the strength of evidence that caused a change in the narrator's attitude from initial skepticism to belief. By highlighting the narrator's reliance on evidence, the account also positions the narrator as a rational thinker." End quote. So this applies, and she talks about how this is found in a wide range of, she's, I think, focused on paranormal context, but it's found in other religious contexts as well. It's found in Mormonism, for example, just to note that. I think Islam as well. So it's not specific to the disciples in any way. And I think that it's very well accounted for by this common motif. It's a way of persuading people, basically, that they should take you seriously.
Yeah, I want to say that would explain, for example, the doubting Thomas story, because the point of the story very obviously in the gospel is to show the virtue of believing without seeing. But I'm not sure that would actually explain, for example, not some, that's added to the translations, but the Jesus's disciples being skeptical or doubting the appearance to Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew, because it just says they were doubting, but it doesn't then go on to develop this kind of narration. But I could imagine definitely how this, some people pursuing this kind of rhetoric could have led to the idea that some of Jesus's disciples were initially skeptical, and that eventually ended up in the Gospels the way that it does, right? And also, so that's one thing. And also, when he's talking about some early Christians being skeptical, he uses a lot the controversy in Corinth about the nature of the resurrected body. But I don't think that makes such a strong case, because obviously those people were there were theological disputes about the nature of the resurrected bodies, not about Jesus's resurrection per se. So it's not the case that there were people saying, well, I don't think that Jesus was raised. They were just people having essentially different theological views about the nature of that event. And it's really interesting that at that specific point in the argumentation, Paul doesn't say, well, come on, Jesus appeared to 12 people, all 10 or 11 people, all in the room. They all saw him eat a piece of fish. One of them was allowed to touch his wounds. So, of course, Jesus' resurrection was physical. What are you talking about? That's exactly the kind of thing that he doesn't say in the passage. And I think it's very revealing. The reason why he doesn't argue using this eyewitness testimony, which he had access to because he supposedly met with Cephas and John in Jerusalem, right? I think the reason why he doesn't say that is really well explained in the hypothesis that at that point in time, those kind of narratives have not been developed yet, and they didn't actually happen in history. They're only found in the Gospels later. So yeah, this idea that like there were early skeptics is really problematic. And also he mentions that some of Jesus's followers could have been skeptical, or it's plausible because there were skeptics in the ancient world, like for example Epicureans. Sure, it's true that some people were skeptical of certain kinds of supernatural claims. Usually,
so this
for
is on page 50, where he talks
yeah,
about
usually
this.
for theological reasons. But I don't really see how it follows that even though there were some people who could have been skeptical in, or could have plausibly been skeptical in just the Mediterranean world in general, how that translates to Jesus's disciples or basically being James Randi's or Lee Strobel's, you know. Yeah, like for most people didn't buy it. That's actually very important to realize. Like vast majority of people, probably even vast majority of people who were presented with the Christian message early on, didn't accept it. We have that.
Vast majority of Jews didn't buy it.
Yeah, actually, Jews, it was disproportionately the Jews that didn't buy it. Like Christianity by and large, especially early on, was a failure specifically among the Jewish population, specifically in Palestine. Like this is why Judaism exists today, right? Like if a lot of Jews converted to Christianity early on, then rabbinical Judaism probably wouldn't become a thing. So yeah, Christianity was predominantly popular among Gentiles. Early on, it was predominantly popular in urban areas, it looks like, and among people of low social standing, like slaves, freemen, women, and stuff like that. It specifically was disproportionately less popular among Jews, specifically in Palestine, where those events transpired, supposedly, right? And I think the reason, what explains this, is that the Jews very obviously could see that Jesus isn't what's expected. Well, Jesus doesn't line up with their messianic expectations, and they were the ones who knew the Hebrew Bible the most. So they were the ones who could the most clearly identify how trying to tie Jesus to the Old Testament and to various passages just isn't convincing.
Well, it's
which I also think.
Well, Christians are committed to that as well, because they'll always go, like Jews, they expected a political Messiah, but Jesus wasn't like that. And then for some reason, like they're unable to put like two and two together and go, yeah, because this is like an after the fact, like reconstruction. Instead, they go, it's because God had different plans. And then it's also worth mentioning, like this kind of reasoning is I suppose you could parody it and say, there's a lot of YouTube skeptics in society today, for example. So when people make claims about Bigfoot, UFOs, and aliens, we have to really take those claims seriously, because there are some skeptics in the culture that it's being.
Yeah, well, that means people were generally skeptical, right? Because there were some skeptics.
Exactly. Yeah, 2,000 years from now, when people are going to be talking about whether like cows were molested by aliens in 1950s, they are going to say, but there were all these skeptics, so surely that must have happened. Otherwise, they would have debunked it, right?
I know this is jumping ahead a couple of chapters almost, but if I buy every single one of these points, so okay, they were skeptical people and they're highly motivated to find out, and they totally had information and addresses and names of the 500 people, some of the 500. Like if you get all the way down and you find, okay, there was a handful of people who actually went out and investigated, but found out it was crap. What would we know? Like, what would change about the data?
Exactly. This is
they'd include that as the extra gospel, where they say, just as for a balance, for a balance of opinions, we've got this extra.
Right, like it's.
Until
you come back to me and say someone found the witnesses, and then even if you said, "Hey, we found Billy, who was one of the 500, and totally says he was one of the 500," then how do we? Then we have to evaluate Billy.
There's a massive problem with the whole verifying the 500 thing. Suppose there were no 500. Okay, you go to Jerusalem, you're looking for the 500, you don't find them.
Yeah, that's my Frank Zappa concert.
Hey, I didn't find them. that doesn't disprove anything. You just didn't find them.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, yes, that's a really good point. But hang on, I got some more to say about that. So
about this point or the next point, James,
about the some writers were openly skeptical about miracles. I just wanted to comment about Lucian, because I'm kind of a fan of Lucian. because he was a satirist, and it was well known. I mean, that was sort of his point, right? He mocked superstition and the gullibility of many people then. So it's ridiculous here to me to see me. No, I can't speak. It's ridiculous, in my opinion, to see Loke mentioning him in the context of, well, people were skeptical of miracles. Lucian's whole point, that was his whole like shtick, was making fun of the fact that so many people back then were too gullible about this stuff. And to cite him as being evidence that people were skeptical, is precisely the opposite of what Lucian really stands for.
Do you know the Passion of Peregrinus?
I think he might mention. Doesn't he mention that later on?
Well, that's actually really interesting in terms of the general gullibility and also the martyrdom apologetic, right? So one of the earliest sources about Christianity is the Passion of Peregrinus, which is a satire by Lucian, where he talks about this guy, Peregrinus Proteus, who was a conman, essentially, a religious conman. And he says explicitly that he traveled to meet the Christian priests in Judea, in Palestine. He pretended to convert to Christianity. He interpreted their scriptures and even wrote some of the scriptures himself for Christians. Sure sounds a lot like Paul, right? But he was just conning them the whole time, even after he was arrested and was imprisoned. And Christians were actually like giving him food in prison and stuff like that. And why did he do that? But because Christians gave him money. And Lucian specifically says that Christians are really easy to con, specifically because Christian theology says that you are supposed to like disassociate yourself from the material world. So like people, it's easier for people to exploit because they can just point to that theology and say, see, you should give your wealth to me as you are like religious leader. You shouldn't have it. But just to be clear, like I don't think that Paul was a con man or anything like that. It's just really, really spicy that one of the earliest accounts of Christianity that we have in the ancient world is actually portraying Christianity in this light. For what it's worth.
I visited the Christians and I got a gospel after me. It's awesome. You should try it.
Well, in the trying to keep this stream as short as possible. Then, if we move on to the idea that people could have gone and checked out, checked out these claims. Yep. People were told to check out the purported eyewitnesses, and again, in James's book, you do a little calculation on just how much it might have costed, and also. Well, you don't mention this, but when people were employed after they'd worked for like 5 to 10 years, they could get like a 6-month sabbatical, so they could just go off and investigate claims or do whatever they wanted with that 6 months of free time that they'd get as well from their job. So this is all really convenient stuff in that culture for people who wanted to just travel across the world and figure out whether people had actually seen Jesus or not.
Yeah, so let's talk about this, the bottom of page 50 and top of 51. I mean, he mentions this elsewhere, but I think this is important here because he's specifically talking about the people that Paul was talking to in Corinth, that when Paul is, mentioning in 1 Corinthians 15 about the list of appearances and specifically the 500, the idea is that Paul is, by saying, many of them are still alive, Paul is inviting them to go and check it out, right, to verify what he's saying. And Craig mentions this. I think Habermas mentions this. It's pretty much, the staple of apologists these days. They all make this argument. It's one of the silliest arguments I think that they make. So in my book, I cite a cool calculator. Actually, I haven't gone to it lately. The Stanford Geospatial Network model of the Roman world. There's actually a model where they've calculated the travel times between different cities in the Roman world because they're modeling, trade and other things. It's really cool. But according to that, a trip between Corinth and Jerusalem by sea, because that's the quickest route, was much quicker to go over the Mediterranean than by land, would have taken about 10 days and cost about 300 denarii, which is about 10 months' wages for an average laborer, according to my citation there. So it's something that did happen. Obviously, it's not like that they were cut off from each other, but it's not like that you could just jump in the car and drive down there or something like that. It was a serious undertaking. It's not something you could do at the drop of the hat. It was expensive and it would have taken a while. There's also the point that I made before about, like, suppose you got to Jerusalem. For a start, a lot of people in Jerusalem, more educated people in Jerusalem would have spoken Greek. but not necessarily all of the 500. So you're going to have to make sure you find those who you can speak to. Now, there would have been some, of course, but many of the local people would have spoken Aramaic, so there is a language barrier there. There's the fact that this is, well, I mean, we don't know when the 500 happened, but if it happened with the other appearances, then that's going to have been, what was Corinthians written at? 80, 55, I think he says here. So we're talking like 20 years after the fact. So you're looking, you're trying to find people, many of whom spoke a different language in a foreign city for something that happened 20 years ago. And it's not clear how you can achieve a negative result. Like, so you don't find someone that doesn't falsify anything, right? So there seems to be only a positive answer. So if you find someone who says that they were, and just because they say that they were doesn't mean that they actually were, you go home, yes, I found someone. If you don't find anyone, you know, you go home and it's like, well, unfortunately, I couldn't find anyone. Let's suppose that you're super skeptical and you come home from your journey of probably months, convinced that in fact there were no 500. And you go and tell all your Christian friends, hey, look, I went to Jerusalem and I couldn't find anyone who said that they were, you know, one of the 500. What are your friends going to think? They're just going to say, well, you didn't look hard enough, or you're crazy, or you've lost your faith. That's more likely.
Satan,
what do you think? Satan's got to you, right? Do you think that they're going to be convinced by that? They're going to say, well, look, Paul told us that there were 500. What would you know about it? Yeah, you went there, but I mean, obviously that, you know, Satan's got to you, or you didn't look hard enough, or whatever.
Sin.
Why would anyone believe them when they came back from this? It's completely ridiculous if you actually think through the logistics of this.
Okay, so maybe just to steelman it, I can imagine someone who would be interested in doing that. But I mean, it's questionable, like how motivated people would be to do that if they're already believers. Even the skeptical ones, right? Like they would be probably just told to pray about it. And if it didn't work, they would just deconvert, right? Like they wouldn't spend 10 months of their wages to go travel.
Yeah, I'm not saying no one did. I'm saying few people would have had the means and the interest to.
Yeah, but just to steelman it, right? So imagine that someone decided to do it. They went to Jerusalem. They asked around where are the Christians meeting and stuff like that. And suppose that they were actually able to find the Christian community in Jerusalem and get to talk to Peter, for example, and ask them, is it really the case that there were 500 people who all saw Jesus at the same time? Like then, depending on what Peter would say, either yes or no, that would be like a stronger indication about what supposedly happened, right? Like you don't have to find the 500 people. Because Paul says he got that information from someone else. He doesn't say who. And he got that information before. He says, I'm reminding you of something that I already told you when I was in Corinth. So he already had that information when he was in Corinth, which means he would have got that information at like an earlier point in time, right? So it couldn't be the case that he, for example, heard it from someone a week before he wrote the letter to the Corinthians, right? So I guess you can steelman it that way. That you wouldn't have to find the 500.
Some of whom have, like, he's not saying Peter is in the 500, and he's specifically saying that some of whom have fallen. Some are still alive, though some have fallen asleep, right? I mean,
yeah, sure, but like I mean, if you were managed to track down Peter or James or John, and ask them, hey, do you think there were 500 people who also saw Jesus at the same time? Like, depending, even though they are not included in that group, I think it would make a difference whether they said, yeah, absolutely, yeah, that's the creed, or whether they would say, what? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I had never heard anything like that,
Why not Jesus himself, since he's in the business of appearing to Paul, and Hare Krishna will come into your heart if you choose.
Yeah, I think my point is that you don't have to imagine people actually tracking down anyone from the 500. You could just say that if someone was genuinely curious about it, like it would go a long way if they were able to find contact, for example, some of the Jerusalem pillars, which they were just. Right. So they were probably in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was a big city, but if you are really committed and able to stay there for a couple of weeks, let's say, and carefully ask around about Christians so that you are not you don't get into legal trouble, then I can see plausibly how you could be able to get in touch. Like Paul, for example, traveled to meet the Jerusalem pillars, so he didn't. He had to find them somehow, right?
But if you come across Peter himself, are you not going to say, like, Cephas is the first in the list? So why would you ask about the 500? You're going to say, hey, did you see Jesus?
Well, sure.
and hear about
Sure,
that. You're not going
you
to
can
get
ask.
down to the
You can ask
500
him.
thing.
Then you can ask about 500 as well, if that's what you're interested in.
But even if Peter says, "Nah, I don't think that 500 thing happened," but I saw him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, the point I'm making is not that it would have been possible to check, but the apologists bring this up because of the large number of the 500, and because I think it's possible that 500 did see Jesus, right? We have sightings of that. I'm just specifically talking about the idea of the checking aspect, and apologists say that they're specifically saying that you could check that the people Paul was talking to could go and check, and Paul was inviting them to go and check and talk to those people who actually experienced that. It doesn't really help from that evidential point of view if they are someone else, because then that's just like another secondhand testimony, right? The point is, I think that the idea that you could check this is grossly overstated. And even if some people did check and found out one way or the other, it's just not clear that, like, probably that did happen, right? I mean,
I think
it doesn't prove anything.
The same that if someone found out it was garbage, that's not going to affect anything. I also wanted to ask. So in my argument, I went to investigate how big was the Church at Corinth at the time the letter was written. The best estimates I can find was the church was 40 to 50 people. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing. I think that would be like basically someone look outside the window and they saw a horse, so they decided to write down 50 people. You know.
Well,
no, that's absolutely a way to know that, right? Because you can estimate the size of Corinth and then think about, well, Christians aren't going to be 10% of the city, right? So you can at least put some bounds on it.
And the archaeology has buildings that they figure were roughly the temples and things like that is what the estimates are based on.
Like, it can't have been thousands of people at that time.
Yeah, I'm not saying thousands. Yeah, like if someone like really forced me to come up with an estimate, I would probably say like dozens, in the order of magnitude of dozens.
Yeah, and so that's what the estimates are at, like 40 to 50. And it's like, well, what percentage were skeptical? What percentage had the means to give 10 months' wages? Like, you start getting down to a handful of people who might have been so curious that they went and did this. And if those handful of people found out it was garbage and left the church and didn't say anything about it, the evidence is the same.
I want to point something out in terms of Loke's approach to this kind of skepticism as well. So, like, for example, here you can see, and this is a common style that he'll do, where he'll kind of go, well, one might object that given that the details concerning the 500, e.g. their names are absent, how would the Corinthians be able to check? Well, on the one hand, the fact that we do not have these details at present doesn't imply that the first century audience didn't have the details. And he frequently does this where he'll just go, well, for all we know, this might be true, so that's good enough and don't worry about it. And I think that this really falls short, again, from like a transdisciplinary approach where it's like, well, let's lay out what all the competing hypotheses are, what their commitments are, what their probabilities are, and compare them in this way. Like, this is clearly like, I've established my conclusion, so here's a kind of just so story that can kind of resolve over any problems that you might have with the story that I'm offering. And I just don't think that this kind of thing is good enough. Like, you'll see this again and again, where I'll briefly say, well, one could say this, but here's why it's not really a problem, because for all we know.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetical evidence, which he did not like.
I think it's definitely plausible to imagine that when people were talking about Jesus, they probably like were discussing details that we don't have in these kinds of textual documents. Like, they were talking about what Jesus was like, what was his favorite color, what was his favorite food, and stuff like that. That's definitely on the table, right? But then, the problem is that we don't know those. We don't have those details. So that could have been like something other than what's later recorded in the Gospels.
The thing is, if we don't have evidence, you don't get to make it up and fill in the blank with what you would like it to be, because it could just easily be something that contradicts your position, unless you have an argument for why something's more plausible. Like, why are we not allowed to? Why can't we just go, well, for all we know, actually, Hare Krishna also appeared and said, well, Jesus is just like another incarnation of the real God, but you guys have to pretend to be like. Why can't we just come up with like a completely a more implausible but bizarre story? For all we know, every single person that was in the church at Corinth when Paul was talking there subsequently took a trip to Jerusalem, found out the 500 was nonsense, and all left the church. We don't have anything contrary to that. So can I just make up that and say, well, that's probably what happened. But then they all caught this virus and died. But we don't know about that because we didn't find
Well, the Church of Corinth is mentioned in First Clement, so there was a church, I would say.
Yeah, but that would have been later converts, right? I'm talking about the OG. Okay. They went down, or even maybe half of them apostatized.
Yeah, I'm actually going to make an argument like that, and later I'm going to argue that the details that the Jesus's followers were talking about, which are not recorded in any extant text, is them seeing an image of Jesus in the clouds.
Yeah, Loke does this a lot, and I think it's. I mean, Craig does it as well. It's like when there's something that we don't have evidence for, they say, "Well, this might have been this way," and they don't necessarily say it was this way. They just sort of say it might have been, and sort of imply that resolves the objection. But even though, well, it might have been any number of other ways. Like that's not actually. If we don't have evidence for it, then we don't have evidence for it. And yeah, I think it's a really disingenuous way to argue.
Okay, so oh no, that's one of my notes. Have we said enough yet about the 1 Corinthians 15? Here's another. Paul assumed responsibility and cared about his reputation with his known audience.
Oh yeah, this is really important actually, because this is where it starts to get into the Randian stuff. Okay, I realize Randian could be something.
Do
else.
you know what I always think?
James Randi.
you know, like the more I kind of like read Paul's writings and stuff, and like you know, like this model of what his personality's like. It's kind of like the kind of malignant narcissism that I sort of perceive in Loki as well, where it's like as you know, like it's all about responsibility and like status and he's got to be taken seriously. And if someone like Paulogia, who doesn't have, sorry if I mispronounce your names, who doesn't have, like the relevant PhD credentials is questioning you, it's like, I'm so important. I feel so bad. It seems like that kind of thing in Paul's personality as well, especially when you get his writing and like the weird sort of like, it feels like, like kind of gaslighty tactics and like, like you're not spiritually enlightened and stuff like that when he's talking to people as well. Like when you listen to, the Australian Jesus that Derek Lambert did an interview with, and you hear like the same kind of weird manipulative ways of communicating with people to try and get them to like follow you and respect you and stuff. So it's like, yeah, Paul did really care about his reputation, but not in like, it's not like in a good way. It's I mean this is doesn't have a lot to really contribute, but those are just my thoughts on Paul. And,
is it 2 Corinthians 11 where he goes through all the
where he goes through
all his basically a chapter worth of bragging about how God.
Yeah.
So bottom of page 54 here. So talking about Paul, what basically Loke is saying is that Paul wouldn't have made these claims unless he was very confident in them. Again, I don't necessarily think that, I mean, there could have been 500 who thought they saw Jesus. We have marine apparitions, which we'll get to later. But I think this is important because it sets the stage for his arguments later about emphasizing how skeptical and sure that the disciples were about these things. And I think that's grossly overstated. So let's look at what he says here. Skeptic psychologist, how do you pronounce that? Wittenberger objects that the report that a group of people saw Jesus may have been generated by an individual disciple having a hallucination, not only of Jesus, but of his fellow disciples together with him. However, in such a case, the report would have been easily falsified by the readers of 1 Corinthians checking with Peter and his fellow disciples. So this raises a similar point there. I mean, it's not like Peter and his other disciples were just hanging around Corinth the whole time. Yes, it is possible that some of them could have gone to Jerusalem or maybe met them somewhere else, because some of them did travel around, although I don't think we know what happened to most of them. This is 20 years after the resurrection, right? But it would have been very difficult and costly to do that. And I think even more important than that, if we go down to the next paragraph on page 55, given these considerations, Paul would not have made up the list of supposed eyewitnesses or passed one on that was made up by others and that he did not know himself was correct. If these people did not exist and claim to have witnessed the resurrection of Jesus, falsification would have been easy and the costs would have been high. Now, this is a very important point, and I'm going to sort of emphasize this a lot. Falsification would not have been easy for the reasons I've argued. There are language barriers, there are cost barriers, travel, and other things. But I think the more important barrier is simply interest. Okay, let's think about all of the things that people believe today that can be falsified by 5 minutes on Google, or hell, 10 seconds on Google. Like, anti-vaxxers or people.
Well, what about the Korean, the Korean woman who's Mother God? And there's like nothing about Mother God in the Old Testament or anything, but then they take like the New Testament and she's alive in Korea today. The World Mission Society of God, like that's clearly nonsense. And yet there's pictures of like thousands of Koreans who follow this.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much any new religious movement is sort of like this. I mean, Scientology. What about Mormonism? I wonder what Loke would say about how easily it is to falsify Mormonism by doing Google searches. But how many people? The information is easily accessible and the costs are high, right? And anti-vaxxers is a particularly good example because the information is very easily available, and it's something that has a massive effect because children die because their parents don't get them vaccinated, right? There's other things that I cite in my book about irrational belief persistence, which has high costs. One of my favorites is breatharianism. Are people familiar with what that is?
Yeah.
Some people think that you can survive without eating or drinking just by breathing and absorbing the sun or something like that. And people have died because they believe this. So, I mean, that's a very extreme example, right? But the point is and think about all the people who just believed Trump, who just started saying that the election was rigged and he didn't have any evidence, but people just believed him, right? There's so many examples of this throughout history and contemporarily in all sorts of areas.
There are actually really interesting videos of what's essentially like mass hysteria among groups of these Trump supporters who were protesting in front of the polling stations and demanding that they are to be let in with machine guns and rifles and stuff like that. And there are videos, for example, when they see a van and they somehow all became convinced that that's the van that's like smuggling the ballots in. And that there are actually people recorded on camera that go ask about it, and the person like opens the van and it's just like camera equipment for a TV station or something like that. And really just like find those videos and watch the crowd psychology function in real life. Like that's misinformation spreading in real time among a group of people who are already in the sort of milieu predisposed to believe this,
in a skeptical society with skeptical
with internet access. We have internet access.
Yeah.
And this is my point. I mean, another example is people who don't believe coronavirus is real, or apparently including Craig, or he thinks it came from a Chinese lab or something, but that's another story. The point I'm making here is that there is so much evidence that many people in different contexts, especially I would argue new religious movements, are not in the slightest bit interested in trying to seek evidence or disprove their beliefs. And even if you literally have contrary information at your fingertips that you can access with no effort, most people won't. I mean, sure, some people will, right? But then they won't stick around. You're selecting for those who are less skeptical because the skeptical ones just go away. You don't hear about them. And the people who are left are just not interested in doing that. And when you add to that the fact that it would have been very difficult for these people to falsify it because of language barriers and the cost of the other things that I mentioned, they didn't have the internet and other things like that. That just compounds the difficulty. So I think that this is just utterly absurd, the argument that Loke is making here, and it just has no basis in actual psychology or sociology or history of different religious movements.
I will say that I made that very same Trump argument to Dr. Loke, and his response back was, basically an endless supply of special pleading as to why that's not analogous, right? It was, he was basically, well, they supported Trump whether he won the election or not. So this wasn't like the election fraud wasn't a core belief of theirs.
Okay.
So that's why it's completely different and disanalogous, right? Like, unfortunately, he keeps doubling down on imaginary ways this is
what we need to do is we need to torture some of the Trump supporters to see if they would recant. Because it's definitely true.
Female Trump supported deacons.
It's disanalogous in a way that like the costs are maybe not as high as they might have been for some Christians in the first century.
Well, I don't think it was widespread persecution. Hang on, what was that?
That was just Paul. What's your Peter and Paul challenge? Do you want to briefly mention that?
I don't mean to interrupt James, but sure. My Peter and Paul challenge is essentially I ask people to show me what would have to change about the evidence we have about the early church if Peter and Paul were the only people who experienced risen Jesus. Would anything about the evidence we have to change? And I've yet to have anyone demonstrate what would have to be different.
I think they would probably say that the Gospels would only mention Jesus appearing to them.
But that's why. Like
because Paul said that there are other witnesses and people could have easily checked. This is literally the argument, right? This is one of them here.
Yeah,
Craig mentions this as well. And I think this is the problem with that, is because, well, they didn't have, many of them wouldn't have had the means, and even fewer would have had the inclination, and those who did, well, they just would have left. And this is just never addressed, the fact that, well, maybe people did and they just left. They never talk about that.
The example I used that Dr. Loke did not like was, I said, well, there's a lot of people watching my videos, and all of them could download your book for free if they wanted to debunk everything I was saying, and they weren't doing that. So,
yeah, but I mean,
he deserves that.
Like in general, the argument against proposing that something happened in history other than, for example, what the Gospels propose, is just the idea that if that was the case, the account of the Gospels would be more similar to what actually happened in history, right? So, for example, on my Pareidolia hypothesis, you could say it's expected that if it really was the case that an appearance of Jesus to a group of people was them experiencing an instance of Pareidolia, that would be reflected in the resurrection accounts in the Gospels, right? And I mean, fair enough, right? Like I can just bite the bullet and say that the Gospel narratives, looking the way they are, on the hypothesis that the group appearances were an instance of Pareidolia, the expectedness of that evidence is really, really low. Let's say it's just like 1 in 1,000, right? I still think that the difference in the prior probability more than makes up for that expectedness, right? That low.
I think that's too generous. What's the probability? Suppose Loke is right, like everything he believes is correct about Jesus and about the early tradition and all that. What's the probability under that hypothesis that Gospels look like what they do? To me, it seems low, because there's so many things there that are inconsistent. So many things that could have been in there that could have been better or clearer, doctrinally as well as historically. There are some insertions, for example, of God could have protected that from happening. Like, I don't think that that the Gospels fit well with the Christian hypothesis.
Just like he protected the Shroud of Turin.
Like, as soon as you're willing to say that the Gospels were based on an oral tradition, and that oral tradition was around for 20 years, like there's nothing to me that all these things couldn't be added, because as you were trying to convert your neighbor, he said, well, who were the first people to arrive at the tomb? And then someone's thinking, well, normally I guess women go to the tomb first, so I guess I better talk about them. Like, if you're talking about 20 years of oral tradition, anything can happen.
Yeah, but I mean, he would, and he does argue that, when the Gospels were being written, there are still people around who were eyewitnesses, or who knew eyewitnesses and stuff like that. So, it's the Gospels don't necessarily have to be at the end of like a long telephone game, right?
No, but they need to, and all that stuff could have happened earlier. It's much like the same as like you can't write a thing about Robin Hood that doesn't include stealing, like, because certain things get kind of solidified as the details that we care about. Or Paul Bunyan stories need to have him being very tall. These things just get solidified early, and you build around them.
Well, yeah, sure, but like, I mean, if there are still people who were there in the community that were, for example, were the first users of the Gospels, then they could have just easily said, that's not how it happened.
But is there something compelling to you to say that there were such people?
Yeah, that's a good question. And also, I don't think that's an insurmountable...
Well, how do you know that they didn't? I think this is sort of what we were talking about.
Yeah, and also I think them being there is not an insurmountable problem, because like there is a lot of arguments that can be made that even eyewitnesses being there when the Gospels were written, assuming that the Gospels diverge from history on a number of points, wouldn't necessarily be an issue for like reasons that we can go into. But also I can just bite the bullet and accept that low expectedness, given like some kind of background idea that there might have been still eyewitnesses present. But I can just still say that the difference in prior probability is much bigger, so like this consideration doesn't overcome it, even in conjunction with all other considerations. And I mean, you, James, made a really good point that, yeah, on the resurrection hypothesis, we can, like, the content of the Gospel being what it is today is like debatable. The expectedness is debatable. And it's really interesting to see that like a Christian apologist would have to come up with additional auxiliary explanations for every consideration like that. So you could say, okay, if Jesus was raised, I would expect the Gospels, for example, to be different in this way. For example, Matthew would just say, "Hi, I'm Matthew. I am an apostle, and this is what I saw with my own eyes. I'm writing a first-hand account, right?" And of course,
and I'm writing in, and he gives the year, and it's like, 80, 36. Obviously, he wouldn't have said 36, but
which is just standard for how ancient historians, for example, wrote. When they were eyewitnesses to events, or they had access to eyewitnesses, then they said so in the text. Because they had every reason to do it and no reason not to do it. So, like, for every consideration like that you can think of, an apologist will have to come up with an auxiliary hypothesis to explain that. But that's a problem, because then on that compound explanation, more things have to be true about the world, which we don't necessarily have evidence, and we don't necessarily even have good reasons to believe they were the case in the first place. So the already low claim, the already very intrinsically improbable claim of the resurrection gets even lower and lower, less and less probable, as you add more stuff to it, So you create this Rube Goldberg machine of all of the explanations for all of the features of the Gospels that all have to be true at the same time. And also, one of the components of that machine is the resurrection, which, alone is pretty improbable. So that's always the problem.
Well, here's
I
another...
can afford.
Oh, sorry.
I can afford to make one or two ad hoc assertions here and there, I think, because even though ad hoc assertions lower the prior probability of your explanation, because they are more things that also have to be true about the world other than what you're proposing as an explanation.
Stalking horse.
Yeah, I think I can still do that, because the difference in prior probability is just really big. It's more probable that something that sounds really ad hoc to us today happened than an actual resurrection. And that's true even if Yahweh exists and, resurrections sometimes happen.
So here's an example of...
You're drinking from Yoda's head? That's disturbing.
V bought this mug specifically because she thought it'd be really funny in stream to make me drink from it.
Oh wait, she's copying. Oh, she's copying my. Oh, that's how. That's. Oh, I can't.
So, Paul, you're muted.
I was gonna say, does Kamil not have a baby Yoda to use? We all need to have one.
He just has.
I have a baby.
Yeah. So Loke does this. We can see how he exactly does that kind of thing, though, where he introduces these auxiliary claims that he needs to be true in the world. Again, like I mentioned earlier, here's just another example that Kamils highlighted in his copy, where he's while having an agenda might have caused these authors to invent these details. What kind of agenda might they have had? Who knows? To make their case more convincing. It might also be the case that the authors did not invent the details, but were convinced by them. And it's obviously, I'm just going to take the first option.
And what's more likely? Yeah, I'm happy to grant that both options are possible. Just what's the difference in probability?
But he does this, and he just expects you to go with him on the second one without really offering a reason to deny the first one.
And if you look at the second highlighted passage, the apparent lack of agreement indicates that the stories were not carefully made up by a group of Christians conspiring to tell the story. Yeah, this is essentially what I'm saying, right? His entire analysis of the Gospels, including some details that are ahistorical, is the idea that Christians just conspired to lie about Jesus being resurrected for some reason. But that's not what anyone's proposing, right? I think the Gospel authors honestly did believe that Jesus was raised. Yeah. They honestly did believe that Jesus was raised bodily. So if you could ask them, is Jesus's body where it was buried, they would obviously say no. And yet I still think that the account of the empty tomb and the account of Jesus's appearances in the Gospels is not what we would observe if we could send a camera back in time. And I'm not the only one who acknowledges that. There are conservative evangelical New Testament scholars who have no trouble making all kinds of claims about this narrative flexibility in the Gospels, right? The Gospel of John repeatedly says that, both the disciples this is the one who have testified, and his testimony is true. This is the disciple who is testifying to these things and wrote these things, and we know that his testimony is true. This is in the Gospel of John. And yet there are people, conservative scholars like Lacona, Keener, even William Lane Craig, Craig Evans, Craig Bublak, who say, well, for all we know, the story of the doubting Thomas was invented for a theological reason. John saying that Jesus breathed the Holy Spirit into the disciples when he appeared to them in the upper room was invented for theological reasons. Jesus invented, obviously, showing his side to the disciples. The author of the Gospel of John altered the day of the crucifixion for theological reasons, which means he then had to invent a lot of other things that didn't happen in history because they like necessarily follow from the resurrection, from the crucifixion being in a different day. You know, he moved the cleansing of the temple to a different time period and stuff like that, right? He invented the I am passages, right? Craig Evans says, yeah, Jesus probably didn't say that in history, even though the Gospel of John says, like, this is from an eyewitness, so that you know that these claims are true. Yeah.
Everyone, yeah. What's your mug, Paul? I can't see.
My mug says Skywalker Sound, which got when I worked there. So, you know.
Nice.
I get to trump all of you.
James has like destroyed his stream somehow. Nice.
And I can grant...
That's what I get. I nearly killed my microphone. Sorry.
I think we would all actually grant this entire section that Paul was convinced. Like, if that's the whole point of this section, is that Paul super believed it, fine.
Well. I mean, this is the thing, is that we're all already committed to the claim in this chapter. Christians claim to have witnessed the resurrected Jesus, right? But it's just, I think it just shows the difference in methodology or ways of thinking, what we find plausible. The fact that even though we agree to the same claim, it's like our kind of background beliefs about what's going on in the culture and the time and the kinds of things we're committing ourselves to are very different to the picture that Loke's painting to come to this conclusion. It's like almost implicitly throughout the whole thing, he's just assuming his conclusion that, you know, that Jesus is behind it. And that explains why Christians, you know, it's
right.
like,
And that every person who's super convinced has great epistemology. Like, that's just the blanket.
Yeah, I wonder if he'd think there's anyone, like, are there any cases that made it into the Bible where people, I mean, I suppose maybe it would like kind of falsify his Christianity because he'd have to like, you know, deny like inspiration or something like that. But I wonder if he thinks there's like any people who were in the church that were just convinced by some combination of like reasoning biases, like peer pressure or being desperate, or is just everyone on board because for like these great reasons. They just, God told them the kalam or whatever. And
Or there was a hot girl who like
the Doug hypothesis, yes.
Yeah.
The Pine Creek. It's about 200 pages, by the way, people asking, approximately. So you can divide the page count by 2, and that's a rough percentage. But hang on, before we go for, there's a few things I want to comment on Devon. So
on 57, would you say? Yeah,
there is repetition though. So some of the things we talk about now, we won't have to go over again later. But yeah, so one of the important things here is, even though I agree with the whole point of this chapter, as you said, that Christians claim to have witnessed, I mean, I'm happy to admit that. But first of all, a lot of the arguments he gives for it are not very good. And second of all, Loke makes arguments here that are relevant to his claims later, addressing points where I don't agree with him. So that's why it's important to raise them here. Now, in terms of this page, if we look at, let's see. So the sort of bottom of the first paragraph here, the apparent lack of agreement between the different gospels, say, is what we would expect from first-hand accounts of a shocking event given by eyewitnesses very soon after the event. And then in the quote from a little bit later, he says, the stories exhibit exactly that surface tension which we associate not with tales artfully told by people eager to sustain a fiction and therefore anxious to make everything look right, but with the hurried, puzzled accounts of those who have seen with their own eyes something which took them horribly by surprise, and with which they had not yet fully come to terms. So this doesn't make any sense at all, because the Gospels are supposed to be based on an oral tradition deriving from an early creed. It's
Yeah,
not
it
like that
doesn't
these were
even fit
scribbled
with- it's
notes
not
just
consistent with-
afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. It's
His
not
own-
even what he proposes happened.
But even if we grant that it was consistent with what he's saying, like, really, what the hell is the difference? Like, can I look at two texts and say, yeah, this really looks like it was written by someone who was just awestruck? And like, I don't know, I'm not really confident in my ability to tell the difference from just.
When does he think that the Gospels were written exactly? Like, does he think they were written
He gives standard dates earlier on. He gives standard dates.
But I mean, even on the traditional dates, Matthew was written, I think, in 43. Mark was written either before Peter was dead or after, depending on which early attestation you believe. And then like obviously Luke would be in the 60s, 62, I think. So yeah, like even on that hypothesis, it was still years, if not decades, after the events. So how are these exactly supposed to be hurried, puzzled accounts if people had like decades to ruminate on
14 years 14 years
Yeah.
in the making.
Okay, I guess.
You can do amazing stuff in 14 years. Believe it.
Yeah, it's such a strange argument. There's a throwaway from right. Is that NT right? I didn't check.
Whereabouts? Sorry.
Well, there's a couple of right quotes on this page 57.
Right, 2003. That sounds about right.
It's funny. Some people's names you only hear in like it's always NT right. Right, or William Lane Craig. If you just say William Craig, it's like
stands for no theology right, according to my Calvinist friends. But
Rosie. Yeah, there's a throwaway line about the Easter stories going back to early oral tradition. I think the Easter stories are one of the best illustrations of how gospel writers either invented things themselves or relied on very dubious traditions, because I think that there's like basically zero chance that those are historical. But Loke doesn't really appeal to them much, so we can put that aside. What else did I want to say? So, page 58. So now he's talking about the fact that there's like different numbers of women or different identities of women given in different gospels when they're finding the empty tomb. So he quotes Taylor here, who says, naturally, at different centers of Palestinian Christianity, the lists of women would differ. All agreed that Mary of Magdala was one of the number, but at one center, the names of local women would be remembered, at another center, those of others. Luke's Caesarean tradition preserved the names of Joanna and Susanna. Mark's Jerusalem tradition, a secondary, Mary and Salome. Or is it Salome? But anyway, as far as I can tell, that's just all speculation. Like, I don't know what evidence we have for any of that.
That's ad hoc. Exactly.
Yeah. Why would the names differ? Like, why wouldn't they just be standardized and a single story told? Like, you could just make anything up, it seems, at this point.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Yeah, like in order to explain these literary features, you just have to come up with auxiliary hypotheses, or maybe in this tradition. And I mean, at different centers of Palestinian Christianity, the list would be different. What do you mean by different centers of Palestinian Christianities? These were written as hurried accounts of people who were just struck with the event, right? Like that's internally inconsistent.
So he's come up with one of these stories here that, with a bit of German in there, which makes it more true.
Sitz im Leben. It's true that German does make things more true, by the way. That's a fact.
He essentially goes through like your standard shtick of harmonizing contradictions. And I think if we want to skip to page 63, there is a highlighted section which sums up the problem. So if you could read it in the British voice, because that also helps.
It is sufficient to suggest a possible, not necessarily actual, scenario that is not contradictory with the Gospels, and then say, for all we know, this is how it could have happened. In response to those who argue against the historicity of the traditions concerning Jesus' resurrection, it's enough to show that the arguments for or against the historicity of those traditions are finely balanced, and that these traditions remain broadly viable, in which case a historian can then plausibly choose to accept them based on other grounds.
So here Locke is essentially throwing me a massive bone, because he says, okay, it's enough to establish that historicity of these different traditions is as likely as their ahistoricity, which like helps me massively, because then that means that I can appeal to different details in the Gospels, details that he wants to show to prop up his resurrection hypothesis. And I can say, well, on my hypothesis, they didn't happen. For all we know, this is not how it actually happened, right? And my suspicion was that he would want to make arguments against that, but here he's essentially saying, no, we can just evaluate both of those options as equiprobable. That's great. That works massively in my favor, because then the question of the posterior probability essentially gets pushed to the question of the prior probability. What's more intrinsically probable, an actual resurrection or the kind of explanation that I'm proposing? And I think if we have two competing explanations, both of them are equiprobable when it comes to explaining the evidence, but in one of them, the thing that actually does the explanatory work, like an actual resurrection, is something that we see almost never happening. And in the other explanation, what does the explanatory work are the kinds of things that are like ubiquitous to human psychology and that we see people doing all the time, both in antiquity and in the modern days. Then I think we should go with the second one. So that's a very nice admission here.
Okay.
I made this point earlier that with this extended passage here,
which bit, the italics or the
everything in italics.
Yeah.
So Loke's basically writing his own gospel there, and I think this is. I mean, Kamil was saying before that the gospel writers felt that they were able to, insert quotes and other details. So that's obviously a bit more than Loke's doing. But I think there is an important aspect to the fact that that even today, and this is an example of this, Christian apologists feel like that it's sort of acceptable for them to come up with their own version of events, which is different from anything that it says in any of the Gospels, right? And you won't find this in any Gospel. He has rewritten it so that it can fit with all of the different accounts that he accepts as historical. That doesn't prove that it didn't happen this way, but my point is that I think that this is sort of precisely proof that the early Christians were doing the same thing. They were coming up with, well, here's how it must have gone based on the testimonies and stories that I've heard, and they reconstructed it in this way. And partly this is why you get different stories, is because different authors reconstructed it in different ways.
Yeah, it would be a really interesting exercise to pull a random sample of Christians, and you can even throw in like Christian pastors and just ask them on the spot, point blank, to recount the Passion, for example. It would be interesting how many details they would include, whether the details would be would match, and whether they would contradict what's actually said in the Gospels. I think that would be really revealing when it comes to how oral tradition spreads, because obviously they meet all of the criteria for being very careful about spreading that, preserving that information, maybe apart from them being more, being faced with persecution.
If we took this section in the italics and then found other examples of apologists doing something similar, where they're kind of adding in these details that we don't have in the primary sources to say what they think happened, I wonder if we could then find undesigned coincidences between their details that they add in as well, which would make their sort of invention is a bit more likely to be true, actually, if there were these kind of interlocking details that complemented each other.
On page 65, there's also lots of perhaps and, well, this could have happened. Perhaps failing to see Jesus initially, the disciples stood as courage and doubtful, went fishing. And then later it's like, it is possible, given this is possible that the command to tarry was not given until after they'd been in Galilee.
When you're dealing with contradictions, possible is enough. But when you're proposing an alternative explanation to the resurrection, then that's just ad hoc.
Yeah,
that's the main takeaway.
So anyway, we come to the conclusion. It's that they had experiences.
Before that, the very last paragraph. This is important. After all of that, he says the very last paragraph here. In closing, it should be emphasized once again that my argument in this chapter, as well as the book, does not depend on the harmonization being true. So it's he's just given all this harmonization. But it doesn't matter. It's just the out principle. It's
does it depend though on Jesus eating a piece of fish in front of 10 people? Because if that didn't happen, then sure, we are going to have much easier time coming up with an alternative explanation of why that's in the Gospel.
Yeah. Well, how about harmonizing a resurrection with reality?
It's like that old clapping meme, if it doesn't matter, then why bother doing it? Why even talk about this if it doesn't matter? And if it does matter, then don't give yourself this little out here. This really annoys me when people defend something and then say, but it actually doesn't matter. Well, then don't defend it. Ugh.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think any of this stuff matters. We get it. So the earliest Christians experienced something which they thought was the resurrected Jesus. And again, I think we're all committed to this claim already, but let's maybe, as we go through, see how Loke's kind of evaluation of the evidence differs from ours.
Yeah, so this is a false dichotomy, I think. So he's essentially saying either experiences or...
I'll just be 1 second, by the way, Kamil. I'm going to...
Yeah.
Gonna what? What?
So the earliest Christian... so either there were appearances and the origin of the resurrection belief doesn't come from exegesis of various Old Testament passages, or the negation of that. Right, so he's saying alternatively, the earliest Christians initially believed in Jesus' resurrection not because they had such experiences, but because they ruminated about his traumatic crucifixion, blah blah blah. Right, but that's like not exhaustive. Those are not necessarily like one doesn't have to be false for the other one to be true. Like I think that
why not both?
Yeah, why not both? Yeah. I think if there were any experiences, and again, like my explanation involves Pareidolia, that was just a confirmatory. And because here he's going to want to say that the exegesis of the Old Testament wouldn't be enough for the disciples to be convinced that Jesus was raised, and it wouldn't explain where these experiences come from. And then he's also going to want to say that the experiences alone wouldn't be enough for the disciples to conclude that Jesus was raised. For reasons, right? Like, for example, people in antiquity knew about dreams, vision, ghosts, and stuff like that. But what he fails to evaluate is actually exactly what he claims the whole book is about: a combination of the two possibilities, right? They were initially convinced that Jesus was raised because of exegesis of exactly the passages that he's citing here. And then it was confirmed by an extramental experience, like an instance of Pareidolia.
Or an instrumental experience.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous to try and say that people know when they're hallucinating and when they're not.
Yeah, because this is the problem, is that this is something that always happens with like in these like worldview discussions, when it comes to like NDEs, experiences, whatever, there's a difference between someone having, like the phenomena of something and then the explanation that accounts for it. And this happens even at like the broadest levels when we talk about these worldview differences. And, a lot of Christians will go, well, how, like if it's just chemicals, then how do you have love or whatever? It's like, even if you're like, I don't know, the most hardcore materialist, whatever, you're not denying that someone has the phenomena of that. You're just providing a different explanation of what it is that sits behind it. And I can't remember why I even mentioned that so passionately, to be honest. Just too much coffee. I'm going crazy.
On the bottom of page 69, there is an important little footnote there, which is relating to what Kamil was just saying. The footnote.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
With respect to these premises here, note that or is taken in the exclusive sense in the syllogism as well as in the next. So he's saying it's one or the other, when clearly it's not. So you don't have to pick between all of these, which I think is an odd omission there.
Yeah, I do think that. I mean, maybe he's a Stoic, right? So he just has a different logical system than us. But
maybe. So we're onto the persecution point here in 3.2, the willingness to suffer thing. So on the top of page 69, he kind of raises a good, I guess, objection to that. He sort of talks about later, but he says, in many cases, this is on 69, in many cases, the reason for which the persecutors persecuted Christians was not the resurrection, but other reasons, such as viewing them as posing a threat to the temple. And this is a point that I think Pine Creek has made, and I think Richard Carey has also made, that when people are being persecuted, it's not always exactly clear what the reason for it is. It's not like that. It's very unlikely, and in fact, possibly never occurred, that Christians are in the position of like, deny the resurrection specifically, and we won't persecute you. But if you don't, we will continue to. It just doesn't usually work like that. So I don't know how you can. That's important, because if you want to use belief in the resurrection as if you want to use willingness to experience persecution or sustain persecution as evidence for sincerity of belief in the resurrection, then you kind of have to establish that they could have avoided the persecution by jettisoning that belief or renouncing that belief. And I don't know that can, I mean, maybe there's some cases that are documented, but in most cases, I don't think that can be established at all.
I mean, I would say when it comes to persecution by the Jews, that was much more about the claim of the resurrection, about other things. But what's actually really interesting about it is that in the Jewish context, you repenting wouldn't actually help you, because like under the Mosaic law, it doesn't say stone the person unless he says he's sorry. No, the punishment for idolatry is stoning, and it doesn't matter if you repent, right? Repentance.
But Jesus was convicted of blasphemy before any resurrection claims. So couldn't they just, like, if they're saying, well, we still support Jesus, who was a blasphemer, they're saying
it is blaspheming when he did it, because he's like doing a.
No, I don't know how they would have seen it.
You harmonize it all, and it makes sense.
What I'm trying to say that, like, imagine there was a Christian who got into trouble in a Jewish setting. Him renouncing Christianity wouldn't necessarily help him avoid like lethal consequences, because that's just not an option, right? Like in the Mosaic law, you just stone someone who practices idolatry. It doesn't matter if they recant or not, right? And when it comes to Roman persecution, Romans essentially, and this is repeated again and again, not only in non-Christian sources,
but about the resurrection.
This is also repeated in the Christian sources. In Christian martyrdom accounts, it's usually the case that, of course, the martyrs are very persistent and they are willing to die for what they believe. But the Roman officials that are investigating them, they don't understand Christianity. They don't know what Christians believe and why. They don't particularly care about it. They just want to get the Christian to follow the laws, and they give him every opportunity to escape punishment. And the only thing that usually that they want him to do is to sacrifice on the altar of the emperor, because that's how you show the loyalty to the state. So if a Christian, and there were probably Christians like that, did that and still believed that Jesus was raised, that wouldn't be an issue. Like, nobody cared whether you believe that Jesus was raised. The only thing that was an issue is that you don't want to worship the emperor as a god. And then we have like accounts of a lot of Christians who actually did abandon Christianity when they faced persecution, and they returned into the church later. There were many of them, especially in the 3rd century. It actually caused one of the biggest schisms in early Christianity between Donatism and the rest of the Christian church, right? So that's just some background. But like in my explanation, the martyrdom is completely irrelevant, because all you need to do is explain where the honest, sincere conviction that Jesus was raised from the dead originates from. And then it doesn't matter whether that actually happened or not, right? So the disciples being falsely convinced that Jesus was raised is as consistent with the martyrdom of the early church, persecution of the early church, as them being convinced, and the belief was actually true.
So the reason why I think this is important, and why again, I disagreed more in this chapter than I thought I would, is because Loke isn't content with that. He's not content to say, well, this is proof that they were, sincerely convinced, which I agree. He actually goes further than that and says the fact that they were willing to suffer and that, some of them were killed, actually also shows that they must have had really good evidence for their belief, because if they didn't, then they wouldn't have been so confident. And he rejects hallucination and other accounts on the basis of this, because they wouldn't have been that convinced unless they had. He talked about like solid evidence and this sort of thing, which again I think is completely contradictory with what we read about other religious traditions. But that's one of the avenues that he's that he's taking here.
I want him to explain how is it the case that people are willing to suffer and die for religious beliefs that he thinks are really poorly evidenced.
Well, he did mention, he mentions at a point, doesn't he, the 9/11 plane hijackers somewhere later, and he says why he
example.
He says why he doesn't think that they're analogous in that same way. But again, I'm not really convinced by his reasons for these sorts of things.
Yeah, If what he's saying is true, then I think we should expect to find that suicide bombers investigate evidence for Islam before suicide bombing much more than just normal Muslims.
They must
I
be
don't think that's
expert
the
Muslim
case.
apologists. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
That wasn't the case for the Mennonites, right? Like, they didn't make sure
that was
they,
that was my point. Is that the people I knew who physically escaped, whose villages were burned, they couldn't have told you. They may not even be able to list the books of the New Testament. Frankly.
Yeah. Like the Crusaders, they all had PhDs before they headed off to the Holy Land.
Got to make sure. I mean, Mormonism is a great example of this because Mormons were subject to.
Don't know.
Sorry, can you hear me?
You broke up. I don't know if it was just for me, but you broke up. I think I can hear you now. I think.
I'll try again. Let me know if there are audio problems. I think Mormonism is a really good example of this because there was very intense persecution throughout early Mormonism, including of Joseph Smith. Joseph and his brother Hiram were both killed, so that they were martyred. Now, of course, the usual thing would be to say, well, they weren't killed specifically because of belief in the Book of Mormon. It was because of this other thing. But this is just the point. Like, well, how can you establish specifically why someone is killed? Like, you don't generally have those details. And irrespective of that, many Mormons were willing to suffer extreme persecution, often have to give up their whole livelihoods multiple times as they were pushed out of different cities. So that seems to be an example of where people, I mean, according to Loke, that there should have been immense counter evidence available to them, and they should have done intensive checking, and they would have uncovered if it was all if it was all falsified or based on nothing. But yet, obviously, that didn't happen. And I think that you can apply this to many other new religious movements as well.
Yeah, and also let's just be super charitable, and let's even grant, for the sake of argument, that it is true empirically that people investigate evidence for their deeply held beliefs more thoroughly when they are facing persecution. But then the question is, what difference does it make for the probability that they would form false religious beliefs? Is the probabilistic differential enough to overcome the difference in prior probability of a resurrection? Right? Like, are people 10 times more likely to arrive at true religious beliefs when they are being threatened by persecutions than when they are not, right? Like, he's talking in relativistic terms, but he isn't actually showing like how it works in the whole evaluating the probability of the different explanations, right? It seems to me what he's saying is that, okay, people are more likely to look into evidence, therefore any possible naturalistic explanations for the resurrection has automatically a negligible probability of being true. But that obviously doesn't follow, right? You have to do more work than that.
And we discussed it once already. Like, we could grant that every single person in 52 AD in the Corinth church went and personally investigated and found out they didn't like what they found and left is possible.
I think this is kind of a funny one as well, that if not all of those who claim to have witnessed the resurrected Jesus were willing to suffer for their religion, I just don't see how we can establish that, because we just don't know all the people who claimed exactly what happened to them. But
yeah, I don't think that it's an open question the extent to which early Christians, like say first century Christians, were persecuted. I mean, I think that those in, say, Jerusalem would have experienced persecution from the Jewish authorities. So they probably would have had to stay underground. In other areas of the Roman Empire, I'm not convinced that there would have been much. The main issue is if the Roman authorities figure out that they're not, making sacrifice to the emperor. The Romans didn't take kindly to that, so that they did have to be careful. But there wasn't systematic, organized persecution, certainly not by the Romans during that period. So I think that it's likely many Christians didn't. I mean, they would have had to be careful about what they said to him, but that's not quite the same thing as. I mean, I guess it depends how broadly defined suffering. But if suffering's broad enough, then like most people suffer for lots of different beliefs.
Yeah. And they continue believing them.
Just for the sake of completeness, we do also have reports from the ancient world where the Romans did know about Christians and they did not persecute them. Like, for example, Julian tells a story about a crowd of Christians who specifically gathered and requested the governor of the province Asia to martyr them. Like, they did want to be martyred because that
was a big problem in the early Christian church.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Well, they thought that if we get martyred, that automatically means our salvation is secured. And the governor just said no, like, go home. if you want to die, jump from a cliff. Like, I'm not going to just massacre a crowd of people because they want to. And they would have to know that they are specifically asking to be martyred because of Christianity, which means they were admitting to not worshipping the emperor as a god. So not only was it like sporadic, and there are differences in application and stuff like that, both locally and over time. We even have specific accounts of Romans going out of their way essentially not to persecute Christians, even though they knew they exist.
And as far as I know, the verifiable cases before Nero, like anything before 64, the charges were disturbing the peace. So the Christians that weren't disturbing the peace were pretty much left alone.
Yeah, that's got complicated. Like the exact rationale for why the Romans persecuted Christianity is that's a complicated question. That has to do with Roman legal reasoning and their specifically how religiosity intersected with legality in the Roman world, and it's big brain stuff.
So let's push on through this. You're saying you disagree quite heavily with these parts, James. Is there anything you want me to skip to? Again, I'm looking at how long we've been streaming for, and the fraction of the. I mean, about 20% of this is Loke citing himself. So, but we're still not halfway through yet.
I'm comfortable with where we're at. I mean, maybe Nathan's not. Let's see. I don't have anything on page 71. Oh yeah, so page so 3.3, a few points here. So concerning the disjunction. Yeah. So concerning the disjunction, I mean those numbers. Some skeptics might object that people sometimes act without thinking, and the disciples may have been in a state of frenzy. So frenzy is not really the word I would use there, but I mean act without thinking, I think, is getting at something. But what he says is, as noted in chapter 2, the earliest Christians were rational enough to debate, to think about the evidence of their faith and consider its consequences. And look what he's citing. This is all Paul. Right? Yeah, Paul debated with people and he thought about things, absolutely. But do you think Paul is typical of most Christians in that period? No, of course not. Most Christians, I don't think, would have been really interested in debating or in thinking about evidence or anything like that, just like they are today. So just saying that because there's a few that were, that means that most were, is, I think, kind of ridiculous.
And also, how often does it happen that people who are capable of debating and thinking also end up believing false things with very strong convictions?
Rationalization.
Yeah. And is it more probable than a resurrection?
Yeah.
By the way, I wanted to throw in, I'm not exactly sure where it fits, but in terms of the die for a lie thing, it does mention this somewhere. I don't know where it is, but there's also the mass suicide cults that we know about, which is another example of people taking drastic action, like killing themselves, for things that you would think, well, they'd seek out evidence and all this sort of stuff. So just to name a few, there's a wiki.
Do you know how he explains that? He essentially says, the members of the Heaven's Gate cult all kill themselves. But what's important to realize is that they believe that if they kill themselves, they will be they will transcend with this higher plane of existence and be taken on an alien spaceship and stuff like that. Yeah, but the question is, if they knew that mass suicide is an outcome, how did they form that belief in the first place? And then to which you could argue, well, maybe they became convinced of it at a point when they didn't realize that mass suicide is an option, right? That could be an explanation, but then you could apply it to Christianity as well.
Yeah, so I just mentioned a few examples that people know about Heaven's Gate. There's also Jonestown, Order of the Solar Temple, Adam House in Bangladesh, Movement for the Restoration of the Ten Commandments of God from Uganda. So the point is, there's a bunch of these examples.
That really good Netflix documentary on the Osho cult as well. That one was pretty shocking. Wild, Wild Country, where they bought out a whole state in America, and they poisoned the town to influence the elections, and were building an army up. And they also they imported all the homeless people on buses from all these regions in America as well to bolster the voters.
The point is, it seems that what Loke would say is that these people, in going to that extent, would have been very skeptical and done lots of research and to be really sure that they believe the correct thing, because that's what he's saying about the disciples, right? And also earlier followers of Christianity, that they wouldn't have been able to come to these beliefs unless the evidence was really strong. But it seems there are clear counterexamples where people come to beliefs of ridiculous things that involve them taking extreme actions, and the most extreme cases is mass suicides, despite the fact that there's really no evidence at all. There's just people telling them stuff.
Yeah. Well, what do we think, though, about the idea that they also couldn't have lied because of their devotion to the God of Israel, who doesn't like lying?
Well, I mean, isn't there a recent example of that? A counterexample to that, rather?
What if they really liked massages?
Well, I highlighted something about that, actually. Yeah, bottom of page 73. If their devotion was not genuine, others who had come to believe in Jesus based on their testimonies and who were also going under suffering would have noticed it, and their hypocrisy would have been exposed. So I guess that can't, that can't happen. Yeah. I guess that aged poorly. But I mean, there's lots of examples of religious hypocrisy being exposed, and millions who follow these people being
and all
being
the
misled.
all the Catholic pedo priests and stuff as well. Like.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many Christians believe that the allegations against Ravi Zacharias are like SJW false accusations.
Well, that was until the ministry investigated. So they were all on board with that, right? Until the ministry came out, because then it was their own. And I'm not saying that I'm impervious to like tribalism and that kind of thinking and stuff as well, but like, yeah, those kind of things. You have to be aware that they're at play, like presently in these kind of like worldview discussions and the teams that people are on and stuff. Here he's going against. Oh yeah, he just says Strauss goes against this, and the Pensées, Pascal's against.
So there's some interesting stuff here. How do we know that none of the disciples recanted when they were tortured? I mean, I don't even know if we know that they were tortured. But anyway, to this question, it can be replied that if any of these crucial eyewitnesses of resurrected Jesus recanted when they were tortured, their persecutors and other opponents of early Christians would have made it widely known, given that they were evidently motivated to destroy the Christian movement. So this is an example of what I mentioned at the very start. Loke likes to make these assertions about what would have happened or what people would have said or would have believed when he doesn't have any evidence for this at all. It's pure speculation. So again, I reiterate, we have exactly zero critical accounts of Christianity or trying to refute Christianity from the first century, which is obviously when the disciples would have been around. So we have no idea if the persecutors and opponents of Christians would have made this known. It's not even clear that they would have cared to do that. Maybe they would have, but even if they did, how would we know? Because we don't have any evidence one way or the other.
Yeah. The non-Christian Jews would have been concerned about refuting the Christians right at the beginning, given that they bothered to get Jesus crucified. They would be interested to refute a sect that proclaims his resurrection, carries on his teachings, and wins converts.
Oh yeah, on that page as well, page 75, he cites Lauder, or quotes from Lauder, who's saying that Lauder argues that first century non-Christians had about as little interest in refuting Christian claims as 20th century skeptics had in refuting the misguided claims of the Heaven's Gate cult, which I think is exactly the point.
What does the Mosaic Law tell you to do with someone who worships an idol? Like, does it tell you to investigate it and refute it, to come up with counter evidence and present it, or does it tell you to stone them? Come on.
I think we all know the answer to that, Kamil.
Develop intellectual virtues to.
We've seen Life of Brian. Are there any women here?
No, it's the sandal. He likes the sandal. We got it. Yeah, skeptics seem to envision Christianity spreading secretly in some quiet and unknown neighborhoods, like many cults do.
I wouldn't say it always spread secretly, but they would have had to be on the lowdown, right? Because if you got too much attention to yourselves, then you could get in trouble from the authorities, mostly for not performing the sacrifices, or possibly from other Jews if there was a large Jewish community there. And many, I mean, there were Christian communities like in Rome or other larger cities, but I mean, there are also others in, non-major areas as well. So I don't really know what his point is here. It's like, well, it's spread across the empire in lots of different places, and they did have to be secretive to some extent. In fact, that was actually one of the early criticisms of Christians, because you remember well, I don't want to say you remember, but the Romans were saying that they're doing all of these secret rituals and like eating babies and stuff like that, because it was like, secret and underground, and people were sort of paranoid about that.
So here he's saying why that can't be the case, because Luke's narrative contains, real geography and specific locales, or the behavior of local authorities. Also, local churches and things could have refuted the kind of things that he said.
Yeah, this is really funny, because if you go down the list of things that the Book of Acts gets right, and then you look for how we know that's actually historically reliable. Very often, the reason why we know that is because Josephus mentions it, right? Which makes you wonder how could have possibly. I
said yes to the question before,
right?
And that's like one of the arguments for thinking that the author of Acts actually used Josephus as a source is, if you list, for example, all of the things that Luke Acts seems to know about history of Jewish Palestine. Like, that set of facts is contained inside everything that Josephus says, right? Which, that's not super unexpected, but you would maybe expect the author, who is working independently from Josephus, to mention one or two things other than what Josephus mentions. But it's perfectly consistent with the idea that he's actually pulling those data points from Josephus.
On the top of page 76, that indented quote there from Keener, it says, Luke could not afford to get his basic facts wrong if he wished a wide readership, especially in the regions on which his narrative focuses. I guess he would have had to get, refer to real cities, but not like that would have been hard. But it's like, well, because clearly people don't read and believe things that, get facts wrong, right? Like, that never happens. It's just like, what are you talking about? Like, why would that be important to a lot of people who were
reformed Egyptian, the language?
Yeah,
exactly. That's a good example.
So someone from Georgia could not have possibly been wrong about voter fraud, because that's where it would have happened, right? That's the same.
Yeah, they'd know about it. Yeah. Okay, so is there anything else on these pages? Christians experienced something. Do we deny that they experienced something? Do we need to?
Yeah, sorry, there's more I have to criticize on 76 to draw you back. Because he keeps making these ridiculous assertions, and I think we need to call him out on it. So near the bottom here, it says, the Jews hardly whipped people haphazardly without providing a proper rationalization for punishment. And he's talking, what is the context of what he's saying there? I think that's the context of saying that they knew what Paul was preaching, and that the Jews were. Why is he talking about that? Oh, yeah, the fact that Paul was using the synagogues for preaching, which he did do. But, a comment like that's very strange, exactly from what Kamil was saying before. Well, the rationalization for punishment was that they were blasphemers, right? that they were saying that, Jesus was God or raised from the dead or whatever exactly that they were saying. That's all the rationalization they need. Like, it's almost like he's saying that they would have had to dissect their doctrine and give all of these thoughtful rebuttals to it. But there's no... Yeah,
thank you, Theo. Sometimes
it's just ridiculous. And then a bit later we have, it is unreasonable to think that the people could have heard the proclamation of the resurrection at the synagogues without having the basic curiosity to ask the details. What did the gospel see, etc. So, is that do we think that that's the same, that we apply that elsewhere? So the people who persecuted the Mormons, do we think that they were also, concerned about investigating? Well, what exactly do the Mormons think about this? And what does the Book of Mormon say? That's not how this works. Most of the time, people are not interested. How many Christians know what atheists believe, for example? They think all sorts of nonsense things. It's just, where does he get this stuff? It's just making things up, basically.
Yeah, even in Christianity, Christians misinterpret other Christians all the time, right? Listen to literally any sentence that James White says about provincialism, Yeah.
Okay, so are there any highlights for you, James? Or
on 77, he says, the news of their, so if someone recanted, he's like early Christians recanted, he says the news of their recantation would have been widely known among the Christians anyway. Why? How do you know that? More making things up.
Yeah. Well, we also have letters. I know it's probably more against the Gnostics and stuff, but it seems like, there's these mechanisms built in for when people, they weren't really from us in the first place. They were, they were demonic Satan people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
I don't have anything for, for a few pages now.
Okay.
So he's still defending the, Christians. What's this all under? This is all under persecution, I think.
Yeah, this is all under.
He's talking about persecution and the genuine
resurrected.
Genuine belief. And he's using persecution as a method to establish that.
Yeah, but we are all committed to the fact that they genuinely believed. But it's like you said, it's that he wants to smuggle in. If those who claimed to have seen the resurrected Jesus did not see anything, but made up the claim that Jesus resurrected, then they knew what they claimed was false.
So 82, I've got a few things. Yeah. So he's saying, this is where he mentions a couple of cults who died by suicide. However, the reason the followers committed suicide was because they thought that they would commit an act of revolutionary suicide, protesting the conditions of the humane world. And then it says that they believed, what does it say? Killing themselves, their souls would be taken to a high level of existence associated with aliens. It says they were not in a position to falsify this belief before they died. Well, how many Christians were in a position to falsify the belief in the resurrection, right? The most they could do is find out that maybe some people who said that or who had said to have been witnesses were not. That's the best they could have done. And that doesn't falsify it. All that says is, well, I guess maybe this guy didn't see it. They couldn't have falsified it. So how is this different?
Yeah. Especially if they were being persecuted, what's his name, like Polycarp or whatever, the famous. I know this is post Nero's persecution and everything, but it's like, before they're all about, just don't get the lions to eat me or whatever. I'm just going to go and investigate these claims to check that it's true. And
actually, Polycarp was a disciple of John, so he would have that first-hand account of what exactly John saw.
Oh, because John was an apostle.
Yeah, well, he was a disciple of a John. So.
A John, yeah. I was going to wonder, because there's a few Johns wandering around.
John.
Also here,
one John.
One John, yeah.
So that's an unsatisfactory response, because it seems that the Christians weren't in any more of a position to falsify it. But also, Loke earlier argued that, and I think later as well, that the disciples, and other early Christians would have needed really strong evidence in order to convince them. But here, it's clear that people don't need very strong evidence even to commit suicide or to kill themselves, because, he's saying what he says here. Where is it? Oh, yeah. So just after citation 8, he says, some people may believe Jones, Applewhite, and other cult leaders because of their leaders' persuasive speech, which appealed to their beliefs and desires. But the apostles believed Jesus resurrected not because of persuasive speech, but because they saw something which they thought was a resurrected Jesus.
Because Paul wasn't a good rhetorician.
Yeah, how do you know that most people... first of all, most Christians weren't the disciples. So most Christians were persuaded because someone spoke to them, right? So this doesn't appeal to most Christians. But in terms of the disciples... how do you know that they weren't persuaded because of speech? Because the experiences could have come after the speech. So this is sort of like Paul's point, right? Paulogias' point. I don't like saying Paul because it's unclear which Paul.
Saul of Tarsus.
Yeah, this is Paulogias' point, right? So suppose Peter has an experience, right? He then talks about this experience to the other disciples, and then they're interpreting the Old Testament, and they come to believe based on what Peter says. He convinces them. Yeah. How do we know that didn't happen?
Well, so it's all in this sentence, right? It's not reasonable to think that groups of people would be willing to suffer and die for what they know is false. Well, none of us are committed to that. He's painting it as if the atheist is committed to them suffering and dying for what they know is false. But we don't think that. We think that they thought it was true.
Yeah, but now he's shifting the goalpost, because when you provide examples of people who were willing to suffer and die for something that they thought was false, for something that they believe was true, then he says, well, no, but they weren't in a position to know it, and they didn't actually see anything. They were just told things. But that wasn't what he was arguing before, and he hasn't established that was, the contrary was the case for the disciples either. I mean, and I think the main point, though, here is simply that people don't need strong evidence to believe wacky things, and even to the point of being willing to take radical action on that. These cults prove that, and there are other examples, but I think these are really strong cases. So whenever Loke says, oh, no, that they wouldn't have done this or that, they wouldn't have faced persecution without really strong evidence, you just cite these examples back to him and say, but people do. How do you know that disciples wouldn't have? Yeah, I like that citation. It's a pretty. That's also not. You don't just cite naked URLs. That's really bad practice because of link rot, right? You need to.
Yeah, when did you access them? Yeah,
it's very unprofessional to do that.
Well, you know, Talbot School of Theology obviously instills good.
Yeah, well, I have a word with his, you know, whoever taught me how to cite. Oh dear. Okay, so we can move to 3.4 now.
Yeah, so they witnessed something which they thought was Jesus, but again, we're all committed to this claim. It's just we're just going through like the different ways that we come to that conclusion, as opposed to, you know, Loke's kind of, because I think what he does on all of these points is he sort of smuggles in his conclusion again as to why he reaches these conclusions, which is different to the way that we come to. And thinking that, you know, he's like, well, they all witnessed something which they thought was Jesus because it was Jesus, whereas we're just like, no.
So here he starts responding to claims that, kind of like what Kamil was saying, that basically the disciples came to believe that they witnessed Jesus because of an expectation generated by reading the Old Testament, and also maybe what Jesus said during his lifetime. So top of page 83. Well, hang on. What's the sentence there? It has been suggested in so-and-so's earlier work that the disciples' belief in Jesus as a prophet and prophetic Messiah prior to Jesus' resurrection, together with Jesus' predictions of his own violent death, could have caused the disciples to continue believing in him after his crucifixion. And then after that quote, Ehrman suggests that the earliest Christians' belief in Jesus' resurrection could have been caused by their rumination of his traumatic crucifixion and mediation of Old Testament passages, and not because they witnessed what they thought was the resurrected Jesus. So this is consistent with them still believing that they'd seen Jesus. It's just the order can be reversed, right? You can have them believe that Jesus was resurrected on the basis of rumination, and maybe even Jesus's predictions, if you think that he made them. I think it's plausible Jesus predicted his death. I don't think he predicted his resurrection, but I mean, it's not impossible. But anyway, so they come to believe in the resurrection because of that, and then that primes them to believe that they had some sort of experience later on. So what does Loke say in response to this? Where does he?
Yeah, he's essentially arguing against the idea that someone would read Jesus into the New Testament, into the Old Testament.
Yeah.
If, for example, asks how the disciples knew it was Jesus of Nazareth and not another person who fulfilled the prophecies, is answered by them based on what they were claimed to be the experiences of the eyewitnesses. Yeah, so basically the idea is that a Second Temple Jew wouldn't make a connection between events that, you know, are between his current situation and a passage from the Old Testament. But I mean, this is like clearly contradicted in the Second Temple literature, where we actually see constantly people going to the Hebrew scriptures and finding messages that are meaningful to their current situation. Like, yeah, you could ask the question, how did the Essene know that it was the Seleucid king Demetrius that the prophet Nahum talks about? If you read that passage, there is no reason, but they still made that connection. You know, how did the Gnostic know that the specific passage in Isaiah 61, when it talks about a year, translates into Jesus's ministry lasting for exactly 12 months? There is no reason. Like, these people were not engaging in post-Enlightenment, rationalistic, historical, grammatical, hermeneutical exegesis of the Old Testament, right? Like, this is just how Jews worked back then. That's perfectly common, you know? So, yeah, I find the idea that the Second Temple Jews just wouldn't be able to get a core of the New Testament theology from Hebrew scriptures, including Jesus' resurrection, to be much, much less probable than an actual resurrection, you know?
Yeah, and then we go back one. We've already addressed this. Clearly intended as testimonial evidence that's verifiable. Paul is saying a very large number of eyewitnesses are still alive and can be heard.
So we've addressed that point. He's making it again to try to bolster the fact that this was the strong basis of their beliefs here.
Ooh, this is an interesting name. Just to completely derail the discussion,
De Jong. not sure what that Dutch. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm making things up. Page 85. So after some of those considerations, Loke addresses some other issues that he has with this idea that they sort of read it into the Old Testament, and that plus their desire to believe and things like that. So he says several problems remain. First, not all the eyewitnesses start off as believers. So he mentions James and Paul were skeptics before they witnessed the resurrected Jesus. Okay, so Paul was clearly a skeptic before he had whatever experience he had. But as I mentioned before, I don't think it's reasonable to call him to say that he witnessed the resurrected Jesus. I mean, I guess in some theological sense, well, Jesus had been resurrected, but it doesn't count as a resurrection appearance because it's after Pentecost. He didn't know Jesus, so why is Jesus appearing to him? It's a long time later. It's not clear that it was anything like the form of the resurrection appearances. So it's ad hoc on any account, essentially. Why did Jesus appear to Paul? It seems that no one has an explanation for this. It's just a weird thing that happened. So I don't think Paul really counts here. And whatever happened to Paul, it's sort of irrelevant for the other disciples because he was separate from them and that happened later. Now, James is the other name mentioned, and this is one of the pet peeves of mine, and I criticize Craig for this. I've not yet read an apologist who acknowledges this point. What they all say is that I don't remember which passages this is in, but they say we have in some of the Gospels it says that James, the brother of Jesus, was not a believer, and then sometime later in Acts or wherever, there's a passage that says that he was a believer, and it names him as one of the people who had an experience. And without fail, they always assume that the reason James converted was because of that experience. Whereas I keep saying that's post hoc ergo propter hoc. You can't assume that just because, let's just assume he did have an experience, that doesn't mean he converted because of the experience. He may have converted prior to that for other reasons and then had the experience, which would be perfectly consistent with the idea that, they were convinced, including James, by other reasons. So you can't, because it's unclear when he converted and the reasons for him, you can't cite him as a known skeptic who converted because of an appearance, because that's not known.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe he converted because he saw Jesus walking on water, for all we know, right?
So if we skip on to 86, you've highlighted here, Kamil, it's true that prior to the rise of Christianity, some Jews had already interpreted passages such as Isaiah 53 as indicating that the Messiah would suffer.
Sorry, top of page 86 is... Oh, sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So he's essentially... So in order to essentially get the core of New Testament theology, you have to connect the Son of Man, the Messiah, and the suffering servant from Isaiah, and there are precedents for that in pre-Christian Second Temple literature. And then, of course, you have the Messiah as a divine figure who gets sacrifices himself for the sins of humanity, and is raised, lifted up, and highly exalted in heaven. And so this seems like a really plausible thing for someone reading the Old Testament to do. And the way how Locke is countering that is saying there is no indication that passage such as Isaiah 53 was interpreted as saying that God the Creator would suffer in the hands of his enemies. Well, that I would like him to show me where in early Christianity, meaning before 62, does it say that Jesus was God the Creator, that he was Yahweh? The last time I checked, that's a heresy. It's called monarchism or patropationalism. So yeah, that's like one point. And like, even if I was willing to grant that Paul, for example, believed that Jesus was God the Creator, well then, is it like, what's more likely, that Christians had a new idea which nobody else had before, or that Jesus was actually raised from the dead? I don't know. Like,
what were you going to say before that, James? By the way.
Okay, so I'll come back to that. But top of page 86, this is important for later. And again, some of these points, it's like maybe you can agree with them in this context, but they're important to pick up because Loke will discuss them again later. So he says here, considering that seeing someone alive and well again in a glorious body after the crucifixion wasn't a truly extraordinary event. So he's just saying that, the disciples would have doubted, and therefore they would have needed good evidence for it, which we've been talking about. But this point is really seeing someone, resurrected after the crucifixion was an extraordinary event. I, of course, agree with that. Now, but if you say something's an extraordinary event, then it seems like you're saying it's pretty unlikely. It's a very unusual thing. that's important because later on, Loke goes on to argue that the prior probability of the resurrection is not low. He doesn't necessarily say it's high, but he's arguing it isn't very low. And the thing is, I've noticed apologists do this as well. Craig does this as well. They want to have it both ways. They want to say the prior probability of the resurrection was not especially low. But on the other hand, they want to say that a resurrection was so implausible to the disciples and so extraordinary and something that would never expected to see that they would have required really good evidence to believe it. This is sort of a point I made before about what the Old Testament says, like how good the prophecies are. But this is I guess a more general point. If it's really extraordinary, and therefore the apostles or disciples would have required a lot of really strong evidence to believe it, then the prior probability is also low, and we should require a lot of evidence ourselves to believe it. On the other hand, if the prior probability isn't that low, then it seems it's not actually that extraordinary, and maybe the disciples likewise didn't actually think that they needed that much evidence to believe it. So there's a tension here, which I think we'll see later when he gets talking about the prior probability.
Well, you can kind of get around it by saying that the prior probability of the resurrection is so low that the only kind of evidence that's sufficient for you to reasonably conclude that it happened is Jesus appearing to you personally, and that's what happens to the disciples. In which case, here I am waiting for Jesus to appear to me.
Right? Yes. I mean, he sort of does argue that it's interesting. He sort of says, you know, it would have taken that evidence, but also the prior probability wasn't low. And the problem with that is that, I mean, yeah, maybe it is so low that you do need that extraordinary evidence to believe. And that might have worked for the apostles, but it doesn't work for us, which is sort of, Kamil, you were saying there. So that the problem is they need to have it both ways to be able to say that we are justified in believing on the basis of the evidence we have. But also the disciples needed really strong evidence for them to be, well, not even justified, but just for them to believe. And I think it's really hard to make that work.
I'm just gonna. This is a little bit of a mental break for the audience. While I ask Paul, if you want to go to sleep or anything? By the way, Paul, don't feel like I don't know what you're planning.
When this giant cup of tea is done, then I'm done.
Okay, awesome.
I thought Paul was just going to pop by for 30 minutes or so.
That's all I was supposed to do.
I can't believe he stuck around for so long.
You were entirely too interesting. So
yeah, I was thinking you were going to just pop by and say like hello and then go and like it's like what is it, like 4 a.m. or something, 5 a.m.
It is. So what you're telling me is you would like me to leave. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I'm not. I don't mean that, but I just feel kind of bad. Like I feel guilty. Like it's like dislocating my hip.
Well,
yeah, no,
I mean, to be fair,
I will exit gracefully and quietly soon.
No worries. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be fair, this is about apologetic streams, so you should know what you're in for if you see any of the previous legs of the stream. So that's how it goes around here.
I'm aware.
So now we've all been refreshed by cats doing silly things. We can go back to
34 million views.
Where were we?
That's the current viewers of the stream, or what?
Yeah.
No, that's the number of people who've read Loke's book.
No, it went up when we started streaming cats.
So Shannon told me that I had to come on this stream so that it would increase the chance that Dr. Loke would see it, and really that's the main point.
I see. Well, I mean, we totally don't plan on doing anything to massively trigger Dr. Loke and his potential narcissism so as he can't resist from engaging. I mean, I said to him if he wanted to debate with Kamil, and then he ended up blocking. And I even gave him a modus ponens argument for why he should come on, and he just blocked me on Facebook. So that says... Yeah,
full disclosure, me and Alex Malpass contacted Cameron from Capturing Christianity on my behalf to arrange a debate. But yeah, then we were told that Dr. Loke only debates people with PhDs, and then we were told he only debates people with relevant PhDs.
Yeah, which was then when I messaged him and said, neither of you have a relevant PhD, so you're both perfect candidates.
So he won't debate himself. That's a problem. That's so sorry. That just really irritates me. But yeah, anyway. Okay, where were we? So yeah, the doubt of the apostles would have been embarrassing in ancient Christian context. This fits with the criterion embarrassment. No, I think it's a motif. We talked about this. It's the the avowal of prior skepticism. I think it's a very common motif. Yeah, so on the bottom of 86, Kamil already said about Isaiah 53. I think it's interesting that he's saying here there's no indication in the passages at I-53 that God the Creator would suffer at the hands of his enemies. So again, there's a tension here. If it's really if the whole Christian belief in Jesus' resurrection is very implausible given the Old Testament, then it has a low prior probability, in that context. On the other hand, if it's quite plausible given the Old Testament, then it's not unreasonable that the disciples could have inferred it and that could have led to their belief. So there's a tension here. You can't have it both ways.
I also want to say, I think that this distinction here, Jesus was regarded by the earliest Christian leaders to be on the creator side of the creator-creature divide. I think if Loke is also committing himself to a worldview where there's a creator-creature divide, then that's going to have some implications when we come to the last chapter to talk about miracles and so forth and how he wants to affect them as well. Because they want to play on the idea that all the people who don't accept miracles just don't understand them because they think that natural laws are these particular things that God has to violate or whatever, so they rule them out a priori. But actually, the supernatural natural distinction is just like arbitrary or whatever. But then also it isn't when it comes to my theology.
Just under that. Oh, sorry.
He wouldn't necessarily have to be committed to that himself. He just says that this is what the early Christians.
I mean, maybe he just doesn't agree with what the early Christians believe because he knows better, right? With the Gospel of Loke in italics earlier on in the book.
On page 80, just bottom of the first paragraph on 87, he says, without people experiencing what they thought was the resurrected Jesus after his shameful death, Christianity would not have begun the way it did and won converts. Now, again, I believe that people did experience that. I think we all here believe that at least some people did. But he doesn't, why? How do you know that? And now he's going to say, well, I've just given lots of reasons. But it's just sort of, if you're constructing a carefully developed argument, which if you've been working on for 14 years, what you want to do is make it clear how your contention follows from, the reasons you've given. And I try my best to do that in my book as well, about explaining how the evidence I'm citing relates to the claims that I'm making. I don't claim it's perfect, but, I try to do that. Whereas here, it's just like he says a bunch of stuff about Isaiah 53 and about, persecution and doubt and all this stuff. And then somehow we get to the conclusion, without people experiencing what they thought was the resurrection of Jesus after a shameful death, Christianity would not have begun the way it did. How? I don't see that. It's just, it seems that he's just making things up again.
Yeah, I mean, how does he account for Mormonism acquiring the kind of fundamental or Islam or
new religious movements? Yeah, exactly. That's all for that chapter for me.
Does he say it's the same mechanism in all cases, which is what we would say, or does sometimes it's the same thing as the mental illness. Sometimes it's psychology, which we believe exists. Sometimes it's demons, though. Sometimes it's these natural mechanisms. Sometimes it's actually God just starting a new religion.
Chapter 4.
Are we happy to move on to extramental entity, which I mean, this might be a point of contention now properly between what he's put in his syllogism and what we think. I mean,
so I don't think there was any. There might have been, but I don't think there need to be anything extramental.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way of saying it. I mean, obviously, Kamil said that with these cases of Pareidolia, maybe they saw some Jesus toast, whatever. But so there could be an extramental entity, and it needn't be Jesus, which is the next chapter. But we're going to probably disagree with the fact that it has to be an extramental entity as well, I think. And this, as he says, sort of goes back to David Friedrich Strauss, who's one of the first people to say that probably because they were suffering from grief. Probably because they were suffering from grief. Mine's got a dead spider in the front for some reason as well. I don't know if you can see that.
Thank you for sharing that.
That kind of caused them to come up with all the stuff.
So bottom of page, what are we at? 89. I think this is well said here. So this is Vermes. I think I read his book, actually. It's quite interesting. However, under the influence of the Spirit, their self-confidence revived from prompting them to resume their apostolic mission, and they felt increasingly sure that they were not acting alone, but Jesus was with them. And that's following their initial doubts. I mean, I think that's a good description of probably what happened there.
Yeah.
The scriptures were then searched for confirmation, and subsequently their fervor inspired others to have similar experience. That's from Carrier. That's pretty much my argument.
So he argues against it. Psychologists have noted how expectations can lead to hallucinations.
Yeah. So I cite a lot. I won't go through that here. I cite a lot more examples than he does in my book. And there's not just experimental studies of this. Yes, go ahead.
Well, just that he says, you know, the best that people have to say is citing this and that. But in your book, you listed way more sources of like why we might think that biases and socialization. But he's just not even aware of like your book, which is unfortunate.
He probably wrote this before my book was published, so right. I'll give him that. Although that doesn't excuse him for not citing more of the relevant psychological literature, which I don't claim to be an expert in. But I mean, I have read a fair bit about that, and I have studied, different aspects of human thought processes and so forth. And I think that really needs to be engaged with more seriously, not just with a few cherry-picked citations here and there.
Yeah, and David Allison, who is an honest Christian, also agrees. I speak for myself, by the way.
He says that as many as 49% of some women in some study had individual hallucinations, and
this white Christmas thing. He quotes that exact thing again later. It's really sloppy editing. Like you don't do that anyway.
Yeah, no, sorry. I actually had a different passage in mind. There is a passage in which he quotes a study which shows a number of people who experience hallucinations and later became aware that they are experiencing hallucination. And I think it was around 50%, like 40-something%, right? So based on that study and based on that percentage, he is essentially ruling out the possibility that disciples had a hallucination, because if they had, they would be able to introspect on it and realize that it was just a hallucination. But I mean, in that study, that's just 50%, which means the other 50% never actually have that insight, right?
Thanks, Paulogia, for stopping by. Hope you get some good sleep, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. Right, so you've put a note here because I guess he's saying on the day Saladin entered the holy city.
That's all right. This was just like celestial phenomena having religious significance. Yeah. So that's just for my own benefit.
Well, it's the spring equinox today, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Which has nothing to do with Jesus being risen today.
Oh dear. 91. Various psychological factors have been suggested as triggers for hallucination, such as guilt for abandoning Jesus, accumulation of pressures and anxieties, recent bereavement, psychological contagion, and excitement from initial reports of the empty tomb. I think I mentioned all of those except for maybe a guilt for abandoning Jesus, because I'm less confident about that, but could have been. All of those things, so accumulation of pressures, anxieties, bereavement, psychological contagion, and excitements of or triggers of initial reports, basically that would count as a form of contagion or expectation. All of those things have been shown to, increase susceptibility to these sorts of things. So again, I think sometimes Loke does a good job of basically presenting the objections that I would have, or what I would say. And I'm like, yes, this is a good way to articulate it. And then what you can see is how adequate his response is to that. So here is just sort of outlining the views, which I think is fine. I do think that this point though was fairly kind of like arbitrary. Like I think most people have a kind of like good grasp of the distinction between these things, but I didn't think it contributed.
Yeah, I didn't think it contributed that much to. I mean, the point is that they're non-veridical, right? Like,
well, so there is one thing. I can't remember who I originally read this from, but Loke thinks it's important, like some other apologists, to define hallucination in a very specific way, which is a sensory experience which occurs in the absence of corresponding external stimulation of the relevant sensory organ. They love this sensory organ thing.
Right. The sensus divinitatis.
Yeah. Look, that's fine if you want a sort of a technical definition of a hallucination, and there's value to that. But the thing is that it doesn't really matter if there is external stimulation over the relevant sensory organ. So there might be stimulation, and you just may incorrectly interpret it, which would be a Pareidolia example, because there is stimulation in that context. It's just a misinterpretation.
Right.
But basically, what they're trying to do is make a strong distinction between whether you have a sense of something and whether you perceive. Whether the whether the failure occurs in the sense you receive, like the raw sort of sensory input, or whether it occurs in your perception of that input, which is the way you interpret it. From my point of view, that doesn't matter because it's probably both, or it differs between the circumstances. Now, for them, it matters because they want to talk about objective visions and things like that, because they want to say that, like Paul, for example, experienced a vision which was like real, but also not real, in the sense that, you know, his followers couldn't see it or couldn't hear Jesus or whatever it was exactly. But yeah, from my point of view, it really doesn't matter what combination of hallucination, illusion, and delusion it was. It was some package of those things, and I don't see the distinctions as mattering that much.
I just found my skipping rope, which I thought I'd lost, which was why I'm getting fat, which is interesting. Sorry to completely distract from the stream. Camille,
I like the idea that only a skipping rope is separating you from being fat.
This is the story I tell myself, which it corresponds to, you know, there's an extramental entity which corresponds to my thoughts. So you wanted to say something here, though, Camille, because your theory, which is predicated on Pareidolia, and I guess you disagree with how he's kind of characterizing these definitions.
Yeah, I think that's probably all right.
Okay, not too important.
By the way, we are on page 100 officially.
Well, I'm on 93. Oh, you're looking at the PDF.
Yeah. And also, and like a large portion of this, like I'm guessing about 46 is going to be citations.
Yeah, it's about 200 pages of the main text. The last chapter I don't want to spend too long on because that's mostly about plausibility of miracles. There are a few points there, but so I think we'll go a bit faster through that. But we've still got several hours to go, so it's fine.
So do you want to talk about this? Luke's comment that Peter did not know what was being done by an angel was real, but
hang on, what page are we on? Sorry. It's 93. Yep, that's fine.
Yes. So again, in this chapter he's heavily relying on Yellow Brick Road Apologetics, which is just basically taking it for granted that the narratives that we have in the gospel accounts are what actually happened in history, what we could record if we send the camera back in time. But I mean, obviously, I think both of our explanation, the component of that is that that's actually not the case, and that not being the case, even given like all other considerations, is like significantly more probable than Jesus actually being raised from the dead.
On page 93 at the very top he mentions, I've scrolled, a vision may be veridical or non-veridical. That's just the point I was making there about why one of the reasons they like to talk about sensory organs, because they want to distinguish veridical from non-veridical visions. Obviously a naturalist like me doesn't think there's such a thing as a veridical vision. Anyway, okay, so middle of the second paragraph here. With regards to Acts 26:19, which refers to Paul's experience on the road to Damascus as a heavenly vision rather than a resurrection experience, a resurrection appearance, Craig replies, this is because Paul's experience involved subjective elements such that his other companions did not perceive the appearance of Jesus. So this is sort of what I was saying before. Notice how earlier in this paragraph, I guess I didn't read it out, but they're wanting to distinguish between the notion of a vision and a resurrection appearance. He says that earlier. And the reason they think that's important is because they want to say it can't have been a hallucination because they had, that is the Jewish context, they had this idea of a vision. And if they'd just seen Jesus, they would have called it a vision. A resurrection meant something specific. It meant a bodily appearance. They didn't believe that resurrections would occur, in the middle of history. That's the point they make later. And they didn't believe the Messiah would be resurrected. So the question is, why did they appeal to this concept of resurrection? Why didn't they just call it a vision or an appearance? And so Craig's going to say that the early Christians distinguish, well, he does say, they distinguish between a resurrection appearance, which was supposed to be bodily and so forth, and a vision. But then the problem is, on Acts 26:19, Paul's experience seems to be a heavenly vision. That's what it's referred to in Acts, and it seems to have these subjective elements because the other people didn't experience it. So this is a shifting of the goalpost. Like it's a resurrection appearance because it's not a vision, except when it seems to be a vision and have subjective elements, and then it still counts as it still counts then, because they want to put Paul. This is what I was saying before. They want to put Paul in the same basket as the apostles and the other early appearances. So they're trying to make it a resurrection appearance, even though they're acknowledging here that there's a difference in the way it's described.
Normally in scholarship, the way how you would like categorize it is by the vocabulary that's being used in the primary sources, right? Like when people, for example, talk about ancient religions, yeah, they pay very close attention to what kind of terminology the authors are using, and that's the basis for categorization, right? But here it seems to me that this is being ignored. Yeah, precisely because they want to have Paul in the same basket as the other people.
They also note, is it Loke? Yeah, Loke also notes at the bottom of this page that, by saying that Jesus appeared to the apostles over a period of 40 days, Luke probably intends to demarcate resurrection appearances from subjective visions recorded later. So again, that's making a demarcation there with the end of about the Pentecost. Interesting that I'm pretty sure I talk about this in my book. People who've studied new religious movements find that there's always a need to control new revelation, because this provides this represents a threat to any new religious movement, right? If you can get anyone experiencing new revelation, you can't control the narrative or control the doctrine. So you have to have this initial allowance for revelation to get the thing off the ground, but then you have to close it off so that the people can retain control, or heavily restrict it in some way. I don't remember exactly where it is, but I talk about this at some point because it's a way to help understand. I think that the sort of Pentecost fits here very well. There's a period of appearances, but that can't go on indefinitely, because then every Tom, Dick, and Harry is having a resurrection appearance, and you have no way of controlling the narrative. Yeah, I'm not saying this is a conscious thing necessarily, but this is sort of a way that, just sort of, this is what develops in many new religious movements. But the problem is, Paul fits outside that, as they say right here. Only Paul saw a resurrection appearance after that 40-day period. Well, then why does it count as a resurrection appearance? We seem to have a fairly clear criteria, but it's just like, oh, Paul's the exception. Right. Why? What's his explanation for that?
Well, because then with the movement that he's kind of leading, he does that exact same thing where he's, well, I've got my revelation. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's really a power play there, because Paul needs to have his appearance there. That's 1 Corinthians 15 again. 3:15 there, where he says, he goes through the Peter and the apostles, and then, last of all, to one untimely born, it's me. He appears to me. And Paul's trying to put himself in that same category to gain that legitimacy, because, everyone knows he didn't know Jesus and he came later. Yeah. But this all seems very ad hoc and doesn't seem to be accounted for by Loke's hypothesis. I mean, the apologists just usually don't even talk about this. They just act as if God raised Jesus from the dead somehow explains the Paul's appearance, which it seems that it doesn't at all, because it doesn't fit with any of the logic behind it, or even their own concepts about what counts as an appearance.
Well, once you've conceded that he raised Jesus from the dead, he can just do anything. Like maybe he just wants to appear to Paul, and so it just makes sense because he's got.
Which is the problem, because if your explanation can't render some things more likely than others, then it can't explain anything, because it's equally consistent with all outcomes.
Yeah, it's as good as T jumps reality is reality, right? It's so on this point, Ludemann claims that Paul could not distinguish between a visual perception from an inner psychological versus an external stimulus. Well, I just think that is the whole point of vision, right? You can't tell between if you're having like a hallucination or whatever. If you're having like an epileptic fit and God opens up the heavens and reveals to you, arise, Peter, and eat, or whatever, you can't tell the difference between a veridical and a non-veridical perception if you're the experiencer. That's the whole point. But then Ludemann's saying that because he's using the same word, and then
Lacona doesn't agree with that, but I have nothing to say about that.
This is really goofy, because of course in the 1 Corinthians 15 creed, the verb, which like there isn't obviously any context given for these appearances, it doesn't describe them in any way. It doesn't say when it happened, where, what is it exactly that took place. It doesn't describe Jesus appearing as a figure in white robes. It doesn't describe people touching him. It doesn't describe him like talking to him in a voice that they could hear and stuff like that. But it does use the verb horao in like a passive aorist, and that verb is very often used for visual sight, for something that you use, like for something that you see like with your eyes, right? Which is perfectly fine on my explanation, because my explanation entails that they did see something with their eyes. But it has been noted that the same verb is actually used in ancient, specifically in ancient Jewish literature, to delineate something that's purely mental. So you could use the same verb because it didn't have the same range of meaning as the verb see has today in English. Like for example, Philo uses it to talk about his own purely intramental religious experiences, right? And in reply, Lacona has surveyed more than 2,000 occurrences of that verb, and he found out that this is usually used in normal physiological sight. Okay, but that doesn't actually tell us anything about how that's used in that specific context, right? Like you could do the exact same research. You could go through all the usages of the word door in Greek, and you could find out that it's probable that Jesus really was a door when he says, I am a door, right? Because like when people use it, they normally use it like literally and not figuratively. So by that logic, Jesus really wanted to say that he is a physical door.
Wrong thing. I was going to say, I imagine if we come to like, so there's like this website called Erowid, where people report like experiences they've had with like psychedelic substances, and I'm just thinking, I mean, like I bet you can do exactly the same thing, right? Where you go in and you read like, like, so we go into. I don't know how to like navigate this like 90s.
That's
website.
An old school meme.
Yeah. Like you go in and like review these like experiences that people have reported. And if you were to do like a word analysis on people using like the word see, and then you go, well, usually it's used in like a medical context to mean like actually seeing with your eyes. But they've said, they saw here. So that, obviously they're actually seeing as opposed to just like having a hallucination or whatever. Like that's not, for some reason the website's not working, so I can't like pull out an example out of my
It looks like it was coded by someone who was on shrooms at the time.
Well, I think it's been around since like the 90s, this website.
Okay.
Really. It is actually a pretty cool, in terms of like human, like if you like me feel like an alien amongst the human race and you like to study the human experience, like reading through these is a pretty interesting thing. But
especially if you're on shrooms.
Yeah. And on the same page, so that would be 94. He says, moreover, in 1 Corinthians 15, Paul's usage of the words soma and anastasis in this passage implies that ophthe is referring to the appearance of a physical resurrected body. Well, sure, but what's the best explanation for it? Is it because there actually was an experience or an appearance of a real physical body? Or was it because early Christians, Second Temple Jews, early Christians, Second Temple Jews, already believed in resurrections being physical? So, like, analogically, you could say someone reported seeing a flying saucer, and from that we can conclude that what he didn't see was the planet Venus, right?
Yeah.
Because he uses the terms flying saucer to describe his appearance. Well, where does the terminology, the concept, come from? But it doesn't come from the experience. It comes from the background knowledge of them already having some kind of ideas about like flying saucers, aliens, and stuff like that. While in fact, what they saw was, let's say, planet Venus. So yeah, that just doesn't follow.
So I think part of Loke's point here, which I think is clear at the end of 95, this part is, I mean, and certainly N.T. Wright argues this. Why did the early, apostles and other early Christians use the term resurrection to describe their experiences instead of other visions? And so there's a section here where Wright sort of makes this, I think, clear what he's saying here. So he, in this big quote here, Wright is providing a sort of a thought experiment, hypothetical conversation, which is supposed to disprove the idea that Jesus's resurrection the resurrection experiences could be explained by appealing to subjective visions or hallucinations and so forth. So I won't read the whole thing, but basically the idea is that if following the defeat of a Messiah figure, then some of his followers were talking to other Jews and claiming that, well, no, actually he really was the Messiah because, I feel peace when I think about it. And I was with some other guy and we saw him or something like that. Basically, that they wouldn't be taken seriously, and that other Jews would have said, no, the resurrection won't happen at the end of time. Sorry, the resurrection will happen at the end of time, not during the middle of history. And they're saying that, well, the Messiah shouldn't have been defeated in this other stuff. And Wright concludes on the next page by saying, this is what the Jews that is, would have said to anyone offering the kind of statement that, according to the revisionists, which I think counts as me, someone might have come up with as the beginning idea of Jesus' resurrection. But this solution isn't just incredible, it's impossible. Had anyone said what the revisionists suggest, some such conversation as the above would have ensued. So one thing that I would like to suggest is that, although I don't think N.T. Wright can claim it's impossible, even if it was unlikely that people would, believe in the resurrection on the basis of appearances, it seems that most Jews thought exactly as N.T. Wright says, because most Jews didn't become Christians. Most Jews rejected all of this. It's only a small number who were ever convinced, and mostly those who already knew Jesus and his immediate early followers. The early Christian movement didn't flourish in Jewish communities for the most part. It flourished in Gentile communities. So it seems we can basically agree with Wright and say, yeah, this wouldn't have been very persuasive to most Jews at the time, because it wasn't. Oh, we've lost Kamil.
Yeah, I think he's been called to something. I don't know. Oh, I don't know if he's back.
Everything's all good.
Yeah.
He's back. Oh, no,
I don't know what's going on. There he is.
He's been taken.
He's well, yeah.
Kamil.
Yeah.
It's just
okay?
like nothing happened. I thought the KGB might have come by or something.
Yeah, we weren't sure if the Lord was taking you with some divine act of providence. But...
No, that's all right.
So prior mental states of the disciples, so they were all mentally healthy individuals who would never have been susceptible to any of the...
So it says here, one issue is whether all the eyewitnesses already had prior belief that Jesus would rise from the dead. The historical evidence indicates otherwise. So he goes again. He mentions again Paul and James. I've already responded to that.
Yeah.
Both of whom were
unbelievers, very skeptical, very credible sources.
We don't know that James was an unbeliever when he had an experience. And then it says here, the likelihood that there might have been, this is great.
Initially doubtful, though.
Even among the 12, there were those who were initially doubtful, and the likelihood that there might have been those among the 500 who were initially doubtful cannot be excluded as well. So he's just literally making up the fact that, well, there might have been some among the 500 who doubted, so they count as well. It's just
actually, all 500 were just like Matt Dillahunty's, right? And,
yeah, James Randi, Matt Dillahunty, and that's just all it was. Yeah, he doesn't have any evidence of this. He's just making things up. The only person we know who had a resurrection experience, or something akin to it at least, who was clearly a skeptic at the time, was Paul. And as I said, the resurrection account does not give a good explanation for why that happened, because it's completely ad hoc. So no one has I don't think anyone has a good explanation for Paul's conversion. It's just a weird thing that happened.
Yeah. Well, and also, like, I do think when we read stuff that Paul's written, this was something like Shannon said, where he sort of like has these indicators that he wasn't like this psychologically healthy person. I can't say exactly what that is, but like, if someone were to hypothesize, maybe he had some type of neurological issue where he was likely to have like some kind of like
I actually have it here. Symptoms of bipolar disorder: inflated self-esteem or sense of grandiosity.
Oh, Kamil, I'm feeling embarrassed. Stop.
Decreased need for sleep. Increase in goal-oriented activity in psychomotor agitation. Engaging in activities that hold the potential for painful consequences, and increased talkativeness. Apparently, you can find like passages in the Pauline epistles for these symptoms. And what's of course also important is that apparently none of the exclusionary criteria apply to Paul, right? For something like bipolar disorder. There is an interesting passage where it says, if Luke were to set out to compose on his own multiple accounts. Sorry, can you read it?
Which bit? Sorry, this one.
Yeah.
Just going to grab some food. Be back in a minute.
Yeah, no problem.
If Luke were to set out to compose on his own multiple accounts of Saul's conversion, we would have expected the narratives to be somewhat more similar than they are.
Okay, so again, like how expected is it? Like how expected it is that he like wanted to do it but failed to do it. But also, like Loke is very often operating under the assumption that this is something that I've already mentioned, that the if it's the case that the Gospels contain ahistorical information, it's the motivating reason for it is deception. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the at least that's not entailed in my explanation. But also, what's important to realize is that the Gospels and Acts, it wasn't actually written for non-Christians as a tool for non-Christian audience, and it wasn't written as a tool of evangelism, right? Like Christians very often think that because the Gospels are used for evangelizing purposes today, but it's actually probably not the case. It's very probable that the original audience for the Gospels were Christians, were already convinced of these claims. Just like, if you think about it, pop quiz, what's the first thing that Jesus says in the Gospel of Mark?
Oh, I'm not even sure, you know.
It's in Mark 1.
Let me... I don't know where. I don't even know where. I've not read my Bible in so long that I can't produce it for you. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I was a phony Christian the whole time.
Yeah. So one of the reasons why scholars think that Gospels were probably written for a Christian audience is because there is a lot of assumed knowledge. So, for example, in the Gospel of Mark,
come ye after me, and I will make you become fishers of men. Is that it? Or
no, it's even earlier. It's in Mark 1. This is also Mark 1, right?
Was baptized in the Jordan, and straight away thou art.
Yeah, so
we've got God saying, "Thou art the beloved Son."
The first thing that Jesus says when he opens his mouth is, "The time is fulfilled, and the kingdom of God has come near. Repent and believe in the gospel." The question: imagine that you are an audience member to a recitation of the Gospel of Mark. How do you know what the gospel is? How do you know what the good news is? Well, you wouldn't know it from just starting to read the Gospel of Mark from the very beginning, right?
Right.
Because it's really interesting that the Gospel of Mark very often says that Jesus came somewhere, for example, to a synagogue. He taught. People were amazed about what he taught, but it doesn't actually say what he thought, right? Because that's assumed knowledge. Like if this was written for a Christian audience, then the Christian audience would already know what's the good news. You wouldn't have to explain it in the text. So that's why it's not explained. And like, I think it's about 10 or 12 chapters into the Gospel of Mark when Jesus articulates some like positive theological statement for the first time. You know, there's a person who asks him, "What do I need to do to be saved?" And Jesus says, "You know the commandments." So even there, Jesus is essentially affirming that the people in the audience should already know, like, what the commandments are, right?
Right.
And there are like multiple pieces of evidence for it as well. It's not just this. For example, look up the first time Pilate shows up in the Gospel of Mark. He just shows up. The name Pilate is mentioned, but the Gospel never says who Pilate. It doesn't say who Pilate is. It doesn't introduce Pilate in any way. It doesn't explain like what Pilate is doing and why he's important. This is assumed knowledge, because this was written for Christians, and Christians would already obviously know who Pilate is. So it would be appropriate for the Gospel of Mark to just start by saying, Pilate, this, and that, right? And obviously, if you were not a Christian, you would pick up on who Pilate is and what he's doing from the rest of the narrative. But the point is that the reason why the author doesn't feel the need to explain this is because it was already assumed knowledge.
Right.
So it was just like a flaw assumption. And this what makes me think that Loke is actually not qualified, because this is like, again, like standard New Testament scholarship. seems to me that he's mostly reading like other apologists and like critics of Christianity.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm not sure how familiar he is with like New Testament scholarship in general.
Just saying he's more like a kind of like YouTube apologist. You know, he's
no, just an apologist. You don't have to qualify it.
It's just YouTube Christianity, you know, like where they don't engage with serious scholarship. And so concerning Paul, Habermas observes that it's clear from his own testimony, blah blah blah, that he was neither guilty. This is with regard to the hypothesis that because of guilt he was having, you know, some kind of hallucination or something, like we just said.
This is really so silly, because basically the argument is Paul spends about 2 sentences on his pre-Christian life, right? I think he mentions it twice in his authentic letters. Yeah, it's here in Galatians and in Philippians. Like, this would be a really good argument against the idea that Paul converted because of grief. If we had something like Confessions that we have from Augustine, you know, written by Paul, but this is a really weak argument from silence, just because Paul, when he happens to mention his pre-Christian life, doesn't mention him being filled with grief about what he was doing. I don't think you can conclude from that that
right.
that's a motivating factor. And of course, like, surely even Habermas would agree that Paul thought that him persecuting the church was bad, right? Or did like
hang on, what did Loke say earlier? So he said that people who were good Jews who believed in Yahweh, didn't like lies, would never lie because Yahweh didn't like lies. Well, how about murdering people, right? Or well, I don't, you know, maybe that's okay actually.
You can also explain, I think very plausibly, Paul not mentioning him being in grief about his persecution of Christians by his belief that his guilt was washed away and he was regenerated by the Holy Spirit, right? Well, of course he wouldn't feel guilty about it. Yeah.
Okay. So what else? This would not explain why he hallucinated a resurrected Jesus rather than something else. Paul had subconscious motivations. Positions in the first century leadership would not be thought of as a means to advance one's religious career or social standing.
Yeah, this is what we were already talking about. But also, like, the comments like these are really silly. Like, this would not explain why he hallucinated a resurrected Jesus rather than someone else. Well, like, imagine if there was a person who we could establish actually didn't know anything about who Jesus was, and then suddenly he hallucinated like Jesus as fitting a description of Jesus in the New Testament. Like, that would be really weird. But someone in Paul's position who is persecuting Christians.
Yeah,
like,
so he's going to come across there's these stories as well, like in in like the Soviet Union of like underground churches and things, and Soviet I forget whatever the I forgot because it was a while ago. I was thinking about this. I think I was a Christian at the time, but like the secret police or whatever going around and beating up these people. And there's this one story. I can't remember what it's from, but of this girl who this Soviet like secret police officer had like beat her up several times in these churches that he was going into, and then he eventually converts because of his guilt of like seeing this same girl that he kept beating up at all of these houses, and that's how he like found out about Christian theology and stuff as well, is through like obviously when they're going in and what these Christians are saying to them or whatever documents are left around and things like that. It's not like he had no idea.
Yeah, like, this would not explain why he hallucinated the resurrected Jesus than someone else. But like, what's more like if it happens to be the case that some naturalistic explanation for the resurrection is true, like, surely it must be more likely that Paul would hallucinate seeing Jesus as opposed to like some completely random person, like the emperor or like his next door neighbor.
Because like that kind of like across time thing is okay because souls exist in Loki's worldview, and that's what you'd hallucinate. So it's far more probable, given the likelihood of all their varying mental states, something extramental and independent of their mental states removed all the residual doubts from. Skeptics might object that according to Luke, the disciples said, the Lord has really risen after the appearance to Peter and before the appearance to them as a group.
Yeah, this is really the old big road apologetics, right? No, like that's not the point, right? Like we don't take these accounts to be what actually happened in history. That's like a part of that explanation.
So we've got here corresponding external stimulation of the relevant sensory organ, because he's going to argue against group hallucinations. So as in, if there isn't an extramental reality, then it's really unlikely for a group to hallucinate because, you know, like you'd need the same sensory organ to be stimulated in each individual in this group. So it's unreasonable to think that a group of people perceive the same thing together when there's nothing extramental.
Yeah, so there's a few important points to mention here. One is that I believe it is true that the notion of a group hallucination is not a concept that's found in mainstream psychology because of the way that hallucination is defined in a strict sense. And that's one of the reasons why in my book I don't talk about, I mention it to make this point, but I don't talk about group hallucinations. What I talk about are collective experiences of the risen Jesus, which may involve individual hallucinations, but themselves are not a hallucination. They're a composite event, I suppose. So they can be delusory, that is, involve false beliefs, but not themselves be a single sort of hallucination. So what Loke says about this, which follows what Craig says, is that without a corresponding external stimulation of the relevant sensory organ, there's those sensory organs again, the stimulation of sensory organ, does that remind you of something else? Anyway, bit immature here. The mental state internal to each person within the group would not agree on various details concerning their experience of the external world. Okay, so how has it been established that the mental states internal to each of the persons did agree on the various details? Because that's a point that has not been established. And obviously I don't think any naturalist is not going to accept that. I mean, it's not even clear that it does say that, right? It says what happened. It doesn't actually say that all of their mental experiences coincided. I certainly don't think that is what happened. Yeah. I think that there was a collective experience which different people are going to experience slightly different things. Again, I won't go through them now, but in my book, I provide examples of these sorts of collective religious experience. Pentecostal churches provide some interesting examples, but there are many others as well.
Probably today, right? Easter Sunday.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the point is, there have been studies. People have gone in and like examined how this works, how they use music and how they use suggestion and the social context and there's contagion and all of this other stuff, how this leads to the production of these experiences. It's very interesting. It's not something you can just sort of explain simply. It's like a complicated, interesting psychosocial phenomenon. So check out my book if you're interested in that. But the point is, at no point do you have to say that the mental states internal to each person coincided in the details. That doesn't happen at the event itself. That only happens afterwards when they reconcile their accounts.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, Loke is imagining that if it was the case that literally every single person didn't have exactly the same internal experiences, they would just check against each other and they would like find out about it and they would deconvert, right? This is, for example, what Habermas says. If it was the case that when Paul met the Jerusalem pillars, they found out that, well, I saw Jesus wearing a white robe. Well, I saw Jesus wearing a blue robe, right? That kind of disagreement would lead them to doubt so severely they would actually abandon the belief. But I just don't think that's how people work, right? That's not the case.
No, there's lots of evidence against that.
So,
no, in fact,
Loke,
this is. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to go on a little bit of a different point. So you can't.
All right. Well, I'll take over because this is where the RHBS, the S in the RHBS model comes into play to an extent, because the socialization aspect is very important and often overlooked. In fact, it's the one aspect that apologists don't seem to have. I think it's probably the aspect where I provide where I make the most novel remarks. I guess the other would be the compilation of comparative miracle claims that I make, which I think is also fairly novel. But the socialization aspect is super important because it's not just you have an experience and then that's it. You have an experience and people get different things out of that. And then later you come back and talk about it, you mull over it, and you have memory contagion. You have people trying to make sense of what they experienced in the light of what others experienced. They're reading the Gospels. Oh, sorry, not the Gospels. They're reading the Old Testament. they're praying about it, they're probably fasting, they're doing all of this stuff, probably staying up late, all sorts of things that are going to affect their memory and their interpretation of it. And if they discover in this process that some aspect of the experience differs from what someone else said, they're not just going to. There's a couple of likely options here. One would just be that they'll just assimilate into their account. Oh yeah, that must have happened as well, and I just didn't pick it up, or something like that. Or they'll think, oh, I didn't experience that. I must be a horrible person. Like I'm a sinner, and I've got to repent harder, something like that. And this is, there's ample testimony of this in Christian and other religious contexts as well. That this is, how people think.
Oh, you go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the socialization aspect of it. That's how they're reconciled, and then you form eventually you form a sort of a creedal statement that is a sort of a summary experience that everyone adheres to. And if anyone is doubtful of that privately, then they're probably going to keep that to themselves, because that probably means they're a sinner and that they need to repent.
So Loke wants to accuse people who are skeptical of this of having an unwarranted anti-supernaturalistic presupposition. But I would say, turning those tables around, that Loki has an unwarranted anti-naturalist presupposition because his mind has been distorted by the kind of like virus of religion that has taken over his ability to make sense of reality.
No, you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like when I say it like that, right, I imagine that Loke would get very offended and would just not take seriously what I'm saying. So why does he expect the naturalist to take it serious when he just says stuff like that? You just got an well, probably because this book is more for the believer, right, to alienate the other group and give them confidence than it is to actually convince anyone who disagrees. But anyway, here we go. So yellow brick.
This bit at the end is just I highlighted the exact same section there. Hang on, we can't skip over that. This is one of the sillier things that he says. Kamil, did you want to touch that point?
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
The conclusion is likewise if multiple sensory groups, seeing, hearing, touching, are involved, or if that entity is perceived to have left behind causal effects that persist over time, e.g., the eating of the fish by that entity resulting in the permanent disappearance of the fish.
Okay, so how do we know this is what happened?
Yeah, because it did, because it says so.
Sorry, I was away for a second there. So I assume that we're.
I just read this. Yeah.
Oh, you just read it. Yeah. Well, so how do we know that there was a disappearance of fish? Right? Is this one of the things we're supposed to have established? Also, how do we know that they? So he says if multiple sensory routes, seeing, hearing, touching, are involved. So he's supposing that happened. How do we know that happened? All we have are reports of experiences in the Gospels. Well, okay, so let's talk about Paul. Paul just talks about appearances. He doesn't say anything about that in 1 Corinthians 15. Moving to the Gospels report circumstances that would involve those routes. But why do we assume that the details of those accounts are correct? Remember the disjunctions that he gives? And one of them was just that the Christians or early Christians witnessed something that they interpreted as being the risen Jesus. That's all, the naturalist necessarily commits themselves to on that point. Now, all of a sudden, we've got that that experience has to have originally, not later on accounts of it, but that original experience has to have involved multiple, seeing, hearing, and touching. But that's not something that's been established. That is you're only going to grant that if you already accept the details of what the Gospels say. But if you're just going to do that, just go to the part where it says Jesus is the Christ and be done with it. Why all this bother? It's so silly.
Right. Yeah. And then there's another point here where he says, it's therefore highly remarkable that in the case of Jesus' resurrection, we have appearances to 3 different groups of people, blah, 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 in different circumstances over a short period, which again is, just assuming the conclusion.
No, I mean, but this is actually really important because he specifically talks about the appearances to 3 different groups of people, the 12, the 500, and the other apostles, which from that we can conclude that he's talking about specifically the content of the 1 Corinthians 15 creed. And then he says, in different circumstances over a short period. Where is he getting that from? How does he know that the appearance to 12 was in a different circumstance than the appearance to the 500? How does he know how much time elapsed between these different appearances? It's not in the 1 Corinthians 15 creed. Like, he's only getting this, I think, because he has harmonized the content of the 1 Corinthians 15
Well,
creed
it's
with
the Gospel of Loke.
Yeah, well, I mean,
It's written in
this
italics.
is the issue. He harmonized it, and on top of it, he invoked all kinds of ad hoc auxiliary explanations to get rid all of the weak points of that harmonization. For example, if these talk about the same experiences, why is it the case that the experience of the 500 isn't narrated in any of the Gospels, right? The same with the appearance
Right.
to James.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, it's just asserting things that have not been established and then demanding that an explanation is provided. We don't have to explain the fact that there is diverse appearances in a short period of time, because it's not clear that there was, especially the 500 one. But also, just sort of a bit before that, he says, he talks about, it is unreasonable to think that causal mechanisms internal to each person in a group simultaneously generated similar experiences involving visual, auditory, and tactile senses that are consistent with those of the others and remain persistently so over time in relation to the causal effects that were left behind. Again, this is just assuming all of the details of the gospel accounts are correct. Instead of all that the atheist or other respondent needs to commit themselves to is that there were collective experiences of some nature, which were later reinterpreted and then harmonized in a way that they were a sort of a single story, which was passed on through oral tradition. That's all you need to have happen.
But whenever Loke says
shifting
this,
the goalpost,
whenever he's saying it's unreasonable to think or it's unlikely that, I want you to think, but is it more unreasonable or more unlikely than a guy rising from the dead? Whenever he says it's unreasonable that, remember that's what he's offering as an explanation. Over and above whatever he's saying is unreasonable or unlikely. Then, so if we're all happy to go to page 102 here, a bit further down.
This is really rich.
Well, we should explain this. So he's talking about contextual considerations and fact checking. So we've got a bunch of New York Times journalists fact checking all of the accounts here. Anyway, let's move forward.
Yeah. So, but he talks a bit more here about the cases of appearances to the 12, the 500, and other apostles beside the 12. At least some of the witnesses would have observed closely, spoken to one another, and counter-checked with each other afterwards about the details of what they saw together as a group. Well, remember what James was saying just before about the psychology of how people make sense of these experiences after the fact, and how that then colors how they recall, how they make sense of, how they reframe. This is basically what modern what's it called, counseling and stuff around like traumatic events is. It's like reframing what happened from get the person to look at it from a different angles in the room and different perspectives to try and make sense of it in a different light where they're not victimized. But this is that same feature of human psychology, but without a therapist, with just a community of people saying, well, God did this when that happened, and God desired that, and here's what I saw, and here's how we all make sense of it together.
Yeah, so imagine what Loke says happened here, and they're counter checking with each other, discussing it, and they find a discrepancy. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, that's
it, boys. We're done. We were wrong all along.
Well, imagine you're the person who has a discrepancy, and there's four other people saying something that goes against your discrepancy. What are you going to do with that? You're going to assume you're wrong, you're guilty, you're a sinner. You're going to just forget about it. You're going to push it to one side.
No, I mean, here's what happens every time. Right? Every time there's a conference of alien abductees, these people meet, they compare the details of their accounts, they find out that they are contradictory. For example, in some cases, the aliens tell people that they are peaceful and loving, and in some cases, they warn them against incoming invasion. And they just all abandon their beliefs that they were abducted by aliens, don't you know?
Well, the same with the near-death experiences as well, like that Surviving Death Netflix documentary that I had to review for the Seeing Eye guy who's blocked me. In that, there was a near-death experiences conference, and also an episode on parapsychology where people go to this weird place in Germany where there's like a parapsychology university or something, and they all have like these they sit in like a dark room and there's apparitions and things. But then after the fact, that you see this in the documentary, in the near-death experiences group, they're all describing their experiences. They're all different, but they all start layering in what they think might have happened based off of other people's details. But you see the same thing in the people who are having the ghost apparitions and things in the room as well, where like one person says something and then another person is kind of like, yeah, that did happen. Actually, I think I saw that. And then they start building like this coherent narrative of how they might have at first like thought they felt like a breath of air or something. And then over time you see that like becoming what's it called, ectoplasm, like manifestations in reality. And where do they get that language from? They don't get the content of that language from their experience. They get it from the person who's guiding the discussion, who has like an established metaphysics of ghost apparitions. They didn't just invent that word themselves. Like so yeah,
there's always an authority there, and for the disciples I assume it was Peter. And, you know, I mean, you can imagine that, you know, there's one, you know, I don't know who it would have been. Maybe it's Thomas or someone else. It's like, and what did you experience, Thomas? And Peter was like, of course he's going to go along with it. Also, on this point, I'd like to read an excerpt from my book, which in turn is a quote from a study that actually looks at exactly the sort of thing that Nathan was just mentioning. So this illustrates the sort of studies that have been done on this. Quote, hauntings and poltergeist-like episodes are argued to be products of contagious reactions to ambiguous environmental or cognitive events. In particular, evidence suggests that the subjective and objective effects produced, so reported by percipients, are the function of independent, non-paranormal etiologies whose constituents have been previously established and described. According to this multivariate model, the labeling of ambiguous events as abnormal or paranormal initiates a reactive process, which is subsequently sustained by perceptual contagion. That is, flurries of perceptual observations due to self-reinforcing attentional processes, end quote. So that's sort of using an academic-y sort of language there. It's a very interesting study if you'd like to have a look at in my book, or I cite that. But it's basically, yeah, it's saying that people have collective experiences in which there's sort of, there's an expectation in a particular context, and then people's attention is drawn to certain things. It's like, oh, like, did you see that? Did you hear that? Did you feel that? And then either people are going to say yes because of expectation bias or because of the context, or they're just going to think that they did or not say anything. And then this is a self-reinforcing process where one observation leads to further observations and further experiences, and people feel things and they get excited, and then more of it happens and it's reinforcing. And then that's the experience. And then afterwards, when they're recounting this and talking to each other, then it's increased to the next level, and the account becomes more impressive. It's embellished, and it's reinforced by other people sharing their views, and there's memory contagion. And if anyone has any residual doubts, then they're just not going to say anything. So we have, the point is we have evidence from psychology and sociology about how this sort of stuff happens. And it doesn't require independently people having their perceptual organs stimulated in a specific way. And the problem is apologists like Loke just do not address these studies that have been done on this.
Yeah. Anything else we want to say on that point?
But my favorite example of lack of agreement not leading to like introspection about false beliefs is a documentary which featured both a flat earther and a hollow earther, both in perfect agreement about how NASA are shills. But it's just a cheap shot.
That's a hilarious example. I think it might be good also when we're on the fact-checking train to mention okay, so if we can go back to 101, there are a few points I wanted to draw out here. So hang on, where's the start of the sentence here? So I'm trying to find what the thread of this is.
It should be noted that state that only over 2% of the entire study population.
Oh yeah, okay. So sorry, not quite that far. So this guy Novakovic apparently. Yeah, there we go. So he's citing an example of bereavement hallucinations, right? And then here, Loke's saying that on page 101, he's failed to rebut Craig's objection that there's not a single instance which exhibits the diversity and multitude of the resurrection appearances over a short period. So we sort of discussed this. It's not known really what the period was. I do cite examples of this, and it also assumes that we just believe everything that the Gospels say, which we shouldn't.
As if it's gospel. As if it's gospel.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But just under that, moreover, he says, moreover, there are reasons to be skeptical about these reports as well as the accounts noted in, I think, previously.
What reason do we have to be skeptical?
Well, this is important because what the apologists like Loke will do is they'll want to say, no, it can't have been brief hallucinations because, and then they'll find reasons, right? So these, first, these occur in a context of persecution by authorities who would have challenged their claims, and in which witnesses were willing to lose everything and die for what they saw. And also, they serve as a foundational proof of the veracity of a religion, where crucial foundational beliefs held by a large number of people concerning eternal salvation is dependent on the testimonies of available witnesses.
Oh, like, so that is exactly the same as like almost all of the crazy.
Yeah, so look at the cults that we just mentioned that involve suicide pacts as a strong example there. Also, another example that I'd like to bring in at this point in response to that are all of the failed prophecy. So this is the when prophecy fails, cognitive dissonance. There's a bit more on that later, but I think it's relevant to mention here. So this is a phenomenon which, again, I discussed called irrational belief persistence. There is overwhelming evidence that really most people, depending on the context, and certainly very large numbers of people in new religious movements, will hold on to beliefs that are important to them tenaciously despite overwhelming evidence. So there's a Wikipedia article called List of Dates Predicted for Apocalyptic Events. And there are literally there are hundreds listed there. And in most of these cases, the movement didn't dissolve following the failed prediction. Maybe some people left, but they found reasons to be able to rationalize what happened.
Well, like we've got, you know, the really common one of that is the Jehovah's Witnesses prediction of Jesus's return, which was, when was it, like 1914 or something like that. And then like World War I happens, but Jesus didn't return. So they go, oh no, it was just a really big world changing event. And we've got the same with the World Mission Society of God doing the same thing. Like there's loads of these events that the important point being that they satisfy Loke's criteria of being foundational proof of the veracity of a religion. And
generally these groups are persecuted as well, or if there's not direct persecution, there are significant consequences of the belief. So the suicide cults would be an example of that. But like there was a Christian, a very prominent Christian, fairly recently, who had a big failed prediction. I'm just trying to find his name. Harold Camping. So he had a series of failed predictions of the end of the world, and many people like sold their house and gave up everything because they were convinced the world was going to end. Many people even still supported him after the first failure.
Well, just how about stuff like you know, like in Trump's presidency when he moved the capital, the capital that what America recognizes as the capital in Israel to Jerusalem, and they go, this is it, the war's coming, the, you know, like the final battle, like and now Trump's not even president. Like go like
there were lots of prophecies about God's not going to let Trump lose and all of that.
This is actually what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted to say. Like, the whole thing about Trump losing the election was essentially a case study in cognitive dissonance, right? Because there was actually an entire series of claims being made, and the goalpost was keep being shifted about, okay, now something's going to happen, you know. Okay, well, the count has concluded, but there won't be any inauguration. Okay,
it's next week. It's next week.
Yeah, it's next week, exactly. Okay, there is going to be an inauguration, but everyone is going to be arrested at the inauguration, you know, by the army. Like the soldiers are just going to turn on Biden and just arrest all of them for, I don't know, election fraud. That's actually a really interesting like study into how these people think. And there have been a number of religious leaders who made specifically like specific claims about Trump and his presidency in the religious contexts as like prophets, and they still have followers, obviously, and they, you know, found out to explain away their failures.
And here's a compounding thing about the prophecy as well. So it hasn't just been the Trump stuff in isolation. It's been all that stuff taken with the COVID global pandemic, right? Which is, you know, like a plague sent by God of the end times. And actually they're secretly, because technology is evil and left hemisphere thinking of the brain and stuff, it's like Bill Gates trying to implant robots and the mark of the beast into people and stuff.
Yeah.
Like these past couple of years have really been taken as signs of the end times by many Christians, even at the old church I went to. When the pandemic started, they were doing like the vicar was doing like a 5 minutes a day thing, and he was like, you know, it's coming soon. And what he didn't say it in those explicit words, but it was really clear that his attitude was like, this is like a demarcating event where
because there have never been global pandemics before.
Exactly.
People said was the end times. And people just have no historical. Anyway, this is a a bugbear of mine, that people just have no historical context for things. But anyway, so there's so many examples of this sort of irrational belief persistence, which are consistent with or satisfy Loke's criteria of being foundational for a religious belief, or let's say other ideological belief as well, and involving either persecution or suffering of some sort. We also mentioned a few other examples before that I cited in my book. So there's breatharianism and Holocaust denials. So people have gone to prison for denying the Holocaust, right? And anti-vaccination and touchless knockouts, which is an interesting thing. These are people who think that through the power of chi, they can like knock someone out. And there's like videos of professor who goes up against someone who's not willing to like play along, and they just get like smashed because they actually believe.
Such a close connection between like fake martial arts and the religious, like because Tim McGrew as well. Tim McGrew is into like bullshit martial arts. Like he's like a black. He's like a black belt in like bullshit though, and he thinks he's like hard and stuff.
Yeah,
and,
bullshit.
I don't, it's the same as I get Jeff Durbin as well. Like Jeff Durbin's like, I've been on these martial arts and stuff, and he did this like, because believers are being persecuted. There's all these videos where he's like teaching self-defense, and he like teaches people to like punch all goofy and stuff. Like it's really, really weird. Like the connection between fake martial arts and like irrational religious beliefs, but there's something there.
So yeah, Loke is just way off the mark here, and I think that apologists need to take all of this stuff a lot more seriously and explain why we should think that early Christians were so different to all these other new religious movements and apocalyptic belief systems and so forth.
And I say this as someone who, I was one of those 13-year-old black belts in karate and stuff, and then I had a fight with a boxer and he just kept hitting me in the face, and none of that stuff worked. So
there is on 103. There is evidence. Sorry, the evidence indicates that the disciples doubted the resurrection initially. I don't think there is, other than the avowals of prior skepticism. One thing about the disciples is one thing that there's that passage about calling. I forget exactly who it was. I think Peter and some others. And Jesus just like rocks up and they're fishing. He's like, "Come with me, I'll make you fishers of men." And they drop their nets and follow him. Does that sound like a critical, skeptical thinker to you? I mean, sure, they probably heard of Jesus before, but even so, it's just like
it's like that thing. Like Frank Turek. I came across a tweet of his from like last year where he said something like, I said to the young man, "You're just coming up with these objections because you're having sex with your girlfriend, aren't you?" And the blood went out of his face and he repented and believed in God or something. Or like I spoke to someone before who said like this pastor just said to him, "You know it's true and you're lying to God." And he was like, he just felt really guilty and like believed it. Right? It's like that sort of like there's some weird mechanism where you can just like weirdly guilt people into like believing.
Yeah, well, it's a form of psychological abuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and that's part of this as well. This is why these things can be really problematic.
Yeah, but
on page 103,
drop your nets, come follow me.
Subscribe to our Patreon.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So 103, he talks about the basic common sense of checking the evidence of an event one is skeptical about. So I have a question for Loke. What proportion of Christians does he think have done any evidence at all about the historicity of the resurrection? I reckon it's well below 1%. It may be even a lot less than that. So where does this common sense idea come from? This is not something that people do about these sorts of beliefs for the most part. Of course, there are exceptions, but for the most part, people don't do that.
So 4.6 here, solid evidence would have been required in addition to the general skepticism, because there was a general skepticism about people rising from the dead. Is there anything you want to say about that, Kamil?
This is just the idea that people already knew about hallucinations, ghosts, and visions and stuff like that.
Well, I've been reading a book recently, right? And it's like I don't know, you're probably going to know more about this than me, but the Roman medical guy, Galen, he used to do these demonstrations where he'd have people like have like a live animal he'd cut it open and he'd have like the Roman audience like squeeze the heart of it, and see that it like didn't do anything, you know, like it'd continue screaming and stuff. And then he'd have them like squeeze the brain and see that squeezing the brain, and he'd be like, you know, the brain is where thought is. It's not the heart that's the seat of consciousness. And still people would continue to believe, you know, there's something, the heart's the seat of consciousness, and there's something going on there. And that like people just weren't informed about these sorts of you know, the kind of beliefs we take for granted about like the brain being where we think, and hallucinations and psychology and stuff. These are really modern. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, like he essentially wants to say that people in antiquity already had categories and concepts of like hallucination, visions, ghosts, dreams, and stuff like that. And from that, they wouldn't. So just merely by having them, they wouldn't conclude that Jesus was raised from the dead, which I can grant because I don't think that's where the belief originated. On my hallucination, on my hypothesis that comes from an exegesis of the Old Testament. But I do think that, for example, these appearances could have informed the idea that Jesus was a divine being, because postmortem appearance is like a common trope in ancient literature, specifically to identify a person as divine, either as a incarnation of a pre-existing god, a son of God, or someone who was deified after they died. That the same applies to a missing body. That was very often like an indication that person was a divine being. Actually, we are going to get to that.
So let's keep going then. Another highlight here is
a couple of points on 105, because this is particularly important because it relates
on 4.6 of 105.
Well, so the top of 105, he mentions this study again that he's already cited, which I think is quite sloppy to sort of
White Christmas
twice. Yeah, the White Christmas one. He says that most people who have these sorts of hallucinations come to realize that it wasn't veridical. Interestingly, there's still 5%. Well, actually, that's 10% of people who had the hallucinations, of 5 percentage points, which is 10%, don't come to that realization. Now, this is just a recording of something, but that's actually quite a lot. That 10% don't come to that realization. And we're not saying that it always happens. It's just something that sometimes happens, and it happened in this case. So that is, I don't think, very strong counter evidence. Now, moving to 4.6, the idea that they would need solid evidence. So this point in this quote again there, that they had this language and it wasn't resurrection. Well, how do we then explain where the resurrection came from? Well, we appeal to, Kamil appeals to exegesis of the Old Testament. Plus, I would also appeal to, probably Kamil would as well, the fact that they had to explain why their Messiah died and how to make sense of that. I would add the empty tomb. I know Kamil doesn't grant that, but if the tomb was empty, then I would say, well, it's because they found that the tomb was found empty. So that's why they appeal to resurrection. And as long as you can provide an explanation for that, which I think one can, then it makes perfect sense of it. So the issue here is they want to say, well, if they had a vision, then they would have called it a vision. They wouldn't have said it was a resurrection. But this just ignores all of the other reasons that not only the skeptics, but also apologists themselves give for how the disciples came to believe, like, Old Testament and the fact that there was an empty tomb or whatever else. The only thing that skeptics can't appeal to is the fact that they actually touched the risen Jesus or something like that, because obviously, the skeptic's not going to grant that. But every other factor can give rise to their belief in the resurrection, and he just again doesn't acknowledge that.
Yeah, actually, interestingly enough, even touching Jesus's physical body wouldn't rule it out, because we have accounts, actually a surprisingly large amount of accounts of people believe that you could return from the dead and have a physical body. So there are accounts of people fighting ghosts eating, having sex, conceiving babies, and stuff like that. Yeah. So, I mean, it says that in the Gospel of Luke, for example, where the disciples originally think that Jesus might be an apparition. I'm not sure what the Greek term is there. Phantasma, probably. And that's why Jesus eats a piece of fish, right? So it seems to me to be clear that the author of the Gospel of Luke did want to make that distinction. But I think that's more as a counter-apologetics against Docetism than something that would really be like a deciding experience to rule out seeing a ghost, for example.
Do you think that Loke would commit himself to, like in Athanasius's Life of Antony, where Antony goes around and like fights off all these sex demons and stuff when he's like, he's becoming an ascetic and they're like appearing to him and tempting to him. Do you think Loke would say like, yeah, that's real?
That's actually a really interesting question, because like he very often seems to me the case that he like assumes that if it was the case that the Gospels recorded something that didn't actually happen in history, there being eyewitnesses available would have just debunked it, right? But that's like clearly not what was going on in antiquity, specifically in Christianity. And one of the examples that I can think of would be, supposedly eyewitness accounts still including this type of information. Like, I think Athanasius says that he was an eyewitness to the life of Antony, that he actually knew him, right? Mm-hmm. Another example, and there are other like martyrological and hagiographical literature where it claims to be written by someone who was there, but it contains all kinds of supernatural stuff, like martyrdom of Polycarp, for example. It would include Papias of Hierapolis, supposedly knew companions of Jesus' disciples, and yet all of the fragments of the oral tradition that he preserves about Jesus is not found in the New Testament, and Papias seems to wasn't really very highly respected. Like Eusebius, for example, calls him a man of very low intelligence. That's probably the reason why his book wasn't preserved. Then we have, for example, Irenaeus, who actually thought that Jesus lived to be almost 50. And he specifically says that this was confirmed by him talking to companions of disciples of Jesus in Asia. And he was also a disciple of Polycarp, who was a disciple of John. So like you could actually find instances in ancient literature and in just antiquity in general where there being eyewitnesses or eyewitnesses of eyewitnesses doesn't actually prevent from false information kind of polluting the narrative.
Well, the point being that we're applying our approach sort of consistently to the Bible and to all these other texts, whereas it seems like in the case of the Bible, Loke wants to, have all these kind of special criteria and things for what's happened. Yet when it comes to like some of these other like non-canonical writings around the same time, which seem a bit wacky to us, he'd probably want to deny a lot of the stuff that's involved. Maybe not all of them. Maybe he'd be like, because demons do actually exist in his worldview and stuff. He's like, well, this one, but perhaps unlikely that he'd commit himself to or everything that's written around the same time, especially like you were just saying, those things that would say, Jesus lives to being 50, whatever, and stuff like that. He'd want to deny those. So he wants to apply different sets of criteria when he thinks, it's special to him and when it isn't special to him, basically, if he goes down that route.
Regarding the sex demons, I seem to recall hearing about small numbers of people who today who only have sex with ghosts. It's like an orientation or something. And as far as I can tell, at least some people actually believe that that's what happens to them. I think it's mostly women.
There's plenty online of people talking about opening up a gateway by like doing yoga or something, and then getting like raped by sex demons, and then they prayed to Jesus, and it stopped it happening, which is pretty.
Yeah. So I mean, lots of weird beliefs around. So on page, hang on.
I'm dying for the Lou as well, so I'm going to have to leave you for a second.
Now I've lost track of what I think it was 106. 106. Yeah.
Yeah. And whereabouts?
What was I about to say here? Just sort of near the end.
Okay. This highlight that Kamil's put on.
Yeah, let's go with that. I had what I was going to talk about. And I've lost track of what I was going to say. Oh, yes, I remember now. So at the start of that paragraph, it says, the use of the resurrection language represents a deliberate choice to exploit a term with an apocalyptic background. So this is actually another aspect that we haven't discussed yet, which Bart Ehrman emphasizes, the fact that Jesus was an apocalyptic prophet. And that the early, well, I think Jesus, but also his disciples believed that the end of the world was imminent. This is relevant to a few points, one of which was why resurrection. Well, this was a concept associated with the end of the world. And I think the clearest example of this is Matthew, where it says, the tombs opened and, many of the dead walked. I think that they were thinking that this was sort of the forerunning of the end. The idea that Jesus was resurrected there was not a resurrection in the middle of history. They thought it was just about coming up to the end. The end was imminent. And so that may have also contributed to the use of the resurrection language. And all Loke has to say about that is that they would still have required pretty solid evidence to persuade themselves and convince their audience that what they saw was a bodily resurrected Jesus and not a hallucination. I mean, why? We've just talked about all of the reasons they had for thinking it was a resurrection. So in addition to their experiences, which could have been significant and powerful, as we talked about, there was also the Old Testament that they were reading. There was also the fact that they need to make sense of a failed Messiah. There was the apocalyptic prophet aspect of it and the imminent end of the world. And if you believe in the empty tomb, there was the discovery of the empty tomb. So all of these factors are pushing them towards understanding it as a resurrection rather than just a vision. And that's all of the reasons they had for believing this. When you couple that with the fact that most people don't even need very good reasons or like solid facts for believing religious things, plus irrational belief persistence and socialization, all those other factors, is what the skeptic is saying really that implausible? I don't think it is. I think Loki's assertions that this kind of happened are extremely implausible.
Right. I'm just thinking because we're at, where are we? Page 107. So let's try and get through quickly. Skeptics object by claiming that Luke and John invented the details concerning the physicality of Jesus to combat docetism. That doesn't follow. I can't see. Loke himself says that Jesus doing these things does not rule out him having a physical body.
Okay, so bottom of 108, there's a comment there. We've sort of mentioned this before, but he cites the same book that he did before, Defonso and Bordia, 2007, which is a book about rumors. And he says that psychological studies have indicated that people are careful to form conclusions based on valid evidence when the topic is important, when the costs of false information are great, when people are held personally responsible for what they say, and they're careful about their reputation. So we talked about this before, and I'm just highlighting how this is coming back again. First of all, he's citing the same thing. He says psychological studies where it appears that he's only citing one, although I'll grant that they may review other studies, but he should make that clearer here. And maybe make a bit more effort to cite more widely instead of just this cherry-picking this one thing that he keeps citing. Also, it's a book about rumors, and I don't really know that that's the right sort of conceptual apparatus to use here. I don't exactly think it was rumors. It was more religious experiences and your religious movements that I think is the better context there, maybe hallucinations. But also, we can grant that those factors that are mentioned here mitigate in favor, in general, of people being careful about what they say. But everything else that we've just said about irrational belief persistence and religious excitement and the experiences and socialization and all of that stuff mitigates against. So just because there are some in general considerations that might mitigate in favor of reliability, it doesn't just somehow outweigh all of the considerations against.
And he did say here, you know, like given the background of them being like having the beliefs of ancient monotheistic Jews, then they would have needed, you know, a ton of evidence to come to believe in Jesus' divinity. So what about Christians who convert to other religions based off of the evidence? You know, like say Christians who might have been converted to Mormonism early on, or Christians who became like Jehovah's Witnesses, or Christians who became Muslims. Like, what's he going to do with them? Is he going to say, well, obviously Christianity, they would have required so much evidence to overcome what they already believed about Christianity that obviously it must be true. I just don't think.
Yeah. So what about Muhammad in a context of polytheism? What about the Buddha in a context of, well, it wasn't exactly Hinduism then, but I guess proto-Hinduism. There's a word that they use for it.
The spiritual
traditions that exist at the time, which he rejected in large measure, and he was very critical of a lot of those texts. What about Joseph Smith in the context of, you know, it's the Bible and it's, you know, a Trinitarian God, and he rejected those things, right? It's like religious innovations can't occur. I criticize Craig for this as well. It's like somehow that people are so hermetically sealed in their existing worldview that there can't be innovations or changes there. Plus, we've already given reasons for why those occurred. It's because there was the death of the Messiah, and they had to make sense of this. And then there were beliefs, hallucinations leading to other experiences, possibly an empty tomb. At least that's part of my account. So these things triggered the changes. Plus, remember, most Jews at the time didn't believe. We're talking about a small minority who did believe. Most of them didn't have time of day for this. But we're selecting for those who were, I guess, suggestible or whatever else you want to say to believe.
So, experiences of the physicality of Jesus' resurrected body are multiply attested in first-hand documents.
Yeah, so now we have to believe that he went through doors, which is another thing that's not been established.
Yeah. Which again is like when he's saying, it's unreasonable to think, it's unlikely to think, and it's like, oh yeah, but Jesus went through doors.
Yeah, I think this is really important.
Oh, yep.
Because
That's exactly what I said. Go ahead, Kamil.
Yeah, no, go ahead and read it.
One might object that conventions of ancient historiography allows for certain flexibility of transmission and a limited inclusion of non-historical details. For example, authors creating details of what they think should have happened for rhetorical effect to convey ethical truths and so on. So basically, the only response that he gives to this, at least here, is I have already replied to this objection in chapter 1. Well, no, in chapter 1, he specifically replied to the idea that the entire concept of Jesus' resurrection was invented this way. But that's not what anyone is proposing. I think that the gospel authors did really believe that Jesus was raised from the dead. They did really believe that Jesus was raised physically. What was a result of narrative flexibility and inclusion of historical details are things like Jesus ate a piece of fish and a permanent cessation of that fish's existence. Like, those are the things we think are invented, right? So don't bring them up when you are addressing naturalistic explanations, because we don't grant them. So he haven't replied to this objection, right? He replied to a different position that really nobody's advancing, and that's the idea that this narrative flexibility resulted in the belief in the Jesus' resurrection, which is definitely not the case. So this is just not addressed sufficiently. So, as argued previously, without the earliest Christians having such experiences of the physicality of Jesus' resurrected body, a widely held conviction among the early Christians that Jesus was resurrected bodily could not have started in the first place.
Yeah, this is really because he spent like a large portion. Yeah, he spent a large portion of the previous chapters establishing that no, bodily resurrection was actually the standard view, right? And yeah, it was standard view because it was the view in Second Temple Judaism.
Yeah, and then I think we're going to get so he's saying that it can't, the sufficient cause of this effect that we see can't be not actually seeing a physically resurrected body, and then skeptics are going to point to this example where just what I've said can't be a sufficient cause is a sufficient cause.
He discusses that again later, so we'll hold off discussion there. Again, this is where sometimes the organization seems a bit off, because why mention that here when there's a chapter where a section where he addresses other cases? It just seems a bit, but again, notice here where he said a bunch of stuff, and we've just been talking about this for a while now, and then at the end of that he just says, oh, they must have had bodily experiences of the bodily Jesus, because otherwise it couldn't have started. And it's like, well, but why couldn't it have started? It's just not clear which comment that he's made is supposed to be establishing that. It's a problem. I mean, obviously he's going to say, well, I've said all this stuff, but like, it's not clear what's sort of necessary and sufficient for him to think that he's made that point. It's sort of like a bit of a Gish Gallop approach, where it's like he just says lots of things and you're supposed to just sort of be carried along with, well, I guess we have to think now that it couldn't have started without a bodily appearance. But what element specifically? Like, it's really unclear. And so at the end, I'm just left asking, well, but why not though? It seems to me that it could.
So he says one of the key crucial ways that Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson and his death and people who believe he's been resurrected is different from Jesus is that, unlike the case concerning the resurrection of Jesus, the resurrection of the rabbi has not been a widely held conviction among his followers, many of whom agree that he did not resurrect and are still awaiting the resurrection at his tomb. So now imagine that's happening, right? And we've got these like competing different groups. And now imagine, I don't know, like China invades and like overthrows the government, and it's like something that he predicted. You know, you could start making these like, and it's like in another 100 years' time, you'd see this group with the particular theology that he was resurrected and made these predictions. You know, you'd see them win out the kind of like the battle zone of ideas. I'm kind of getting tired, so I can't remember what people say about it. But like you know, it's only disanalogous because it's still so recent by comparison, and we have all this history of Christianity. But you know, plausibly, you can see down the line like more and more people believing and traditions evolving out of it, and this kind of battle between what like Bart Ehrman calls like the proto-orthodox and the orthodox theologies and things.
Actually, the bringing up these examples works massively against Locke's favor, because here we have a case of someone who died, who supposedly is still buried, and you can like go check his tomb and stuff like that. Not even all of his believers think that he was raised from the dead, but yet there still are some who do. So how is it the case that these people still believe it? Like, what's the explanation of their belief in Locke's mind?
It's impossible that belief could have taken root unless they had an experience of the bodily resurrection of the Rebbe.
It's impossible it would persist, because here we even have a group where some of the members of the group actively deny it, and yet other people believe it, right? So what's the explanation for that? And this is something that's very important, because, of course, if this guy wasn't the Messiah, then that has like significant metaphysical implications.
Yep. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
I'm telling you, I'm not the Messiah.
Yeah. So this example there is an instance of what I call the just say anything approach to apologetics. So when someone says something you don't know how to respond to, literally say anything, and then it looks like you've given a response. You can say, oh, I responded to that, right? So let's think about this. Here Loke has claimed, you can't believe in a resurrection. Well, specifically, Jews can't believe in a resurrected Messiah unless they actually really did see that Messiah appeared, physically to them. And then he himself raises a counterexample to that exact thing. And so what does he have to say? Well, not all of them believe it. What does that have to do with anything? Some of them do. And so it's a counterexample to what you said. That's what I mean by just say anything. Like you just say something, no matter how irrelevant it is to the point. And then it looks like you've at least, you say, oh, I addressed it.
Yeah. I've said this can't be a sufficient cause of the effect. Well, here's an example of this being a sufficient cause of the effect. It's not the same though.
It's different.
Not only is it a valid counterexample, but the precise fact that some of his followers believe it and others don't believe it, like undermines what he was saying about what he was talking about earlier, right? Like
exactly
people being able to fact check, being motivated and being able to fact check it and stuff like that.
Also, how do you know not all of Jesus's followers believe? Like, for what you know, many of them left as well. I mean,
this is what I'm saying about Bart Ehrman's idea of like, the proto-orthodox and different kind of competing traditions and things. Like we know that from like the Docetists and there's even within the canon of the Gospels, like we've got faith versus works theology, circumcised, not circumcised. Like no one's they're trying to make sense of what the hell, there's different groups with different theology.
And I mean, like if you for example think that the Johannine epistles were actually written by John, Jesus's disciple, right? Then you would have to believe that Docetism was already present during the 1st century when John was still alive. So if it's the case that there were still eyewitnesses to Jesus around, how did exactly Docetism begin to exist, and how was it able to take off the ground so much so that someone like John felt the need to write letters against it, right? Like on Loke's like I said, worldview, that could not have happened, because if there was someone who had an idea that Jesus actually didn't have a physical body when he was on earth, that would be immediately shut down by the eyewitnesses who are still around. But you could still argue that this is what eventually happened to Docetism, but it took like decades, and it actually died out when the eyewitnesses were no longer around to debunk it, right? So, yeah.
Right. So, in conclusion, there are not good reasons for thinking that at least some, if not all, of these experiences of Jesus were caused by an extramental reality. There are good reasons, even though there are not good reasons.
Yeah, so I'm done with that chapter. I think we've made our points. Let's move to number 5.
Yeah. So the extramental entity was Jesus, who died on a cross. And again, like,
he's an extramental entity. So I think there's mistaken identity. We can probably go through this a bit faster. Let me just check. Again, sometimes he says things that are relevant to other points, which is the main issue.
I don't think any of us think this. None of us.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Identity. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So he does mention here the idea that people can mistakenly identify someone, like on a lineup and things like that. Well, he says that the disciples knew Jesus personally, and I think that is a relevant point. There is an interesting case I cite in my book where someone actually, a woman was raped, and she very confidently in court, very emotionally, and multiple times identified a particular person as her rapist. Actually, I may be combining, funnily enough, 2 different accounts here. But
Yoda.
yeah. So there's one case in which it was proven that he was not the person through DNA evidence. In fact, there's lots of cases of this. That's just one I cite. There's another case. I don't know if it actually. Yeah, that's right, because it didn't go to court because the guy had a watertight alibi. Another woman who was raped and very confidently identified someone as a rapist. The thing is that the guy she identified had a watertight alibi because he was on live television at the time. It turns out that she was watching his program just before at the time, and she confused those memories. So the point I want to make there is not that I think that it was a literal mistake on identity, but this is illustrative of the problem of memory contagion and memory bias, which is part of what's happening here. Even when people are extremely confident, and even when it's a highly emotive, very important event, people can be very, very wrong about things. And if you want more details, have a look at the section here.
Yeah. So you wanted to say, Shapiro's suggestion that maybe the disciples.
Yeah, that's fine. We can probably skip that.
Yeah, but I mean, more plausibly to my mind than someone rising from the dead, there could have been like this one thing happened, and then like all of the.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the one big problem with this chapter is that the pretty much only alternative explanation to the extramental entity being Jesus is someone mistook some other person for Jesus. So this is a chapter where my Pareidolia hypothesis should have been debunked, but it's not mentioned, I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, that's not to say he couldn't have written a page or so just saying it can't be that because...
I think he does mention it at one point. So if that's the case, then we are going to talk about it. And great news, Dale Ellison actually does endorse that view in his last book. I was able to find someone who already has a Kindle copy and find that quote. And it would be really, really interesting to find out if Dale Ellison got that idea from me somehow. Because Habermas is already aware that it exists because someone asked about it in
a Capturing Christianity stream.
And these guys are talking to each other. So maybe I'm actually the originator of their hypothesis and it's just unaccredited to me in the book, which I'm completely fine. I'm not going to sue him, right? But that would be really hilarious. I hope that idea picks up.
On page 114, just a quick note here. Loke's trying to explain the temporary failures, the non-recognition motif in the Gospels. I don't myself have a very clear explanation of this either. I think it probably serves some sort of a theological or apologetic purpose. But Loke's trying to explain it in these... if you can go to 114 just to show the bit that I'm referring to. With these 1, 2, or 3 points here. Yeah, just those numbered points there. Like that they were overwhelmed with sorrow and disappointment and did not expect to see Jesus, or that God temporarily kept them from recognizing him for some reason. I just noted that those are extremely ad hoc, and it just adds to the sort of things that you have to believe in order to take all these accounts seriously, like Kamil was saying.
Yeah, and in terms of if people have like jumped in and they're thinking, well, what do you propose as like an alternative to what Loke's saying and stuff, like we right at the start of the stream talked about potential natural candidate explanations, which we agree to in various different ways, that don't quite fit into Loke's syllogism here. So if you've just come to this part and you're thinking, well, what do we think instead of what Loke's saying about mistaken identity, go back to the start to see that bit.
I'm open to the idea that maybe some of the initial experiences may have involved some sort of mistaken identity. I don't think that that's like the basis of it, but it's possible that like the appearance of the 500 may have been an appearance in a crowd, for example. I mean, Kamil has a heavenly direction for it, but maybe it was more terrestrial. Maybe it was saw Jesus in a crowd, and then it was like, oh yes, I saw him as well, and that could have been a mistaken identity, for example.
Thank you, Mitch, by the way, for your super chat. And a super chat I missed earlier by Frank Ramsey was, what does Kamil think of Lydia McGrew's case against literary device usage in her book, The Mirror or the Mask?
Well, I think that a house divided against itself cannot stand.
There we go.
I don't understand that.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just referring to the infighting between Christians, like Lycona versus McGrew, right? I haven't read the book, so I can't really comment, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, they really dislike each other. Or I don't know, does Lycona even... McGrew, Lydia at least really doesn't like Lycona.
Really?
Yeah, it's because he wants to say things that she sees as like chipping away at the kind of certainty and holiness of like Jesus and stuff by him conceding so much to skeptics, I guess.
Yeah, well, I think like from what I've heard,
phony flag waving.
From what I've read on her like blog, for example, like
you've read her blog. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's actually amazing. I really enjoy it because like one thing that she does really effectively is to show what are some of the implications of what Lycona is suggesting for exactly the question that we are discussing today, right? Like if you start pushing this narrative flexibility idea, well, then all kinds of things follow from that. And Lydia McGrew is on the record as saying explicitly that it's very, very important for her to establish that the Gospels specifically are like actual accounts of what we would be able to record if we had a time machine, right? Because if not, then she probably doesn't feel that we can make such a good case for the resurrection of Jesus, right? So I love the dynamic because they are, she said
she'd rather die than abandon her beliefs on the blog.
Yeah, I mean, that whole discussion that they have, the whole interaction is massively counterproductive for like resurrection apologetics, right? Even though it's between two Christians.
Do you want to mention this? Early Christians did not think that Jesus had been resuscitated. Like the dead people, Jesus himself was reported to have brought back to life. So again, this is really silly. So it's the idea that if, like, in other cases, when people believed that people were raised from the dead, they are just resuscitated, which means they go on living and they eventually die again. Right? So in those instances, we don't see those people being highly exalted. And yet, in my explanation, that's just explained by, again, exegesis of various Old Testament passages. So the actual experiences, which I'm granting there were some, even to groups of people, caused by an extramental entity, is not what led early Christians to develop those beliefs. At best, it was a confirmatory experience. The origin of those beliefs is different. So this is a mute point. That's not an objection to anything anyone is saying. You always think like it's kind of a goofy plot hole in Christianity that like Jesus raises Lazarus from the dead, but he probably dies of natural causes later in his life. Like, were people upset that second time that he died? Why didn't Jesus raise him that it's just, I mean, it doesn't like exclude Christianity. It's just like goofy, like when you think about it. Sort of like it's like all these things, like when the idea of like Jesus returning on the clouds, right? And it's like, well, what if I'm just on the other side of the earth and I don't see it? Like, there's all these things that when you start thinking about them, it just doesn't like make sense. But
well, there's your problem, Nathan.
Yeah,
right there. When you start to think about it, it doesn't make sense. Okay, There's your problem.
You know, I was actually told this when I was a Christian.
You just
like,
don't. You just want to have sex with your girlfriend, all right? Like, just stop it. Repent.
It was genuinely a joke that was told to me when I was a Christian, but like half tongue in cheek was like, well, the problem with you, Nathan, is you're thinking about it too much. It's like ends up deconverting half a year later. Yeah.
Hey, man. This makes sense.
I just want to say that Richard Bauckham, who did analysis of distribution of names in first century Palestine, does count Lazarus as a person who actually existed as opposed to a fictional character.
Well,
So
because of name distribution, that's how you.
No.
tell this.
Like in order to get to the name distribution, you first need to go through the Gospels and identify who actually existed and who is fictional, right? Like, for example, you wouldn't count all the people in the parables, although I'm not sure how many named characters there are. But like on some cases, Jairus, did he existed? Lazarus, probably not, right?
Oh man. So here's something
Top of
else.
page 117. Given the lack of precedent in the Jewish tradition and given the likelihood that the apostles were indeed highly skeptical of Jesus' resurrection, which they weren't, a few vague or transient sightings of Jesus would not have resulted in a widely held conviction among the earliest Christians that Jesus was bodily resurrected in such a trans-physical way, a conviction which the fundamental importance for the faith they were prepared to give up everything for. Rather, it must have been some sort of repeated experiences of the trans-physical powers of Jesus' resurrected body that convicted them. Again, this is just a big why. Well, like, how do you know that?
Well, first, what's a trans-physical power?
That meme of that guy is. I have no idea.
Why?
Can I share my screen?
Yeah. There you go. Oh, you're going to show us.
Wait, what's that one supposed to be?
Oh, that was the brain. It looks like Mary.
No, I know. I'm not seeing Jesus in any of these.
I am. That's because you've got the Holy Spirit. Well, what was? Well, perhaps it is time to share. What was that video yet from yesterday of I see Jesus in everything?
Can you play it?
Yeah, let me bring it up.
There must be something wrong with me. I've seen like 2 Jesuses so far. These are supposed to all be Jesuses. Seriously, I don't see it at all.
That's the funny thing, right? Like different people have different, I guess, inclinations
For Pareidolia.
For Pareidolia, yeah.
It's not come up through that search. Where
Is that the definitive defense of the CLOUD hypothesis? That's not true.
Right.
Yeah. So just to
It's the opposite of
contextualize it,
physical. Nice.
yeah. That's what I'm going to be using. Okay. No, it's just for some context, right? So a component of my explanation is that what accounts for appearances to groups of people is an instance of pareidolia, and given the religious milieu, so not just Jews but also Greeks and Romans finding religious significance of celestial phenomena, I'm positing a Jesus-shaped cloud, which a group of Jesus's followers perceived, and this like provided us additional confidence in their existing belief in Jesus's exaltation in heaven. And the point is that, like, if you think about it, initially it might seem silly that someone would see that and conclude that this has religious significance, but actually, if you start digging into it, it's very, very common. Like pareidolia specifically in religious traditions is very common, and you will find no shortage of even Christians today bringing up pictures such as those that I've shown. I pull them mostly from Christian sources and thinking that this confirms their existing religious belief. And
let's play this one, right?
This is a really extreme case of a person like that. He has a whole YouTube channel dedicated exactly to this.
So God's face is everywhere, and I show you that it's the truth. Thanks to God's grace. And you've never seen it even once in your whole life. And then when I show you that it's everywhere, you refuse to accept it. And I'm the crazy one.
He's suffering persecution because of his beliefs.
Implications of that.
There's no way this
Jesus
guy's
Christ,
for real.
Is obviously God, as I've proven.
There's no way.
Like, you have no excuse
I think
for
you've been
not
trolled.
believing in him now.
Been trolled. This guy is just
I don't
obviously
know how
on
many
something.
Hundreds of times I've shown you.
You think that?
Well,
This
he,
video.
well, it's obvious
10
that he can't
times,
be
just
high
don't
because
remember.
Paul clearly teaches that the body is a temple, so you cannot
If you don't
pollute it
remember,
with substances. And like if he's trolling, that he's being very dedicated for like 14 years already.
Only those.
And no, I just think that he has like a obviously hyper, yeah. He has like extreme oversensitivity to pattern detection, so he sees Jesus everywhere, and he even has like a theology behind it. Why is it the case that you should be able to see Jesus everywhere? And that's because God is omnipresent and Jesus is God. So somehow we would expect that Jesus would show up in like random objects.
Like how it?
I'm broken.
Again,
Like,
this is not a
virtually
joke.
identical. Virtually identical.
This is not a joke. What you are seeing is actually happening.
I love you, Kamil. Worship me. I died for your sins, Kamil, and here I am in Bernie's shoulder.
This video has 2 views.
Yeah. But like, you know, this is an extramental reality, right? This is
Exactly. There really was Bernie Sanders wearing a coat. How do you refute that?
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what Loke has to say about that, because I'm just left believing, really.
Well, I mean, he would say that this is silly, right? But that's the point. Like,
Yeah.
how reasonable something is to believe doesn't really correspond to what is the probability that someone's going to believe it, you know? Like, people believe silly things all the time. And we have actually a lot of interesting examples in ancient literature where people see Pareidolia, or what could be plausibly interpreted as Pareidolia, and assigns religious significance to it. So yeah. I have a video about it. If people are interested, go to the Cam and Cam YouTube channel, and I spent like 2 hours discussing Pareidolia in relation to Jesus' resurrection. So I can't do it justice here, obviously.
I guess we can skip over the swoon hypothesis because none of us really hold to it, or the escape hypothesis.
The swoon hypothesis first put forward by pious Christians, of course.
And same with the escape hypothesis, where we just don't really think this. But the reason he's addressing it is because he's assuming that an extramental reality can only be Jesus. So the only other way that it can be Jesus is like by Jesus having escaped or not actually died. So yeah, he's not in his logically exhausted syllogism. He just hasn't addressed what any of us actually really think.
Well, he has addressed mine by basically saying, look, it could not have been something like Pareidolia, because the disciples would not have concluded from that Jesus raised, right? But that doesn't really address what I'm saying. Because first, I'm not proposing Pareidolia as an explanation for the belief in the resurrection. That would be the exegesis of the Old Testament. And also, I think it's really plausible that some experience like that would be highly confirmatory, because we have many examples of that happening in believers, not only today, but also in the ancient world, specifically for the kind of Pareidolia that I'm proposing. Do I think this is what probably happened? Of course not. I don't know. I don't think we know what happened, and we probably never will. But I just think this is much more plausible that something like that happened than an actual resurrection. And that's true even if Yahweh exists.
So I guess are we all happy to move on to what happened to Jesus' physical body? So we have another one of these logically inescapable syllogisms. Blah blah blah.
So the body was it was either buried or he was not buried. The body was moved or it wasn't moved. It was removed by non-agents, which is actually interesting. I hadn't really thought about that because it could have been removed by animals. I mean, that's actually an interesting possibility. But if it was removed by agents, then it was either others or Jesus himself who removed his own body. And if it was others, it could have been friends, enemies, or neither friends nor enemies. I don't really know what the point of that distinction is, but I guess it's just sort of splitting it out a bit. Maybe I should say what my view is. So I follow, I mean, I think there's different possibilities, but what I think is the modal, that's a bit silly to say, the most likely outcome is, in my book, I follow what, what's his name? Carrier says, what Carrier argues that Joseph of Arimathea, which we'll just take as the title of the guy who owned the tomb that Jesus was purportedly buried in, right? I'm not really sold that he even existed, but like basically Jesus was temporarily placed in a tomb that someone owned because the Sabbath was close approaching. They needed to take the body down according to Jewish law, and there was a desire to put it in a private place to avoid that was fairly close by to the site of resurrection, in order to avoid site of crucifixion, in order to avoid more upheaval or possible negative consequences that results from all of the difficulties that had occurred that day. So it was placed temporarily in that tomb. It was removed immediately after the Sabbath, so that would have been on the Saturday evening, and therefore the tomb was empty and probably reburied in a mass gravesite. And then the women followers on the Sunday morning when they arrived found the tomb empty. On this point, I think one thing that's important to note is that sort of technically this isn't a reburial, because I think that if this was your initial intention, that it was really just a temporary storage of the body, not a true burial, because there was always an intention to remove it. Because Loke does mention that there was a custom in Jewish burial to bury the body, and then after a year or so to remove the bones and place them in an ossuary. And that's not what I'm talking about. That's a different custom, obviously. This is really just a temporary location of the body. I mean, that's not the only possibility. It's possible that Joseph of Arimathea had a change of heart, or that the body was stolen by tomb robbers. All of them, I think, have plausibility, more plausible than a resurrection, certainly. So that's sort of where I stand. Kamil, what do you think happened to the body?
Yeah, well, when it comes to the empty tomb, I think it's really important to ask the question, like, assuming there were two criminals crucified next to Jesus, what happened to their bodies? So if they had families around, the families would probably bury them. If they were not originally from Jerusalem, or they didn't have anyone around to bury them, which would be probably the case for Jesus, given that like his disciples probably were not counting on him being crucified, right? They would be taken from the cross on the same day in line with the Mosaic law, and they would be put to a common graveyard. We actually have ancient sources that described how this was practiced in first century Jerusalem. They were two plots of lands where there was a communal burial of criminals. Why two? Well, because apparently in the Mosaic law there were some instructions given that people had to be buried separately depending on what kind of crime they committed, because of course there are instructions like that in the Mosaic law, right? So Jesus would be put in that specific communal graveyard for people who were crucified or nailed to a pole. The reason why, and there he remained buried, right? The reason why I don't think the account of the burial that we find in the Gospels is plausible is because, well, there are kind of apologists normally argue about it two different ways. They propose first that Joseph of Arimathea buried Jesus because it was essentially in his job description. It was the responsibility of the Sanhedrin Council to make sure that crucified criminals would be buried and that the Mosaic law was followed. If that was the case, if that was the primary motivation, then he would just be buried like every other crucified criminals, right? I think time constraint doesn't really factor into it, because really you don't have to wait for a person to die in order to start thinking about how to bury them. Like the moment you know there is going to be a crucifixion, you know that you need to have the graves ready in the communal graveyard so that the person can be buried the same day they die. So that's like implausible on that horn. And the second option is that the primary motivation of Joseph of Arimathea was to bury Jesus because he was his follower, and he wanted to give him a more honorable, more glorified burial. And really, in the Gospels, Jesus is buried essentially as a royalty. he is buried in a rock-cut tomb with a revolving door, which that was the kind of tombs where like kings were buried in Palestine around the time, right? It was very, very expensive to produce those kind of tombs because they had to be cut from a rock, like into a rock, which means that like on that explanation, Joseph of Arimathea would have to come up to a Pilate and asked him to release Jesus's body for burial, for this specific kind of burial, as opposed to what would be normally done with a criminal. And I think it's really, really implausible that someone in Pilate's position would be willing to have a person who was just condemned to crucifixion specifically for being a royal pretender against Rome imperial power to be buried like that. Like the whole point of crucifixion was to strip down the criminal of his dignity, and allowing for that kind of honorable royal burial, almost royal burial, completely negates that. So I think Pilate would just basically say, no, if you can't put him, if you can't keep him up on the cross to be eaten by animals because you have this Mosaic law, well, deal with him the same way you deal with everyone else. The last thing that Pilate would say is, yeah, sure, bury him like a royalty. That's the reason why I don't find the burial account in the Gospels very plausible. And I don't think they are like impossible. I don't think the implausibility is like massive. I think there is a good possibility that this is how that happened, but I don't think it's more probable than not.
Okay, so the unburied hypothesis.
Well, so Loke's going to say that both of what we just said is can't be the case. So let's see what his reasons are.
So the on the unburied hypothesis,
this is the
about
dogs bones eaten by dogs.
So he doesn't address basically anything what I've just said. He doesn't comment on burial practices of crucifixion victims in Judea at the time. He just basically, it seems to me he has a false dichotomy. Either Jesus remained unburied, which apparently entails both Jesus's body being left on the cross or being thrown into a shallow grave, or Jesus was buried exactly the way how it says in the Gospels. But I'm just pointing out that this is a false dichotomy, right? The crucifixion victims were buried in common graveyards for criminals. And this wasn't just throwing them in a ditch. It was a burial, so it satisfied the requirements of the Mosaic law. It just wasn't a burial in a rock-cut tomb where only extremely wealthy people would have been buried.
So what do you say to Evans and Magnus apparently think it's not likely, and
not unlikely.
Is not unlikely. The remains of a crucified man from the 1st century were found in a cave northeast of Jerusalem with a nail still embedded in the heel. The circumstances of this find suggest the man's body was taken down soon after death. Well, you're just going to say that was Jesus that found him.
This just shows that, yes, it was the case that crucifixion victims were taken from a cross to be buried. That's only as far as it goes, right? So yeah, like that's perfectly consistent with my explanation. I think that crucifixion victim probably wasn't a royal pretender, so he was just crucified. His friends or family took him from the cross, probably on the same day to keep the Mosaic law. They buried him probably in a family grave or family tomb, and a year later they put him in a ossuary. But I think it's very, very reasonable to say, it's very plausible, that if he was crucified as a royal pretender, the governor in Judea would not allow his body to be buried so that he's essentially given this highly exalted burial, the way how it's described in the Gospels.
I think that the point about what the governors would have allowed is interesting, because it sort of depends. That's going to hinge on what you think the attitude of the Roman authorities was. And I guess this hinges on what the Gospels say about this, because we don't really have any other source about this. I tend to think that, although I don't necessarily agree with the details of the Gospels, that the basic idea that the thrust of what they say is that the impetus to have Jesus crucified came from the Jewish authorities, not from the Romans, because I don't know that there's any evidence that Jesus was doing things that the Romans would really care about, which is basically fomenting uprising, telling people not to pay their taxes or anything of that sort. So I don't know that the Romans really cared much. I think it was it's plausible that what is broadly said in the Gospels is what happened, that the Jewish authorities didn't like what Jesus was saying, and they thought he was a blasphemer and a troublemaker and so forth, and they prevailed upon the Roman authorities to deal with him. But I don't really think the Romans could have cared less, and I think that their overwhelming priority would have been to keep the peace. So that's why I tend to think that if they thought that allowing Joseph of Arimathea to bury Jesus somewhere, especially if it was kind of out of the way and private, then they'd just be like, yeah, whatever, you can do that. Again, I don't really know, but I don't see that as overwhelmingly unlikely. If the Romans didn't personally see Jesus as a threat, then I don't see that they would have really cared about it.
Yeah, I've read a study about it by Judy Magnus some time ago. I'm not sure if it's the same one cited here. And it seems to me that she's basically agreeing with everything that I have to say about plausibility. And the reason why she thinks that Jesus' body was buried by Joseph of Arimathea is because she thinks that Jesus died so late in the Friday, into Friday, that there wouldn't be enough time to arrange for his burial in the communal graveyard. So basically the people who were in charge of burying him had to put him into the nearest suitable location to make sure that he was buried on the same day, right? But to me, this is silly because there wouldn't be a time constraint. You don't have to wait for a person to die in order to start worrying, where do we put him? No.
All you have to postulate, though, is that they were disorganized and that the chaos of the day got ahead of them. I mean, that sort of thing happens, right? I don't think it's that unlikely. Anyway, I don't think this matters that much. It's just I think either of what we said is plausible.
I don't think that this is a hill to die on.
But hang on, there was something I was going to brought out here. Yeah, so on page 123, the middle paragraph. So this, I think, is the closest that Loke comes to talking about what Kamil has sort of said. He's saying that skeptics have argued Jesus' body was buried in a poorly identified place, like a common graveyard, which is sort of what you were saying, because that's sort of what typically happened with crucifixion victims. And what does he say in response to that? Oh, in response, the word they in Acts could be referring to the Sanhedrin as a whole group. Wait, what? Oh, they support this hypothesis by noting that according to the secret book of James, the Jews buried Jesus in the sand. Does he have anything else to say about that? Because you don't even need to appeal to that.
Yeah, he only says that the secret book of James is light. And to be fair, that's a competing tradition. But I don't think that the reason why the secret book of James says that Jesus was buried in the sand is because the author of the secret book of James somehow had access to historically reliable information. I think it probably says that, and it's just a coincidence that this is something that really happened. It is actually really interesting to point it out because in the secret book of James, there is a theological reason why Jesus is buried in the sand. In the Gnostic tradition, Jesus is not being buried he's not given an honorable burial because the Gnostics despised material body. So in their theology, it would make sense for Jesus' body to be just tossed in the sand to decompose, right? They wouldn't feel the need to come up with a narrative such as we find in the Gospels. And so this just goes to show how theology was what shaped what people consider to be plausible about what happened to Jesus' body, right? Not any kind of historical investigation. So yeah.
But I mean, Loke here, and I sort of didn't realize this on the first reading, but he says some skeptics have said Jesus was buried, say, in a mass grave. To support that, some of them cite the secret gospel of James.
Yeah,
but the secret gospel of James is late, so shouldn't be believed. Okay, so that evidence is not good, but what about the claim? He gets distracted by talking about the secret gospel of James, which we could just say, okay, so forget about that. He had other reasons for saying that. Is the claim plausible? He just seems to move on from that. It's just, is that really the only thing he says? Because he goes on talking about Joseph of Arimathea.
I think for the rest of the chapter, he's just taking the gospel accounts of the burial at face value.
Yeah.
The fact that an ancient city has not been located does not mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, because you're talking about Arimathea.
Have you got some reasons for us to think it does exist, though?
It says in the Gospels.
Well, I mean, to be fair, right? If an ancient source mentions a place where a person came from, the plausibility that phrase actually existed is relatively high. So I think just based on the fact that it's mentioned in the Gospels, Arimathea probably existed. Of course, there are like exceptions.
Even if you were lying, you wouldn't come up with you wouldn't invent a fake place.
Just
Well,
make up, just pick any small town, or why make something up? But I didn't even think it was invented in that sense, because I mean, for all I know, he was a real person. It's just that's never seemed to be very important.
Well,
there was
sorry, go ahead. What's more important is that, again, Loke thinks that if it's the case that the narratives of the burial were not what actually happened in history, then the gospel audiences would be able to fact check it.
Yeah,
which is really silly. How do you fact check? Because they would be able to, I guess, find Joseph of Arimathea and talk to him. But again, okay, imagine that the Gospel of Mark was written in 70s in Rome. How do you find Joseph of Arimathea after the destruction of the
he's
temple?
dead by now. So if he's a member of the council of elders, he's got to be probably in his late 30s at least. I mean, that's but he's not going to be his early 20s or something, right? So let's say he's 30 and be generous in AD 30-ish, okay? Fast forward 40 years, he's 70 now. Not many people even live to that age, right? So no one from the time of the Gospels is going and asking Joseph of Arimathea.
What I find really interesting is the question: what happened to Joseph of Arimathea? Why is it the case that he didn't become a prominent member of the church? Because according to Matthew's gospel, he was Jesus' secret disciple, and he was a person in the place of authority and power. So he would be a really good candidate for one of the leaders of the newly formed Christian church, right? Just because he would have the resources and stuff like that. But we don't ever hear about what happened to him. There are later stories about what happened to Joseph of Arimathea in Christian forgeries, but they date to 4th century,
He was too busy writing Q.
So as far as I know, this is a novel suggestion, which I quite like, which I make in my book, which is I might call the he spoke to his wife theory, which is that so Joseph of Arimathea offered his tomb, maybe because it was close by, maybe because they wanted a private burial, maybe he's somewhat sympathetic, because it's not like he has to be a diehard follower or he hated him. It could have been somewhere in the middle, right? And anyway, so then on the Sabbath, he goes and tells his family, this is what I did. And his wife is like, what? You did what to our family tomb? Do you know how much that costs? Get that out of there. So he's so he gets it moved as soon as he can. That's speculative, right? But as far as we know, that could have happened. The point is, you don't have to assume either that Joseph of Arimathea was a diehard supporter or a diehard opponent. He may have been somewhere in the middle, which I actually think is more plausible, and may have just not wanted to have anything to do with Jesus after this whole affair. And that's why you don't hear from him, because he's nope, not going there. Not giving any interviews.
Again, Loke is essentially assuming that if something like that was the case, the information that this is what happened would have reached Jesus's disciples, which would then lead them to deconvert, essentially. But okay, how probable is that? Is it less probable than an actual resurrection? What's more likely?
I mean, assuming he was even still around, for all we know, he could have moved. But so he's still around, and suppose that disciples try to contact him a few months later, and they get in touch with him. He's probably not going to want to talk to them, but let's suppose that they do, right? And they ask, "Oh, did you move the body?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I moved it out of my tomb." Are they going to believe him? No, of course they're not going to believe him. They're just going to think he's saying that, or he's testing them, or whatever, because he's not a Christian, assuming that. So I don't see, given what we've said, why the fact that Joseph of Arimathea could hypothetically, under some accounts at least, have falsified this, why that would have made the slightest bit of difference. They just wouldn't have believed him.
Yeah. And again, this entire chapter is essentially based on the presupposition that the only reason why to invent the narrative, the burial narrative that we find in the Gospels, is deception. I don't think that's the most probable explanation, I think that the Gospel authors really believe that, again, Jesus was raised, and Jesus was raised bodily. And I mean, I can absolutely imagine, imagine that, the author of the Gospel of Mark finishes the Gospel, he puts the pen down, and he takes the only existing copy of the Gospel of Mark, and he reads it to 30 Christians, right? And in the audience, there is a person who is 80 years old, who still remembers what actually happened to Jesus's burial. I think,
Yeah.
given the literary conventions that I was talking about earlier, I think there is a good plausibility that that kind of person would not object. Instead, he would come up to the author of the Gospel of Mark and he would have said, "You have done well, my faithful servant," you know?
Yeah, or if he does, it's like, hey, that's not what happened. I was there. You youngins have got it wrong. And it's like, okay, Uncle Jedediah, you know, that he's crazy. It's just sort of, it's, I mean, yeah, I think what Kamil said is likely as well, but I'm just saying that how do you know that people didn't raise objections and have doubts or provide contravailing evidence? We have no reason to think that any of this would have survived. If people were deconverted, we wouldn't have heard about it. We only have one side of the story here.
So is there much point in talking more about Joseph?
I think this is mostly me pointing out
Yeah.
yellow brick road apologetics.
Yeah.
So we should probably talk about the guards at the tomb, which is the next page.
Yes, right.
Which is, I mentioned before, it's interesting he's defending this. And this is his response to all of the stolen body hypothesis, which I also think is quite plausible as well. If you don't like the Joseph Rammer theory, Beryl, I think the next best to explain an empty tomb is a stolen body. And he wants guards to explain why that couldn't have happened. I mean, I just think that I just can't believe serious people are defending the historicity of the guards based on historical criteria, at least. You can take it as an article of faith, I guess, but it's from one gospel. It has a very clear apologetic intent. The story doesn't make any sense because it has the what does it have? The chief priest going to Pilate on the Sabbath, asking them to place guards at the tomb, even though up to this point there haven't been guards at the tomb. So there's already been a chance to tamper with it. So they're kind of too late. They should have thought of this before, and they're breaking the Sabbath. Loke tries to get around this by saying that I don't know what page it's on, but he tries to say that, well, they might not have been violating the Sabbath if they'd not walked too far and like didn't go into Pilate's home. So it's like, well, so what? They just called out Pilate and talked about this on the street? Like, seriously?
No, they were holding a boombox, you know.
It's just, and there's no source for this either. And Loke has to say that, maybe one of the guards like repented later and told them about the story, even though the guards wouldn't have been party there. It's not like they call in the guards to hear this. It would have been just the chief priest and Pilate who would have been there, maybe a couple of servants, but it's just so ad hoc. And I don't know, Kamil, you can help me out here. I'm struggling.
Yeah, no, I mean, if what it takes to defend Jesus' resurrection is the defense of the guards at the tomb story, then I guess we are done. It's like it's been a while since I've seen someone defend this so rigorously, because it's obvious that he wants to close all the loopholes, right? Like he wants to close all of the possible avenues in all of the syllogisms. So he has to really commit to this being historically reliable. But yeah, I would just recommend him talking to a Christian New Testament scholar, and they are going to explain to him what's what, right? There are, even very conservative Christians who would just say, yeah, this was written later. Specifically,
even Craig doesn't defend this. Craig doesn't defend this. There's a few points though that would be instructive just to see how far he goes here. So bottom of page 126, he says, in reply to the idea that basically Matthew made this up for an apologetic purpose, or at the very least, Matthew is inserting a later tradition. It says that, so he quotes the Greek here and says, so this story was spread widely among the Jews until this day. Loke says, this implies a continuity. So because Matthew says that the story was widely spread among the Jews until this day, that means that it must have originated early. Very persuasive.
I mean, this is actually an interesting illustration of how these kinds of debates were conducted in the ancient world. Like in the ancient world, where people were discussing religions, they were very often engaging in internal criticism, where you assume that what the person is saying is true, and you just come up with your own version of the story to debunk it, right? Like we have this in different Greek tribes and different Greek cities discussing their local history and their local traditions and stuff like that. So the fact that Jews had to come up with a counter, essentially an alternative explanation to the empty tomb story is in no way evidence that there actually was an empty tomb, because that's exactly what people were doing in antiquity. Like, for example, Herodotus essentially records a counter-apologetic, Greek counter-apologetic, against claims about Zalmoxis, but like nobody based on that believes that Zalmoxis is actually a god, that he grants immortality to the Thracians and stuff like that. So that's really silly. And also one thing that I want to point out, and this has been pointed out in literature as well, like if it was the case that there were these guards, and if it was the case that there was a stolen body, it's reasonable to assume that there would be a manhunt because there was a case of body theft, right? Like stealing a corpse was illegal both under the Jewish law and the Roman law. And the fact that we don't have that in Acts is like a plot hole, essentially, in the story. And it's actually really interesting because Luke Acts obviously doesn't have the story of the guards at the tomb, but the Gospel of Matthew does have it. But the Gospel of Matthew doesn't say anything about what happened to the disciples, for example, after Jesus appeared to them. So like in these individual works, it's not as bad as if you harmonize them together. Because if it is the case that the Jewish authorities requested the guards were there, and then they reported that the body was stolen, on that like reconstruction of events, you would expect that Jesus's disciples would be traced, or at least an attempt would be made, and they would be arrested because they very obviously stole the body, right?
On page 127, Loke argues that the Jews in the Jewish Christian church around AD 70 to 100, which is when Matthew was written, were descendants of the Jews in AD 30. Many of them would have already been born before AD 70 and would have either converted from non-Christian Jews or interacted with non-Christian Jews with whom they tried to convert. This continuity of their past and interaction with others would have enabled them to know whether the story had been widely spread among the Jews from the past until AD 70 to 100, and thus to easily falsify it if such a story had not been widely spread. And a bit down further, the author of Matthew's Gospel would not have committed a credibility suicide by inventing an easily falsifiable story for his apologetic purpose. So apparently, because you were born to people who were around at the time, then you would have known, you could have easily falsified something that happened in a different place like 50 years ago. It's just seriously.
How does he explain that the Gospel of Peter exists, for example? Like, because even if you date the Gospel of People into the 2nd century, well, it would have been written at a time when the descendants of people who were around in Jesus' times were still alive, right? Like, if that's the case, it would be really difficult for you to explain, New Testament Apocrypha, for example, or like theological innovations in early Christianity and stuff like that. And we know, like we have historical record that the Gospel of Peter was being used as authoritative scriptures in at least some churches, right? There is actually a really funny story about it. Like there was a patriarch of Antioch who was touring Egypt in the 2nd century, and someone told him, we're reading from a gospel written by Peter. There you have it. And he was like, oh, it's by Peter. Okay. Well, there you go, right? It must be authentic. And later, when he returned to Antioch, someone actually sent him the copy and told him, look, this can't be written by Peter because it's like full of heretical ideas. So he read it, he found out that's right, and he wrote a refutation of the ideas in the Gospel of Peter. And this really shows you how people operated back then, right? Like if some work claimed to have an apostolic authority, people were predisposed to take it at face value, even if it contained heretical writings. And on the flip side, if some piece of writing contained heretical teachings, then people didn't do any kind of historical investigation to find out whether it actually has apostolic authority. They rejected it, right? Because like as soon as he realized that this is not theologically okay, he didn't investigate whether this was actually written by Peter. He concluded, okay, this says something other than what I believe. Therefore, it could not have been possibly written by Peter. So yeah, that's just an interesting story.
Have you considered though, Kamil, that 1st century readers were concerned about truth?
Sure, but like, what's more likely that they were concerned by truth and somehow it slipped through their fingers, or that Jesus was actually raised from the dead?
Well, I think they were concerned about truth, and they thought that truth was accessed through a combination of sort of, prayer, introspection, and investigation of the documents that they thought were theologically accurate, and not through historical critical methods that we currently use.
So, what happened to Jesus' physical body? Many critical scholars claim that the story of the gods at the tomb is a fiction invented by Matthew. Allison. They argue it's unlikely that only Matthew would mention it if it is historical.
Argument from silence.
In this chapter, there is a lot of ad hoc assumptions, essentially, because he needs to even if we take the story at face value, there are still a lot of issues that you can basically pick it apart, and he needs to come up with an auxiliary, unevidenced hypothesis to explain away all of these objections, right? So yeah, this is just piling ad hoc assertions on top of something which I already think is actually happened in history.
There's if anyone knows the Disney movie Monsters Incorporated, there's a scene where there's those two bumbling monsters who are always causing trouble, and they're I can't quite remember what happens. They're making a scene somewhere, and one of them is trying to help, but he's just making it worse. And the other guy's like, "You're making it worse." I've just imagined Loke trying to defend himself with the empty tomb, and he's just throwing in all this stuff. It's just like, "You're making it worse." He's just stop.
Can you read 130? Are we on 130 yet?
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
just the highlight.
The second highlighted paragraph.
Okay. One might ask why the gods did not repent immediately. In reply, it could. This is, I'm guessing, assuming that they saw the risen Jesus or whatever. In reply, it could be that they accommodated what they had seen to their own religious framework rather than associating it to any Christological system. Commenting, in their mindset, what happened at the tomb would probably have been only one manifestation of the same unexplainable world of magic as exorcisms and healings. I'm not going to try and say that name. Also notes that some Jews interpreted Jesus' miracle as being done by someone empowered by Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies. This can explain why the Jewish leaders did not repent, but explain the evidence for Jesus' resurrection as a continuation of the magical tricks of the crucified imposter.
Yeah, so this basically cuts both ways, right? Because if this is plausible, then I can very easily come up with a story that explains away why, if Jesus' early disciples were confronted with his exhumed corpse, that wouldn't lead to their deconversion, right? Because they would be able to explain it away in their own religious framework, in which there is a spiritual battle between forces of good and evil, and there's a deceiver who's trying to trick them into abandoning Jesus, and that's why he conjured up a physical body to fool them into thinking that Jesus isn't actually a Messiah, right? So funny how that works. And also, he's spent a couple of chapters explaining how, in those closely knit communities, people would be able to check these experiences against each other and stuff like that. But at the same time, here he's proposing an explanation of how someone who pretty much witnessed the resurrection itself, or at least got as close as possible. He saw an angel, two angels, rolling away the stone and stuff like that. How that evidence still wouldn't be convincing for them. So yeah, I'm not sure how this fits to what he's been talking about before.
I've just got a few
sorry, James,
things to touch on here before we move past this. So top of 129, he's giving ad hoc arguments here for how he fits with the angel speaking to the women with the guards there. And it sort of, I'm not going to go through that, but it's just more ad hoc things that he needs to get to work for everything to fit together. Bottom of that page, he says, a carrier objects that most Jews by then, that is the time of the Gospels, Matthew, would be in no position to know that there were guards, so a denial would be risky. And he says, however, I've argued earlier that most Jews by then would still have known whether the story had had been widely spread among them from early days. So I mean, the thing is, even if they did know that the story had been spread, it doesn't mean that they'd know whether it's true or not. I don't understand that objection, and that's purely invented. Anyway, on to page 130. Yeah, I mentioned before how the idea of, well, the question is how did Matthew get these reports of the conference between the chief priests and the what's his name and Pilate, because like there were no witnesses there, and he's just saying, well, one of the guys may have repented. More ad hoc making things up. You see how more complicated it's getting. He's just got to keep making things up for it to work that he doesn't have evidence for. A bit further down, we've got that quote again. Jewish writers were in the main unwilling to engage polemic with Christianity in their extant writings. So that's a reason to think that we wouldn't have any evidence of any countervailing reasoning or evidence that was given. So maybe they did try to produce Jesus' body or something like that. Well, how we know? We don't have. The disciples would have explained it ways, Beelzebub testing them or whatever, or the authorities just lying, and we wouldn't have that preserved most likely. And that's an argument from silence anyway. So anything else I wanted to? Oh yeah, the bottom of. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I think you want to say the same thing.
But looking at the bottom of page 130 here. So against Matthew's account, Vermes objects that if the closest associates with Jesus do not expect him to rise, it's hard to imagine that outsiders were aware of this prediction. And I think the idea is that, well, why would they? Because it says that the chief priests were worried that Jesus had predicted his resurrection, and then they asked to put guards at the tomb to prevent the disciples from stealing the body to pretend that had happened. Okay, so Vermes here is saying, well, hang on. The disciples didn't seem to have realized that Jesus was going to be resurrected. So how would the chief priests know? In response to that, Loke says that this objection pegs the question against the narrative of Matthew, which portrays that both Jesus' disciples and outsiders came to know about Jesus' prediction. The disciples did not believe and did not expect him to rise, while the outsiders took the necessary precautions anyway. Okay, so what Loke is just saying is, well, Matthew says it, so it must be true. It's like literally that's what he just said. Even though it makes no sense at all, the outsiders, that is the chief priests who don't believe in Jesus, think he's an imposter, take his prediction more seriously than Jesus' own followers do. It's just...
Yeah. And then, like, immediately, the next paragraph is him essentially defending the account of the resurrected saints in the Gospel of Matthew, right? So not only is he apparently committed to the historicity of the guards at the tomb, he's also committed to the historicity of the resurrected saints. And the way how he is defending it is really derpy. He basically, look, we wouldn't expect to find an account of something like that happening in Josephus, because Josephus also doesn't mention there being people who believed that Jesus was raised from the dead, right? I don't think those two events are comparable. Like a first century historian who writes about events in Jerusalem at the time, not mentioning that there were about 12 people who believed that some guy was raised from the dead, is not comparable to him not mentioning tombs being opened and many bodies being raised and entering the holy city and appearing to many,
This is the single best example of to use in response to, because basically this is such an unusual, miraculous event, not just one person, but many people, and walking through Jerusalem, that so many people would have seen it, that it is really something you would expect to be recorded. Of course, you can't guarantee that because we've lost a lot of records. But the thing is, if you're going to make an argument from silence here and say, well, okay, sorry, if you're going to deny an argument from silence here and say, no, just because we don't have records for it doesn't mean it didn't happen, because we don't have many documents from that period and so forth. And I've heard Lydia McGrew make this case. If you're going to go down that road, then pretty much it seems to me every other argument from silence also has to be rejected. So this is really important, because whenever the apologist wants to say, the people in the church of people from Corinth, well, they would have gone to investigate the 500. And, if they found out, then we'd know, we would have known about it. You just say, well, it happened, and we haven't heard about it. Whenever they want to say that, oh, well, the Jewish authorities would have dragged Jesus' body through Jerusalem, you just say, yeah, it happened, and we don't know about it. Like anything like that, I'm not saying that these things did happen, but the point is that if you're willing to say that that so many graves opened, corpses walked around Jerusalem, and we don't have records of that, then you can grant pretty much all of these things that they say would have happened if things had been differently, and just say, sure, all of these things happened, and we just don't have records of them. So it really undermines all of these other arguments that they want to make on the basis of things that we don't observe.
But James,
Yeah, also,
for all we know, those authors weren't writing about Christianity being true because they were embarrassed about Christianity.
They were so highly evidenced. They were just so embarrassed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's it also it's worth mentioning that it was exactly Christians who like preserved a lot of the writings from the ancient literature. So I think it's really plausible that if there were some historians who mentioned that event, extra like non-Christian, if there were non-Christian extra biblical accounts, then they would be very likely to survive either the work itself or at least a reference to that work by Christian authors. Because early Christian authors, for example, point to historians who are lost, who talk about eclipses during the reign of Tiberius and stuff like that in connection to crucifixion signs. So yeah, if there was a historian, like a Roman historian, who just recorded like, oh yeah, and by the way, this weird thing happened in Jerusalem in the reign of Tiberius, it's very probable that Christians would be interested in preserving that.
Yeah, and things that were contrary probably would have been less likely to preserve. And as evidence for this, as I mentioned before, some of the very earliest contrary writings against Christianity are only preserved in excerpts from Christians who were responding to them. So we've got a really biased account here. The example I'd like to give is, imagine what we would have from the history of early Mormonism if all we had access to was the official church account and no hostile accounts. Things would look very differently. That's basically what we've got for Christianity.
So are we happy to move on? 6.5, the empty tomb.
Yep.
Yeah, this is basically me just rephrasing, like using Loke's argument against him.
I like how he starts out, since the tomb was guarded. It's like, well, it was guarded, boys. You can't get around it.
But would it be wrong to say that even if it was guarded, like, what does that even... like, let's just assume it was, but why does that mean that... Can't it have?
Well, that's what he said.
Yeah, like...
Well, he does talk about this, so...
Yeah.
Where does he talk about it?
Do things not get robbed when when people are guarding them? Like, what about military police?
Well, it even says where they fell asleep, right? Well, maybe they did fall asleep, right? Couldn't that have happened? I don't care about the women point. We've got Haber notes. This is page 132. Lost it. Habermas notes that the empty tomb of Jesus enjoyed multiple early independent attestation. Scholars find that including Mark, there are either 3 or 4 independent accounts here. Many scholars recognize that Mark utilized an earlier passion tradition that included an empty tomb account. The last 2 reasons especially show that Mark did not invent his story. Okay, so let's think about those. So early, well, that's relative. I mean, we're talking decades later. Multiple, well, yeah, there are multiple, but are they independent? Well, they're textually, I mean, Matthew and Luke are not textually independent of Mark, and indeed maybe John isn't either. But so it's not clear how many textually independent accounts we have. But there is, there's the M source and the L source and Q in addition to Mark. So maybe it depends how you count it. But the point that I made earlier is it doesn't really matter how many textually independent accounts you have. That is, people who wrote things down without having the other thing in front of them as a source. What matters is how many independent accounts you have in terms of the witnesses. And the number of those we have for the empty tomb is 1. Assuming that, and this is not me, this is what the apologists are saying, like, what is it? Borkham. How do you pronounce his name? Borkham?
Yeah.
Where he goes on about the eyewitness tradition, right? According to him, there's 1 eyewitness tradition that goes back very early, within months even of the crucifixion. And that was passed on. And then, maybe there were other details that were added later or came from competing traditions, but at least that there was a core there that was developed very early. So if all of the Gospels are based on that, you can't argue that there's independent attestation because they're not independent. They're all relying on this fundamental core. You can't have it both ways. They can't be simultaneously independent and trace back to a single core oral tradition that dates very soon after the appearances. It doesn't make any sense.
On the next page, 132, I just want to say, like, remarks like these make me think that Loke doesn't really have the necessary qualification because he just casually says, it is evidently written, the Gospel of Mark is evidently written with an evangelistic purpose to persuade people to believe. and he doesn't like cite anyone, he doesn't discuss it. It seems to me as if he wasn't actually aware that there is like a debate about it in New Testament scholarship, and that like a lot of people put forward arguments for thinking that specifically the Gospel of Mark wasn't written for a non-Christian audience, and it wasn't written for with an evangelistic purpose in mind. Like we were already talking about it, right? So yeah,
Interesting.
and if
where's
it
that?
was the case,
What page is
if
that
it
on?
was 132, if it was the case that the Gospel of Mark was written to evangelize, why not say it comes from Peter, right? Why not say that why not say in the Gospel of Mark or the Gospel of Matthew, if they were written with evangelistic purposes, that Peter and John verified that the tomb was really empty? Because like, think about it, right? If it's really the case that the discovery of the empty tomb by women is embarrassing, but it wasn't actually embarrassing in history because afterwards there were two males who went to confirm it, why would the author of the Gospel of Mark and the author of the Gospel of Matthew shoot themselves in the foot by omitting that confirmation by males? You can't have all of those beliefs at the same time, right? You have to give some of it up. Either the Gospels were not written with an evangelistic purpose in mind, or some of the components of the narrative is fictional. For example, the confirmation of the male disciples was invented specifically as a counter-apologetic against the embarrassment. Right? You can't have all of it at the same time because it's not consistent.
Okay, so no one disputed the tomb was empty.
Hang on, that's 133.
Yeah.
How do you know that no one did? So this is where the argument from silence come back. Okay, we don't have any accounts of people disputing that the tomb was empty. Why would we have such accounts? We don't have accounts of the people rising from the tombs and walking through the streets of Jerusalem. Why would we have accounts of people disputing that the tomb was empty if they did? Loke's already said, and I've quoted him multiple times on this, that few, if any, people, certainly from the first century, would have been interested in disputing these points with Christians. So why would we expect anyone, any surviving documents of people saying that the tomb wasn't empty? This is just complete speculation here.
What Kamil? What's Zalmoxis?
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. That's an example of how internal critique was used in like Greco-Roman setting, right? Like when people doubted or wanted to refute a story, they didn't say, well, how do you know that happened? They said, okay, maybe there was no body, but how do you know it wasn't stolen? Right? And I think the reason why people engaged in this type of internal criticism is because they each had their own religious traditions, which they also couldn't verify, right? So like if a Jew asked, how do you know there was an empty tomb? A Christian could ask, well, how do you know that Moses existed? So they engaged in internal critiques rather than like a good skepticism much more often than we do for those kinds of reasons.
That's very interesting.
So you've got a big note on this one.
Hang on. Are we? Oh yeah, sorry, that's before.
Yeah.
We've got Oedipus here.
Yeah, no. So this is just the idea that again, Hellenistic studies the empty tomb merely serves as a focal point for the hero cult, while the hero's unresurrected body is at some other known physical location. And it's just patently false. So in the story of Kalirhoe, her lover finds out that her body is missing from the tomb, and the first conclusion that he leaps to is that she is a goddess, and she was translated to live among the gods in heaven. The same pretty much is true for Cleomedes of Astipalaia. His body goes missing, and that's the basis for him being worshipped as a divine being. Heraclides Ponticus wanted to stage his disappearance of his own body after his death, precisely so that people believed that he was a divine being. The same with Alexander. Alexander, when he was sick and when he was about to die, according to Arian, he considered committing suicide by disappearing in the Euphrates River, so that his body goes missing and people believe that he was a divine being. And Oedipus, specifically Oedipus at Colonus, it says specifically that Oedipus's body disappeared from Earth, and that was taken as an indication that he was translated into a divine being. Josephus says that Moses didn't die but disappeared. Testament of Job. This is something that I didn't know, and they want to bury them, but I prevented them saying, "Do not labor in wine, for you will not find my children, because they have been taken up to heaven by the Creator King." So here we have an account where someone's body is absent, and that's because they were taken up to heaven. So yeah, this just is false. It's not the case that in all empty tomb accounts, the actual body is in a different physical location.
This indicates there's more than one soul.
Yeah, really interesting examples there. Page, hang on, where are we?
133 to
134. Oh yeah, so on 134 he has the difficulty of explaining the fact that in Mark the women are told to keep silent about what they've seen. So this is interesting. So how does he deal with this? Well, he's quoting Hurtado, who says instead they said nothing to no one should be read as meaning that when they said nothing to anyone else on their way back to the disciples, for they were afraid. So when it says say nothing to no one, it doesn't actually mean that, right? It means something else, because
and there is a consistent theme in the Gospel of Mark when someone is told to do something, and they do the exact opposite, right? So for example, the leper is told by Jesus, say nothing to no one, and he goes on to say it, you know. And the
so what do you
women
think is the basis of that motif in Mark about the hiddenness motif, or whatever they say, where it keeps telling people not to say anything?
Yeah, that's a really good question. That would take like an hour to discuss.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, there's like 200 years worth of scholarship on that. So.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. Yeah, I don't have anything else until what's he even on about here? There's a few pages that were very boring to me. Oh, this is when, is this a debate with Carrier about all the Greek stuff? And I just fell asleep for several pages. I'm happy to skip to 138 unless Kamil has anything.
Yeah, 138. I have a highlight there as well.
Doesn't look like it to me.
Removal by friends hypothesis.
Yeah, not on removal by friends.
Yeah. So why would any of their friends remove the body? So he's saying that there could be different reasons. Where does he say this? Faith in the resurrection to inspire faith in the good teachings of Jesus. Could have been a small number of people, he says. Other disciples could have been ignorant of the theft. Guards could have taken a bribe. So this is just all him saying what others have said. Or perhaps the guards were secret followers of Jesus. Yeah, I think he mentions that as well. So what does he say? The suggestive motives won't work. If the friends had self-serving motives, they would not have been willing to risk their lives for what they knew was a lie. How do you know that they did? We don't even know who these people were. They were hypothesizing that some of his followers, it doesn't have to be the disciples, could have been any of his followers, right?
Well, Jesus' family is one of them.
Yeah, like, that's a very obvious motive.
Maybe Jesus' co-workers.
Fellow apocalyptic preachers.
Carpenters, people from the carpenter shop.
As well. If the friends had noble motives, they would have refrained from creating a lie concerning Jesus' resurrection. What does that mean? They would have refrained from creating a lie. They didn't. They just stole the body, right?
The
they didn't
had
make other people
motives. What the hell does that mean?
It's just such a strange thing to say.
Oh, so there is this idea that the resurrection was staged in order to promote like a humanitarian message of Jesus, right? So I guess he's refuting that. That like essentially someone told a noble lie because they thought that, like, if Christianity catches on, that would
the bronze blood.
Yeah, but you don't have to think that. You could have thought they had reasons for stealing Jesus' body that didn't involve them lying about him having been resurrected. Other people then concluded, based on the tomb being empty, that he was resurrected. Yeah. And either they didn't care about that, or they tried to refute it and no one believed them.
Yeah, one interesting option, which actually has been raised in literature, which is neither friends nor enemies, is necromancers. Like, people utilized pieces of corpses to do magic, essentially.
Yeah.
And you could argue it's plausible they would try to get a piece of Jesus's corpse, precisely because of this kinds of stories that were associated with him, that he was a very powerful person, right? So
humans are so weird. Like, identify the yucky feeling of like digging up someone's corpse and cutting it up with magic. Like, what the fuck goes on in our brains?
Yeah, I think I read something about when I was collecting stories for my book about miracle claims in the ancient Near East and the Roman world. I think I read a bit about necromancers, and it was really big. It was a big industry back then, basically. So that's not at all implausible. At the top of 139, he says, moreover, regardless of the motives, removing the body without being caught by the guards or by others would still have been a problem. Well, of course, that assumes that the guards were there and that they weren't in on it or sleeping.
The guards were secret admirers. They would have known that the purpose of placing a guard there in the first place was to falsify Jesus' prediction of resurrection.
I don't even understand how that's a response.
I think it seems to me really clear that if you don't buy the idea of the guards at the tomb, that really opens up the space for all kinds of probabilities, right? Because, for example, Craig doesn't defend the historicity of that story. He basically says that it would be unlikely for Jews to remove Jesus's body because it was the Passover and the Sabbath, so they would be like basically ritually polluting themselves, right? But like that wouldn't, for example, cover necromancers. And like, for example, in Apuleius, it specifically talks about people like paying guards to guard dead bodies, specifically to prevent death from necromancers, right? So apparently that was something that people did. That, like, this was a concern that someone is going to steal either the whole body or a piece of a body from a tomb to do necromancy. So you would hire people to like guard it. So there you go.
Tomb robbery was a major problem in the ancient world, especially in the Jewish world, and there's quite a lot of. I cite some sources about this. In fact, risk of tomb robbery was one reason why you were allowed to rebury someone if their original gravesite was at too high a risk, which I think is interesting. In terms of, let's see, there are a few other points I wanted to make here. Hang on.
The thing is, I still don't see how accepting that there were guards there solves any of these problems. Like, do they never eat? Do they never go to the toilet? Do they never wee? Are they perfect? Guards. They can't be bribed. They can't like.
Yeah, it's a little. I mean, maybe there was like a dozen of them there, and they were just all. I don't know. It does. I mean, the guards were supposedly not put there until somewhat afterwards, anyway. So there was an interval between them. Now, Loke does have a response to this, of course, in 6.7. So removal by enemies, and he says that. Hang on, was that? Oh, maybe that was it. Sorry, that's the next. We'll get to that. That's the neutral parties. It's a bit hard to distinguish exactly what the difference is.
Yeah, enemies who didn't want him to be venerated.
Yeah, so Allison suggests that perhaps the Jewish authorities removed the body and quietly disposed of it because they did not want it to be venerated, which actually seems plausible to me. Having dumped the body unceremoniously, they were unable to reproduce it several weeks later when the disciples started proclaiming the resurrection, or just didn't care to, or did, and we don't have records of it. In fact, I don't see why they would have, because they would have known it wouldn't have made any difference. Even a few days would have been enough to make the corpse unrecognizable. And so the disciples wouldn't have believed anyway. So why would they have bothered? Plus, it would have caused a huge commotion. Could you imagine the Jewish authorities going to Pilate about this to say, "Hey, that guy who was causing some commotion a few weeks ago? Well, what we want to do is we want to dig up his corpse and drag it through the streets of Jerusalem to disprove this sect that's claiming resurrection. Is it okay if we do that?" What do you think Pilate's going to say? It's like, hell no, do not do that. I do not want more trouble. So I don't think that it's plausible that would have happened.
And also here, Alison actually agrees with me again that even if that's what happened, there really isn't a very good reason to believe that the Christians would even deconvert, right?
Exactly.
Because they would be able to explain it away. But surely, Loke says, don't call me Shirley, the Jews would be interested in doing that to at least discourage people who would be fence sitters, right?
Yes! You can't make this up. Yeah, they were really worried about those fence sitters.
Surely.
It would have also been more persuasive than to claim the disciples stole the body.
Yeah,
that's just what goes on in Loke's mind. Like this like really, really tangential, like spurious point. He puts surely at the start of the sentence.
We also have to keep in mind, and I feel I'm not emphasizing this enough, that every time when he makes these claims about what is very unlikely to happen, the hypothesis that he's comparing it to is a resurrection.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
Like this would be like those could be a good point if he was writing a paper about like how exactly some kind of battle transpired in ancient history, when a lot of those different competing explanations are like equiprobable when it comes to something mundane as a battle, like decisions of generals and stuff like that. But it's important to keep in mind that what he's defending is a resurrection, right? So I think this is something that people keep forgetting.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And what he says is, so the fact that it would have caused trouble and wouldn't have convinced anyone anyway is, I think, good reason to think that it never would have happened. But even if it did happen, I think there's no reason to think we would have known about it anyway. So
já tady mám ještě, nemusím. Oh, sorry.
Well, I agree. That's a good point, Kamil. I really thought he was talking to me at first there. I'm like, I'm ascended.
I heard Jesus. I heard him speaking in tongues.
Yeah, well, you heard it too. It wasn't just me, right? How could it have happened that we had the same experience?
In angelic tongues.
Oh man. So 6.8, removal by neutral parties. So this is tomb robbers, right? If Jesus was buried in an expensive tomb, the tombs of the rich were always prime targets for robbers, which is a very good point. If there was a guard, the guard was not placed until Saturday, and between Friday and Saturday there was time for theft, which also is a good point.
Where are you reading from? Sorry,
140.
Yeah.
So, how can we rule out grave robbery then? We've got the means, we've got the motive, and we've got plausibility. So, what's the issue? But this is, I think, one of the most likely explanations. Oh, we've got the youngest ever guest about apologetics. Welcome. So he says, it is unlikely that the guards did not check that the body was still inside before they sealed the tomb. And he quotes Hayes saying, the reason that Pilate posted the guard was to prevent grave robbery. So the soldiers would naturally check the tomb and report back to Pilate if it were already ransacked. Otherwise, they'll be charged with derelict of duty if it were found to be empty on their watch. This is interesting because apart from just being speculation, I don't know. I feel like if I'm one of the guards who sent to guard the tomb, right? Why would I look inside the tomb? For a start, like, I'm guarding the tomb. Why would I look inside it? That's not what I was ordered to do. But also, let's think about the outcomes. On the one hand, suppose that the tomb is fine. Well, then you've just tampered with it. What are you doing? Leave it alone. You shouldn't be touching it. You're going to cause trouble. On the other hand, suppose that it is ransacked. Well, then you're going to get blamed for it, aren't you? So why are you poking your head in there? Like, it just doesn't really make any sense that they would have done that, necessarily, at least. I mean, I suppose they may have, but he's just making this up.
Well, let's always remember every time he says it's hardly likely that the thing he's saying it's less likely than is a resurrection, and then this is also like saying, like it's hardly likely that anyone would have robbed my car because they know that that's illegal and that there's consequences that come with being caught.
Them,
Like, people aren't going to do crimes because
that's literally whatever he says. Considering the gravity of the situation concerning Jesus' resurrection and presence of guards, it is hardly likely that any neutral party would have adequate motivation, financial or otherwise, to risk getting caught for attempting to remove the body. It's like, people don't commit
Can Loki
crimes.
be my lawyer?
That's wrong.
Like, can Loki be my lawyer? Like, it's hardly likely that my defendant would have done it, given that there's a punishment in place. It's just not rational.
Plus, at the time, Nathan was, appearing on the other continent in a miracle, because we know that we can't rule out miracles a priori. That's just a bias that this court has.
Yeah, you've not got this. God. We're him and J. Warner Wallace, in the we need them in the court, right? So removal by non-agent hypothesis, and this is one that I don't think any of us are particularly convinced of, but it could be.
I think it's interesting
reasonable.
though.
Yeah.
It is unreasonable to think that Jewish authorities, on seeing the destruction of the tomb caused by the earthquake, would not have thought that the body was buried somewhere else beneath the destruction. I don't understand. How is that how is that a
I don't understand that either.
It's another just say anything response. Like, just say something, boys, and move on.
But remember, it's unreasonable to think that someone rose from the dead. Like, how does he get away with this? It's just unreasonable to think. It's more reasonable to me to think that the Jewish authorities, on seeing the destruction of the tomb caused by the earthquake, would have thought that the body was buried beneath it. Like, it's...
Well, what difference does it make what they thought? Like, it's what the disciples thought. And if they thought the tomb was empty for whatever... Like, it's just... What? That's one of my favorite responses, where it just makes no sense at all. There's some that Craig puts in here, which is just really fun.
Wait, if they wouldn't have thought that the body was buried somewhere beneath the destruction, then wouldn't they have thought the body wasn't there, and so they would have like? Is that even? Have I
The
gone
problem,
crazy?
Nathan, is you're trying to think about. You're trying to think.
No, but like, has he accidentally put a negation in there that he didn't mean to?
I don't know.
Or have I just
I don't know.
misinterpreted it?
It,
think that the
I read it
Jewish
several times. It
authorities-
makes no sense to me.
On seeing the destruction of the tomb caused by the earthquake, would not have thought that the body was
Yeah,
buried.
it's unreasonable to think that they would not have thought. So it's reasonable to think that they would have thought that the body was
Yeah.
buried somewhere. Yeah, that's what they would have thought. So what?
Yeah.
Like, what? I don't understand.
That's
so dumb. Oh man. By the way, what happened to being stolen by animals? That seems to have, because he mentioned that before, but that sort of disappeared here.
Well, animals just don't do that because animals were created by God to only do what God wants. And
I mean, I don't think that's the most likely, but it's an interesting hypothesis there. I mean, it's more likely than a resurrection. So anyway.
yeah. So logically,
it's clear that animals wouldn't be able to get through the stone, right?
You're all past the guards.
Yeah. Well, he's clearly never had rats because. Anyway, so combination hypothesis. God, we've got to be near the end now.
Well, about 50-ish pages to go.
Yeah.
But we're getting there. We're getting there. The last chapter will be shorter, I think. But there are some points to discuss here. So,
well,
so this
I
is
just
where he
don't
tries
think
to put different
addresses
aspects
it very
together.
well. Yeah.
No, he doesn't. But there are a few things that I did want to touch on. So we probably don't need to go through all the examples of combination hypotheses. Maybe I'll just highlight a few things. Let's see. He talks about a faked burial of Jesus. Well, I don't feel the need to discuss that. Combination of instrumental hypotheses and mistaken identity. We've discussed that before. I think that's plausible. At the bottom of page 144, he says, if modern believers can see an image of Jesus on a piece of toast, it isn't hard to imagine that the first disciples believed that they felt the person of their master in other people. So that's a variation of what Kamil's saying, I guess. This guy, Kormenartitsky, whose ideas were influential for me, and I've actually corresponded with a little bit, suggests that a combination of remaining buried, instrumental, and legend hypothesis using that of cognitive dissonance can account for the appearances. Interestingly, he doesn't seem to know cognitive dissonance. He says cognitive dissonance is a form of rationalization or belief in spite of the evidence, which is not what it is. Cognitive dissonance is a feeling of cognitive discomfort when you have two beliefs that are apparently in conflict. It can lead to rationalization, but it's not the same thing. But anyway, that's a sloppy writing by him. Which interestingly, because Loke doesn't really talk about cognitive dissonance. He doesn't really bring it up. Again. So what else does he mention here? This is all him just going through, so he's not really refuting them here. So I'm just highlighting things that he does mention.
He talks about memory distortion again here.
Yeah, he mentions it. Philip C. argues that since the disciples had invested so much of the cause of Jesus, they were so deeply committed to their beliefs they could not discard them. So that's, irrational belief persistence that I've mentioned. Human memory again, memory distortion he mentions, which I'd talk about. Collective remembrance, memory contagion, that section there. False memories, which I mentioned. So I think these are all relevant aspects here. I believe that I combine them in the most sort of rigorous, comprehensive way, at least compared to anything that I've seen. But I don't really claim that my account is really new. It's more just combining the existing things in a more sort of coherent package and giving some more citations. So he mentions most of the elements here. Confirmation bias. Okay, so 7.3, evaluation of previous proposals. So what does he have to say about all this stuff? First, the outcome of Jesus' body is not well accounted for. So the very first thing, and Kamil mentioned this as well. Okay, all of these things don't say what happened to the body. Well, no, they're not supposed to say what happened to the body. This is an account of the appearances and the belief. It's not an account of the body. It's just irrelevant. You give a separate account for that. Okay, second, with respect to the doubt traditions, the disciples did not start believing but doubting. So we've already mentioned this. There's not really good evidence for that, apart from some references in the Gospels, which I think are best explained for as the motif of avowal of prior skepticism. There are other aspects that don't seem to be consistent with the disciples being skeptical, like the dropping your nets and following me, or other things in the Gospels where they just sort of accept what Jesus says, or they don't always understand it. And the context of them joining a new religious movement like this, I don't see good reason to think that they would have been that skeptical. And I mean, even if they did have doubts, it doesn't really disprove any of the points, as long as there were mechanisms in place to overcome them. And they're the mechanisms that have been postulated, all of the memory distortions, cognitive biases, cognitive dissonance, mistaken identity hypotheses, or socialization, all of that stuff are mechanisms to overcome those doubts. What else does he say? Third, Ehrman's suggestion that the claim that all members of the 12 had seen Jesus was an embellishment. Okay, so he goes back to saying, well, early Christians were mobile. The Jewish Christians would have traveled yearly to Jerusalem. Some of them would have, but only the wealthy ones. The others wouldn't have been able to afford to do that yearly. And a well-assessed networking among early Christians existed. These considerations imply that verification with the members of the 12 and with the 500 and falsification of embellishment would have been easy. This doesn't actually say anything about being able to falsify beliefs that the disciples themselves came to believe. See, everything that I say could have happened within the first month after the resurrection or the crucifixion, and no later Christians are going to falsify that because all the disciples believed it, according to my hypothesis. Plus everything else we've said about the fact that few people would have been interested, it would have been hard to falsify, and even if they did, well, other people wouldn't have believed them. So we've already said that. That's a very poor response here. 150.
150.
I'm sorry, I just finished 149. Looking at 150. Let's see. So yeah, he's going on about verification again, which we've talked about, and we're not talking about a hoax, so that's irrelevant. Okay, fourth. So this is the middle of 150.
Yeah.
Kormanitsky's cognitive dissonance theory ignores the fact that many among the disciples were likely doubtful and fearful of persecution. So the persecution thing again. As argued in chapter 4, individual hallucination and spiritual experiences would not have convinced the 12 or the 500 that Jesus was resurrected bodily. So we've talked about that to death. And we've explained that he doesn't give really any good reason for thinking that. And here he's just ignoring all of the mechanisms that move from individual to group experiences. And so he's just kind of ignoring it. Like, what does he actually say about cognitive dissonance here? He doesn't say anything about it. He just says, yeah, but I said this other stuff. It is unreasonable to think that the distortions and inaccuracies remained unexposed and remained inconsequential. Why would they remain exposed? The whole point is that, like, do you not understand what cognitive dissonance and irrational belief persistence and memory distortions are? You're not going to expose them after the fact, or it's very difficult to do that, and it's not clear why the disciples would have had the inclination to try to do that. He just doesn't address. He's just saying, no, they wouldn't have. This wouldn't have happened. Like, there's no argument here.
Where am I?
So I've been going for a while. Kamil, anything to add to any of this?
I have a note on 154.
You have one. Did you go over this? Sorry, James. 151.
151.
I think you can skip it.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. I've got something here as well. In some cases, an isolated suspect of murder. Oh, yeah. We talked about that faulty memory aspect as well. It's actually a misidentification of suspects is quite common, even in cases where they're highly confident that they're correct. And I cite some cases in my book as well. They would have checked with one another. Well, this is where the memory contagion, socialization of and marginalization of doubt, cognitive dissonance, and collective construction of religious experience, all that comes to bear. Loke's just not addressing it at all. He's just imagining that they're just autonomous and they're just like evidence evaluators, and then they're like, oh, did you experience this? And then they write, checking it all down. That's not how these things happen. There's no reason to think that it was like that. So that's just silly. And he's not addressing all of the points that have been mentioned about, cognitive dissonance and memory distortions and so on. He's just ignoring them. There's a really weird quote here on page 151. If interpretation were free-floating, entirely manipulable to serve present interests, altogether unanchored by a bedrock body of unshakable evidence, controversies over the past would be ultimately uninteresting. But they are interesting, they are compelling, and they are gripping because people trust that a past we can, to some extent, know and can, to some extent, come to agreement about what really happened. I just don't understand what that has to do with anything. Like, yes, I agree.
Well, because he knows that the resurrection really happened, James.
This is a paradigmatic case where these sorts of testimonies are unreliable for all of the reasons that we're just talking about, because they're claiming these sorts of anomalous things and it's a new religious context. So that's why we're skeptical, and we want to be sure that we're not being too credulous here. And he's just like, well, yeah, but we can't be too skeptical, otherwise we won't know anything about the past. So that's like, okay, yeah. So that's just saying that because there's an extreme of being so skeptical that you don't believe anything is irrelevant, because we're saying, well, you're actually going to the other extreme. Okay, there are some very silly things now. Some of the comments I've just got lol. So bottom of page 151. Oh, yeah. So the selection of Jesus' crucifixion as a meaningful event preserves traces of events otherwise would have been lost to us. he notes that has called these refractions instead of distortions. Oh yeah, because it's talking about the idea of memory distortions. So they don't want to use the word distortion because it's like it's derogatory. We want to call it a refraction of what happened. But look at this. But other distortions like those. Oh, sorry. Let me jump back a bit. So this is Loke
what does he
quoting
mean?
someone
Like
else.
the angle of incidence of the memory has changed.
Well, listen to what he says, because he sort of explains this. We read distortion pejoratively, but in memory studies, distort doesn't necessarily mean negative connotations. Some distortions obscure, yes, but other distortions, like those perpetrated by lenses of a telescope, provide clarity and focus.
That's distortion in a different context.
No, it's refraction. It's refraction. It's not distortion.
Well,
some memory distortions provide clarity and focus. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but he's trying to use the word distortion as it's used in memory studies, and how you might be able to use distortion in a coherent sentence about the way a lens works. It's just not fucking hell. Like,
yeah, when you get to these levels, it's like, well, memory distortion's a good thing. 152. Memory distortion research is coming for criticism. Oh, yeah. So Kamil already mentioned this. There are some criticisms of the research.
When you distort the way that we used to do science, you get more modern science, which is better than older science. So you have to like distort the old stuff to get it. Yeah.
This is silly because a lot of the research doesn't just happen in laboratories. It happens in other natural observational settings or case studies. I document this in my book. Also, Loke has, as we've mentioned, cited memory studies when it suits him, and he didn't have this problem then, but now he wants to say, oh, but there are some problems with it. Plus, just because the context of some of these experiments are artificial doesn't mean you can just assume that it's more reliable in context of, new religious experience and of great significance, right? It seems plausible to me, and I think we've got evidence for this. It's a lot less reliable in those contexts. So I think this is a really poor rebuttal, while still acknowledging that these studies do have limitations, but to just ignore them because they're not perfect is silly.
Oh God, it just keeps going.
All right, telephone game. Yeah, fine. It wasn't a telephone. 154. Did you have something to say about this one, Kamil, on this page?
Yeah, this is just completely ad hoc.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, 154 specifically, not the whole book. Oh, sorry.
No, that highlighted section in 154.
What Stanton has argued that the earliest Christians used
notebooks
to record the words and deeds of Jesus at an early point and transmitted the
Didn't they post on Instagram though? I'm pretty sure.
Which gospel is that in, Loke?
His gospel, I think.
Well, it just seems it just seems unlikely to me. So we can conclude that that's false because it seems unlikely to me.
On bottom of page 154, he mentions Loke mentions flashbulb memories, which is interesting because there's been a specific strand of memory research on flashbulb memories, and because they feel really reliable. Flashbulb memory is like the classic example is like when the planes hit the Twin Towers, or when the Titanic sank. I don't think anyone's around from that. When the shuttle Challenger blew up, or things like that, right? You just remember when that happened, and it feels like it's like a photograph burns your memory.
Yeah.
Those memories are often very unreliable, and there's a lot of interesting work on that. So flashbulb memories don't help his case here. Group memory appears to be more stable over time than individual memory. I don't know the basis of this because he's just got one study here, but stable doesn't mean more accurate, right? And this is actually the idea, right? That they developed an account that cohered sufficiently between their individual stories, and then they stuck to that. So I'm actually happy to say that the sort of early account that developed in the weeks after the crucifixion was stable over time, broadly speaking at least. But that doesn't mean it was accurate to what originally happened.
Do you want to talk about Docetism, Irenaeus?
Yeah, there is actually a really interesting case. So this is from Bockham, I think. He says in their society, the eyewitnesses of Jesus would have served as an authoritative control over the transmission of tradition. Well, we have actually one documented case, which is really interesting, where someone appeals specifically to eyewitnesses to Jesus, and it completely fails, right? So I already mentioned that there were Gnostics who believed that Jesus was crucified exactly a year after his baptism because of their interpretation of the Old Testament. And in 2nd century, there was a heresiologist called Irenaeus who disagreed with that. And it's actually a really interesting how he rebuts that. He thinks that Jesus was almost 50 when he died, And he thinks that this is theologically very important because Jesus, in his mind, must have gone through all stages of human life so that the atonement applies to people of all ages, right? So he starts essentially by saying, okay, when Jesus' ministry started, Jesus was about 30, which is what he gets from the Gospel of Luke. Then he says in the Gospel of John, the Jews say, you're not even 50, which means that Jesus must have been close to 50 when he died. He knows the exact date when Jesus' ministry started. That's also in the Gospel of Luke. So he adds 20 years to it, and he concludes that Jesus was crucified under Emperor Claudius, which is, of course, not the case because, for example, Pilate was no longer a governor is in Palestine, right? And we actually know from Josephus who the governors were after Pilate. So we know that this wasn't the case. And it's actually interesting. It's really ironic that Irenaeus claims that this information, unlike Gnostics who don't have any apostolic connection, comes from eyewitnesses, right? He specifically says that he knew personally Polycarp, who was a disciple of John. He says, for example, I could tell you the place where the blessed Polycarp sat to preach the word of God. I seem to hear him now relate how he conversed with John and many others who had seen Jesus Christ, the words that he had heard from their mouth. And so that's like one I guess, chain of custody of that information from Jesus to Irenaeus. But also there is another chain of custody that goes back to Jesus. He says, so he's talking about the claim that Jesus was 50 when he died, almost 50 when he died. Those who were conversant in Asia with John, the disciple of the Lord, affirming that John conveyed them that information. And he remained among them up to the times of Trajanus. Some of them, moreover, saw not only John, but the other apostles also, and heard the very same account of them, and bear the testimony to the validity of the statement. Whom then should we rather believe? Whether such men as these, or Ptolemaeus, those were the Gnostics, who never saw the apostles, and who never seen in his dreams attained to the slightest trace of an apostle. So if I can really quickly share my screen. Oh, sorry, that's not what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yep, gotcha.
So this is what Irenaeus claims, right? So he says that he personally knew Polycarp and how he could like recall, okay, this is where I can see it in my mind, like Polycarp sitting here and retelling the stories that John, Jesus' disciples, told him, right? So John, Jesus' disciples. And he also said that this John and some other apostles spoke to people in Asia who in turn talked to Irenaeus and confirmed the information that Jesus was almost 50 when he died. So he's claiming like a really good eyewitness tradition, essentially, or eyewitness authority behind the claim. And he's specifically contrasting it with a competing claim of a bunch of Gnostics who were not apostles and didn't have apparently any apostolic authority. But this like superb line of eyewitnesses didn't make sure to preserve what actually happened in history, right? Because Jesus didn't die during the reign of Claudius. He didn't die when he was almost 50, right? But that's not what happened. So this idea that there would be eyewitnesses around who could have debunked it or could have said otherwise, there are instances where this is actually false because we can check and we see that that's what's happening, right? So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, and there's many other examples of this as well. We'll come to that actually a little bit, where he looks at alternative miracle traditions. But yeah, there's so many examples where eyewitness testimony does not provide this sort of what do they say? There's bedrock of absolute fact or whatever. Such a strange way to say that as well. On 155, there's a few points I had at the bottom. to address these concerns, I've argued that in the case concerning Jesus' resurrection, the astonished eyewitnesses would have repeatedly counter-checked with one another to make sure they got the facts right. So this is the fact-checking thing. There's no reason to think that. There's no reason to think that the disciples were concerned about this or worried about, like, memory distortion or whatever, or memory contamination. And, they thought that conferring with each other and thinking through things and reading the scriptures and praying was how they got to the truth. In fact, what I'm going to say is that distorted their understanding and did not help, but that's because they had a different epistemology, right? And Loke's approaching this from a post-Enlightenment, 21st century, modern Western science and analytic philosophy-minded way of thinking about how people approach this, even if you just share certain worldview aspects that they may have shared as well. It's still not how they would have thought about things. So I just think it's bizarre that he just asserts, they would have definitely just checked with each other and made sure all of the details were correct. Now, he contradicts himself here. A bit further down, he says, there were hostile and skeptical non-Christian Jewish witnesses who could and did challenge...
156, sorry, James.
155, just at the bottom there.
Sorry.
There were hostile and skeptical non-Christian Jewish witnesses who could and did challenge the Christian claims, for example, by claiming that the apostles stole the body. Now, this contradicts with what he said earlier, actually repeatedly, that there were really no one who was interested in refuting Christian claims, certainly in the first century. So I don't know why we should think that at all. These factors would serve to correct misinterpretation of these events. Why? Even if there were people saying that apostles had done this or that, or that they'd been mistaken, why would they listen to them? Think about irrational belief persistence. Does it make any difference about how many times people try to correct misinformation about anti-vaccination, or people claiming that coronavirus doesn't exist, or Trump's 1,000,005 lies, or insert anything else here? Like, some people may be convinced, but many people still don't care, right? It's just people don't respond to evidence in many cases, especially when it comes to religion. So this is a very silly argument. Okay, 156. We've talked about the checking and stuff already. I don't need to belabor the point there. What else did I want to say?
What about Kamil's got the Kruger, but it's a good counter-argument. Kruger notes that stories of distorted memories of Jesus circulating in the early church alongside accurate memories may in fact explain why we have books like Acts of Peter, Gospel of Nicodemus, which are evidently historically unreliable. However, this does not imply that all the books about Jesus are unreliable. And Kamil's saying, but it's a good counter-argument. Yeah, it's like if Loke was really being fair about this, like he would like have that on the end of the sentence, right? Like if it was just like an objective, it would be like, it doesn't necessarily entail this, but it's also like.
Yeah, I mean, he does it like it's him saying it's possible. It's not enough. He needs to talk about probabilities, right? And also, what I have highlighted there, and the comment is, it's funny that he dismisses historical inaccuracies of these accounts. But these are exactly the kind of accounts that provide the evidential basis for the circumstances of the crucifixion, of the martyrdom of the supposed eyewitnesses to Jesus' resurrection, right? Or to his resurrection appearances. So like the Acts of Peter are bad when it comes to, I guess, theology, but they are great because they tell us that Peter was martyred in Rome, in 60s under Nero.
So, who don't Gospel Mark and Gospel Matthew make eyewitness claims? Since the early Christian societies valued history, they would have wanted to get closer to the eyewitness. Like, this is like, what the hell? Like, again.
How do we know they value history in the way that we think about it?
Yeah, well, they value truth as well because they don't want to upset Yahweh. So they would have just tried to get as close as possible to the sources because they think exactly like we do. They want.
Yeah, I mean, this actually becomes extremely unexpected that the Gospel of Mark and the Gospel of Matthew don't actually say where they get their information from. Because,
exactly.
If this was the case, that you would definitely expect them to explicitly say, this is a testimony of Peter, who was an eyewitness. This is a testimony of Matthew, who was an eyewitness,
Yeah.
And which is what we find in ancient literature. Like, for example, Greco-Roman historians, when they are eyewitnesses themselves, or when they are citing eyewitnesses, they say that because eyes are surer than ears. That was an ancient saying. And yeah, they like realize that having eyewitness testimony is actually really good. So why don't we find it in the case of the Gospels? And Loke would have to explain it away with more ad hoc rationalizations, right?
So, do you have any points on these pages 157, 158, James?
Yeah, we talked about the history point.
You happy to like blast
Once the tradition
through?
diffused into the social framework of the early communities and became publicly available and authoritative, there would be little reason for the early Christians to associate individual eyewitness informants for their materials. I don't know if. Oh yeah, he says it might project that. Yes, I would say exactly. once these stories circulated, then, why would people have searched out? I mean, that would have been authoritative to them, so they wouldn't. Most people wouldn't have felt the need to question that. How many Christians today feel the need to question the Bible and find evidence for its historicity? Very, very few. Again, it's just like saying the 500, saying like, yeah, but he's inviting people to check. We already talked about that. Few would have even cared to. Oh, yeah, down the bottom of 157 here. This is interesting. Could the disciples have continued to believe that Jesus resurrected even when counter-checking with and among the eyewitnesses failed as a result of confirmation bias and self-deception? So this is a very important question. Confirmation bias, self-deception, irrational belief persistence. What about these phenomena, Loke? Well, what he says. What does he say about this? In reply, so 158. And he just gives some other examples of that, wishful thinking,
already
present, and
present.
so on.
Yeah.
Belief in the afterlife is already present. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's not really the point. Also, the cost of falsification would have been high. Well, that's a form of cognitive dissonance, right? So you don't want to falsify your beliefs. The earliest Christians believed that if they were false witnesses, they would misrepresent God and face judgment. Yes, but they didn't believe that they were, right? So,
yeah, but this is the point. People who are convinced of false things don't think, well, I am lying.
They don't think that they're false, right? Given this context, it would have been practically impossible to get three different groups of people involving hundreds of people to hallucinate and deceive themselves into wishful thinking. So again, he's just ignoring everything that you said.
He's also not a Catholic, I don't think. He doesn't. He teaches at Hong Kong Baptist University, and has he been to Portugal and investigated the claims of the miracle of Fatima?
Yeah. But he's just ignoring all of the pressure to conform, group loyalty, wishful thinking, memory distortions, cognitive dissonance. He's just ignoring all that and going back to, but they couldn't have had the same hallucination experience, which is not even the claim that they all had the same hallucination experience. He's going back to the same things that he keeps saying over and over again without actually addressing the key points. And now he's saying, well, they disagreed sometimes. Well, yeah, Christians may have disagreed sometimes. What's that got to do with it? Like that doesn't show that there wasn't a pressure to conform about the resurrection appearances.
Hang on, James. Memory refraction is reduced when people are allowed to verbally interact.
Oh, that's that same study again, Defonso and Bordia, the only one he cites on this, which is about rumors, not
true. Yeah.
I mean, it may be in some contexts, right? But I don't. I've got a lot of evidence to the contrary of that because of memory distortions and memory. Oh, blast! What's the term I'm looking for? When one person incorporates other people's memory into their own. I forgot the name for that. Contamination. That's right. Memory contamination. So, I mean, there may be a sense to which that's true in a particular context. He doesn't really give us that, so it's unclear. It's that same study he keeps citing that we don't really have any details of. But I don't think that's true in general. And I think there's lots of reasons to think that's wrong.
Oh, I'll tell you what, we skipped over so far as well. There's a point somewhere where Loke says it's more epistemically certain. The results of the Kalam are more... Is that later on, or is that... Oh, I don't know, maybe...
I think that comes later when he's looking at miracles and reasons for belief. Let's see.
Why didn't the Jews convert? I'm looking at the end of 160. There's no evidence that those who rejected Christianity in the first century did so because they falsified the claims of Jesus' resurrection. It is true that those who converted might have done so because of various reasons. However, my argument is that fact-checking is highly plausible given the considerations I mentioned previously, which is just basically restating that sentence.
And that if fact-checking been shown to be in vain.
Yeah.
There's no evidence show me evidence of new religious movements like this where fact-checking is an important critical role that lots of early members do. I don't think it's a thing. That's not
especially
how this religion spread.
In that context. Do we even have any evidence of people really fact-checking Christianity and going round and talking to people? Yeah, like Kamil's put on his note here, why didn't the Jews convert? Why didn't the Romans convert? Was the first century evidence sufficiently strong to overcome their reasons not to convert?
Yeah, this is the thing. Most Jews were not convinced, particularly. But we're selecting, or the process was selecting for, if you want to put it crudely, the most gullible people who were willing to believe this and had reason to accept it. Not maybe the original disciples because they were connected to Jesus, but I mean people who converted after that. So this idea that fact-checking would have been super important, for those to whom it might have been, they probably didn't convert. And maybe there were some who left, but we wouldn't know about it, would we? So it's like none of this refutes the points that are being made. Hang on, there are a couple of other things. What did I want to say? Oh, yeah, so the bottom of... Oh, blast, where did it go? The bottom of page 159, he mentions that study again about the White Christmas. This is the third time he's cited it in this. Like, this is so sloppy. You don't, like, not just provide a citation for it, but gone on about the 49 and 44% things. You should bring it up once, and then you can refer back to it, but not like copy-paste it.
Yeah.
It's just... that's bizarre, and it doesn't really prove anything. 10% of those people who experienced hallucinations apparently did not come to a belief that it was hallucinatory. So that's actually quite a large percentage from my point of view. And there are many other examples of that sort of thing happening. Actually, one fascinating citation that I provide is an experiment where they performed, to put it simply, they performed magic tricks in front of, I think it was like university students. And I don't remember exactly how it was like manipulated, but basically... they initially didn't tell them what was happening, but then afterwards they explained it. And then they got feedback on what the students believed. And even after having been told, these were magic tricks, we were trying to fool you, a large percentage, don't remember, you can look it up in my book, a large percentage of the people still reported thinking that there was something paranormal going on. So you can tell people that, hey, we're fooling you into thinking that there's paranormal things. And some people, not a trivial number of people, will still believe that that's happening. So these things are not that unlikely. They happen a lot, and we have lots of cases of this, which we'll actually get to in a moment when we talk about other religious cases. And Loke is just refusing to actually deal with that. There's like two psychological studies that he just keeps citing intermittently, and then he keeps going on about fact checking. It's just it's really, really disappointing. So I think we're up to comparative case studies now.
Yeah, let's...
Oh, hang on. Before we get to that, 161. So there is something I wanted to mention here, and this is a point Craig mentions as well. This has been shown, top of 161 here, this has been shown by the fact that although there were a number of messianic movements between BC 150 and AD 150, these did not survive after the violent death of their founders in the hands of their enemies. Although the followers of these messianic movements invested much in their cause, in none of these cases was there successful attempts to rationalize away their deaths. So the question I would ask is, how do we know that? Most of these, we don't have much evidence about what happened after the death of their leader.
There was one successful one, Christianity.
Well, this is the successful one, right? I mean, that's one you can just make, that this is the one that succeeded, right? I mean, but the point is, yeah, okay, granted, they're not still around now, but that doesn't mean that they didn't survive the death of their followers. The death of their founders. It just means that in the long run, they didn't succeed. But we just don't have records of this. So how do we know what happened? How do we know what they tried to rationalize away? In fact, there are many examples when prophecy fails, and I cite other things in this book, that and there's also studies that have been done about when the founder of a religious movement dies, what happens to it. And in many cases, there's power struggles and there's people trying to reconcile, and they try to understand what's happened, and there are splits. But in many cases, the movement does survive. Now, whether it flourishes in the long term is a wholly separate question, because most new religious movements don't really go anywhere. But there's a different question as to whether it survives long term, and here we're talking 2,000 years, and whether it survives initially the death of the founder. And I think that it's likely that many of these other movements, not all of them, but at least some of them did survive the death of their founders, and they came up with ways of justifying it. And just they didn't survive long-term because persecution, or they didn't offer enough, or they were outcompeted by Christianity or other beliefs. There's lots of reasons why religions ultimately don't succeed. So this is just an argument from silence, that we don't know what happened to these. Therefore, well, none of them went anywhere after their founders died.
Yeah, this is a really irritating quotation from Wright, right? In not one single case do we hear the slightest mention of the disappointed followers claiming that their hero had been raised from the dead. They knew better. Okay. Okay, boomer. That's an argument from silence, you know.
Yeah.
Comparative case studies.
Yeah, this is actually really important. sorry, for all of those comparisons, right? You always have to think that in virtue of what Locke is saying, the people still believing in the content of the religion is even more amazing, because he's essentially saying, look, this is analogous to Christianity for this reason, but then it like works against his favor, right? Like he's going to say, okay, this is disanalogous because people were not suffering persecution because of what they believed. Well, if that's the case, that they didn't suffer persecution and they still continued to believe it anyway, well, that makes it even more incredible, right? Not less.
Yeah, it's heads I win, tails you lose kind of thing. Okay, comparative case studies. Now, this is one of the, obviously this is one of my bugbears. I like to think that I've compiled the most comprehensive list of comparative case studies, at least that I've found. And this, therefore, this section was despairingly short. It's like 2 pages long. And he does mention a few good ones, though. So maybe I'll say a few words about this. So he mentions Baal Shem Tov, which I'm pretty sure I cite, who was the founder of Hasidic Judaism. And we have accounts of him from one of his followers from a few decades after his death. Let's see, 54 years after his death. I like how he points out 54 years and sort of emphasizes that's a long time. Whereas many of the Gospels are written about that length afterwards as well. Like Mark is a bit earlier, but like it's comparable length of time. What else does he say? In the case of Besh, who wrote this account, there is no community with a distinctive collective identity at the beginning. Hasidism coalesced as a distinct movement only 2 generations after the Besht. Now, this is a very strange point because I would ask, how long did it take for Christianity to coalesce as a distinct movement from Judaism? I don't know the answer, but it certainly wasn't immediate. Originally, it was thought of as a subset of Judaism, and it was only after a period of time, at least a generation, that it, and probably longer, that it adopted a distinctive identity, which appears to be what he's sort of describing here with respect to Hasidism. So I don't really understand what point this is trying to make. Yes, new religious movements often diverge from existing traditions and take a while to achieve their own distinctive identity separate from the main tradition. What bearing does this have on anything? I just don't understand how this is supposed to be an objection. He says the transmission of traditions is not by communities but by individuals. But as far as I can tell, this is just made up. I don't know why he's. I mean, there was a community. I just think he's making things up here. I don't even understand.
Yeah, that seems to be like an argument from silence, essentially.
And then let's see, only one major source written 54 years after his death. So if 54 years is too long for this account, then I guess we've got to throw out John at the very least, right? And maybe every other gospel but Mark. So double standards here. There is no evidence that it was miracles rather than say mystical teaching that was foundational for the movement. I'm not sure that that's really important, because if they still believed him on the basis of, what he taught and suffered persecution and so forth, then it seems that the point of some of these accounts is that they can show the cognitive and psychological and sociological forces in operation, not that every element is similar. But anyway, so I don't even think that's one of the best ones. That's just one that he mentions here. So then he mentions Sabbatai Zevi, a 17th century Jewish teacher who claimed to be the Messiah, but then converted to Islam. And what's interesting is that not all of his followers abandoned their beliefs. Some of them rationalized this and said that, well, he'd only temporarily converted, or he was going to destroy Islam from within. It's all of this cognitive dissonance, irrational belief persistence here.
This is actually exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, what's Loke's explanation for why is it the case that not all of his followers abandoned that belief, right? Because that completely flies in the face of everything. That he was talking about earlier. How, like, in communities, people would be able to communicate with each other. They would be able to check, verify, discuss it rationally, and stuff like that. Well, if we have a movement where the Messiah converts to Islam, some people conclude that, okay, he probably wasn't the Messiah, but not all of them. How do you explain that in virtue of everything that you've been talking about, right? And in the next example, there is what's the name of that guy?
The Chabad Lubavitch.
Yeah. So unlike Christianity, they believe that Rebbe is the Moshiach, resurrected or divine, is not widely held by the leaders of his followers after his death. On the contrary, many of them acknowledge that he did not resurrect and are still awaiting his resurrection from his tomb. Okay, so here we have an example of a group of believers where the leadership is actually denying a claim, and yet still there are members of the community who
They must have had really good evidence for thinking
exactly.
it
They must have seen an extramental reality, probably.
Yeah,
They must have seen
even
two corporeal bodies at the same time to overcome that.
Yeah, exactly. So how does Locke account for these kinds of phenomena happening, right? Isn't that a counterexample to what he's been talking about?
And if he's going to appeal to the same kind of phenomena that we're appealing to in the case of Jesus, that means he's committed to that as a sufficient cause of the same kind of effect in some cases, but then also there's this other sufficient cause, which is actually, you know, God performing resurrections on messiahs and stuff like that. So whose worldview wins out on simplicity?
And there's so many instances of just say anything here, particularly when it comes to Mendel, Menachem Mendel Schneerson. So it's a tough name. They call him the Rebbe, so I'll just say that. So let's point out a few here. So a number of the followers sought to overcome their cognitive dissonance by denying he's dead. What does he say? In reply, he says, well, there's not yet a tradition of a well-defined series of like canonical appearances comparable to those in the narratives. So why do you need those?
You need to wait for 2000.
Yeah, exactly. You need to wait.
Yeah.
It's only been 25 years.
Like, most of those accounts are going to be lost, and then only some of them are only some of the accounts are going to survive, and that will count as a, you know, coherent tradition. And I just want to say what I like about the book is that in 7.5 he actually goes on to formulate what he thinks is the second best explanation for the resurrection. So what's like his best attempt to explain the evidence. I think it's actually horrible. I think, remember how we reviewed those two guys, who was it? Callum Miller and some other guy?
Max Baker Heitch.
I still think it was one person pretending to talk to himself.
Exactly, so I think they did a much better job coming up with their naturalistic explanation that Locke does, to be honest.
Yeah, just before we get to that, at least he does try, though. Like Craig doesn't even attempt to do that. So I think
Craig probably thinks it's a sin.
Craig. Well, yeah, Doug's the one who asked this. Like, what's the second best explanation? Really good question. But anyway, just finishing on the more of the just say anything response. So then we've got, okay, well, the belief in the resurrection could have been influenced by Christianity, even though, of course, as he says here, his supporters deny that. But, well, it could have been influenced by something in the past. So does that mean they don't believe it? Like, well, it's influenced by something in the past, so it's not a belief? That, like, how does that refute anything that's been said here? There was no comparable persecution. Well, they weren't persecuted, although I'm betting some of them got some flack from their, more Orthodox Jewish family for believing in this stuff. I'm pretty sure that did happen. But okay, maybe it's not the same degree of persecution.
Mother will be divided against father, brother against sister.
Yeah, right. Well, so that must mean they're not sincere because we don't have the persecution. So like it's just all ad hoc, whatever he can say to try to get around it, even though it's a very clear analogy for most of the things that he said before. An unexpected view held in spite of very clear evidence to the contrary, in spite of even the leadership not holding to that view, in spite of the fact that it doesn't seem to fit with existing theological beliefs and so forth, and so he just makes up reasons that he can just sort of say. Very disappointing. Other possible combination hypotheses. So,
so do you want to talk about?
It's just horrible. Let's skip to the miracles.
Okay.
The miracles. Hang on. Before we get to that, there's a couple of. Yeah, I'm happy to not. Oh yeah, top of 165. We get indeed the 12 would have required pretty solid evidence, that is repeated multisensorial experiences of Jesus to persuade them that what they saw was the bodily resurrected Jesus and not a hallucination, ghost, or vision. So is that what the Rebbe followers also required
in our culture with the internet?
Yeah, exactly. All the things we've just said, this is just pure speculation, and there's lots of evidence against it. Now, before we move to I like the way he ends the chapter, by the way. Therefore, Jesus resurrected. Atheists smashed. Before we get to problem of miracles, which is the last chapter, apart from a brief conclusion, which we can probably skip, I want to just quickly go through some of the, not go through, like just basically list off some of the examples of historically claimed public miracles that I've got in my book. So obviously there's more detail here. I just want to give the sense. So he only talks about 3 of them, right? And they're 3 decent ones, but there are so many more. And so I'm just, what I was hoping for is more engagement with more of these, because usually at best you'll get a Christian apologist mention like 2 or 3 of them, and not discuss the others. So here's some of them that you can look at. So Catholic miracles: Our Lady of Fatima, Our Lady of Asiut, Our Lady of Zaitun, Our Lady of some place in Yugoslavia I can't pronounce. William of Newburgh, 12th century, interesting case. New Christian movements: we've got Simon Kimbangu, Oral Roberts, 3 witnesses to the Book of Mormons. That's the Mormonism case. We've got Jewish miracle workers, some of them ancient. So Theodus, Shabbati Zevi, we talked about him, Baal Shem Tov, and the Rebbe, we talked about those ones. Ancient miracle workers got Emperor Vespasian, Napoleon of Tiana, another one I can't pronounce, Simon Magus. We've got Indian miracle workers. Now, some of these are really well evidenced. We've got Mizia Ghulam Ahmed. We've got Rug Havadendra. We've got Shriti Sai Baba, very famous. Sathya Sai Baba, another Sai Baba, and another one I can't pronounce. And then we've got examples of mass hysteria and psychogenic illnesses, which I think are interesting, including the Angels of Mons, N-rays, Mad Gasser of Mattoon, German air raids on Canada in World War I, genital shrinking epidemic. Now, that is something that's interesting that you should read about. Apparitions of the dead. We've got cases of complicated bereavement that I cite, anthropological reports of people experiencing really strange things, including an anthropologist who claims that he saw someone rise from the dead in field work. We've got spiritualist and parapsychology accounts, many of them from the late 19th century, from the proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research. I've got a bunch of those cited that are quite interesting. We've got an account for Alfred Russel Wallace. We've got the Ghost of Versailles, which is another one. So those are just a bunch of them that I'm just going to just sort of rip through quickly there. If you're actually interested in investigating this, have a look at what I cite there. And there's others as well that, I don't claim this is exhaustive. There are lots and lots of accounts through history of people who've claimed to experience paranormal or supernatural things in group settings, and that we have fairly good documentation for, often much better than the New Testament or Jesus. And the question is, how do you account for this? I think that by appealing to hallucinations, cognitive distortions, memory biases, socialization of doubt, I think I already said cognitive dissonance, and all these other factors, we can construct a broad framework that can account for how these happen. If Loke wants to appeal to that as well, then the question is, why not apply that to the cases of the resurrection appearances and subsequent belief? If he doesn't want to appeal to this, then how does he account for all of these other stories? And I think that this is an issue that apologists just don't acknowledge. You've got to be able to account for these other stories as well, unless you're just going to cherry pick and say, no, we only need to account for the resurrection and just forget everything else. So this is an open sort of challenge. How do you account for all these other tales here?
Yeah, I just want to read this out from Wikipedia. Koro is a culture-bound syndrome, delusional disorder in which an individual has an overwhelming belief that their sex organs are retracting and will disappear, despite the lack of any true, long-standing changes to their genitals. Koro is also known as the shrinking penis. Oh. It occurs worldwide, and mass hysteria of genital shrinking anxiety has a history in Africa, Asia, and Europe. In the United States and Europe, the syndrome is commonly known as genital shrinkage syndrome. Genital retraction syndrome, sorry. Okay.
Have you heard of this before, Kamil, or
no?
Did you just Google it there when I mentioned it?
He just had it open in his other tab.
It is absolutely bizarre. It's just fascinating the sort of things people can convince themselves of. Obviously, that's not directly analogous, but the point is it paints a picture, right? You'd think that someone would know if their own genitals are shrinking, right? You would think, but apparently you could be wrong about that. It's just amazing. Human psychology is so fascinating.
So Loki Loke, Mr. Dr. PhD Loki.
Well, he owns us in this last sentence here. Look at that last sentence. I think.
Well,
I don't know if
yeah. Therefore, Jesus resurrected.
Boom.
In this chapter, I have shown that combination hypotheses have failed to refute conclusions established in the previous chapters. It can therefore be concluded that the historical evidence indicates that the tomb of Jesus was empty and that there were people in mid-first century Common Era.
Whereas before he used AD, interestingly enough, so he's inconsistent there.
Who claimed that they had seen Jesus alive after his crucifixion. They truly saw something. They truly saw something. What they saw was not caused intramentally only, but extramentally, not by a cloud. And the extramental entity was not anyone else, but the same Jesus who died on the cross, because the only plausible candidate explanation is that they mistook someone's identity. Therefore, Jesus resurrected. So if that short paragraph isn't enough to convince you that a person actually rose from the dead, I don't know what's wrong with you.
You need to do more fact checking.
Maybe you're just not committed to the truth like Yahweh wants you to be, and you should spend a year's salary on going to investigate.
You just want to have sex with your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Stop sinning.
So the last chapter,
last substantive chapter. We're nearly there.
Of miracles. Basically,
this is the shapeless.
I mean, yeah, he's going to say, like everyone's got an anti-supernaturalistic bias and Hume is an idiot. And that is why you can't believe in miracles, basically, because you're ruling them out a priori. So that's the first thing he talks about, following David Hume's definition that a miracle is a violation of the laws of nature. I find it so bizarre that Christians simultaneously want to argue that the only reason we can do science is because God's established a universe with laws of nature. And then, like where there's regularity, so we can trust that, and then that allows us to do science, which atheism has no grounding for. And then they want to also argue that we also can't predict, when God's going to just intervene and inject a new event into the system, which completely seems to fly in the face of the idea. I mean, I suppose like there's something, it's related to probability in some clear sense. Like, like the whole point of a miracle is that this doesn't happen every day. Like it just seems to go against.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
I love his illustration here about laws of logic, which are necessarily true and inviolable.
Yeah.
There cannot be a shapeless cube in any universe. Shapeless and cube would cancel each other. It would be nothing.
Talbot School of Theology, guys, 34,000 a year. Logic module. Frank Ramsey's in the chat. He's shaking his head. I feel like that's how a child would explain the laws of logic to me. Like they will then cancel out. They just wouldn't be. There'd be nothing. Well, the thing is, he's not even talking about contradiction, like, because logically you talk about contradiction, but analytically you talk about by virtue of the meaning of the words that the meanings are opposite things that are contradictory. Like, yeah. So
there can't be a God and not a God because the God and the not God would cancel each other out.
But I also think I also find it weird that he's committed to the law of non-contradiction, considering like his views of the Trinity and stuff like that. Like, I think Christians should probably reject this, and I do think it's plausible.
They should be dialtheists.
Yeah, and I even think it's plausible, like that. Like a logical system is just rules that we've given to it. There's other systems out there that are non-binary, what's the word? Bivalent, non-bivalent logics.
Well, the laws of logic are ideas in God's mind, as we know from a recent video Cameron did. By the way, for those some people have asked me for a response on that. It is coming. Okay, it's in the works, so you can look forward to that. I mean, it's like 2 people who asked, but I'm showing there's a pent up demand there.
Reasonable faith 2, more unreasonable. Something more unreasonable.
Unreasonable faith 2,
even
more unreasonable, more faith.
But yeah, but this is just what I mean. Like he's bringing along with him like this whole kind of metaphysical baggage of like this impossibility can be known a priori, and it's like, well, what if it can't? Like, what if those laws of logic aren't wrong? What if that isn't what the meaning of those words means to someone? What if
Okay, so on top of page 167, Craig gives a different explanation of what a miracle is instead of a violation of the laws of nature. this is too big brain for me, so maybe people in chat can make sense of it. Okay, he says that that's not what it is. Instead, a miracle could be understood as an event which would not have been produced by the natural causes operative at a certain time and place.
The natural. What did I? Yeah, maybe.
So how is that not a violation of the laws of nature?
Yeah, well, I suppose he means it doesn't have to violate them to be like, and this is what John Lennox always says, to be a new event from outside of the system that's put into it. So it doesn't have to. It doesn't necessarily violate them.
Okay, this is actually interesting. There's an interesting discussion about the nature of the laws of physics, and I think in one of our previous discussions I mentioned that some people think the laws of nature have these inbuilt ceteris paribus clauses in them, which means like everything else being equal. And this allows you a sort of get out of jail free card for miracles, right? Because you can say that laws of nature only say that if there's sort of nothing else happening, so to speak, then this will happen. And then you can say it's not a violation; it's actually consistent with that because there's a ceteris paribus clause, which is then falsified. But I just don't think that's the case, and I don't think that's how scientists talk about the laws of nature. They don't say the electron will interact in this way if there's no miracle. That's not even understood. Like that's just that's not part of the. So anyway, this isn't crucial, but I just think it's a strange way to try to get around this issue. If there are laws of nature, then that's a description of how the stuff in the world behaves
and how we think reality behaves.
Yeah, I mean, if God can poke around and change that, then fine. But then that's going to be a violation of how it normally behaves. He's changing the system, right? So I just.
Well, it depends how you use the word violation, because this is what I mean. I think they mean like violation to be like acting like contradictory to or something, whereas I guess they mean that this is like like the laws of normal nature are in effect, but this is over the top of them or something. Like this is an extra bit of stuff, so it doesn't violate them, and that would be improper grammarism. But yeah, I think it doesn't make much sense. But I think that's
just only I'm flattered, but I'm not Jerry Fodor, the famous scholar. I'm just plain on James Fodor. That actually happens a lot.
But for anyone who has seen the Disney film Soul, there is a character called Jerry in there, and that is you 100%. And that's me and V call you the Jerry as a result of that.
Well, I haven't seen that, so
he's Australian as well.
Oh dear.
He's like there's like this soul spirit guy who's like he's in charge of like counting all the people who die and like doing like all this like admin and like maths and stuff of what's going on, and then there's like one error with like these billions of numbers, and like he has to like go and like figure out where this like one soul's gone. And this is like we say when there's like a fact that's wrong or something, and you have to like drive it into the ground and figure it out.
Oh yeah, when I spent 6 hours researching because of that what was it, the case that we looked, the 6 Pam Reynolds, that's the one. Anyway, so what else have we got here? Oh, at bottom of page 168. So many religious believers have thought that God would only perform miracles in quite unusual circumstances. If one believes that the incarnation of Jesus was a historical event that made possible the redemption of humanity and the whole created order, one might reasonably believe that miracles might accompany that event, even if they do not occur today. So basically, that's a circular argument, because it's saying, I mean, it's not exactly circular. It's just, it's not going to convince anyone who doesn't already believe. It's like, well, if you already think that this was a miracle central to God's plan, then it's reasonable to think that it's a miracle. It's like, well, yeah, okay. Actually, I argue this exact point. Yes, if you already think that, sure, then go ahead and believe that God raised Jesus from the dead. But that's kind of the point, isn't it? Why think that?
Yeah, I mean, this gets into the question of prior probability, right? And I do agree that it seems to me the only people who think that the prior probability is not like super low are people who are Christians already. And the reasons that they give for thinking that Yahweh would be interested in raising Jesus from the dead, they don't really follow unless you just are a Christian and this is a part of your existing worldview. Then it becomes all kind of obvious.
I think I can't wait for the 16-hour PowerPoint presentation from Loke in response.
Oh yeah, he does PowerPoints of death, doesn't he? I'm looking forward to it as well.
You know, like all of the things that people say not to do in a PowerPoint as well. Like everything that you're going to say include as points. Anyway,
the thing is, he asked people. He's like, people need to read my book. So it's like, okay, we'll read his book. Right. So he can't really complain.
So I think, you know, on this next point, are miracles improbable? I think there's two ways you can go with it. You can either say, yes, they barely ever happen because that's what a miracle means. It's miraculous. Or you can say, no, trivially, everything's a miracle. The fact that you're even breathing, God sustains it every second. But either way doesn't seem to deal with what anyone means by like, well, the one way, does seem to deal with it. But the other way, like when they go, oh yeah, it's like one off. It's like, well, isn't that like, the violation of the law of nature thing? Like,
what's also worth mentioning is that he asks the question, are miracles improbable? But like, that's too broad of a question. The specific question that we need to ask is, how probable is it that someone would be raised from the dead after 3 days, right? Like, establishing that there are miracles, healings or near-death experiences, I don't really see how that has anything to do with the resurrection, right? Because it could be the case that, for example, God chooses to heal people miraculously at some point, but he didn't raise Jesus,
So maybe from God's point of view, miracles aren't improbable, right? Maybe it's inevitable or necessary or whatever. But the problem is that we're talking from our point of view, where the probability of something means like the epistemic access that we have to it. So if we're looking, we're just mere mortals looking at reality, and we can make like predictions about things that have happened or will happen based off of like the kind of facts that we have access to. And so like things, so we need to look at like base rates of events, for example, and base rates of people rising from the dead are pretty low. So there's different like interpretations of philosophy of like probability and stuff like that. But it's like, like how many people does God choose to raise from the dead versus how many doesn't he choose to raise from the dead? At least up until this point in reality, it seems pretty like damn low, even if you grant that he does some.
Yeah. So Loke does discuss this, but his response is unsurprisingly I don't find very persuasive. So a couple of points here. So on the bottom of page 169, he quotes Laconus saying, how does the non-theist historian know this? By this, he means that the probability of miracles is low. Testimonies of God's intervention in history occur with every claim to answered prayer. Although many claims of God's intervention could in reality be coincidence, many claims of coincidence could in reality be God's intervention. So Laconus here is just giving a silly, response here, basically.
Yeah.
It's not actually a reason
I think there's more miracles than we know. Like, it's like...
So the thing is that I don't see how it can be the case that a miracle is not unlikely or implausible or... if you don't want to even use those words, you could just say something like astonishing or something like that, because that's the whole notion of a miracle. And I mentioned this before, hours ago, when I said, Loke says that the disciples and other Jews knew that it was unlikely and astonishing that a man would rise from the dead. That was why they would have required evidence to believe it, like a lot of evidence to believe it, according to Loke. But now he's going to have to walk back from that because he wants to say that miracles aren't that unlikely, or specifically a resurrection. So you can't have it both ways. Either it's not that implausible that a man raises from the dead, in which case, well, then they wouldn't have required much evidence to believe it. Or it is very implausible, it is very astonishing, unlikely, abnormal, in which case, then the probability is low. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll have to leave. So
okay.
Bye.
Well, thanks for coming by
right now.
Yeah, everyone go and check out Cam and Cam's channel if you're...
Yeah, I think you guys probably know what I would say. So if you just hover over the highlighted sections and maybe point out some of the comments. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you couldn't finish it through with this, Kamil, but yeah, you stuck it out almost all the way.
Yeah. So have fun, and thanks for having me.
No Cheers.
See you in a bit, man. Enjoy your Easter.
Salutes. Not everyone endures to the end. The gate is narrow.
The last will be first. Remember that. If you're thinking of leaving now, Camille's gone. The last will be first. So if you really want to get to heaven, then you have to get through the McGrews first, which is what we're gonna.
Well, their priors are very. A point someone raised in the chat about applying Bayesian reasoning or Bayesian probability to these sorts of claims. Now, although I and Nathan and others will often talk about like priors and probabilities and that language.
They put it in odds form or whatever, and like. Say
well, you don't. What I say here is you don't have to use that language. You can just talk in terms of like plausibility, which doesn't necessarily imply that you're quantifying or using even a probability calculus, right? So instead of prior probability, you could just say plausibility given what we know antecedently to looking at this specific evidence or something like that, right? So I don't think any of this is contingent on a particular like Bayesian approach, although you can look at it that way if you'd like. So let's see.
So Craig explains that Ehrman's argument against the resurrection is improbable because of the numbers that I put into this equation, which make it so, which have pulled out my arse. Basically, but the thing that is...
Ehrman's point on 171 here, he's basically saying, which is more likely, that a dead man came back to life or that the report that he did is mistaken? Of course, it's more likely that the report is mistaken. And I think this is Hume's fundamental point about miracles as well. So what's the problem with that argument? Rachel's and Rachel's. Oh, interesting. The problem with that argument can be illustrated by thinking about another situation. Suppose you and your community grew up in a hot jungle and you've never seen ice, and someone from Europe visited you and told you water can be frozen, and you say, well, of course it's more likely the report's mistaken. For, we often know that people get things wrong, but we've never seen water can be frozen. Now, I don't know how you react to that report, Nathan, but I feel like if I was even living in that jungle or the tropical location, and all I had was these sort of vague reports about like you can freeze water and really nothing else, I think I'd be quite entitled to not believe those reports, right? Because
this was what I was thinking, right? I thought now let's suppose that everything about that thought experiment is the same, and we teach them Bayes' theorem. Are they going to reach the correct belief, like by applying Bayes to the evidence that they have and the prize that they have?
Yeah, so I don't see how this is a counterexample. It seems that it's appropriate for people in that situation until they get better evidence to think that those reports are implausible. And also, I mean, a man raising from the dead is probably not as implausible as water freezing, although I guess it's hard to put ourselves in that mindset given what they know. But so anyway,
but we know the conclusions, so we know that they're wrong.
Obviously, it's hard, but I guess the point there is that I'm not persuaded by that counterexample. So second, why think that the probability of the resurrection given the background evidence is very low? Well, because people don't raise from the dead. Look, it's not hard to understand.
Because of all the examples we have of people raising from the dead.
So I'm a bit rude here because, so he says here, we can certainly grant that the probability that a resurrection given background
is extremely low.
For the claim that it's really low for he rose naturalistically, but the claim that he rose from the dead supernaturally must be one if an omnipotent God wanted to raise Jesus from the dead.
Oh, what the...
My comment there was, Loke, you're an idiot.
Why can't we say, but given that naturalism is true, it's zero.
It's zero, yeah, there we go.
Let's just beg the question of what we believe.
Exactly. Obviously, if God exists and wanted to raise Jesus from the dead, the probability that he raised Jesus from the dead was one, because God can't fail to actualize his desires,
but because
assuming
God
it's logically
fails
possible.
To exist, it is zero in reality. And
it's such a dumb argument. Yeah. The reason we think that the probability of the resurrection given background is low is because whether or not you believe in God or not, and whatever you think about his desires, empirically, not many people who die come back. That's just a fact. Okay, so that's why the prior is low.
And this it's a bit weird to me anyway, because it's like he's saying that anything from God's point of view has a probability of one from happening if God's like predicting it will happen or something. Like, do you know?
Or wants it to happen.
Yeah, like if God wants it to happen, then it has a probability of one of happening. And it's like, so like, why do we use probability to like predict any events that are going to happen anyway? From God's point of view, they have a probability of one from happening. Like, it's so, And then I love how he
Christ, I've sort of, sorry. I just responding to this point because others will say this as well. So you don't have to use a Bayesian approach here. You can just talk about plausibilities. But also, that's a contentious point. I mean, people do use it, right? So I don't necessarily agree with that. Subjective probabilities are about encoding degrees of belief. So, I mean, that's a whole discussion. But anyway, I've said my piece on that. So, so let's look at what else he has to say.
Point. I actually
Plantinga makes an excellent point.
Plantinga is a Christian. Like, Plantinga is a Christian, right? So Plantinga argues that even if we were to assign generous values, say 0.9, for the probability of T, A, B, C, and D, these are like different claims, different independent claims, when we calculate the probability of E by multiplying the conditional probability of one proposition by another, or a set of others, we get a lower. It dwindles when we start to combine them each. So God would want to make some sort of revelation to humankind. Jesus' teachings were such that they would be sensibly interpreted and extrapolated to G. Jesus rose from the dead in raising. He's doing it as dependent probability there, right? Or as independent. I don't want to. I can't like think when I know people are like watching me on stream at the same time. So I'm just gonna pretend.
Well, that's a
that-
problem.
Yeah, I know. Like I find it. I like as soon as I start trying to think about something, I become aware that I'm not like talking in the silence, and then I just like panic and don't think clearly.
You need to get into the habit of thinking out loud. See, I seem to be quite good at this. Maybe maybe because this relates to tutoring as well. So if someone asks you a question and you're tutoring them, you have to. So it's like, well, let's see. There's different ways to approach this. So how would you? You're just like, oh crap, what's the answer? Anyway,
well, whichever one you go with, it gets smaller.
So what he's saying is he's multiplying. Yeah. So as long as you're multiplying numbers that are less than 1 together, then the number's going to get smaller. And the point is that there's many things you have to assert here. So God wants to make some sort of revelation. His teachings would do that. That Jesus rose from the dead, and in raising Jesus from the dead, God achieved that. And even if those are not that implausible, you multiply them together and you get a dwindling probability. And this is an excellent argument, I think. And what's the response that's given to this problem? So, of course, he employs the McGrews here.
It's worth saying that happens for a dependent probability or an independent probability.
Yeah, that's right.
If we're talking about independent events, we just straight up multiplying them. If we're talking about dependent events, then we do the probability of one given the other times the new thing on its own. But yeah, here's in response to this problem, McGrew points out that Plantinga's blunder, McGrew, who's into the fake martial arts, lies in falsely assuming that the probabilities of the background proposition are fixed. So what he's going to say, and this is what I understand him as saying, is, well, I'll just read it first before offering my interpretation. The fact of the matter is that while background beliefs such as theism are premises for the resurrection and for the incarnation, the resurrection can also serve as a premise for the background beliefs such as theism. Thus, the probability of theism should be updated after considering the evidence for the resurrection. So as you use and you update your beliefs, it literally creates this like positive feedback loop.
It
goes on for infinity until you decide to stop at whatever number you want.
Bayesian bootstrapping goes brrr. That's not how Bayesian updating works. If you're going to do that, and you don't have to, right? You can object to the framework, but if that's what you're doing,
anything else, that would be so.
The evidence, the posterior probability depends on my prior, which in turn depends on the same evidence that I'm updating on. So it's just like it just goes. That's not how you do updating.
If you have any evidence, it updates the prior, which updates the evidence, which updates the prior.
Let's think about what a prior means. It means prior to what? Prior to whatever evidence you're considering, okay? So you can't evaluate the plausibility of God conditional on the resurrection evidence and call that a prior to use for the resurrection evidence. It's not a prior anymore. It's a posterior. Now, you can do that if you're updating them multiple times in response to new evidence, okay? That's appropriate, but not on the same evidence, because then you're just multiply updating on the same evidence. This is a very basic point. I don't understand how Loke could not understand that. I don't know if the McGrews misunderstand that or he misunderstands the McGrews. I don't know, but this is the way at least Loke's described it, is just completely ridiculous. Although they do give this analogy of Alvin Plantinga, but that's just not how you do Bayesian updating. You can't update twice on the same evidence. Otherwise, you just get this infinite feedback loop, which doesn't make any sense. If it's a prior, then you can't update the prior on the basis of the thing that you're using that as a prior for, because it's not a prior anymore.
Well, think of the example that we've talked about before, the one in the 3 Blue 1 Brown video, where it's like the probability of Tom being a farmer or whatever. And he talks about, so you've got this information about Tom, your friend, being a farmer, and like you've got the prior probability, or the base rates, which are like, the number of people who are farmers in the American population that are male or whatever it was. And then it's like, okay, so you've got this number as like your prior, and then you layer the evidence on top of that. But then given the evidence, you go back and change the prior because we all know that the number of actual farmers in America changes based off of whether or not Tom is one. So then we have to update that. So then we have to it's so silly. Like
that's just wrong. You don't do that. And I don't understand how someone who understands what they're talking about can say that. It's really strange.
Yeah. I don't even know what I'm talking about, and I know that that's dumb. Like, and I'm not a professor at whatever university.
I'm just imagining that there's this like calculator, and that you're like, they put in the initial prior, and then they put in the update, and it's like, let's click the button, and then it just goes, the number just goes, ping, and it's up to 1. It's like, there we go, it's ready.
A recursive function that they just keep calling, like update prior, update.
You don't even need 154 arguments. You just need 1 and then keep updating on the same one. Oh, dear. All right. So let's keep going. A number of skeptics of the resurrection tend to show that even if God exists, it is probable that it is probable that he would not want to raise Jesus from the dead.
Where were you looking? Sorry,
Page 173.
Right.
I think that's a confusing way to say it. It's not probable that he would want to raise Jesus, is how I would say it. So Voltaire argues that as well, and I think that those deistic arguments are quite good. Okay, so what does McGrew say? He's appealing to them again. So Paley and others replied...
Paley sorted it all. they honestly
Paley,
think that,
yeah, it's... But here's...
Think, sorry, you go. I'll shush.
What do they say? Paley has replied that God in his foresight would have wanted to set up a universe with regularities that no mere human could abrogate and then suspended them so as to authenticate a revelation. So basically, this is a response to the idea that God would do it right the first time. They're just saying, well, God likes doing it this way because then he can authenticate. Basically, it's a way to provide evidence. Now, that's interesting. But from that, you would predict that the evidence would be quite good. Instead, it's really lousy. So how do you reconcile that, the fact that God does it this way to provide evidence for things, with the claim earlier that God's trying to keep it on a knife edge to protect your free will, even though that's not how free will works? Those are pretty inconsistent, I think. If God wanted to use this to provide evidence, why is the evidence way better? Why didn't Jesus appear to Pilate and the Roman Senate and the emperor and the Chinese emperor and people in the Middle East? In Persia, say, and then in the Americas. Why don't we have text from all of these places, which God could have easily brought about if he wanted to? How many extra people could have been saved if they'd had that degree of evidence? I'll tell you, that would blow my hypothesis out of the water. Unreasonable faith would be falsified if that happened, or at least that chapter would. So I guess it's like, sorry. Why don't we? If that's true, why isn't it better? Why isn't not the evidence better?
So I guess similarly to what Kamil is saying in his argument, Dale B. Martin is arguing that the intrinsic probability of God raising Jesus from the dead is small, even if he exists. And in response, Loke is saying that rather than defining, he's defined miracle wrong. A miracle can be understood as an event which would not have been produced by the natural causes operative at a certain time and place.
Yeah, so that's the quote from before, which he repeats again.
But this is the problem. How can we know? So, like, let's say, Loke, that I say, God gave me a dragon, right? And if God wanted to do that, it has a probability of 1. What are you going to say to that? You can only use the your understanding of things from your point of view, which you have access to, which is going to be, things like how many dragons has God given people before, for example, to be able to predict the plausibility of my claim that God gave me a dragon.
This is the fundamental problem with a broken record again. I keep saying this. This is the fundamental problem with any attempt to explain anything by appealing to God. Because God can do anything, there are no constraints on his behavior other than his desires or intentions or purposes or whatever. And those are inscrutable unless you have a theology. So absent a theology, you cannot appeal to God as an explanation for anything because you have no basis for saying this outcome is more likely than this other one. So this is the problem. This is why it's a bad explanation to say that God won't raise Jesus from the dead, because absent a theology, and if you already have that, then why you need this argument, then how do you know what he would want to do? It's totally up in the air. Loke can just say, well, you can't use base rates because God could have wanted to do anything. But then you're just literally saying there's no rational way to assess this at all. There's absolutely no way to assess what God would want to do. So
which is,
it's a
how
terrible
can we
explanation.
evaluate? So if anyone has a God claim, how do we know which God claim is right? Because we've got a bunch of mutually exclusive God claims about God claiming to have done this or that in history. How do we know that the Christian ones are the right ones and not the ones about Allah, the ones about Hinduism, or my one about God giving me a dragon?
Yeah, because if you think that God wanted to do something, it actually doesn't matter how bad the evidence is or how good it is for that matter. The probability is going to be 1. And he said this before. Loke said this before. So evidence goes out the window. Base rates go out the window. There's actually there's no ability to reason rationally anymore. You just either believe it or you don't.
Miracles are identifiable in particular.
I don't understand this point at all.
The resurrection of Jesus. The evidence for the event, together with the exclusion of the naturalistic alternatives and the presence of relevant religious context, will entail sufficient epistemic justification. That just, it sounds like all those words weren't needed, and he should have just said, "I think I have sufficient epistemic justification." Yeah,
that's all he's saying. That's not really relevant because we already know that. We're talking about how plausible are miracles. So I don't understand the point of that. Third, factors such as rarity of miracles. I said this was let's see. Factors such as the rarity of miracles, the many other possible locations for God to resurrect his son, and the fact that most alleged miracles turn out to be false, so these are all objections people raise, does not imply that the probability that God resurrected Jesus on this particular occasion will be low. For these factors may well be irrelevant to God concerning whether he wanted to resurrect Jesus on this particular occasion. So if you believe God wanted to raise Jesus on this particular occasion, then it's rational to believe that he wanted to believe on this occasion.
Who believes God gave me a dragon in the audience? Raise your hand. You know, like
he's literally saying that. Well, these things don't matter because God might have wanted to do it anyway.
This is like you know, when I think like Reformed epistemology is like nonsense. When it's like, yeah, well, if you believe it, you can just believe it because if it's true, then it's true. Like.
Yeah, this is what he's saying. Like, if it happened, then God wanted it to. Like,
yeah.
But the precise point is, did he want to? And
if it's true, then it happened. Yeah,
because there's so many people God could have wanted to resurrect. Why Jesus? And his response is, but he could have wanted to resurrect Jesus. Yeah. Well, yes, but why think that he did? We know that you think he did, but why should we think that?
You're focusing on the de jure question here when it's the de facto issue, because if it is true, then it happened, you see. So you need to focus on that. You're not the de jure response of, you know, probabilities about knowing this or that. Like,
oh, the chronographer's cracked the code. So he's going to use Loke's what is it? Updating machine in reverse. He's going to say he believes God would not want to resurrect Jesus, and so yeah, he's going to press the reverse button and then get back to God, doesn't he? That's very ingenious.
Where are you looking? Sorry.
No, the chronographer in the chat.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant like the chronographer was like some secret like thing that Loke was talking about. Yeah. Because Loke does talk about cryptography.
Oh, right. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was something to do with that. For some
reason.
Okay,
page 175. There's another silly point here. A miraculous event is supposed to be caused by a supernatural free agent. Okay. I mean, not necessarily, but I guess it could be. And it is not unreasonable to think that an infrequent event happened as a result of a personal agent freely choosing to act in a certain unique way only on the special occasion. Yes, but why think that he wanted to? See, it just goes to the question of why think that he wanted to.
Because it happened.
Well, because God wanted it to happen, so of course it happened, right? What are you asking? It's so silly.
The objection from infrequency of miracles begs the question against a God who may well choose to cause miraculous events only occasionally. In religiously no, that's to beg the question in favor of it. Like, what is our only option? To beg the question against or in favor of?
There's lots of religiously significant context. Why this one? Loke just mentioned all of the other messianic movements, and not to mention all the other religions around the world. Why does God want Jesus specifically, and not any of those? Right? If I want to know, right? Well, you're not wrong.
It's trivially true under all interpretations.
Possibly necessarily I'm right. So under S5, necessarily I'm right. So therefore I'm right. Again, this is just all question begging. It's so silly. Quote by Davis on bottom of page 175. This is a particularly silly argument here. So what is being ignored here is the fact that the resurrection hypothesis involved a free choice of an agent. Skipping through a bit. Suppose I want to buy a car and I enter a lot where there are 1,000 cars for sale, only one is red. Now, what is the probability that I want to buy the red one? Clearly, the probability is not just a function of the infrequency of red cars in the sample. This is obviously because my selection of a car might not be entirely random. Indeed, I might freely choose to buy the red car precisely because of its uniqueness. Does this person not understand anything about how reasoning works? If I have no knowledge of your color preference, and indeed no other knowledge about your preference, the probability that you choose the red one is exactly 1 over 1,000, right? If I have no other information. I mean, okay, that's using the principle of indifference, right?
Yeah.
The principle of indifference is pretty widely accepted for applying these sorts of things. So if you accept that, and I think that's very reasonable, then it's exactly 1 in 1,000 if I have no color preference information. If I do, then of course it's going to change.
And if we affect libertarian free will, where this person is the first cause of their choice, and how is there any? What other reasons what other antecedent causes could there be of this person's decision?
I mean, yeah, I think this is actually these sort of things can serve as a reductio for the whole notion of libertarian free will, because like rationality just completely goes out the window. You can just say anything can happen at any time because you can freely choose it. Well, it's like, well, how do we reason about anything?
Yeah, how can make predictions about what people will do in the future?
Yeah, okay, so let me ask this question. What is the probability that the sun rises tomorrow? Well, you'd say it's probably pretty high, right? But no, because God could freely choose at any moment to not make the sun rise tomorrow. So therefore it's not. The probability is not high. You can't say that. No, that's silly. Of course I can say, like,
well, it has, if God chooses to make it not rise, then it has a probability of there's one, so it has a probability of 0 of actually rising if God has chosen to make it not rise tomorrow.
Because he could freely choose to do anything, therefore I can't reason about probabilities of those events, because he could freely choose to act You see the problem here? It means we can't reason about anything. All of science is out the window. All of history is out the window. All of rationality is out the window, at least insofar as it applies to the world, right? I suppose we can still reason about abstract objects, but this is ridiculous. This can't be right, okay? This cannot be a correct way to approach things. It seems that they've only thought about this in the context of the resurrection. If they apply this anywhere else, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, PhD. Well, we don't have PhD, so of course nothing we're saying matters.
I think, I don't know, actually, he does have a medical degree, James, so as well.
Yeah, good point.
Is there anything you want to say?
You'd think that as a medical doctor, Loke would realize that that it's not likely that a man rises from the dead, but maybe if God wanted to, I guess he could.
Well, this is the problem. Is like, and this is why he'll only engage in written debates and won't actually talk to people who disagree with him as well. Because, like, I think he sort of at some level knows that he can't like have conversations with normal people. Like everything has got to be like written debate, and it's the same like. Like apologists versus normal people, like they have to like live this particular way to avoid like actually confronting their beliefs up against like reality. Anthony Flew begs the question. Well, this is the thing, Loke. So without you begging the question that Jesus did rise from the dead, what do you say the base rates are of God raising people from the dead, Loke?
The claim is not that the dead stay dead in the absence of supernatural intervention. The claim is that the dead stay dead, period, in at least almost all cases. Like, because how many people have been supernaturally raised from the dead apart from Jesus? Maybe zero? Maybe it's like a handful? I don't know exactly, but it's not many, right? So it's just a fact that hardly anyone comes back from the dead, whether it's supernatural or not. I just don't understand how, like, you could bury your head in the sand as much as you like, but that's just the case.
Yeah, it's so difficult to like talk someone out. Like how can he not, like, the extent that this man has gone to defending something absurd? Like he's like dedicated his life to like not thinking about things in just like a basic reasonable way. It's so okay. Objection: and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, just like Cameron Battusi says in the case of the miracle of Fatima. When he says, quote, don't you think, he says to Tyler whatever his name is, the Reformed epistemology guy who's a Catholic, he says, don't you think that that's kind of extraordinary claim? Like we'd expect some sort of like extraordinary evidence to go along with it.
If God wanted it to happen, probability is 1.
Probability is 1. That is true. Use Hume's maxim, which I think I agree with. I think James agrees with as well, that no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. And even in that case, there is a mutual destruction of arguments, and the superior only gives us an assurance suitable to that degree of force which remains after deducting the inferior, which is a weird 17th century way of just saying, reject the greater miracle.
Yeah.
I always find Hume says good stuff, but because he 18th century, he always says things in his weird like English, it makes it more difficult than it needs to be. Yeah,
it's true. I mean, and Hume does need to be updated, but I think he was really ahead of his time, so I'm a big fan. Anyway, so Loke here says down the page, he says that we should think in terms of causal pathways instead of frequencies, which I think is extremely silly.
Yeah, but how do you know what the causal pathways are?
Like... you have to look at frequencies, and that's how you infer. It's one of the methods you use to infer causes. I mean, would he argue this about clinical trials in medicine, saying, I mean, yes, obviously they think about causal pathways, but the question is, how do they assess that? They do experiments, and they measure the frequencies of things in different, under different interventions, right? So as if you can assess one without the other, it's very, very strange to me.
You just have to have direct access to God's mind, and then the causal pathways without having to, go through any kind of like probability or statistics, whatever. Like,
yeah. So he's still saying you can't use infrequency because a personal cause could do anything. Well, that's a problem. That's not a feature. That's a bug. Yeah.
But if you can do anything, how would you know what the hell he did? The magic pixies,
exactly.
The Kalam pixies can
the
do
pixies,
anything.
Exactly. I could just say the pixies
they choose has a probability of 1. Actually, it has a probability of 1.1 because they, they're outside of our kind of rules. Of,
super probability. Yeah.
So it's even more probably true than Yahweh's desires.
So lots of people have critiqued Hume. I don't think we need to go into all of that here. The Hume objection has been vigorously contested as destructive not only of miracle claims but of common sense as well. So that's interesting because, I mean, I don't know exactly what Hume would have said, but as an empiricist, I'm pretty willing to say, yeah, there's a good chunk of common sense that needs to go. Not all of it, obviously, but a lot of common sense is just nonsense, right? And it should be sheared away. So I'm not sure that Hume would have saw that as a problem. So I'm not sure that there are some people, I don't know if the McGrews are among them, but certainly there are some, Craig is one of them, I think, who just, common sense is like all of their arguments rely on common sense. It's just that they assume if something seems to be the case to them, then they'll just extrapolate that to the ends of the universe and beyond. Like, well, everything must have a cause. Time must be tensed. Minds must be immaterial. All of these things that just seem to be the case for them, they just say, yes, it must be because my common sense tells me so. So I'm not one of those people. So just saying that it removes some common sense doesn't really faze me. I think that we're not justified in a bunch of common sense beliefs that we have.
And I always think the best case of this is like, I don't think anyone would deny that someone like Immanuel Kant was like a genius, right? But he has like a massive section where he talks about certain knowledge and that the interior angles of all triangles are 180 degrees everywhere. And this is like a perfect case of how we should be like skeptical of, like things we're really, 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 really confident in, because there only needs to be something we find out like, in the next 10 years, and it turns all of our sort of axioms on the head of the things we're most certain of, mathematical knowledge. And
page 180, he's saying that the early Christians debated again. Yeah, most of them didn't, so that's fine. There's nothing really new here.
Hume fails to consider my modus ponens argument.
Yeah, he's just saying the same things again. I don't think we need to belabor the point in response to Hume here.
Again, Hume fails to know. The earliest Christians were doubting. They were. It says they were doubting. It says they were
super skeptical. They were more skeptical than Hume, actually. Hume was too. Yeah.
They didn't just doubt causation. They doubted everything. They doubted not causation. They were Pyreneans. Is there a page you want?
Hang on, yeah. On the bottom of 182, he's offered another response to the base rate objection. I'm just trying to work out exactly. In the case of Jesus' resurrection, the problem is not that randomly finding someone claiming to have seen a resurrected person, that person resurrected. One needs to consider the extraordinary religious context. Yeah, see, the problem with that is that the context, maybe that raises the probability of a true resurrection, but it raises the probability of a false claims of resurrection, because the religious context is what generates the claims. I don't understand why apologists never understand this. So it's a little bit. It's just on the top of 183. The fact that it occurred in a religious context doesn't somehow validate that context. Basically, that's saying if I start a cult and then make a claim in the context of that cult, the claim is more likely to be true because it occurs in a cultish context. That doesn't make any sense. That's a bootstrapping technique again. You could just always do that. Like, you could intensify the context and just raise up the probability. No, it's precisely that context that gives rise to the claim and the belief in the claim. It doesn't make it more likely to be true.
So when he says here, one needs to consider, it's disanalogous because he's not just assuming that Jesus is the Messiah. What he means by one needs to consider the extraordinary religious context concerning the claim that Jesus resurrected is he means you need to assume that Jesus is the Messiah and that God desires to raise him from the dead.
Well, basically, or at least that he claimed to be the Messiah and he prophesied and things like that. But that's already assuming a lot of things about what God's wanting to do. And the thing is that there's a lot of counter evidence as well. Think about all of the reasons why Jews did not and still do not accept Jesus as the Messiah, because there's many things that he did not fulfill. Christians have ways of weaseling around this, but I think that these are persuasive reasons to think that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, and so these count against the plausibility.
But the point is that from our point of view, without begging the very thing that we're supposed to be proving, right, we'd have to look at the base rates and apply the evidence on top of that to figure out. We can't just go, oh, it's extraordinary because he was the Messiah, so it doesn't apply in that way. In personal correspondence, Dr. Professor Timothy McGrew, PhD, explains the base rate fallacy is the fallacy of ignoring the base rate.
So he's talking about a reference class problem, which is an issue. So what is the base rate of, what is the relevant reference class to Jesus? Is it all people? Is it all Jews? Is it all people who claim to be the Messiah? I mean, the thing is, from my point of view, it doesn't matter. Even if you choose fairly small ones, I mean, it's still kind of low. There are lots of people claim to be the Messiah, for example. So just because we don't know exactly what the reference class is, I don't really think that undermines the point. Plus, I mean, how do we even know that God wanted to resurrect the Messiah? It doesn't seem that there's any reason to think that given the Old Testament. So I think that's a
number
strong
of members in the
against.
reference class is 1.
Yeah, I don't know how he works that out.
With well, it's because he's saying it's so unique, the claim, because what no one else is claiming to be.
Wherever he claims unique, that's the problem. See, this is just a refusal to engage in reason. Like, imagine if we treated that, if we applied that everywhere, we'd say, well, I don't know if the sun's going to rise tomorrow. Tomorrow's a new day. It's unique. No other day has been like this in the history of humanity. So who knows if the sun will rise? Yeah.
Well,
that's a stupid argument.
If you ask him, if you say, well, with respect to what is this unique compared to, like, Mendel Menshev Schneerson or whatever, I can't pronounce his name or remember it properly. He'd go, well, the difference is that Jesus was actually the Messiah. I'm not just in the case, they're just saying that Rebbe is the Messiah, but he isn't. But I'm saying that Jesus is the Messiah and he is the Messiah. So there's only a reference class of 1 who actually is the Messiah and claiming it. Like, no, we can't just assume it in that way.
So how many people translated the gold plates and produced the Book of Mormon? Well, 1. So the reference class was Joseph Smith Roberts. So it's only 1, right? So
yeah,
you can't use that approach. You see, this doesn't work if you apply it to anything else. It's all special pleading. It's all one rule for Jesus and a different rule for everything else.
Yeah, different rule for everyone else.
Because you would not apply this to any other type of reasoning.
And then he's talking about, is he just criticizing frequentist interpretations of
184? Let's get if each naturalistic hypothesis is improbable, their disjunction is not improbable. He doesn't really have much. Oh, this is where cryptography comes in. So I don't really understand why that was relevant. Far lower than 0.001 in cryptography, negligible probability is typically assumed to value less than 1/2 to the 128. What? What does that got to do with anything?
Negligible probability. I don't even understand.
Or is that? Oh no, 128. Is that a cite? No, that's not a citation because
100. Well, I'm assuming that's 128 bits, right?
But what is that? What's that? That's a very large number. Far lower.
I don't understand what he's really getting at.
Why does the scale? Why does the threshold in cryptography have anything to do with anything?
Because God has created the world so.
Hang on. So he says, it has been argued in previous chapters that each of the naturalistic alternatives is not the case and thus has negligible probability. Far lower than 0.001. In cryptography, negligible probability is assigned a value of less than 1/2 to the 128. Obviously, that's 128. So
that's what he's going to use.
He's just going to use that because cryptography is relevant for some reason. So that's what he says. So he thinks he's given argument sufficient to establish that all the naturalistic hypotheses have a probability or probability of less than 1/2 to the 128.
Right.
Wow.
And the probability that God did it is 1 as well. So the total probability space is greater than 1.
So let's say 10 is 2 to the power of 4. So divide 128 by 4. There, I'm just converting that to like a decimal. So 128 divided by 4 is so that's like say 10 to the power of minus 32. It's actually smaller than that. So that's a Lydia McGrew level of confidence there. That's a very impressive. That's like, that is far more confident than we are in, I think, even the best physical theories that we have. Like,
it's like
10
more
to the minus
confident
32.
than I am that I have milk in my fridge.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. I mean, to give that number some context, the number of humans that have ever lived is thought to be about 100 billion. And that is 10 to the, let me get this right, 10 to the 10, I think. No, that's 10 billion. 10 to the 11. So the prior plausibility that God would resurrect any random person under that would be 10 to the minus 11. So if I was being, really broad, I would say the prior probability is 10 to the minus 11. And the Christians would say that's ridiculous. But Loke is God. He's saying it's 10 to the minus 32. It's actually more than, it's even smaller than that. That was a generous conversion. That's unbelievable that he thinks that he's showing that. That is,
it's miraculous, some might say. He is risen.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Like I don't think I would say any scientific theory is that. I don't think I'm confident about that confident in literally any proposition.
Remember, Loke has said, I don't know if it was here or where it was, that we can be more epistemically certain of the claims of metaphysics than we can of the claims of science. So this is just consistent.
Must be an example of that.
And you're just begging the question.
That's unbelievable. I didn't get that the first read through that's what he was getting on, but that's just wow. Anyway, moving on. We're nearly done here. Instrumental hypothesis has vanishingly small probability. We've already gone on about that. He's excluded all of the alternatives. Okay, fine. They've all got negligible probability on 185 here. Yeah, we've already talked about that. Difficulty assigning priors. Yes, it is difficult. I agree with that. All right, this is interesting. In particular, it avoids the objection that we cannot prove the resurrection. Bottom of 185.
Yeah.
So he's saying here, his argument from exclusion, giving a logically exhaustive list of hypotheses and then ruling them out, avoids the objection that we cannot prove the resurrection because we don't know how to read the mind of God to know what he would want to do, which is one of my problems. That's divine psychology objection. You don't know what God would be likely to do, so you can't assess the explanation. If you don't know how likely it is or how plausible it is that God would raise Jesus from the dead, you cannot assess the explanation on the basis of its prior plausibility and its fit with other beliefs. So therefore, it's I mean, at best you could say it's inscrutable, although I would say that it's just a bad explanation for that reason. It doesn't actually render some outcomes more likely than others because it's equally consistent with all outcomes as far as we know. So it's just a bad explanation. So he says it avoids that problem because he's not actually, and this is what I was saying before, he doesn't actually defend the explanation that God raised Jesus from the dead. He doesn't explain how it satisfies the criteria for good explanation. He actually achieves it via exclusion. He tries to exclude all of the other logically possible outcomes, which we've seen he did an atrocious job of doing, and he didn't even he didn't talk about the alien hypothesis, for example, the pixie hypothesis,
or the cloud.
Pareidolia. There's so many things that he didn't address, so he hasn't even achieved that. But this is such a bad way of going about
the
things.
dogs. He missed the dogs. The dogs.
The dogs stealing the body.
Jesus meal, best meal they've ever had. Those dogs, the son of man.
At the bottom of 185, using the argument by exclusion, one does not need to argue the probability God would intervene. We only need to know that there is no good reason to think that there's no good reason to think that it is improbable, and that to think otherwise would be to import unwarranted philosophical assumptions. Yeah, that's not how it works.
This is why Loke moved out of the real world into theology.
Yeah, so all I have to do is come up with a logically airtight or comprehensive list of possibilities, exclude all of them, and then just by default adopt the conclusion that I want and say, well, there's no good reason to think that it's improbable, so I'm just going to believe it. That is not how you argue for something. You argue for something by giving evidence for it, not by trying to refute all of the other possible sets of things and then saying I'm just allowed to believe it by default. That is a very strange way. Imagine if we applied like court cases or science on that account. It's like, well, here's all the ways that you could have been innocent. We refute all of those, so you must be guilty. We don't actually have to give any evidence that you are. We just exclude the possibility that you're innocent. That's a bit dodgy.
Could it be a scientific anomaly? Well, no. Let me guess. Yeah, that was right. It can't.
Yeah, I don't. That's not very. Hang on. There's something. He says something at the end of this. It's contrived to think that this event, out of billions of deaths that have occurred, happened as a scientific anomaly is associated by chance with the person's claim to be divine. Okay, so now we can use base rates. Now we can use base rates. We couldn't use base rates before.
Oh, but
yeah, this is contrived.
God raised him from the dead isn't contrived. I see. Thank you.
The miraculous resurrection of Jesus is not contrived. One might object that such a religious context could increase the probability that disciples will hallucinate. Hey, this is exactly what I said. But these hypotheses have already been ruled out.
Being a scientific anomaly is not contrived given the context, Loki.
Exactly, yes.
Contrived given the context.
Oh, dear.
That's what you didn't consider. You didn't consider the context, which is that what I'm saying is true.
This 8.6 is just boring. I just don't care.
Yeah, me neither, really. Can we infer God as the cause of Jesus' resurrection?
Now, this is an important question. In Maurice Ryan's Ehrman has considered it is in theory possible to say that he was crucified, buried, and he was seen alive bodily afterward. However, he insists it is not plausible historical conclusion that God raised Jesus and took him up into heaven because that's based on theology and that you can't appeal to that in history because it's not part of a shared background, which I think is absolutely correct. This is what I say in my book here. You can't appeal to that because it's not something that's generally agreed upon. And so you have to at least give reasons why you should accept those theological beliefs first, or they're part of the plausibility that you have to assess. So, can we infer God as the cause of Jesus' resurrection? Okay, so I just want to say here that you can't say that Jesus is resurrected without... resurrection is a divine action. That's the definition of what it is. It's not just that someone pops back into existence the next day. Resurrection is when God brings you back from the dead in some sort of revivified form, or in Jesus' case, perfected form. It doesn't make sense to say he just resurrected. as if that could somehow happen outside of God. It's a religious notion. So I don't understand how you can try to separate the two. Oh, he resurrected, but maybe God didn't do it. Like, what? I mean, that's what it is to be resurrected. How is it that you can't separate the notion of resurrection from the Jewish context of it when we're talking about the disciples' belief in it? But now when we're trying to assess the plausibility that God resurrected, somehow you can just strip out the notion of resurrection from its context and just like talk about it as if it's meaningful to talk about a resurrection absent a resurrector. That's the whole idea of a resurrection. It's something that God does to you after you die, brings you back. So to say that Jesus resurrected is to say that God rose Jesus from the dead. At least Craig is honest about that and doesn't pretend that you can say one without the other. But Loke wants to say here that somehow you could say that Jesus resurrected without claiming that God did it. How? If aliens did it, it wouldn't be a resurrection. It would be something else. It would be an alien revivification or something.
Well, here's what he says. We have independent reasons, the cosmological, teleological, moral arguments, which me and James both agree to, for thinking that there exists a God who can act supernaturally by creating our universe with its natural laws. Yeah, but what kind of God? The kind of God who decided to raise Jesus?
Yeah, exactly. What reason is to think that God wants anything to do with Jesus? He says Loke 2017 be forthcoming here, which to me seems like that.
Yeah, it was written. Yeah.
But anyway, so that's very silly. First of all, none of those arguments show in any way that God wants to intervene and do miracles at all.
It doesn't necessarily even show that he has the specific causal powers needed to raise Jesus from the dead. Just that he has the powers sufficient to create a universe.
Yep, this is a point that I'm making as well. Creating a universe may be completely different to intervening within a universe that already exists. Of course, if you assume God's omnipotent, then that's fine. But the cosmological
it just makes sense to me, James. When I think about like a shoebox that I've made, I can put my hand in it and because that's how.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
That's how ultimate reality works. It's just like what I can imagine doing with my hands in like a sphere around this size.
So here's an interesting case. Alternative hypotheses such as alien psychic powers and so forth, or evil spirits are ad hoc because there is no independent reason for thinking that such entities have the powers to resurrect the dead. Somehow there is an independent... This is around the top of 190. Other supernatural explanations or aliens are ad hoc because, well, why think that they have the power to do this? But for some reason, God is not ad hoc because for some reason we have independent reason for thinking that it would have the power to do that. Well, the cosmological argument doesn't get you there.
We've got the Kalam cosmological argument, which proves that there are timeless, spaceless, immaterial, and incredibly powerful pixies who would want to do this. So.
But unfortunately, it doesn't prove that the pixies could raise from the dead. Maybe they could only create a universe, but once the universe exists, they can't tamper with it because that's a different causal power, right? Just because you have one causal power doesn't mean you have another causal power. Okay, just because I can walk to the fridge doesn't mean I can walk to the moon. Okay, it's a very simple point here. Creating a universe, like initiating that spark that leads to the quantum bubbling that leads to the Big Bang or whatever, it's not the same as bringing someone back from the dead. Like, it's a pretty basic point here. Unless you've already established God is omnipotent or the pixies are omnipotent, then you don't actually know that God can do that, okay? And none of the cosmological or teleological or moral arguments establish, without further assumptions here, that the creator or the fine-tuner is actually omnipotent. They establish he has very specific causal powers. And being a ground for morality also doesn't show that you can raise someone from the dead, or would want to for that matter. So it's one standard for God and Jesus, one standard for everything else.
Should we just plow through a little bit here? One can argue, as Swinburne does, that God who created the universe would have permitted such a massive deception in the case of Jesus. Yet another ad hoc thing to put in, there are reasons for thinking that such a God would interfere in history by becoming incarnate, and that it's highly improbable, blah, blah, blah. The fact that we do not have similar claims together with comparable evidence for the resurrection.
There's a passage at the end of 190 that is sort of exploding my brain. So given that Jesus regarded
the scriptures of Israel as divine revelation, and given that the scriptures affirmed God the Creator as all-powerful rather than as an almost God, we can therefore also conclude that the Creator of the universe affirmed this as well. Oh, that's really circular, right? That's like because we know Jesus.
Not entirely circular.
Remember the time machine experiment? Did you see the time machine experiment? I asked Craig as well when I said, if we got in a time machine and asked Jesus, about evolution, the one that caused Ken Ham to have a go at him, my evil, mischievous argument, where I said if we got in a time machine and asked Jesus about evolution, what would Jesus say? And Craig says, oh, I'd be quite certain that he would say, what do the scriptures say? He would have had no, like, so, you know, if so, can we be certain that evolution isn't true then? Because is that what you're committing yourself here to, Loke? Whatever Jesus would say is true.
Because he believed in God. I just don't understand. My brain's not big enough to understand how that reasoning's supposed to work.
Not an almost God.
Yeah. Well, top of 191, it's a similar point. In reply, God's intention can be understood by considering what is spoken by a person who claims to be a prophet and whether his or her claim is confirmed by an act which only God could plausibly be regarded as doing. So we can know. Here's the argument. How do we know that God wanted to raise Jesus from the dead? We know that God wanted us to raise Jesus from the dead because people claimed that Jesus rose from the dead. And that shows that God wanted to raise him from the dead. Well, because people claimed he rose from the dead, therefore, obviously, he did raise from the dead, which shows that God wanted to raise him from the dead. Again, nice circular probability raiser there. It's like, no, you need to assess that antecedently, because otherwise you're updating on the same evidence, okay? You need to assess antecedently to the resurrection evidence, what's the plausibility or probability that God would want to do this? Because otherwise, your explanation is really bad because it's ad hoc and implausible. And you don't get to bump up the plausibility because of the evidence that you're trying to explain with that postulate. This is a very basic point.
Right. So
I know we want to finish up here. I think we're about done.
One point. Swinburne says God wouldn't be a deceiver, even though he's doing deception because it's about Jesus and special pleading.
There's a jab at Muslims here. Allah himself is to blame for foisting the religion of Christianity. I'll know resulting in hundreds of millions rejecting Islam. Yeah, okay, whatever. What about the claims of resurrection in other religions? This was really disappointing because there's so many interesting claims to look at. I mentioned them earlier, and he only mentions a few mythological accounts, which aren't really that interesting. I think this is interesting at the bottom of page 192 here. In reply, the presence of stories of incarnation and resurrection in other religions can be explained by the widespread longing among humankind for a divine savior and for a transcendence over death. It's like, yeah, actually, that does seem plausible. Like, people want this, and so
I also want a big boat.
But then he says, this longing for deliverance could, of course, people to fantasize and invent various deities. Yeah, that seems like a really good explanation. So why not for Christianity? But read on. However, this does not exclude the possibility that God, the Creator, could indeed have chosen to fulfill the longing through the person of Jesus.
I wonder
how many person of Osiris.
I wonder how many people throughout history, if you told them about like big boats, like like a big pirate ship or something, would want one. Like, you know, most of humanity, could you give them like a desire for a big pirate ship? So God would fulfill that, and maybe some people would fantasize about having like a fake pirate ship that never really gets manifested. But surely God would someday manifest, you know, an actual pirate ship for everyone. Like, that's a bit silly and not disanalogous, but it's like, ugh, we're just in La La Land, like.
So he goes through some of these mythological accounts, which I think are really not very interesting because they're not very historically grounded. Like Romulus, Asclepius.
I found a typo. Is it meant to be Mithra?
I'm not sure. And Krishna, like, none of those are historically grounded accounts, whereas I give many documents of historically grounded accounts. Even things like Joseph Smith is not mentioned here, which is unfortunate. That's an obvious one to go to. And so, yeah, all of this stuff, at the end of this, just skipping forward a bit, because I don't have much to say about these cases. 196, just before the conclusion, he says, applying these and other considerations, it can be concluded that the case for the resurrection of Jesus is far stronger than the claims in other religions and that it can withstand scrutiny. See, the thing is, he hasn't looked at most other religions. Has he looked at Islam? No.
Mormonism?
Has he looked at Mormonism?
The
no.
newspapers.
Has he looked at Hinduism? Well, no. Most of the miracle claims there are from much more modern figures. Sikhism? No. Buddhism? No. So he's not actually addressing this. Even other Messiah claimants, or he addressed a couple of them briefly, but there's others he doesn't really look at. So, and that was only the resurrection anyway. He didn't address the miracle claims. So, yeah, he's cherry picking here, knocking over ones that are easy to refute because they're mythological, not actually dealing with the tough cases. Oh, Marian apparitions is another one from Catholicism too. He doesn't address.
Yeah. Which I don't think, I don't know if he's a Catholic, but I don't think he is because he teaches at Hong Kong Baptist University.
No, he says that Marian apparitions have naturalistic explanations. Right. He doesn't say what they are, he just says that they have them. So I'm pretty sure he's not a Catholic.
Because the Catholics are wrong. Yeah.
Also, if he loves Craig, I don't think he'd be a Catholic because
Yeah.
Craig is not.
Well, they don't
His
mind
theology's
Craig,
quite different.
but
Don't
they
they?
don't mind him. Yeah, I've seen like Robert Barron say, you know, you're all right, Bill.
Well, Robert Barron's kind of, you know.
Okay.
Well, anyway, because Robert Barron's the guy who says, like, he goes to Catholic conferences and says what he does, and the other Catholics are like, I didn't think we believed in that anymore. He's the Catholic the other Catholics tell you not to talk to. It's like... Anyway.
Okay, so given these reasons, the demonstrations that there is good historical evidence for thinking that Jesus claimed to be truly divine would, together with historical evidence for his resurrection, warrant the conclusion that his coming back to life was an act of God the Creator and a vindication of his claim. Boom. Conclusion.
I wonder where that came from, because he never defended that. He never defended the idea that God wanted to vindicate Jesus' claim, or that fits into anything. He's just throwing that in now. That's his proposed explanation. Let's assess that on plausibility, explanatory fit, coherence. At least Craig says he does this. I don't think he does it very well, but at least he's doing that in the framework that I think we should approach this, instead of trying to use this ridiculous method of exclusion, which means you don't actually have to defend anything, you just critique things.
Well, here's another leap. Again, at the end of the thinking, you know, based on the fact that God resurrected him and everything, and that he is God, then we can reasonably conclude that he's the Lord of the church, that those who obey him as Lord and serve him faithfully would find ultimate fulfillment in life, because that is what studies about happiness show, that people who find, you know, who have Jesus are happier than anyone else, and it's nothing to do with like long-term marriages or well-being or salary or anything like that. Therefore, my beloved, be steadfast, immovable, always excelling in the work of the Lord, because you know that in the Lord your labor is not in vain. Cute little ending there. Unless there's anything you want to say in that chapter.
On page 205, he pretty much all this is said before, but on 205 he does say that thus it is the conception of reality that's taken for granted by modern scholar history that needs to change. Yeah, okay. No, maybe Jesus just didn't raise from the dead. But anyway, what I wanted to talk about is the fact that, like, on the second last page of the book, he's actually going to now argue that Jesus was God incarnate, which, remember, well, maybe not remember, but that's not entailed by anything about God could have raised Jesus from the dead, whether or not Jesus was actually God, right? So here he says Jesus' resurrection indicates that he was not merely a human figure. Wait, how? Can't God resurrect humans? As noted previously, Jesus claimed to be truly divine in context of Jewish monotheism. I don't actually think Jesus did claim to be God. I think he claimed to be the Messiah. Maybe son of God, but I don't think he claimed to be God. He would have been immediately stoned if he said anything of the sort. Since there is evidence for thinking that Jesus was bodily resurrected after his crucifixion, okay, let's even grant that for the sake of this point, and that such significant and miraculous event indicates that his ministry and claims were divinely vindicated, okay, then there are good reasons for thinking that Jesus was not only human, but also divine. In other words, God incarnate. So basically, yeah, you just have to trust what it says, mostly in John, that Jesus claimed to be God incarnate, as opposed to the Messiah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a whole other point as well about trying to establish that. And it rubbed me the wrong way that just throws that in there. Just like, oh, by the way, he's God incarnate. Oh, okay, sure.
Let's just see how many times.
Bibliography here. Cites Craig a bunch of times, but not as many as I do.
Let's see how many times he cites Craig.
How many times do I cite Craig?
Oh God. Look at that. There's like a whole page of Craig.
It's quite a bit. But I have
almost as much. He cites Craig a bit more than himself. So
a little bit. I have 2.5 pages of Craig citations in my book. Boom! Out Craiged.
The McGrews. He's not as big of a fan of the McGrews. A bit less of them. But look, quite a lot of Loke.
What are those things that he's citing? I'm just kind of curious. What else has he published?
Where in the McGrews, or his own
Loke.
Resurrection of the Son of God, a reduction of naturalistic alternatives.
Oh, this is the article that he expanded into this book.
A cryptic model of the incarnation. I wonder if that's where he got his cryptography from, or if that's something else. I have no idea.
The benefits of studying philosophy for science education. That's a random. And then, is the saving grace of God resistible? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah,
You
well,
know,
the benefits of studying the philosophy for science education is just going to rule out like our ability to predict anything about the future, because we don't
Apparently,
know what
yeah,
God's point of
no
view
base
is.
rates allowed, because God might want to see. If I was cynical, I might say that he wanted to just cite everything that he's published that's even slightly relevant. So that's why he's
to
thrown
give
in, is the
himself-
saving grace resistible? How is that relevant?
Yeah, to the
cryptic model of
yeah.
incarnation. How is that relevant to this? The benefits of studying philosophy for science education. How is that relevant to this?
Yeah, and then
It's
next
very
time he
odd.
applies for a job, it will be like, oh,
Bump
look
up
how, many
those
look how
citations.
many times Loke has been cited, and then he can go, here's a modus tollens argument for why you should accept my job. When I gave him, do you know what he said when I gave him the modus tollens argument to come on this channel? He just said premise 2 is false. That was
Which was premise 2?
It was something like you want. I can't remember. It was something like if you seek truth, then you'll want to come on my show. You want to come on my show. I can't remember exactly how I phrased it. It was something like that, and then he just went like premise 2 is false.
It's a bit mean. Maybe he doesn't. I mean, there's no evidence here that he's a truth seeker, right? He doesn't say anything about, let's try to work out what happened. Let's try to evaluate the evidence fairly, assess explanation on their merits. It's basically like, no, I'm going to show they're all wrong and prove them with facts and logic.
Let me see if I can actually remember exactly what it is. I think I got a bit salty with him towards the.
Oh, you did. I did. Brain was coming out of my ears at this. I think it's interesting. It's got an index for scripture and apocrypha as well. Not exactly sure what the point of that is, but it's there. Index for ancient sources. My book doesn't have an index, so he beats me there.
If I stop my share and share Facebook, my modus tollens argument: if you do not want to come on my channel, then you do not want to cultivate true beliefs in all people. You do want to cultivate true beliefs in all people. And then he just goes, premise 1 is false. And then I went, oh, well, this was because after he'd just spoken to, what was his name? Graham Oppie. And he was like, oh, yeah, well, I've got another modus tollens argument for that. And then I went a few months later, hey, Andrew, as you're now responding to people without PhDs, Paulogia, in a field you don't have a PhD in, would you be interested in coming to talk to my friend who also has a non-relevant PhD? And would you like to talk about the resurrection?
Also, now he responds nicely.
I'm very busy, but then he blocked me.
Oh, dear. Wait. Yes. Oh, he's debating with,
let's see,
Shabir Ali, who has a PhD, which is, of course, the most important thing in the world.
Let's see if I'm still blocked.
I don't have time to engage.
Oh, no. Yeah, look, error. I'm still blocked.
Me.
There we go. So,
well, we know that modern day believers would, because they're so concerned to believe, would seek out all of the evidences and fact check and all of that by engaging with skeptics. So it's good to know that that's happening. All right. We did it. We read Loke's book. Final thoughts.
My final thoughts are just that, like, look at the effort we have to go to like come up against this stuff. Like,
10 hours.
It's pretty crazy. But if you guys have enjoyed this, like, go and subscribe to Cam and Cam's channel, because Kamil obviously put a lot of work into this as well. Go and subscribe to James's channel, James Fodor, and subscribe to this channel. By Unreasonable Faith. If you're interested in other points of views, and if you're Andrew Loke, you're also always welcome on this channel, on James's channel or Kamil's channel, to talk to any of us anytime, even though your personality probably can't cope with the criticism. I'm sure you're very angry.
We're lowly nobodies with no PhDs, so we're probably not worth responding to, but we've done our best. We've read your book. We talked about it for 10 hours.
And if you don't want to come on in video, I would be happy to engage in a debate via interpretive dance, and no other format, because I just don't have the time. But interpretive dance, I do have the time for.
So people might want a summary. So I'll just try to summarize in a few minutes. So why is Loke wrong? I'll just focus on the things that are most important. Okay, so Why is he wrong? Well, he's wrong because he doesn't actually spend much time addressing the main issue. So yeah, he has some things to say about like swoon hypothesis or whatever else, but those aren't really interesting. Let's think about the main issues. What does he have to say about hallucinations? Basically, he says hallucinations wouldn't have led to a belief in resurrection because there wouldn't have been any way for the different disciples or early followers to have experienced the same thing, to have experienced the same mental content at the same time. And if they hadn't done that, then they would have checked with each other and found that there were discrepancies, and they would have all stopped believing and gone home. Now, this is an incredibly silly argument because, first of all, it ignores all of the mechanisms for which this by which this happens. So, you know, cognitive dissonance, memory distortion, belief persistence, irrational belief persistence, and socialization, marginalization of doubt, the excitement of the religious, you know, context, all of which I cite in my book and we discussed throughout the stream. He doesn't really have anything to say to these in the chapter where he looks at combination hypotheses. He just keeps saying, yeah, but they would have fact checked. Yeah, but it can't explain the diversity. Yeah, but they wouldn't have all experienced the same thing. He doesn't really address with this, and we showed repeatedly that he just keeps missing. He keeps trying to shift the point, or just not addressing any of these mechanisms that could have brought this about. So he doesn't really grapple with the actual psychological and sociological mechanisms that could have brought this about. That's one key flaw. Another key flaw is that he dramatically overstates how skeptical and how rational and reasons and evidence focused the early disciples and other followers of Christianity were. He talks about them as if they were all, you know, first century James Randys trying to debunk and falsify everything and checking everything, where we know that that's not the case. It's not the case today. Most religious followers have no interest in fact checking. There was the same back then. Very few people had any interest in doing that. Even today, when we have very easy access to information about pretty much anything, easily falsifiable beliefs persist, including things that have negative effects on people's lives, such as anti-vaccination is one example that I gave, or we gave others as well. Such as, you know, people believing that coronavirus is false and then is fake, and then they get it and they still don't believe it, right? So irrational belief persistence is a massive issue he just does not address at all. He dramatically overstates the ability of people in the early Christian communities to check on things by not acknowledging that it would have taken weeks to travel, and there would have been language barriers. It would have been very expensive for them to have done so. There would have been little motivation for them to do so. It would have been very hard to falsify anything because, okay, you don't find one of the 500. What does that prove? Even if some people did this, it wouldn't have made any difference anyway because it wouldn't have convinced other people. You go back and you tell your friends, hey, I couldn't find any of the 500, or some guy I met said that there wasn't a 500. They just wouldn't believe you. They're going to believe Paul or Peter instead. So these arguments about the checking and the cross-checking of disciples just don't hold water because they just don't address the difficulties of this and the fact that it's so long afterwards and it's at different places and that people just weren't interested in doing this. And the fact that probably some did check and some did leave, but so what? It wouldn't have stopped everyone else from believing. He doesn't address the basic point that there's a selection process here, that it's the people who are more willing to believe that are selected, and those who aren't willing to believe, like most Jews weren't, well, then they didn't believe, and that they weren't able to convince them. So that's some of the key points about the origin of the belief. Also, there's a tension that Loke doesn't discuss about the idea that it was quite plausible under the Old Testament and given God's desires that he would want to raise Jesus from the dead. And even maybe Jesus predicted he would be rose from the dead. And so therefore it's plausible to think that he would have, on the one hand, and on the other hand saying, actually, it's so implausible, it's so unlikely that there's no way the Jews could have come to the belief in the resurrection, that they would have had to require extremely firm evidence. You can't hold both those views at the same time. If it was plausible to think beforehand, if it's something that wouldn't, if it's something that's not that implausible, then they wouldn't have required very strong evidence to believe it. It would have been something they could have come up with by reading the Old Testament, for example, and thinking about it through themselves. On the other hand, if it is something that would have been extremely hard for them to believe, then it was implausible, given the Old Testament and given the other facts we believe in a Jewish context about God. You can't have it both ways. It can't be simultaneously plausible and very hard for the Jews to have believed, or very hard for them to come up with. Also, Loke ignores the mechanisms that would have led them to come up with it, like the fact that they would have tried to make sense of Jesus's death when that's not what they expected, like the cognitive dissonance, like the appealing to the Old Testament, like possibly the empty tomb as well. He just ignores these and pretends that it's the appearances just by themselves in the absence of any context that would have had to generate a belief in the resurrection, which is not what the hypothesis is going to be. In terms of the empty tomb, he doesn't really have anything substantive to say about the plausible alternatives, such as that Jesus wasn't buried at all. It just was buried in mass grave. He really just says nothing about this. Like the fact that Jesus' body was moved by Joseph of Arimathea or stolen by tomb robbers. The best he can say about that is essentially that there were guards at the tomb, which is really an embarrassment that he feels that he needs to defend that. And in trying to defend that and other things, he then has to introduce all these ad hoc hypotheses and things that we talked about, which just make his hypothesis less and less plausible. He doesn't really deal properly or in any significant depth with religious or paranormal accounts in other religious traditions. So I mentioned some of those. The brief account he does give of some of them, like Shabbat Zevi and Rebbe, that other rabbi that died in 94, are too brief and they're very unpersuasive. And he just introduced ad hoc reasoning that has nothing to do with anything. Like, well, there's no canonical story of the resurrection appearances of the Rebbe. Well, so what? When was that a criterion? And he doesn't address many other accounts that I mentioned as well. And so it's just unclear how he thinks that these stories can be accounted for. What would he say with the mechanisms? If he's going to give naturalistic mechanisms, then why can't you apply those to the resurrection story as well? So his claim to conduct a transdisciplinary approach, I think, is not plausible, given the fact that he cites very little psychological research. There's a few things that he recites like 3 times in different places, and then ignores most other psychological research on memory and other things. He makes inconsistent claims about that. Like sometimes he'll cite it when it suits him, and then other times he'll say, oh, it's not reliable. So overall, I think he does a really bad job at addressing combination psychologically based claims about the appearances that I've discussed. He does a really bad job at addressing some of the more plausible responses to the empty tomb and combination hypothesis generally. He does a really bad job at responding to miracle claims from other traditions or other paranormal accounts. And his final chapter on miracles and overall plausibility is just full of confusions and ridiculous assertions that, if you took seriously, would just, I think, completely undermine all rational inference. Like, oh, you can't use base rates because God could want to do something at any time. It just doesn't make any sense. So that was a particularly disappointing chapter. Hopefully that was useful as a quick summary. Overall, I'm really not convinced. I was disappointed by the book. I was hoping for more, and I would not recommend this.
Boom. Well, thank you everyone for watching. James's epic summaries at the end, rounding everything up. So yeah, if you've enjoyed it, be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channels of everyone who's been involved. And also, if you can get this out there, so hopefully it reaches Cameron, hopefully it reaches Dr. Loke, PhD, so he can find out what people have to say opposing him, who are informed on these issues. And Apologists, you are welcome on to talk to all of us. We're all. I don't think that actually any of us really care that much about like having to have like time to prepare and special conditions and rules around engaging. I think we're just open to sort of like talking to people whenever about these things.
I'm not that prickly.
Yeah.
I'm up to ownage at any time. My own or owning other people, really. It's ownage is just good.
Yeah, ownage of any. Me too. Because the only way of finding out that you are wrong on something is by being, shown that you're wrong. Like, so if you put all these mechanisms in place to never be like shown wrong, then that's like an issue for finding true beliefs. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. If you've made it all the way through, well done you. You get 500 Nathan Nichols, which you can cash in to Pine Points at an unknown conversion rate. And we'll end the stream there. Have a good Easter.